No.
Give me that.
Did you have coffee?
I did have coffee.
I didn't have coffee, so.
Okay, if you had we'll do it again. We'll do a rematch. We'll do a rematch. Yeah, yeah.
Full caffeinated. I got you.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, that's I'm gonna clock out for the day, I think. It's good.
Ready, set, go.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
We've had nearly 3 weeks of incredible Dota 2 here at Riyadh Masters, and today we find out which team will take the title.
We had a lot of matches leading into this moment. In the first week, we had the play-in stage. Lots of games, but ultimately 2 teams got eliminated. And immediately afterwards, we started the group stage, which resulted in 4 teams being gone.
Gaimin Gladiators have swiftly ascended throughout this tournament to the grand finals.
They're looking like they're in top form. Will they win it all?
But they need an opponent in the grand finals. Both of these lower bracket teams are angry. Both have entered into phase 2. Who's going to make it to the grand finals?
Team Liquid are no doubt wanting revenge from Gaimin Gladiators, hunting for their first win since 2020.
Or will Team Falcons continue their lower bracket run in front of the home crowd?
Because nothing is granted, everything is earned. And by the end of today, one of these 3 teams will be immortalized in Esports World Cup history. Let's get this final day of Riyadh Masters 2024 underway.
Into our very last day of Riyadh Masters here at Esports World Cup. Let me introduce my lovely and gorgeous panel to you guys. Standing right beside me, Jenkins.
Hello.
That was so grand.
Hello. I'm back. It's here. It's the grand finals day.
That's enough from you. Lacoste and Effie, though. It's great to work with you guys.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, really happy to be here. Grand finals, of course, there's going to be a lot of good Dota, BO3 into BO5. One team's going to be playing potentially 8 games. Very excited to see every series going full distance.
Yeah, I mean, the whole tournament was building up to this. Today is when we get to finally crown the victor, and I think a lot of the teams have a lot of fans who want them to get that first place, but we have our own biases.
Whoa. We're fully unbiased.
Let's pick our winners right now. Who's
no,
winning?
wait. I do want you guys to do that. I definitely do. But I want to take a larger look at the Esports World Cup as a whole, because even though it's our last day, it's taken 3 weeks for us to get here. There's also 2 other game titles going on. We got PUBG Mobile that started a couple days ago. Their final is today. CS2 also started about 4 days ago as well. So they're definitely on a speedier timeline for their tournaments, but it doesn't mean it's, any less. There's still a lot of points on the line for all of these clubs that are participating across multiple titles. I mean, I know for a fact that Falcons are both here in Dota as well as PUBG Mobile.
That is right, Natty. In fact, the 3 teams that we have remaining in Dota 2 are all in contention for lots of these club awards points.
Yeah.
And I've heard the hubbub around the streets. The club awards matter a lot. It's hard to run an esports company. It's very different from a normal business, and the potential of earning some extra money, getting some extra fame, accolades, all of this stuff is very important for these teams.
Yeah.
Falcons has a lot of points.
Oh,
they have
so many.
They have a lot of teams. The strategy that's been working out so far for them, and EWC is going to continue for another month. I also think they picked up another team, so Team Falcon strategy working out so far.
Well, look, some people might be tuning in for the first time and they don't really understand this club championship that we're talking about. So here's a little video to give you guys all the information you need.
Introducing the Club Championship. Here's how it works. Each each club will have the opportunity to field its rosters across multiple titles. The clubs finishing in the top 8 across each of the 21 titles will receive points based on their placement. For a chance to qualify for the club championship, a club needs to place in the top 8 in at least 2 competitions. For a chance to win, a club must finish first in at least 1 competition. Once the tournament has concluded, the top 16 clubs will take a share of the $20 million prize pool, with the first place team claiming the title of the first ever Esports World Cup club champion, as well as receiving a staggering $7 million in prize money.
For us to talk about the club championship a little bit more, we do have Joseph Turner here, one of the co-founders of Gaimin Gladiators. We'll go for a handshake. It's so great to have you here, mate. It's so great.
Great to meet you, Joey. Great to meet you for the first time.
Pleasure.
Definitely don't know this guy.
Okay, all right. Well, let's talk about how well, you know, Gaimin Gladiators, we'll ignore the rankings, but they're doing great here in Dota.
Yeah, we are. We picked up 20 points in Free Fire previously, so we are on there somewhere, just not towards the top just yet.
That's right.
But,
that's why you have 620, right? That's the 20.
Well, yeah, that's the 20. So after today, 1,020, very easy.
All right. Oh, he's got the confidence. I mean, let's talk about EWC, the Esports World Cup. You know, how long have you been here for? How long are you going to stay here to cheer on the team?
So I've been here now for just over a week. I'm going to be here for another 5 days. After that, I fly out, but I'm going to be replaced by my 3 other co-founders. We're invested all the way through. We have teams all the way through to the last week. We've got PUBG, PC, and Rocket League on the last week, so it's going to be intense. I'm going to be sat at home stressing. I feel for my wife and kids.
They're going to have to like hear all of it. I mean, you guys are stressing because you obviously want your players to do well, but how much does getting up there and maybe even the top 3 for club championship mean for you?
I mean, yeah, it's vital for both, like describe the ecosystem. It's very difficult right now for esports orgs to support themselves just off base sponsorships alone. So the money's always helpful, but then it's the glory that you're chasing more than anything else. So we're definitely looking to get up to the top and maybe clip some wings on Team Falcons.
Oh, I like that one.
I like that. All right, I got a question. I already asked you this off camera, but I want to explain for the audience, what is your process for scouting teams? Because for Falcons, it seems like their process is buy the best team, right? You guys seem to do this thing where you buy like an up-and-coming tier 2 team. How do you like rank a team where it's like this team's worth getting?
We have quite possibly some of the best scouts in the industry, amongst Alex, Nick, and Sean, who are the other 3 co-founders, and also our chief of staff, Joe Oram. He's really good at scouting out battle royale teams. So we put together a lot of analytics. We put together a lot of data from where teams are up and coming from, regions that are successful, but not just that, but regions that are undervalued. So for instance, we are one of the only organizations to have an APAC Rocket League team. It's not a place where
Let's
a lot
go APAC! That's my region, let's go!
There's not a lot of Rocket League players out there, but it guarantees us a major, it guarantees us world championships, and now it guarantees us EWC, where the team can make a difference and take out some of the OCE, SSA, and potentially even an EU team if they try hard enough.
Yeah, well, sorry, Mira.
Which teams do you think will actually win? Like, which teams are going to get you your points?
So we did a very sort of overall base of, we have 2 teams that we think are #1 in the world in their craft. That is Dota and Fortnite. Our Fortnite roster hasn't dropped a single game across the past like 3 months. We've 3-0'd Falcons every time, so no concerns there.
Wow.
But then all the Battle Royale games with the element of RNG, like...
You don't know where you're going to drop, if everyone's going to drop on top of you.
Exactly. So our Apex Legends, PUBG, both of those teams look very exciting and very good pickups for us. And then I think Overwatch, we have a strong chance there as well.
Yeah, and that's next week as well. So, yeah, you guys are definitely consistent throughout EWC. And look, Joe, I wish that we could have you on for longer. Unfortunately, though, we got to get this day going. I mean, I'm sure you're excited to get to the grand finals as well.
Yeah, a little bit anxious, but I want to know who we face. I think that's the key.
Yeah, do you want to put a quick prediction out there?
Team Liquid are going to take Falcons, and then we're going to repeat last year.
Okay, I can understand that.
All right, I like it. You think you're going for the easier. Well, Joe, thank you so much for joining us. It's been a pleasure here. But let's jump on into the Dota a little bit more. We've got Gaimin Gladiators already guaranteed into the grand finals for themselves after a very swift 2-0 against Team Liquid yesterday. Barn burner in a sarcastic tone is how I describe it, Jenkins.
Yeah, that was honestly one of the most brutal matches of Dota that I've seen in a long time. They got completely obliterated. That was a Gaimin level shellacking, maybe even a Gaimin's top hat level shellacking, which hasn't been awarded, speaking of awards, in a very long time. Blitz said they got cheesed. There was that last pick Dazzle that came out. They completely dumpstered mid from Quinn. But then what explains game 1?
Yeah, I was about to ask the same question, because second game was a 24th pick Dazzle. Ember, we've seen this hero have a lot of, high win rate in this tournament so far, but this is the hero that has a lot of counters in the lane, especially if you pick it early in the draft, and that's something that they did exploit when they played against Team Liquid. So coming into this one, I think Team Falcons, they are having this lower bracket run, had a pretty stressful series yesterday against PSG Quest. It was, very high chances of them losing that one, but they managed to get their stuff together and they won, and then they won against Tundra as well.
Yeah, I mean, both the teams that we're seeing in our lower bracket, Team Liquid and Falcons, both had quick 2-0s, just one more favorable than the other, Effie.
Yeah, I think Team Liquid today is a team that I do want to root for, but after... I don't know if they're cut out for winning versus Falcons today, because they got a little bit exposed in their series yesterday versus Gaimin, I think, where it seems like they're only going to play 3 carries and like they last picked Razor into an unfavorable game. So I'm hoping that overnight they've completely shifted their draft ideas.
Look, I mean, I like to do the social media stalk every now and then, see what the players, the coaches are doing in that time. I know they've been staying up late trying to draft and prep on the side of Liquid, so there's a fine balance, I feel. But either way, I still want to relive some of the moments yesterday, so let's have a look at our Aramco top 5 plays of yesterday.
This matchup is gonna go. Avalanche toss does help the amount of damage. The Nyx assassin is almost dead, and Nisha is trying to go through the gate. It was his only way out, I suppose. Foxy didn't die, but Mickey getting body blocked up a little bit, and he's going to need a big impale from Foxy to survive through this situation. It's just not going to happen. Foxy is still lingering, trying to go for Duraccio, which 33 does manage to get that kill. He pops out, gets the Enchantress. They get a 30.
Marin's able to get up with Swashbuck, though. Falling very low. Looking to get the rolling down on the corner. The team's able to get kill him. The Doom has been dropped down onto Amar. Takalis is in with the stun. They're able to kill off Amar as well. Double kill for TA2000. Skeeter, he had to go for the BKB TP out. He'll manage to make it away. They've used 2 buybacks, though, for this fight. Both Marin and Snaking buying back to try and get the action going back in their favor, but it's not going to happen. Crit gets caught as well.
Does get taxed by the Burrow Strike, but the rest of the team Gladiators here, and now they're being split up on the side of Liquid. 33, he pops the Bloodstone, trying to stay alive, gets off the epicenter, but it can't heal him enough. Nikkei is going straight to Quinn. This doesn't look good at all. He's got his BKB, and he's hitting him. The Shell Grave is eventually going to come out from Quinn, and Nikkei's going to run out. Static Storm gets thrown out, the BKB is still up, so the Shell Grave goes through, and Nikkei does eventually manage to kill. He's actually fighting through this one. He almost kills Duraccio as well. That was actually kind of impressive, but it's still Gaimin Gladiators obviously winning the fight. Just Liquid got more out of it than probably expected. Forward through the trees, getting information. Maureen, he gets his jump in alongside of Mar. Let's see what the Bravo War is going to go on the chaos. Now he just gets blown up right away. Skeeter does not last long. He tries to get out Phantasm, but he cannot get out of the Wukong's command. It's too much for him. So yeah, they stop the Faces Void from getting out the time zone, but they've lost their carry. Amar and Maureen are going to have to do it, the two of them, up against the Smoky Team, and it looks like they've got it. They just...
Jump forward, the charge is there. They're going to drop the micropart, the ice pop, the rolls. Well, they throw everything down onto Marin. Falcons get him out alive. They can. He's able to back off. They use to save him. And they maybe can look to jump in themselves. Amar gets the first team down on towards Marin. So they're pulling back as well. Charge over the onslaught. They're going to get the 3 of them. Amar sees the opportunity to charge.
Thanks to Aramco, we got to relive those top 5 plays yesterday. A lot of highlighted moments, but I'm more interested in how exactly the players reacted themselves. So we got our Pepsi top reactions here. We're going to keep an eye on our players. Look, guys, there's always the varying people popping off, but also kind of the sadness of losing, the disappointment.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday is a brutal day, right? You're so close to that grand finals day. It's the very, very last stretch. You can feel your victory. You can feel the amount of money you're going to take, the glory of getting there. And unfortunately, not every team will make it. Some teams are just a cut above the rest, right? When they're in these high-pressure situations, when they can get emotional like they are right now, the veterans will kind of just stand above the rest, which is what we saw with Quest versus Falcons, for example. I mean, Quest they almost did it, but at that very end, the nerves got them.
Yeah, I think that's the difference between making it to that top 4 and having to face up against Tundra, and also the difference between the momentum of Falcons getting to play twice in one day, Jenkins, that Tundra weren't ready to pace it up.
They weren't, and I think part of that is because Falcons, talking about reactions, they actually didn't react like they were happy from beating Quest.
Yeah.
They were angry. They thought it was too close for how good for what their expectations are, and you could feel the fury in the Tundra.
Yeah.
They were angry.
And after the game, Team Falcons on camera, they were kind of arguing what needed to be done because they were not happy with the outcome, even though they did win, because they had like 99% chance, Dota plus, of winning that game. But it was a stretch. It was a very stressful game.
Yeah, yesterday, the way that it all played out is we saw PSG Quest. They fell in 5th, 6th position. And then when we went to that upper bracket to see who would make it to the grand finals, we got to end the day with another key crushing. So this one right here is Skitter doing the crushing of PSG Quest key, but also later on it was the snaking crushing Tundra's key. And that one we said was the crispest key, crispiest
key crush.
Yeah.
Of the century. Yeah, there he is. There he is.
Yeah, he's smiling. He knows what he's about to do.
Yeah.
Which team has the most key crushes so far?
That's still in the tournament?
Yeah, it's Falcons. But even before, it was
BBT.
BBT.
They were tied.
They had 3.
Yeah.
No, they had 3?
Yeah, I think Falcons, they only have 2.
I mean, they could get
BBT team only had 2.
They eliminated Entity...
NWBG... Sorry, X.
Oh yeah, you're right.
And then they got eliminated.
Lose to Tundra.
Sorry.
They could get another potential third key crush here. I mean, you want to crush as many keys as you can not to get that $1,500,000.
That's a lot. I mean, a $5 million prize pool. We always talk about the weight of one best of 3, making it not only higher up there in positions, getting from 5th, 6th to top 4 to top 3 to top 2 and 1, but there's a big difference in prize pool as well, Jenkins, when you make it up that ladder.
It's a lot of money per series. I do like it that it's more evenly distributed, but also in terms of sustainability for these esports orgs, doing well in this tournament and having that number associated with your name is very important for next year.
Yeah. Look, to make such a fantastic show, to give all of the information, it's not just us here on the panel, it's also some people roaming around, Purge specifically. So let's see exactly where he's ended up himself this morning.
Thanks, guys. I'm in the Jamil Motorsport Arena right now, and I'm just thinking about the best match of the day. And you might think, oh, the finals is the match to watch. It is. It's good. But Gaimin Gladiators kind of scare me. They play really fast. So I think the match of the day just might be the lower bracket finals. And that is where we get to see who has to, unfortunately, play against Gaimin Gladiators. It's definitely not big enough. So is it going to be? It's going to be Team Liquid, or is it going to be the Falcons? Define haters' expectations after having a rough group stage and then immediately getting knocked to the lower bracket. Are they going to be able to win? That's why I think it's the Jamil Motorsport match of the day. So I can't wait to see what happens there. And hopefully they level up enough in that series that they can go to the finals and take some games off Gaimin Gladiators, because they looked unstoppable yesterday. Anyways, let's see what happens.
Purge giving us the game of the series, sorry, not
How
game.
How can you not pick the grand finals? Is he insane?
He doesn't know. He doesn't know who's going. Whoa. Maybe he thinks that it's going to be Team Liquid going up against Gaimin Gladiators, and it's a Swift 3-0 again. You know, this man's trying to hedge his bets that at least there'll be a bit of a back and forth in that lower bracket that will be starting at 2 p.m. So in about approximately 20-ish minutes.
I'm with Matt, you know, the lower, and Purge, because the lower bracket finals in most grand finals that I've watched the last couple of years has always been more exciting than the grand finals sometimes. I don't think this will be the case this time, because you look at the quality of Team Liquid versus Team Falcons, the grand finals are going to be an absolute banger, but the lower bracket finals will be too.
Are we just, we just put our cards on the table here?
Wait.
We'll make our predictions.
Wait, I want to give you one piece of information before you do that, okay? Do you know how many tournaments this year have had the lower bracket winner come up and take the finals?
I'd say 3 of them.
All but one.
All but one?
All but one.
Ooh.
Yep,
So
BB Darcher was the only one where the upper bracket team won, and every other tournament we've had is the lower bracket winner.
My prediction was that these guys
Falcons
were going to, you know, no offense to Team Liquid, I think that's going to be a quick 2-0. But I think Gaimin versus Falcons, I think they're both at a peak right now.
I agree.
I think that's going to be a 5-game series, at least 4.
At least 5.
At least 5.
I don't think we can get more than 5, but yeah, when the way they started this tournament, Team Falcons 0-4, they were my favorites to win the whole thing, and seeing them power up through this lower bracket, I think I'm gonna stick with them. You know, winning this one 2-0, and then be in the grand finals against the Gaimin Gladiators.
Wouldn't count out Liquid though. Jenkins saying they're gonna get 2-0.
And him, he also said it. Don't throw
mean,
both of us under the bus at the same time.
Falcons are extremely good and they're terrifying to play against, but Liquid have had an incredible run this tournament, and just because they had one bad series, it doesn't mean that they spent the entire night correcting for those errors. I think if they bring the same drafts they did yesterday, they will lose. But if they've worked on their drafting and their ideas overnight, specifically versus the Zoo creeps coming from the position 5, they'll be chilling that.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it time and time again that the losses in tournaments are actually what gives teams momentum. So I'm totally with you, Abby. That upper bracket could have been the wake-up call that Team Liquid needs. But let's see exactly where their thoughts are for their lower bracket matchup, as we've got Purge and 33.
Hey, I'm here with 3-3 of Team Liquid. You guys had a tough loss yesterday. How are you feeling right now?
I feel okay. Obviously, it's rough losing like that, but sometimes it just happens. And the way I look at it is, when you lose to Gladiators, like, you always lose in 15 minutes. So like, if you don't lose in 15 minutes, you're probably going to win. So getting stomped by Gladiators in 15 minutes is like equal to, losing to Spirit in like 50 minutes. It's just like another loss. So
it's like you lost a coin flip and you're like, oh, well, I lost the coin flip.
Yeah, so it looks really bad, but in reality, it just, this is like the strats. So if the strat works, they will win really, really convincingly. So yeah, obviously we fucked up. We should have done a lot better, but we don't feel like crushed, like holy shit, we have no chance.
That's great. I was worried for you guys. In terms of your prep last night after your loss, did you focus on that series, or did you just instantly pivot and say, like, we got to beat either Falcons or Tundra?
Yeah, we pretty much said we should kind of forget about the game against Gladiators. Obviously, we came into it with a bit wrong ideas, and we lost early game, both games, like, in the lanes, like, super bad. So, to be honest, it was hard even to tell. Like, maybe our ideas were not that bad. We just fucked up their lanes. Probably a combination of both. But we knew that Tundra and Falcons are very different teams, so we just kind of said, let's forget about it. If there's, if we play them again, we'll come into it with a different approach. But yeah, for now, we just wanted to prepare for Falcons or Tundra.
Okay, and how confident are you guys feeling against Falcons? You've gotten to see tons of their matches. They've had a lot of almost elimination series. I feel like you can collect all their secrets, so do you feel confident?
Yeah, we feel confident. Obviously, they're a good team, but they look now the weakest they've looked all year, pretty much. Like, they looked pretty invincible at times, but now they just look like just another strong team that, they can win, they can lose, like nothing special.
All right, great. Well, good luck in your match, and I hope you guys do well.
Yeah, thank you.
The weakest they've looked all year is what 33 just said. He is not worried at all about the form and the ramp up of Falcons in this lower bracket. He has, I'm not going to say confidence through the roof, because we've seen obviously people come into series a little bit more confident than that, but they like that they're able to reset, refocus, and really truly believe that they're going to be able to take this one from Falcons.
Yeah, not what we usually see from Team Falcons, I would say. Right now at Riyadh Masters, they have a pretty low 64% win rate overall. Maybe that's why 33 is talking about them being beatable, also making this lower bracket run. They show that they can bleed. They're also one of the few teams that don't utilize this position 5 spin. This is how meta kind of developed. They're not playing these cheesy strats, and they are not playing, I would say, as fast as Gaimin Gladiators and as Team Liquid, because Team Liquid showed so far in the tournament, in the upper bracket matches, that they can play some really fast-paced Dota, but they got shut down completely by Gaimin, and I think they need to go back to their own tempo. They need to be the ones dictating the tempo of the game.
Yeah, the thing about Liquid, though, is that yesterday they lost to Gaimin's Chen, and then they lost to their Enchantress. And those are 2 heroes that Falcons also play beautifully.
Yes.
You cannot underestimate snaking on these heroes, but they just did not have an answer to it. They also play CK, which Gaimin loves to run, the Chen plus the CK, and I really think that Falcons could replicate how Gaimin beat them yesterday today if they watch that. They have very shared heroes, so I am actually more concerned for Liquid here than for Falcons.
Yeah, I would agree with that as well, because even though we talk about those cheese, like the spend 5 that you just mentioned, Lacoste, we now know that Falcons have answers to it. So if you have an answer, you don't necessarily need to pick it up for yourself. But hey, I'm no expert on this team and what they want to draft, but Purge was able to catch up with their expert, their coach, Owie.
Hey, AUI, can I grab you quick for the interview? Hey, thanks for joining me. So we spoke yesterday after the Game 2 draft, and you said you had to walk away during the draft to use the restroom. So I want to ask you about that, because yes, we're on camera. I'm not going to ask about the details. I just want to know about the strategy implications, because I think it's interesting. It's never happened before. How many picks and bans did you miss?
I think I missed to the 14-15, and I came back and I said we should pick Phoenix.
Do you feel like that was correct, what you said in the time about the Phoenix, even though you guys still won?
Yeah, I think the Phoenix pick was really good that game, because we needed damage to go through Chen. So we're like sort of worried about Snapfire, but you know, I think sometimes your draft just needs something. It doesn't really matter if the enemy has like a on-paper counter.
So do you think Phoenix is one of the heroes that breaks these aura heroes just because of the percentage-based damage, or is this something else?
I'm not sure. It's like, it depends on the aura hero. Because like, it's not just auras. Like, if you have a Chen, like you have auras, but the hero doesn't necessarily give you team fight. But if you have like a Brewmaster auras, then you have team fight and auras. So like, there's like a balance. Like, I don't know, auras are strong right now. So like, you need to try a lot of different things and approach from different angles in order to beat this.
Yeah, you guys have a lot of momentum right now. After winning lower bracket finals, you were playing against Liquid, who just got pretty smashed 2-0. So do you feel like you're just extra confident considering the momentum?
I mean, I don't know what the momentum affects us that much, but I think we're pretty confident going into this match anyways.
And if you guys do win this match, how do you think you'll match up against Gladiators?
Honestly, I think pretty well. I mean, in Dream League, we lost some in upper bracket and we won the finals versus some. So I think we'll be confident no matter what opponent we're facing this tournament. But, you know, Gladiators, they started 2-0, 2-1 us this tournament, so they've been better, and, you know, hopefully we can learn from our series versus them.
All right, great. Thank you for joining me. Good luck in your match.
Thank you.
Purge doing the double whammy there, talking about Liquid and Gaimin, trying to maybe hype up some of the Falcons fans to be like, hey, you know, if you guys do get that, what exactly is going to happen? But Liquid right now is standing in that way. Lacoste, is it as simple and as easy as what Owie said about balancing the auras and how you draft?
This man is a man of mystery. He does not, want to reveal any of the strategies coming into BO3, BO5, so he's going to lie on camera, which is fine totally from his point of view. But these auras, they are super strong. We've seen some, I think some of these heroes are going to be highly contested. We did mention the Sven plus the pipe from the offlane, which is undispellable. That's the big thing. That's the key thing, that you don't have a real counterplay to it. I think this is where maybe some pure damage is going to come into play. Timbersaw, there it is, or percentage-based damage. The Phoenix that he mentioned, some of these like Underlords as well, something that can't go through all this tankiness that you're bringing to the table with all these auras.
He definitely lied a little bit. I don't think Phoenix does damage.
Pull him out. Where exactly did he lie?
Because Phoenix does not damage through Chen, it doesn't damage through pipe, but actually he did not lie about the concept of picking a hero that gives you team fight, because Chen doesn't have team fight. I thought that was very cool conceptually, actually.
I think that's one way to win. I really like the pure damage angle. I feel like the pipes and mechs and stuff are way too strong, and you literally just need to carve through it. That's the only way to do it.
We talk about this Timbersaw, the pure damage. I'm also curious when we do essentially get there is about their offlaners. But before we even look at a draft, before we even do anything else with this series, we want to know exactly how these teams are walking out, where the confidence is. We got Falcons up against Team Liquid in our lower bracket finals. The winner is going to be going on to the grand finals. But first of all, let's head on down to Kadir Arena and welcome our teams.
It is time to get the final day of Riyadh Masters underway. It has been a brutal gauntlet for these teams. 4 days of play-ins, 5 days of groups, and now on this, the 6th day of playoffs, 3 teams remain.
Lower bracket final and a grand final match is going to be happening on this stage in Qiddiya Arena. Gaimin Gladiators, Team Liquid, and Team Falcons are all here, and we're very close, one step away to earn that trophy.
And also one step away from elimination, as Team Liquid had cruised through much of the upper bracket, enjoying their time, but get knocked down by Gaimin Gladiators in a very quick 2-0 fashion. And Falcons, meanwhile, seems like they are rising to the challenge as they get their victories against Quest last night.
Meanwhile, Team Liquid, they had a long run in the upper bracket. They were able to knock down every single team, but then Gaimin Gladiators were able to stop them in one of the quickest matches that we've had so far in Riyadh Masters. But now they have to cross one step, either to elimination or to the grand final.
It has been a long journey for all of these teams. It's not all about skill, but it's about stamina and endurance, and the fact that they can endure all of that while still presenting the best Dota possible. So Fancy, why not bring them out?
Let's bring them out. This match, ladies and gentlemen, is worth $200,000 for both teams and around 250 points in the Esports World Cup Club Championship. And for the first team that's walking on stage, it is Team Liquid. Mekhe, Nisha, 3-3, Boxy, and Insania. They walk on stage right now, ready to face Team Falcons after losing against Gaimin Gladiators. We just heard 3-3 talk about how ready they are for this match. Team Falcons might not be an easy opponent, but it's the last step for them to get to the grand final.
And making another appearance in an elimination series, please welcome Team Falcons! Skitter, Maulreen, ATF, Crit, and Snaking may be enjoying the lower bracket run more than they thought they would. I saw the grin on Snaking's face as he crushed Tundra's key last night. And maybe he might get that opportunity to do it again to Liquid. Teams, take your seats and place your keys. Only 3 keys remain in this entire tournament, and by the end of this match, only 2 will remain. Let's see which one's gonna survive.
Team Liquid and Team Falcons. These teams have placed off against each other multiple times already this year. The head-to-head record does favor Falcons, but Jenkins, would you favor Falcons in this low bracket best of 3?
You know, I said that I would favor Falcons, but I do think that this is a Liquid which has ascended through this tournament. They have ascended through this year. Finally, 33 seems to be fitting in. And this is one of the most malleable teams in the history of Dota. You count them out, they come back with a punch cost.
Okay.
Yeah, they do. They really do. But you need to calm down, Jenkins. We didn't start yet. Team Liquid, if we exclude the last series that they played against Gaimin Gladiators, if that didn't happen, I think we would be saying high praises about the team. It's something that does happen. Sometimes you lose. But we talked a lot about how fast can you get up after you, you know, have this devastating loss. How fast you'll be able to adapt to this situation. And I think Team Liquid showed throughout the year that they are able to adapt to these problems that are being thrown at them.
I feel like you can go two ways. You can either look at the year as a whole, or you can do recency bias. The fact that Team Liquid had a rough day yesterday, the momentum of the lower bracket for Team Falcons. But either way, make sure you guys let us know your prediction. Head on over to stcplay.gg. We want to hear it exactly. Any other advice, Effie, you would give for those wanting to put in a prediction?
You know, I think that you guys should not take
listen to us.
No, listen to us. Just follow your heart, because both of these teams are going to play some banging Dota.
The heart is never wrong, Effie.
So
Until
right.
it is.
Until it is. But either way, our lower bracket finals, the two teams coming into it, only one will survive. Game 1 draft coming up on our screens. Excited to see how the meta has shifted all the way from day 1 of playoffs 3 weeks ago to here in our second last series that we will get at Riyadh Masters. But also specifically between these two teams, because in Riyadh Masters alone here at Esports World Cup, these teams have not gone up against each other. They haven't faced off against each other on this patch, 7.36C. So there is a lot of unknown quantities coming into this one.
Yeah, that is interesting. I mean, that means we could have a very decisive game 1. But the thing is, I trust both of these teams. They are world-class caliber to
I mean, they're top 3 for a reason.
Yeah, these are two teams that can easily adjust on game 2. So even if game 1 goes a certain way because of the matchup that we haven't seen, like you mentioned, and these unknown things, I would trust that we can still go all 3 games.
I do wonder, though, because Falcons had to have watched the series yesterday, Liquid played versus Gaimin, and I have to re-emphasize that they lost to Chen and then they lost to Enchantress on Team Liquid. Falcons are no stranger to these two heroes, and they should be looking to run it themselves after what happened.
The big surprise for me in the draft is Falcons banning out Brewmaster as their first ban against Team Liquid, who didn't play Brewmaster in a whole week, and we did not see them succeed yet with that hero. They're sitting at 0 and 3 so far. We've seen different items coming out from the Brewmaster. We, instead of, you know, rushing that Radiance, so you're kind of, not going to say useless, but if you're getting ganked once or twice, that also means that that Radiance timing will be delayed. So Spirit Vessel, we've seen Pipe, we've seen Mechs coming out from Brewmaster, which I think is the correct choice in current meta.
I think that's why, though. That's why they ban it, because this is still a 3-3 specialty hero, and now that Gaimin have successfully shown that the most successful brew item build literally just is Greaves, Pipe, Crimson Guard, etc. They should have no problem replicating that on Team Liquid.
I agree. I think that's exactly what this is to me, and I think this is a pretty 5-head ban from Falcons. Like, the fact that they trust that Liquid can lose to something, go back into those replays, digest it, understand it, and then pick it up and play it in the very next day. Like, that's just... It's 5-head. They're not going to lose to this Brewmaster, which they haven't picked in a week. It's expected.
Well, I actually thought that we might have seen a Beastmaster ban in that first phase for Falcons, because Team Liquid loved to pick it up, but yesterday they got their hands on it, didn't have the impact everyone expected. So it does feel like a lot of mind games are going on just within those first bans of what have they learned of their series yesterday for both of these teams and what going forward, because Monkey King was answered in a previous series by Falcons, but that was with the Weaver. So a great ban for Team Liquid to have that Weaver taken out and directly into the Monkey King, but unfortunately leaving the Sand King in the pool.
Yeah, I think the Beastmaster is not going to come out until we see Team Liquid ban that Enchantress in the first phase, because that's a very easy answer to that hero that Gaimin did yesterday. But this Monkey King, it's the most contested hero of the tournament, even more than Tiny. It can be flexed to multiple roles, but you also pick it preemptively when you leave Sand King in the pool, because this is a hero that can follow Sand King to the mid lane, and it can follow Sand King to the off lane as a carry. And it's one of those melee heroes where Sand King excels versus melee heroes, but Monkey King doesn't operate in the same way, because he punishes melee offlaners.
Yeah, and this Sand King, he's pretty much been the hero of the tournament. We've seen other teams try to beat it, and I'm going through some of their games that they played against Sand King. This is why Team Liquid left it in the pool. They did manage to beat it 4 out of 5 times last games what they played. If you remember the Team Spirit series, Tiny was highly contested. That's why they banned it out. The mid matchup is that good, but they also have Monkey King on their side, which is a flexible pick, can be flexed across 3 different roles, so you're not revealing doing anything yet. And something that you talked about, these Chens, these Enchantresses. So not a single offlaner banned against Team Falcons, which is something that Team Liquid coming into the series did quite a lot of prep, because a lot of the times you'll see them heavily focusing on Amar and banning some of these strong position 4s for crit.
I think this could be the bane of Team Liquid. I mean, this is way too early to say it, but I think the double Chen Enchantress bans really could ruin them if they win this series and go into the next one. I feel like at some point, maybe it'll work in this tournament, but at some point they have to start playing these heroes themselves.
I agree.
Too early to say that, though.
Yeah, there's a lot of five-head stuff going on here, in my opinion. Like, I think the way that Liquid got knocked down into the lower bracket, part of it is the fact that Gaimin proved that they understand how to play against the Tiny. They left the Tiny in the pool. I can't remember what team they're playing against. Maybe it was BB team. And they picked the Chen, they picked the TA mid to counter the Tiny. So, like, one of the stories of this tournament is teams letting the OP hero of the tournament through and then countering it. And so, in my eyes, like, this is what Liquid is doing by picking the Monkey King, letting the Sand King through. Is like the two heroes that seem really imba, at least on the mid lane, are the Sand King and the Tiny. Tiny's already been answered. Sand King, maybe not so much. So maybe they're just doing this so the draft is predictable. So they know they're up against the Sand King because they think they can counter it.
Yeah, I think what Lacoste says you have to factor into account. So you have to pick your poison when it comes to teams like Falcons, but Liquid have a very high success rate versus Sand King. Lacoste mentioned that, what, 4 Sand Kings
4 out of 5 last games, yeah.
So they've beat 4 Sand Kings successfully. They have to have confidence in their strategies. They did run something like an IO plus Slush Rack versus Sand King. That looked pretty cool. Yeah. I think you can also run Ember Spirit versus Sand King with Mage Slayer. That's potentially something.
But then you got to be careful of the flex. We saw the Dazzle going mid and destroying the Ember Spirit.
But Monkey, if he's going to be playing from the mid lane, he's also a Mage Slayer buyer, even from the safe lane. This is something that Boxy, we got to give him credit, because 9 Class wanted to steal his spotlight, play his Morphling position 4, which Boxy theory crafted himself. He had a dream, I don't know if he had a dream, but to focus on more, this is a flex pick again, and we've seen quite a lot of like Rubik's plus Morphlings on the same team when there is a Sand King available, so you basically become as strong as, like, you have 2 Sand Kings pretty much in the team.
I mean, Rubik could be very tempting too versus Jakiro, and Sand can get an Impale and an Ice Path. I mean, your Morphling could cover that too if you're just gonna run 4 Morphling. Maybe if they pick Rubik here, they'll be doubling down a little bit too much on the concept of stealing the Burrow Strike.
I do want to talk about the Jakiro for a second. I do like this pick against the Monkey King, because I feel like this makes it so that Falcons can flex the Sand King to offlane, and Crit has been playing some Jakiro, and I think Jakiro does extremely well against Monkey King in lane, because he has the attack speed slow. Monkey needs to hit you 4 times in order to be a strong hero. So this gives Falcons the option to flex the Sand King to offlane. It's not much of an Amar hero, like we're used to seeing him on the Slarks and the Timber Saws, but I'm sure he can do it if it's necessary. You always have to have that in the back of your mind if you're Liquid.
Yeah.
Oh, it's coming out.
All right. Okay, that's got to be a 4 Morphling now.
You got to shift this thing right now.
But
it has to.
Also, here's the issue. Monkey King core suffers versus AA too, because he gets all of his sustenance through his Jingu, and that gets countered by Ice Blast too. Like, both the Morphling plus Monkey King flexes to core are countered by AA. And not only that, this Gyro himself is countered by AA, so you're protecting him here too. This is a really beautiful draft
It's like
by Falcons.
they pick the Gyro, so Team Liquid wants to run the Morph as a carry, because you turn into the Gyro, steal the Flak, you become a better version of Gyro. It's a counter. But you can't run the Morph as a carry because there's an AA which counters the Morphling when he's played in the carry position, but then, like you said, you don't want to run the Monkey King as a carry either. This is a very good pick from Falcons. I was thinking about AA as a counter to the, like, pipe mech group up meta in general. I was surprised to see it only come out here in the lower bracket finals.
It's the first AA pick of the tournament. Considering how much healing we have, how tanky heroes are, a little surprised that somebody didn't try to, you know, pick it earlier.
I do want to interrupt you guys for a quick moment, because we've got something special here in our draft. Is Perch and the Moon Meander.
Hey, thanks. We are here watching the draft. I'm sitting with Moon. Moon, you anticipated because of the Enchant and the Chen bans that Falcons would ban Beastmaster, but Liquid got it anyways. What's up with that?
Liquid's very reliant on this patch with auras, and 33 Beastmaster is his best hero to build auras on, because he accelerates his game with his 12-minute Aghanims timing every game.
Is the AA a good solution against that, though? I think you've got some anti-healing to make them less tanky. It's good against the Morphling, even if it's support.
Yes, AA is really good this patch. This is the strategy Falcons did against us in the scrim. They were trying to AA against Morphling 4. The reason why Morphling 4 is really strong because he has unlimited sustain in lane. He can just try Agimorph all the way that and then Strength Morph back to full. However, with AA in lane, you gotta be careful because of level 2, he has this Ice Vortex that can just instantly kill you if you're like caught like Agimorphing.
Gotcha. Now, who do you think's winning the draft so far?
I think Falcons is winning the draft so far because Falcons team fight is insane into Team Liquid's timing push lineup. Not only do they have they read the Beastmaster, they pre-picked the Gyrocopter, which is a good lane against the Beastmaster already, and they pick Beastmaster into it anyway. And they have the AA against the Morph, so this Morphling won't be tanky, and he can't really buy the Guardian Greaves that he wants to buy because of the AA.
All right, great. Well, we'll send it back to the panel, Nat, and the others.
Fantastic insight there from Moon. So lucky to have Purge standing by with him. I love it, this preemptiveness, exactly why the AA was coming out, because despite having a 52% win rate as a support in high-end pubs, first time uncontested before this one. So we've got some reasoning, we've got some insight, and also a little bit more into the build that you want to do in that lane against the Morphling 4.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing. I mean, I remember at the start of this tournament, there was not a lot of Sven 5 being picked, even though it was the most picked support in pubs. So sometimes there is a difference between 8k MMR plus pubs, which is pretty much pro-level pubs, and competitive. And then the hero eventually comes out, and it's kind of like, okay, well, yeah, that makes sense. Everybody's playing against it on a daily basis, so they understand it.
And the Slur comes out as a ban. This is something that Amar does play. He did play it when they were playing against Tundra, the same matchup against the Monkey King. I believe he died.
His most played hero.
Pretty much. He died for the first blood, but still managed to carry the game. Very annoying. And they wouldn't have enough AoE to deal with him, so that's a really good ban.
You need some added front line now for Falcons. They ban out the Mars, which would have anchored their fight very well. I mean, other options for Falcons could be Tidehunter or Centaur, just, you know, a hero to start the fight, be a big body for you, and you have a lot of follow-up damage coming out of Jakiro and AA and your Gyro. Pango comes out here for Team Liquid. This hero, still very popular, still run amongst the 3 teams left in this tournament. All of their mid laners love Pango.
Yeah, and looking at the Mario's hero pool, I'm looking at 2 range heroes, Venge, maybe Razor, that can come out from the off lane.
Oh, God.
Just so that you have a good laning matchup against this Monkey King.
Please, no, not the Venge. I don't like Razor against Morph either. You turn into the Razor. I think that Team Liquid has done a really good job at picking a draft that it's hard to pick an Amar hero into, but teams have tried this before, and he just goes Timbersaw. So
this man played like 10,000 games on Timbersaw, so he knows all the matchups. It's like he never, oh, Monkey King in the lane, there's nothing I can do. So that's also still a possibility. He doesn't pretty much care about the matchups when he's playing that Timber.
I actually remember Aoi saying that he thinks Timber is a counter to Monkey because you can just cut the wave on Timber and then you cut his trees. So I don't know if he still believes that, because it's wave cutting is harder on Timber now that the reactive armor has been nerfed.
Oh, that was the end of your thought. I thought there was going to be a little bit more about like an alternative thrown out there or no, but I like it.
There's not much that would look good in this draft.
I think you just need something, some just added body for your Gyro. Because you have double range, you really just need a body to throw in there.
Yep, there it is. Classic of Mario.
And like you mentioned, Jenkins, the Jakiro early on in the draft does kind of help alleviate the tension from the Monkey King safe lane, where there is a hero that does very well against it, so that you can pick a melee hero, because a third ranged hero here would have been way too difficult to run for Falcons.
I actually think the Jakiro makes it so that the Timber doesn't lose lane to Monkey. I remember the way that you would previously play this is you would just max Q. You could max Q and W on Timber and just out damage the Monkey and try not to let him get like 4 Jingu stacks. And with the Jakiro, that's kind of easy. I'm not sure how it's played on this patch because the nukes were nerfed. But I think probably that's the way he'll do it.
Level 1, level 2 in that matchup is pretty bad for Monkey. He needs that second point in Jingu. You might get false sense of security that you can trade with 1 level of Jingu, but you're going to get bursted down by Timber, maxing out his spells, and also Jakiro. This hero, when he hits level 2, the damage output is insane. Looking at both of the drafts, I feel like Team Falcons, they have this one. Ancient Apparition, a hero that I wanted to see. This is the first showing off the hero. I feel like it shut down what they want to do. The healing from Beastmaster, Morphling, and what else do they have? They have one more healing hero, Monkey King, I believe. Yeah,
and it is a carry. It's Mickey playing it.
But it is a cooldown hero, and for me, this game is just about the offlaners. It's gonna be 3-3 versus Amar. Which hero hits their timings faster, which brings more tempo.
We're gonna get some more words from Blitz and Purge right now about the draft.
Hey Blitz, what's the tension like between you guys in this match?
Skeeter DM'd me on Instagram and said, we don't have to worry about getting second because they've got this one. But, you know, these guys are clowns and this one's free.
Okay, great. Moon was asking about the draft. He said, what's going to be your plan to end this game? Are you worried about going high ground against all their AoE?
No, I feel like we're going to hit a pretty nice pipe timing. I feel like their heroes should be a little bit slow. And as long as mid is kind of okay, I think we should be able to like kind of just roll through lanes.
Were you surprised that you were able to get the Beastmaster? He thought that your Chen and Enchant bans kind of telegraphed things.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was a little bit surprising, but clearly they think they have an answer, and it's kind of just a coin flip as to whether we were correct or they were correct here.
And what about the AA? We haven't seen it much this tournament. Moon said it's good, but like almost nobody's picking it. Obviously, the anti-healing is good against Morph.
Yeah, I mean, if there's a good game for it, it's probably this one. Maybe they were just trying to cover all their angles in case this was a Morph carry. But we'll see. We haven't played against a hero in so long, so I have no idea.
Do you even know what his fastest are? Because I don't.
I have zero idea, no.
If only Shiva was here. She plays that hero every single game of her life. What about the Gyro against the Beast? Do you think that lane is a little bit worrisome since he's going to murder all of his little friends?
Yeah, I mean, it's like Skeeter's go-to. I feel like hands are kind of shaky, and so you need a hero to pick. It's like Skeeter, Gyrocopter, very reliable.
It should be good, yeah. What about the Timber Saw? Amar's Timber Saw is great. You're not afraid of it, though?
I mean, it's just a Timber Saw. I mean, it's Amar. We banned like 8 heroes. You know, I don't get given 15 bans, so there's only so much I can do.
That's true, you did your best. Well, good luck in the match.
Cheers, thank you.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, getting ready for Team Falcons up against Team Liquid. And my goodness, I mean, we heard there, you know, didn't seem too fussed, or maybe they were, because as Blitz said, you can't ban all of Amar's heroes. But 5th pick Timbersaw, I feel like Falcons, Amar, they only do this when they know that the game is theirs, and they're normally right, Fogged.
Yeah, he does have some crazy win rate on this here, and he always seems to know how to itemize. I think that's the thing I like to talk about him the most. Besides him just being the best Timber in the world, he buys different items, it feels like, almost every game. If he sees an opportunity for like a Yule's game, if he sees an Ags Rush game, a Kaya Rush game, he hasn't done the Blink so much now, but he used to do stuff like that. He always adapts. So yeah, let's see if Team Liquid has brought a strategy that can actually work versus this 5th pick Timber. And of course, we have to talk about this AA.
We do. We don't get it a lot. It's definitely one of those heroes that in practice, right, it's the Ice Blast. You see the meta that we're in. We're getting a lot of these morphlings, and social. Of course, this game, it's not a support morphling, but still the element of the Ice Blast can completely ruin some of the popular heroes right now that do rely on that regen, the burst heal. I mean, even this game, of course, something like the Monkey King with the Jingle Mastery heal coming into play. But I've got to only imagine that there's a lot of reasons why this hero ain't that great right now, because no one else is playing it. Like, what are the weak points and what are maybe the concerns for Falcons when you're picking this hero this game?
It's just sometimes you just run into this form of like lack of disable, because it is this 5 position that you do sometimes want to have that. Hello. And this time they did cover it early on, right? They had the Sanking Jakiro really quickly picked up fast, and then even do have Missile, which isn't the most reliable kind of stun or anything, but it is things to allow this hero to be able to catch some of these ultimates in these positions. So definitely important. We'll have to see Force Staffs, Glimmers, etc. perhaps coming out for the side of Liquid, and of course, as they said, that pipe, which I'm wondering who's going to build the pipe and when, because Beastmaster, it usually takes some time. You usually want your Ags, and then maybe he'll go for pipe after or something, but I don't know. I'm not sure who's going to actually end up going
I mean,
for it.
Blitz was saying, right, he felt confident about their pipe timing.
Yeah.
So we're going to have to see that in practice.
Or is Boxy going to do some type of pipe morphling or something? I mean, we'll have to see. We'll have to see what they do.
I reckon most likely is 33 going Ags.
I think so too, yeah. And the other thing too is
Boxy's just going to take too much time. It's just going to be a bit awkward. He wants to get other things done on the morph. But was either way, someone's going to build it. If they don't, that's going to be concerning. A, because it's a very good pipe game, and because we heard from Coach Blitz that was part of the plan, at least from his perspective.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, we'll see what the move is from Liquid. Either way, as I said at the start of this all, this is going to be a big challenge for Liquid. If they're able to take this game against Falcons getting a last pick Timbersaw, that's going to be beyond impressive. Because so far, I don't think any of the teams are capable of doing that.
No, it doesn't seem like it. So other thing that I do have to mention too is besides just the Ice Blast, Ice Vortex is pretty insane in this meta. I felt like we were actually going to see this hero more because Sanking just became, you know, Sanking's being picked every game. Jakiro's even being picked for pretty much majority of these games too. So can't ever scoff at something like Ice Vortex, because even though, yes, there'll be a pipe and stuff potentially, it kind of makes that, it nullifies a lot of that pipe, and they have a ton of magic damage. Gyrocopter, he maxes Barrage in almost every instance. He plays super active. All the spells are going to be amped up pretty much of their lineup. So
I know we're going back to the draft, but of course we've got time. The pause is coming in. I think it's pretty interesting. I don't know what you'll think as well. That they actually did consider in this game the Amar Slark more of a threat than the Amar Timber. Did you sort of understand why that would have been the case from Liquid's perspective during this draft? Do you agree with that, or would you, in that situation, rather have dealt with the Slark than the Timbersaw?
I think I would probably have wanted to doubt the Slark, but I can crit. Insania, be careful how you step up. Jakiro does an absurd amount of damage.
Oh, he's got the Verifier.
Oh,
he's not going to get him, though.
And now crit, maybe getting baited himself. A TP. Heads up play.
That's close there.
That was
felt like he was going to be able to get another hit in, but he didn't. Crit gets out. No first blood to be had quite yet.
That was kind of a little bit of a jib bait play from both sides.
Yeah, it really was.
I think we've seen this one now coming out a little more even. It's just a skill matchup of who's getting hit. If you do get like a stun to block a shield crash or something, if you get these big stinger explosions, it can be devastating. But Pango has just done good in almost every single matchup that we've seen. So it should be, yeah, just skill matchup. We'll see how that one ends up going. And then bottom, you heard it from Moon himself. You know, they pre-picked this Gyrocopter to answer the Beastmaster early on in the laning phase, since you can just run him down, but also kill those boars and hawks with your flak. And then they picked the Beastmaster into it anyway. So Liquid, you know, they wanted to play this hero, and they don't seem to not have been fussed about that matchup. So quick other thing about, you know, the Slark, I'm trying to like think about why they maybe wanted to get rid of it also, is perhaps the save function, because Depth Shroud is very good versus like Beastmaster in particular. If you're not focusing the Slark, he's able to get that onto one of his cores and stuff. And Amar is just annoying on it, so maybe it's something along those lines. But yeah, they'll have to deal with the Tim.
They will for this game, and depending on how this game goes, you know, we may not see it again this series if this ends up being a rough game for Liquid and Falcons are able to take it.
Yeah, let's see how top ends up going in particular. As I said, level 3 is the main timing for the Monkey King to be able to apply pressure onto the Timbersaw. And also with Crit having the TP out early, it does give him a good start here, since that attack speed slow from the Dual Breath also was not leveled up. So yeah, he should be able to get those stacks up until level 2 comes out and Crit's able to counteract it. But that's the theory of this lane, is them just trying to not allow him to get those stacks. So far, Amar is going to be struggling a little bit. At least slowed down a bit.
As we see there, though, undefeated on his Timbersaw. So as I say, really a real challenge. Liquid, they're going to have to do something at sort of perform at a level beyond what they've been playing at. And they've already been playing, of course, at a fantastic level to get this far in the tournament. But to beat an Amar, pick Timbersaw,
staying low. I gotta keep
something else.
I gotta keep watching this mid. And Nisha's playing this beautifully, contesting every single deny. Forced a Sandstorm back at the tower from Malrine too, so he's doing excellent in the mid lane right now. Crit.
This looks like it could be a first blood this time round. They catch him with the Slurp, the Primal Spring. Can he find some sort of denies from neutrals? He can't. Mickey able to find first blood.
Nicely done. Level 3's been hit, so they've got these Jingu stacks up. Crit has to be more careful with this positioning there. Does step up a bit far. I believe he went for a courier snipe. Maybe got baited a little bit there.
Radiant are scanning.
And Boxy, he's going to be even more annoying. So Malrine probably wants to go for the fill up into the bottle there from Crit, since they did go for that Rune contest. And now Nisha.
He steps up quite aggressively. Didn't expect Crit to sort of be in position to fight back. He's going to be out with the TP, but only just.
But has to get sent back to base, so we'll see Malrine very likely catch back up there on the CS. Overzealous stepping up there. That's, I mean, he doesn't see in particular that they were TPing in, but yeah, a good TP from Crit.
Yeah, well, of course, got to be something you expect, I imagine. You know, when a support dies in the side lane, and respawns.
Especially if you're denying his water runes on the side too. Like that's when it's like, oh yeah, these mid laners, they need the bottom fill.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, either way, Nisha obviously doesn't get punished for it. It was close, though. If he did go down there, that would have been quite a mistake for him.
Yep, and let's see how the stacks end up going down. The thing of the Sand King, even if the lane does get maybe not perfect for you, you just go back and get the stacks. They did not actually block these, so choice from Team Liquid to not go for those. They're prioritizing on the other lanes. Sometimes you do see versus Sand King or SF or these flash farmers, that does get stacked out. And of course, we'll see, Beastmaster struggling, but is getting those stacks up and ready, as we tend to see. But he's not struggling as much as I actually expected him to. He's got 20 CS, which isn't so bad. However, it's 0 contest onto Skeeter. He's absolutely free farm.
Yeah. Okay. Should be all right here. Amar, interested just to the way. Maybe going back in now to help Crit out. It's the initial burst. Dual Breath coming in on towards Mickey. He's trying to survive here through the lifesteal. He's able to take Crit down. See if Amar can get him in return.
cannot.
He's got to be careful, yeah, indeed. Mickey stands his ground. Amar, at the moment, not quite at the level where he has the burst to truly threaten the Monkey King.
Mickey going standard kind of build here. The Orbital Corrosion, very effective when you're playing versus any of these sustain heroes in the lane. Crit since he dies. Back to the mid lane he goes to fill up. Can he secure the Power Rune? Nisha, he's hit level 6 already. Instant D-ward as well.
They can't go for him. He's got the Rolling Thunder. And he's able to get across. He's going to be up to the top of the Power Rune is. Nisha sticking around with a good angle here. Does not have the vision himself, but
he might have
a lot of damage in, and in fact, he does. Fantastic stuff there from Nisha.
At bottom. They kill Skitter. Oh, boy.
They got the two of them there.
That's huge. How did
they just get kills out of nowhere, really?
How did they get the bottom one? I know they've been moving around and stuff, but wow, getting the gyrocopter with this lane.
Mickey's ready to fight. He's going to jump in aggressively over towards Amar. Boundless Strike comes in to stop the Timber Chain. Amar's in trouble. Jump forward from Boxy. They're getting kills on all lanes here, Liquid. 6-0, 6 minutes in.
Picture perfect early game. I cannot believe the bottom lane in particular is the most surprised that they're able to bring down Skitter.
Falcons must have been playing aggressive or something, going for kills themselves to get punished like that.
I mean, Boxy and 33 working their magic. Boxy in particular on his, his 4 Morphling. It's been pretty outstanding. I mean, not every single game, but when it does pop off in this hero, it can do some crazy stuff, and he has some really good spells to turn into, as we do see, even versus the Timber and stuff, so pretty cool. See what he's going to be able to do when he does turn into some of these heroes and use their abilities against them. And yeah, the Beast getting a kill.
Super hot start from Liquid on the lanes. With their lineup, is that kind of expected for them to have the edge in the laning stage?
They tend to draft for lanes. That's kind of how Liquid likes to play overall, especially going for this Monkey King. Mickey, he seems to be... I mean, a lot of people are playing it, but I feel like Mickey is just the specialist on it. They seem to do very well when he does play it. So, yeah, so far, things are looking excellent, and they have shut down this last pick Timber so far. In the laning phase, his net worth is quite low. Things are very good for them to build the pressure to AA. There's other thing about this hero is you can just get ran down a lot of times.
You can feed pretty easy on this hero.
You can feed pretty easy on AA.
It's a nice one to feed on.
It's a nice one to feed on.
It is. Once it starts, you just can't stop it sometimes. We'll see if, the snaking professional player, he'll be able to slow down the dying. He's died twice already, but
will he?
The game gets crazy.
Snaking usually does have quite a bit of death, so even if they do win.
That's not a good combo then. Don't give the support that's dying the AA. It's only going to get worse.
But he's got good levels. That's the one thing. He's actually almost level 6 already at this point in 8 minutes in. So that's pretty outstanding. So getting quite a bit down there. Maybe getting some extra boars and stuff I wasn't able to see at the start there. Because Skeeter's also level 6, so getting a lot out of this bot lane, even though they did die on the gyrocopter, they're high level. And he'll find a D-ward, which actually pushes him to 6. Snay has 6 at 8 minutes and 30 seconds. Which is, I mean, that's very fast, especially if you die in the lane. That's
true.
Interesting.
And that's, it doesn't matter how much you feed on an AA if you hit your Ice Blast.
And speaking of that Ice Blast, it might come in a bit unexpected.
It's going to get the hit onto Insania.
Close.
Not quite onto Nisha either way. They're not going to have the follow-up to bring anything below the thresholds. But does scare them off. Liquid have to back away.
That was an opportunity to maybe seize, because I don't think they expect this AA to be 6 this early on. Because looking at the other supports, nobody else is that close yet. Boxy is actually, because he's now been given the lane since 33 is getting jungled. Yeah, 33 being able to jungle at this point after getting a kill. Look at his net worth on this Beast.
Yeah, it's
phenomenal.
He's doing great. We've seen Beast off to, I feel like usually the Beast is off to a pretty tough start.
Yep.
They have some sort of way to shut him down during the laning phase. And whatever plan they had here, I mean, as you say, the idea of picking the Gyro to try and scare him off it, this is why they weren't scared of picking the Beast anyway.
Absolutely.
Still has a great lane.
Trying to work himself away. Boxy is making the move, so is Nisha.
Amar's pretty prepared for this one. Won't be able to catch him out, plays it safe. So able to get out of the lane.
Smoking bottom. They want to try to pressure 33. They know he's having way too good of a time, Maureen. Looking for a position. There's a defensive ward placed from 33, and he is healthy. On top of that, he's not squishy. He has the Siege of Serenity that he's kept himself full HP at. Ogre Axe too, so he's 1500 HP on this Beast. Not an easy kill commit, but they will just steal the stacks or attempt to.
They'll probably be able to get this this neutral stack at least. This is going to die pretty easy to the Sandstorm and the...
He's scared though.
Okay, and Needy doesn't want to stick around and try and burst it there with the Burrow Strike. Has to use it to get away from Nisha. Crit. Hiding in the trees. I think they know he's there.
Ooh. He's scanned.
Over him, but they definitely know he's here.
Wait.
Oh my.
The board?
What? Okay.
Okay, the board.
Nearly able to juke them, but indeed he's going to be slowed down. Does not have a TP available, and even if he did, wouldn't be able to use it. Crit goes down. Liquid, they're able to make sure that this area of the map is kept safe, and Falcons are forced out.
Smashing this early game so far. Even Boxy, I'm seeing what he's doing. He's being very annoying versus Amar. He's just shifting. He's turning into the Timber, and when Amar goes to farm Ancients and stuff like that, he just Timber chains in, throws a Whirling Death, so it's very pesky. I love what Team Liquid is doing right now with this pressure. 8-0 so far. Do lose their bottom tower, but either way, they've done phenomenal in this lane.
Yeah, this is a crazy good start.
And that could, enhance that timing for the pipe to come up very fast, like, Blitz was saying. The Aghanims into pipe perhaps could just be that build for Beastmaster to just look to surround him. Nisha getting active.
I'd like to see it. There we go, Boundless to set up onto Amar. So with the chain, they're going to continue the chase. They've got the four of them here. TPs have to come in if they want to attempt to help Amar out, but he's already gone. Mickey gets the kill, and now, they do not want to fight this. They can't fight Liquid in this area, even on their side of the map. Liquid, at the moment, too strong for Falcons to tackle head on.
And they're going to steal pretty much everything here. Nisha off to a phenomenal start, and he's going to go the Mage Slayer route that we saw a couple other players do, which is very good this game versus the mass magic damage. So throw a pipe and a Mage Slayer. Majority of that damage early game is going to be negated from Falcons. It's going to be Skitter who does pretty much all of it at that point.
Skitter's going to be tickling a little bit, and then you got a bit of pure coming out from the Timber sword.
Yeah, but the Timber is very shut down after this lane.
He can die.
Mid.
Nisha is going to go for the setup here, and Snaking's around to help out. Indeed, nice little jukes, and Nisha won't want to play around that close to the tower anymore, because Maori, Crit, and Skitter, they've turned up in their numbers. They're going to try and see if they can find something, but the waveform's up on Boxy and Falcons. They won't get a kill out of this one.
Gonna try to pressure tower here. They want to try to get something out of this movement where they bring 4. But in the meanwhile, Team Liquid just getting this farm going. 3 components of the Aghanims already done for that Beastmaster pick.
This'll come in handy.
And they finish off this tower. Rolling Thunder still on cooldown. Are they gonna look to rotate perhaps even Mickey, and who's also gone Mage Slayer? So they're like tripling down perhaps onto this magic negation versus Team Falcons, which looks quite strong, especially in the early game.
Of course, no surprise there with the change up in the build. As you say, prioritize the Mage Slayer, but this one will be the fastest we've seen on a Monkey King.
I think it was him who did it the last time too, but I'm not sure. I remember seeing another one of these Mage Slayers early on, and it looked very good because we're seeing just Rise of Sand King and all this, so definitely very strong if he's able to get that onto any of these targets, which in team fights he will.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely. I guess the trade-off here when you go for this, it's not going to speed up your farming, right? So if the game starts to fall into a bit more of a passive state, I mean, I guess Monkey King, even without like a Maelstrom or something, farms pretty quickly, especially with this, you got like the mana regen to sustain like Primal Springing around.
But he's playing for aggression. I don't think Liquid is looking to be that type of slow-paced team. You can see his skill build. He's 3-1-4. So when you see it, you want to slow down and get farm on these monkeys, you go for the max Primal Spring build. And this is kind of the archetype of Team Liquid, right? They don't like to really play those farm games. Yes, if it comes to it, they'll sometimes do it, but they want to be dictators of tempo. They want to be super aggressive with items and these heroes. And yeah, this is very ideal for it. So double Mage Slayers. And so far, Malrine still struggling also. These 2 cores definitely getting impacted from the way that the lane went down. So no blink still.
His time is working out for Liquid. So 33, just about to have his Aghanims done.
It's so fast.
But yeah, the timing, they're smashing them this game. We already saw what both Pango and Monkey King hitting the fastest Mage Slayer rushes we've seen this tournament.
9-0. They're keeping that 4K lead growing, not giving up even a CM or anything. Sometimes in these games, like a Crystal Maiden does get picked off from a move. So far, even Insania dodging the moves. Is that an AA blast I saw? Yes, it is. Maybe looking to catch the morph or something low, but Boxy's not playing low.
Just counting things out as well, checking out the Roshan pit in case, because
Skitter.
There's the chance they try and sneak for an early one. Skitter. Now that he's got back up behind him. Stepping forward, not able to get the Boundless Strike connection. Falcons, they're a little scared of trying for the fight off to the side. They've caught Malrine. Malrine's gone, and now they can turn over all Skitter as well. The burst is coming out. Skitter falling low. Double kill for Nisha as he finishes off the shield crash. Mickey, he's got the Wukong's command down on the AA. Snaking goes down. They've lost 4. Amar, he's caught by the Boundless Liquid. They're going to chase this.
Alone.
They can find the team wipe. He misses the Timber Chain. Amar, he's going to be taken down slowly, but surely it's a team wipe by Liquid here at 15 minutes in.
5 for 1. Perfect fight. They snipe Malrine on the side before he gets literally anything off. They get the roar on Skeeter. Yeah. Beastmaster dies, but a perfect move from Liquid.
Crazy stuff from Liquid.
It's picture perfect.
Yeah,
really.
they're playing the best we've seen from them. And as I say, you know, they've already set the bar pretty high, but turning up today in this game one against Falcons, letting Amar have his last pick Timbersaw, 15 minutes in, Liquid, they're completely cruising over them.
They've got the answers so far. 7K lead. Everything is just working out in their favor.
And Amar,
beautiful fight,
not able to break away in those final moments.
Ooh, missing the chain. Dies probably, very likely anyway, but either way, does miss it.
They're playing fast. They're going to keep this speed going. They've got the mech coming out pretty soon.
Pretty much, he has it.
He's got it. So that's going to be added into the next fight, the next play. We're not seeing the pipe come straight up quite yet. You know, we're getting the blink first. See over in the river, and Satan's going to get jumped towards. And that's got backup. Malorini's going to drop the epicenter. They won't.
They'll ditch him.
They'll take what they can. They can kill onto the CM. Can they get anything more? There's a missile heading away, and Mickey jump forward from Amar. It's a lot of burst. The Ice Blast is in. They've taken Mickey down.
Here comes the roar.
33 and Nisha, they're ready to find some kills in return. Rolling Thunder connects over towards Malorine. They've killed the two of them off. Falcons, they get a 2-for-2 trade. All things considered, you know, it's something for them. Still doesn't feel too great. They're losing their mid. They're losing their off lane.
Nisha's doing too much. They've got to find an answer somehow for this. It's a last pick Pango that also came into the pool, and he is flawless. 6-0 and 4. Catching Malrine every single time, it feels like. This time they will lose. They will lose a little bit, but it doesn't really matter. They do get so much out of it. But Falcons at least happy to claim something for themselves. Who got the last hit? Did Skitter get any of them? Much needed time to get the kills. I see Boxy queuing up the cloak. It might just be him. I think with the way that the early game has gone too, that pipe, it's still going to be necessary, but they don't need it as much because they have these double mage slayers that kind of do similar to be able to reduce a lot of that damage. And yeah, they're steamrolling the moves, and they're really reading every play. Look at Falcons right now setting up bottom, and Team Liquid's already prepared, perhaps.
They're going to try for the burst on 33. Remember the burst strike and the Ice Blast. Can they actually have to follow damage to bring 33 below the threshold? He's got to back off with the cold feet upon him, but they've lost the two heroes. They do get the job done, but indeed at the cost of both of their lives. I mean, yeah, Smiles there on 33. I don't think he cares. Malorine, he's throwing his life away to kill this Beastmaster. This doesn't slow down Liquid.
No, 33 is super happy. And speaking about slowing down, it's actually going to be Liquid who probably speeds up very, very soon because they have potential to just do Roche at any moment. I think every time we've seen this Ags Beast come out, most teams just can just go threaten it if they'd like to. So something that Team Falcons is going to have to be prepared in the next upcoming moments. And Nisha's farm is just crazy. 11,000 so far. Mage Slayer, Blink, 2 components of that Aghanims, and of course gets blessed with the Orb of Destruction as well too on top. So a free game so far for this Pango. You might have to just smoke and blow everything sometime soon in this early game because otherwise he might just not die.
That's the problem, right? They just kind of tried to do that, albeit they only did it with the 2 of them.
Sure.
It didn't go very cleanly. They're going to try it now with the 4 of them, Falcons, see what they can find.
They know that this Roche is very likely to happen. You know, that Aghanims Beast, it's kind of that timing that most teams have been going around, so they're looking to play around it, but Liquid, they're playing smart. They're not forcing it just yet, perhaps expecting this fight. Nisha coming through the portal.
Oh, so if they can get the jump again on 33. They did kill him last time, and indeed now the backups here from Nisha. Irene,
bait.
Got an epicenter at the side. He's able to connect with the burst strike. Ice Blast to follow. Can they burst through Nisha? He's able to get the shield crash off the Ice Blast. Straight in upon him. They brought Nisha down.
But they're going to lose a lot. The 2 cores drop.
Indeed, it's just such a cost each and every time that they try and make these plays, Falcons.
I mean, I don't blame them for just blowing everything onto Nisha. They have to try to slow his game down.
Absolutely.
But
they have to
lose
eliminate the Pango, but as we're seeing, even if they do that, winning the team fight, that's a real kind of tall task for them right now. And now into the pit. Liquid, they go. With those 2 heroes dead on Falcons, no Malorine, no Amar. There'll be no team fight, no contest of this Roche.
They'll just back it up, try to get some farm efficiency, but it dies fast on Liquid with this Beastmaster. It's going down. Mickey, SNY is done, so versus these chain stuns, there's definitely possibilities that if they don't do it perfectly, he can get reset away and get away perhaps even from that AA blast. Status resistance is going to be nice for him.
Yeah.
Do they have any repositioning yet? I see Boxy, he is just going to be going down the standard, back into the pipe, and they almost have a 4 staff on the CM, so they will be able to push him out.
Pipe as well.
Yeah. He's pretty close, right?
Yeah, 800 gold away. And if indeed Mickey wants to get this shard next after the SNY, it's super nice. Also, just to sort of have that surprise movement in the middle of a fight, it means it makes it that little bit harder for Sneyking to line up these Ice Blasts, because certainly the Monkey King is at the other end of his boundless strike.
Yeah, this shard is one of my favorite ones currently at the moment. Even though we don't see Monkey King too much because it's getting banned in a lot of games, or some teams don't prefer to play it. It has offensive potential, it has defensive potential, it has so many different things you can do with it. So Team Liquid keeping this lead consistent here. Boxy.
They're trying to jump. With the Ice Blast will connect. But he's got a lot of HP to work with.
Yeah, he stays himself shifted up. And now
backup's coming in from the side. Snaking's dead.
Oh, Malrine.
And he's not able to get up to the high ground. Oh, that's a beautiful angle.
Oh, it's perfect.
There. One of the times that you're very happy to stuck sort of between the walls of the cliff. It was perfect. He was kept right on top of the Sand King.
And 33 just solo killed Amar. Liquid just
this is
making
crazy.
beautiful moves.
And it's going to be quite the hit, I feel, for Falcons. Losing this game 1, as we saw in the stats, this hasn't been happening when they pick Amar as Timbersaw.
Nope. And it was the last pick.
He's going to be shaken up a little bit. They go for this last pick, Tim, but they don't lose with that Falcons. But maybe today here in this game 1, they do.
How many of these, can they just nerf Pango already? Thank you. We're going to get a mini-map replay of Nisha, of course, but my goodness, how many of these last pick Pangos and how many years are we going to have to deal with this hero just dominating games? I mean, Nisha playing it perfectly so far here, as he really has dominated super hard in this one. And his itemization, it's clean. You know, going for this Mage Slayer. There's a nice in-between item for the natural build-up.
Yeah, all the timings from Liquid are coming very flawlessly this game. I mean, it was just to be expected when you've won the lanes, you're having this lead. Sure. But they're definitely not letting it go to waste. You know, Liquid, they're hitting timing after timing after timing, just leaving very few windows really for Falcons to do anything. It's getting to sort of the point where
it's all on Skeeter.
Yeah, exactly.
It really feels like.
The Falcons are kind of in the position that they've been able to force most of the other teams that they've defeated on the way to this point.
Yeah.
Where indeed it's just kind of hit creeps, hope for the best, and hope that the carry can carry you.
It really is feeling like it's almost entirely on Skeeter at this point, because this 4 Morphling has gotten away with the greed. 5, 0, and 11 also on Boxy, making clean moves. And he's got the mech in the pipe. So 3 of the heroes in particular are very countered now. The AA, the Sanking, and the Jakiro's damage is going to be very reduced on that, on top of the Mage Slayer as well, too. Yeah, beautiful itemization, beautiful play so far. So for Team Falcons, have to just try to maybe slow down the pace of the game, get some type of recovery, and just let Skeeter do his thing. Because right now he is still farming very well, but it's just not easy when there's this roar that's always going to focus fire him. They pretty much can just throw multiple hero spells on him, and there's so many that pierce BKB. The Wukong's just thrown on him plus a roar. In most situations, he's just dead. See what they look to do, because making aggressive moves just seems pretty impossible now. Boxy.
Dire are scanning.
He still doesn't have the pipe, does he? No, he doesn't.
Oh, he doesn't. Okay.
Yeah, he got the. I thought he had.
He debated us because he queued up the ring on its own. So it was like, oh, he only needs to buy the ring.
I mean, he's still very, very farmed, but he's not too far away.
Yeah, we got baited.
Yeah, and even without that, we've been seeing what he's been able to do on this morph with the morph ability.
Yep.
And he's just staying at pretty much full strength in every occasion, just in case like a stun and an ice blast comes up. He'll tank through it. He absolutely will tank through it.
Yeah, he will. I mean, I imagine the blast has pretty much just got to hit on whoever you get caught in the Burrow Strike, the opening stun. And ideally, in terms of a hero that you're actually going to have a chance to kill, it's got to be what the Pango or the Monkey King.
Yeah, it feels like that at the moment, especially because this beast has BKB. It just not work.
You don't want to waste that on the support. No. And the Beastmaster 33 very likely will have already got his roar off in the team fight. So it's just trying 100 to 0. One of the other 2 cores, one of Mickey or Nisha.
That feels exactly how they have to try to execute. Once they do, perhaps, maybe once they get the BKB on Malrine, he'll feel a little bit more comfortable for them to try to 100 to 0. But Liquid now, with firm control of the map, just not really letting too many people go out and farm. I mean, look at the state of the map. They have 4 heroes kind of occupying the bottom jungle. Boxy's taking triangle. Amar can't farm anywhere. Even Skeeter can't find many places to farm.
Oh.
And there's the roar. Easy kill.
33 nearly. He might have had that on his own, honestly. Solo. Yeah. He might have just been able to solo kill Malrine there. He didn't even need the backup.
Tower to drop. They're just continuing this pressure.
They are crumbling. They are crumbling big time. And I mean, looking back at it, what do you think? What are Falcons taking away from this game, taking away from this draft? I feel like one of them, the AA might not be showing its face.
I think it might not, yeah. They just taking complete advantage of it in the laning phase in particular. I just cannot believe that they got the kill bottom on Skeeter in a lane with that, you know, they kind of preempted this as Boxy.
They're trying to fight, but indeed Boxy's able to walk out of all of this. Mickey's laid down the Wukong's command. Nisha's crashing up towards the tier 4s with a rolling thunder. Amar's doing a good job of forcing them out at the base. So Liquid will back up.
No kill to be got, though, because Malrine dead. If he was alive, perhaps they could maybe get some type of kill as they retreat, but immediately when he respawns, Liquid resets, backs up away.
Yep.
Great plays so far. Pretty much no mistakes coming out from Team Liquid. After winning lanes and making 0 mistakes, the key to success for sure. And now getting even more of these items, BKB done for the Monkey King, so now popping him also, perhaps quite difficult. You might just have to go for the Pango in every situation, which is, I mean, probably necessary anyway. Falcons, they're going to try to smoke, catch him off guard. Rolling Thunder on cooldown.
All right, let's have a look. Can Falcons find something? Crit.
Whoop, spotted right away.
Immediate moves there from Liquid away from the potential move coming in towards them.
And they'll nuke, and Nisha might just continue like shoving bot, even though he's not the best pushing here on a Pango. They've got a catapult wave. Never mind, he's TPing mid. He wants to fight. Boxy's making the call.
The Falcons already on the retreat.
This ward is placed, and it does see Nisha. And they have to blow absolutely everything to just pop him, but they seem to know that this vision is there.
Crip watching from the trees. Not going to go for any setup himself.
And they're scouted now. The illusions will see them.
Falcons. Is there any chance of taking a fight now that their position has been known?
They have to have this perfect... They need the perfect situation for them to just pop the Pango and somehow kind of get the ball rolling after that. But yeah, Liquid resets, and they're like, okay, you want to fight us outside? Your base is being pushed. We'll just shove it in. Bottom's being pinged out. They already have to start setting up for the defense.
Start TPing back Mickey, setting up in the tree line. Ooh, nice little dodge there. Doesn't get caught by the Burrow Strike. Tier 3 going down. Falcons, yeah, completely forced back to the base.
And there's that pipe to Boxy.
There we go. Now, now it's done.
Now it's done.
Now he's got it.
It's not a bad time. I mean, it's definitely like not the fastest of timings by any means, but it's a very good timing for a support morph with a mech on top, with the arcane boots. I mean, he's done so much on
And
Boxy.
as you said, you know, Liquid haven't needed it before now.
Nope, they did not.
It's going to be that nice sort of cherry on top to allow them to push the high ground potentially and end the game.
Pretty much, yeah. And Mickey, I like that he
survivability.
He delayed that shard. He wanted to get that.
Oh, he did at the end.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maureen.
Boxy on the cliff, scouting, thinks trying to get the jump. Immediate raw. Mauri's just straight out of the fight. He does not have buyback. So no chance really for Falcons to try and turn this fight. Skeeter has to BKB and run away.
He tickles.
He jumps in with the burst. We'll see how much Nisha wants to dive. He's going to look towards snaking. Beautiful angles here for Nisha to keep snaking. Locked down. 3 dead on Falcons. Amar caught outside the base.
They might call this.
They may indeed do so.
Amar.
Because this game, it's looking pretty done and dusted.
It sure is. A 5 for... I mean, they kill 4 heroes and lose absolutely nobody. The chain stun, Malrine gets nothing off. Boxy just claims the high ground, gets the perfect catch with the Beastmaster Roar. And Falcons, I think it's looking forward to that next game as Liquid looking to at least get 1 Rax advantage here.
Yeah, they may not feel the need to back off.
They might
We're
keep
seeing
going
how
bottom.
easy they can just kill whoever they want to jump at the start of the fight.
Bottom tower's 300 HP. Let's see if they do take the risk to go for it as well to it. Played super safe.
Oh, Malrine. Wants to start something off here. It's not going to happen.
Safe.
Liquid. They'll take the Rax. They'll back off.
Play around their vision immediately. They have another Roar available here. Skeeter. His BKB's on cooldown. Does reset to the side. 18,000 gold lead. And yeah, the line is being drawn. Boxy furiously drawing on the left side. They're just saying, okay, we got that lane. Bottom's going to push in, so is mid. Picking up these neutral items as well. And seeing the next queue up, I've been seeing him switching back and forth. Nullifier, just great itemization. Being able to deal with the Aghanims on the Timber, even though they already have the answers to it. It seems like just with overwhelming damage. Yeah, just good choices to be able to go for every single one of these. Yes. One of the cleaner games I think we've seen.
Oh, let's see. Trying to tease around with Malrine. I mean,
he ain't scared.
There's a what, 4K HP hero, pipe and mech.
They can't kill him.
Yeah, one of, if not the tankiest support I guess you can have in the game at this point if you're having a good game.
Definitely. I mean, Boxy's played it to perfection. Beastmaster Morphling lane coming to your pubs. The Beast already was, but had the Morphling in it.
Yeah, I mean, that's happened in pubs before, but normally when there's a disagreement on who's playing core, normally they try and contest the CS. Here, that's not the case. Professional support.
And Nisha now has a Lincoln. So the target they ideally wanted, just 100 to 0, now has protection versus the one of the only targeted spells that they have, that Burrow. Right, they have the missile and the AA one, but those are not really the easiest ones to catch to break a Lincoln's on a Pango. So he has the opportunity to live in pretty much every instance, even if they maybe get the initial cast. Samar, they're playing around their vision.
This could be rough.
Nisha.
And Falcons, I mean, they're sort of watching, but how do they start? Who goes first? I mean, whoever goes in, almost certainly going to die. Do they really want to jump Boxy? No. You know, Boxy's going to jump them. He's going to go in. They'll turn with the bar strike. They're going to throw the spells down onto the support more. That's going to give the freedom for Mickey to jump the back of the fight. The Raw's down onto Skeeter. Skeeter's gone. Quick to go down as well. Snaking gets chased down. It is absolutely over. GG is called as Team Liquid completely smashed Falcons in this game 1, Fog.
Decimating the lanes. Bottom lane in particular going better than expected with that Beast versus Gyro kind of match. They get a kill, but the other 2 lanes were the big ones to look at. Nisha ran the show on this Pango. This is a last big Pango that completely destroys the game. And this Monkey King CM lane, it did work versus the Timber. The Timber really and that Jakiro were not able to slow it down. Amar was on catch-up pretty much the entire game, and all Falcons were on catch-up.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Liquid, as I say, they did not care in the end about that last pick Timber, and that is not something that a lot of teams will be confident to do. But Liquid turning up today, they knew that the way that they would play would leave no chance for Amar. And it was certainly the case. 0-7-3, I believe, what Amar's first loss on the Timber at this tournament. It was 4-0 up until this point. It was a rough one. And I think overall from this draft, what else do you think Team Falcons are going to be taking away? Because a game where you get run over this quickly, you've got to mainly be focusing on the picks, right? Something went wrong.
Yeah, probably just shelf the AA, go for your normal strategies. They tried to perhaps do something because they saw the morph in the Monkey, and they're like, oh, AA Blast is going to be good, depending on which one is core, either way. It didn't end up looking good at all. They weren't actually able, even though also Snake.
Thing, right? Out of all the heroes, Boxy support, he didn't
even die. Exactly. And
when the AA, when the more support's gone 5-0-19, and maybe that was one of the reasons why you picked the AA, it probably don't feel too great.
No, and Snake overall, he got the 6 at 8 minutes and 30 seconds. That's a very early timing for an AA to get that blast, and it didn't really net them anything because of how well Liquid played. Great itemization. You couldn't ask for a better game from them.
Absolutely crazy stuff from Liquid in this game 1, turning up today at a sort of a level that I think people probably weren't expecting. Especially after seeing the draft, I think they at least would have expected a closer game than this one. Was not the case here. Team Liquid absolutely stomped game 1 here against Falcons.
We thought there were potentially some legs to this AA pick. We liked the reasoning. We even heard from Moon, the coach of Tundra, during the draft around the reasons, but ultimately just wasn't able to get there. A lot of people thinking maybe it takes a lot more time for Lacoste to come online.
Yeah, they had a pretty difficult game because Team Liquid, they drafted themselves a strong early-oriented game, a double Mage Slayer that they bought on Pango and on Monkey King as first items pretty much. Did shut down all this magic damage, and they also shut down Malrine on the mid lane Sanking, which is something that in this game needed to be done particularly hard because he's the Blink Initiator. 2 supports, they don't have any ways to making aggressive moves, so you need your Sanking to be able to, get stuff done early on. And 2 supports from Team Falcons, if they're off to a bad start, these supports they can easily feed.
And we did see that quite a lot, but then you look at the supports on the side of Liquid, and there was so much action coming out from them. It felt like non-stop. I mean, at 12 minutes, there was 9-0 all the way in favor of Liquid there.
Yeah, pretty difficult game from Team Falcons, but yeah, we gotta point out the supports. This position 4 Morphling, even though it was picked before AA, still very difficult game for him on paper, but in this game he was really not feeling it. Position 4 Morphling or position 4k HP Morphling, if you want to call it that way, because he had Pipe, he was morphing into Timbersaw throughout the whole game. Head Mech, even though you're playing into Ancient Apparition, you still want to bring some tankiness to your own team because others are going to go for the damage. And one thing I particularly liked is that you need to choose which hero you're going to go for. Like, you need to hit that AA blast on one of the 3 cores, but if Morphling is rushing in, if he's blinking in, that also means that you need to address him.
we normally rely on offlaners a lot to be the one that initiates the front line to take all that damage. So the fact that you can relegate this to your pos 4, he's the one that's creating that chaos. Fantastic drafting there by the side of Liquid. Look, we could keep talking about all the theories, how exactly it played out, but let's check into some highlights, some very specific moments with Jenkins.
That's right, Natalie. Thank you for that wonderful introduction. Dota 2 is the most nuanced game in the world. Chinese checkers, go, no! It's Dota 2, and we're going to look at some of those nuances here today. Computer, could you load up the first clip, please? We're going to look at the laning stage. Falcons last picked the Timber Saw into the Monkey King. Hard counter. So how do they play this lane despite being hard countered? Look at Amar. He's dragging the creeps away from the creep equilibrium. And Monkey King tries to head over and fight with him. And then there's this next creep wave on the Radiant side that's running past. And he runs to the left. He runs towards this weird fountain thing. Mickey is like, what is this guy doing? He's trying to hop over and maybe try to contest him. But he needs to last it. Look at this. So Amar, he takes this creep wave and he pulls the next one as well. This man has 2 creep waves chasing him into the tower. This is how you have to play the creep equilibrium when you're countered. There's a few different ways that you can do this. So computer, can we load up actually the second clip here, which is a different scenario where they're playing the creep equilibrium very nicely. Let's get this going. This one is more of a duo situation. You have Amar playing very far up on the creep wave. Why is he doing that when he's hard countered? The reason that he's doing that is actually so Crit can play around this camp here, and he can pull this camp back. So Amar is kind of feigning aggression, even though, you know, this is not a good trade. But the thing is, he's got to do this because this frees up Crit to pull the camp. In that scenario, he died. This is just because Liquid is playing the lane very well. Amar also maxed the Timber Chain, so he can trade with the Monkey King a little bit and then Timber Chain away. So it's not ideal. Obviously, your Timber Saw, your last pick, you want to get some kills here. So they were doing very well in that lane on the side of Falcons. Monkey King's obviously going to freeform, but you're supposed to stomp that lane. Now, Dota, I said, it's a very nuanced game, so we're going to load up the last clip here and look at what happened. So once again, you have Amar kind of playing in the jungle with his support. Crit is there. Insania's out of position because he feels like he needs to come over here and trade with these guys. Amar jumps in. He's feigning this aggression. Mickey heads over. But look at this TP rotation here from Boxy. So while Falcons is playing the lane very well, very nice stun there from Mickey, Boxy heads over. And you can win games of Dota based on good laning. You can win games of Dota based on creep equilibrium, all of this BS. But there's also rotations. There's all these nuances. If you want to be good at laning, you can win games that way. If you want to be good at a hero, you can win games that way. There's a lot of million different ways to win, but there's also a million different ways to break down the game, and we're going to see that with Effie and Purge.
Thanks, guys. Mir's standing here with me, holding a bunch of precious metals. What does it feel like?
You know, it feels kind of cool, actually. Watching from the studio, I see people crush these keys. I look at this hydraulic press. I thought, you know, it's not that cool, but now that I'm here, it's kind of hype, actually. I can see how players would be excited putting it in there.
Yeah, it just kind of looks like Play-Doh when the hydraulic press does its work, but unless you get to hold the metal in your hands.
I've got Fnatic Onyx Key from MLBB. It's very sad for them. I'm holding their literally crushed dreams in my hand, just like Liquid just crushed Falcons.
Wow, great segue. That they actually did. I was a little unsure because there's been a lot of stomps, like tactical stomps the last couple of days. So I was unsure who's going to do well at various stages, but that was kind of a big surprise considering Liquid went from getting stomped 2-0 to now stomping.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought that after Liquid's game versus Gaimin yesterday, that their draft might have looked a little bit exposed, because that's what it seemed like to me, especially versus the Chen and the Enchantress. Yeah. But they got their Beastmaster, they got their Pango, and they played their lanes incredibly well. I think that Falcons probably underestimated what happens if they give Liquid heroes like that, because Liquid are still one of the most dominant teams of this tournament.
That makes a lot of sense, actually, because I was sitting there watching the draft at the Moon, and it is so remarkable sitting with a top 4 team in the world coach talking about drafts. He's like, oh, they banned Enchant and Beast. Or even before they banned Enchant and Beast, he was like, they need to ban Enchant and Beast here so that they can get the Beastmaster. They ban it. And then he's like, okay, they're going to ban Beast now. They didn't. Oh, they banned Oracle. Okay, I guess they're going to be picking a Darkseer. And then they get the Beastmaster. He's like, oh, that's kind of interesting that they let him have... It's so interesting getting these like deep nuggets. It's fun.
Maybe they thought they had answers for Beastmaster. That's what it seems like, because they had the Jakiro and they had the Gyro. But honestly, 3-3 is one of the heroes that he likes to play his heroes when they're countered anyway, because he farms incredibly fast on Beastmaster, even after a bad lane. And when he gets that Ags timing, Liquid know how to play around it very well. So maybe a little bit of a mistake there, but also I think it's a little bit of a mistake to leave that Nisha Pango in, especially if you want to run that Sand King mid. That's a hero that a lot of teams have been running very effectively versus Sand King.
I think Moon said that it was actually a bad matchup for Pango, because he says when you do shield crash, if you just burrow strike him, it just cancels the shield crash. So you don't get the last hit, you don't get a barrier either. So he actually says it's a hard matchup. He said Nisha was doing really well. So
in theory, it should be, but I've seen a lot of Pango versus Sand Kings in this tournament. One that I also remember is GPK Pango versus XM Sand King mid, and GPK won that lane. So I think it can be a little bit skill-based, where if you're a very, very experienced Pango player, you can actually get the edge in that lane. That's what it looks like.
yeah, I mean, it's still up in the air. Clearly both teams are comfortable with the matchup. So we have another game coming up in a second, and it's possible that we're going to see a key get crushed shortly after the next game, but we'll see what happens. Back to you guys.
having a rematch against Gaimin Gladiators. It's only one game that stands between them and that Grand Finals rematch that we've seen so many times before in 2023. But, you know, potentially it's different in 2024. Either way, if you're a Liquid fan, maybe you can start getting your hopes up just slightly, but not too much because we don't know yet what is in store for game number 2 draft, Lacoste.
Yeah, the big one for me was this Beastmaster going through, because this is the hero that Team Liquid had a lot of success with. They did win 5 out of 6 games. And Team Liquid, they just sped things up. They were pretty much playing like they did until they met Gaimin Gladiators in that upper bracket finals. It felt like it's all about the speed, it's all about that tempo, and so far Team Liquid showing that even after losing to Gaimin Gladiators, they can still pick themselves up, come up with a really good draft, and most importantly, execute that draft.
Losses are where lessons are learned. Sorry, Effie, to cut you off there.
Yeah, definitely. There's a lot of lessons to be learned here by Falcons, but I do believe that they can learn these lessons, because to me that did feel like their draft just did not enable them at all to fight once Team Liquid hit their timings. And the two key things that come to mind are the Beastmaster, like Lacoste mentioned, but also the Pango versus Sand King. We've seen this a few times throughout the tournament, where Sand King players in theory think that they should beat Pango mid, but Pango at the very least goes even with Sand King and just plays a tempo game. That hero does not get shut down. So you definitely also just have to consider either taking it for yourselves, you are a Pango team, or not giving it away.
Yeah, Pango seems to have somehow slid under the radar in this tournament, where it's just never banned, but everybody's picking it and winning with it, and it looks
never
good.
Banned, and
okay,
it's never bad, this hero,
it's
in the last couple
good.
of years.
It's always good.
Never banned is a bit of a stretch, but very rarely it's not the most banned, which I feel is that surprising aspect.
Yeah, with the speed at which people play. And I was thinking about something with regards to Team Liquid and 33 fitting in. He was playing the Beastmaster last game, so, you know, farm-intensive offlaner for, you know, at least a couple of items. He has a Monkey King carry and a mid-Pango. These are heroes that want to get active. Even Monkey King, while he does want to farm, people are going through the portal, they're ganking side lanes. So I almost feel like part of 33 fitting in is actually the fact that the meta has adjusted to the playstyle that Liquid would naturally be more comfortable with anyway.
Yeah. And speaking of 33, I mean, Liquid banned Doom in the first phase, which is very indicative of wanting to go for the Beastmaster again, because that's considered his counter in this patch. Something Falcons could do is just pre-take the Enchantress. That way you're not worried about the Beastmaster. Or they pre-take the Pango, like we talked about. They are a Pango team. Malrine excels on this hero. They can also play offlane on Amar, but Beastmaster still in the pool.
Pango is back, baby, to being first picked. What a time. Like, we tried to nerf this hero so many times.
It didn't take long.
It's just, oh, Swashbuckle's bad. You know what? We're just going to play off Shield Crash instead. But yeah, overall strong hero. Nisha had an exceptional game in the previous one, dying only once. Right itemization. I got to point out that double Mage Slayer was kind of what shut down Sanking.
Yeah.
Timbersaw as well. They didn't get the chance to have that explosive damage, what you want to have from these two heroes.
Whoa.
Huh, I feel like it's been a very long time since we've seen this hero.
Yep, it has been first phase ban a lot, but this hero completely crushes Pango. Like, this is absolutely not an easy lane for Pango. It's one of the hardest mid lane matchups for him. So you might be looking at that offlane flex now just to make your draft easier.
Do we think that Liquid would be willing to run this as a carry on the SF? Because that's what OG has been doing, or OG did. It actually ran it, I think, in almost every game. Tomato was the one playing it as a carry.
I prefer him to be played from the mid lane. It's a good matchup. They can still flex this Pango to an off lane, so you don't know the matchup completely. But the hero I want to see get banned is Spirit Breaker. I think this is the hero that causes quite a lot of issues for Shadow Fiend. And we've seen Shadow Fiends not going, at least the mid ones, for the Yule Scepter. Instead, it's a Blink, it's a BKB into Yasha Kaya. So you still have an issue to address, and I think Spirit Breaker is the big one. His charge also going through the BKB, which is a big question mark for me. Why does it work that way? And also Nether Strike, very annoying hero to deal with.
Yeah, that's a great call out, Lacoste, because that's exactly what happened actually. In the BB team versus Tundra series, they ran mid SF on GPK versus Thompson Sand King, and he got completely demolished. But once that Darkseer hit level 3, got level 2 Ion Shell, he put it on his Spirit Breaker. Spirit Breaker charged mid, they killed the Shadow Fiend, and Thompson was able to come back into the game off of that. So that's definitely something you should think about.
And also their offlane offlane Darkseid because he got the final hit with the Ion Shell. So
he did.
It's tough to say because I don't think Falcons are that Darkseid team, so you're going to have a very different offlane pairing, which begs the question, is Spirit Breaker still as impactful if you're not really going to be there present in that offlane when Team Liquid in Game 1 loved to shut down the offlane? Amar was not able to get the ball rolling for himself on a big comfort hero.
Yeah, that is true. I would say for Falcons, if I had to bet on it, I would say it's more likely that they would rotate the Pango to the offlane to deal with the SF in a way and then pick something that's just like better against the SF mid and in like a mid-to-mid matchup. So looking at Malrine's heroes, mid-to-mid versus the SF, a lot of his heroes are actually kind of countered. Yeah, Tiny, I guess, because you can have a toss the SF out, and I think that is one of the better matchups versus SF just in the game.
Do you just sack lane and hope that you have high-tempo supports that are wanting to run with this support, as well as either an offlaner or a carry that creates the number advantage of 4 rolling as well?
I don't think Malrine will ever sack the lane. I could see like a Primal Beast.
Well, we've got a couple questions about this, but Purge himself does have, I believe it's still Moon Meander standing by, but either way, let's hear some thoughts from those guys.
Yeah, that's right. I'm here with Moon. Moon, what do you think about the draft so far?
So the Shadowfiend pick definitely premeditated by Team Liquid. The idea is that they're going to abuse the fact that Falcons doesn't run the position 4 melee roaming like a Spirit Breaker like we do against Shadowfiend, because that's what counter Shadowfiend. Like one roam in the mid lane, he's just going to die even though he has a good matchup.
Okay, what do you think about the Jakiro pairing with it? You said this was one of Insania's heroes in the last draft?
Yes, so with Savan and ET ban, Insania is limited all the way down to Jakiro, so they need to secure his hero here. If they don't take the Jakiro here, Falcons might steal it because they play it on position 4 and 5.
And then you're also talking about their need for a stun to set up the SF ulti, right?
Yes, that's why I don't like the Elder Titan ban from Falcons, because Liquid needs a stun, and the only stuns in the offlane that 33 plays is Beastmaster and Sanking, so I really felt like, unless Falcons has the plan for Sanking 16, 17.
Alright, great. Well, we'll throw it back to the panel.
Thank you, Purge. Moon giving out some ideas there that they're also a little bit worried about the off-lane pool of the side of Team Liquid. So a lot of different questions in this chess game that they're going for. But this Enchantress, you mentioned it in the pre-game, Effie. You also mentioned it in Game 1 when it was banned out. But here it is. They're prioritizing it for Falcons and want to pick it up here.
Yeah, I think this is by far like one of Snake King's best heroes, if not his best hero in this tournament, because he's been making some really great plays. He wins his safe lane so hard, and then I've seen him like send Centaur creeps alone through the Twin Gate to gank the enemy carry while still staying on the lane to secure farm for his carry. Like, he's been doing really cool things, and in theory, this Enchantress with a good creep can rotate mid on this SF and dive his tower and potentially be a means to shut him down. So I love seeing this Enchantress come out of Falcons, because Team Liquid showed us yesterday that they don't really have the best answers to Enchantress. They ran a Nyx Assassin yesterday. It didn't look good for them. It slowed down their pace a little bit too much. So I would imagine they don't want to overreact to this Enchantress. They could even pick something like a Crystal Maiden if they wanted to, and that would honestly probably be enough.
I like the CM. I also don't mind the Nyx. I just think that the way that you have to play it is different. Like, I think the issue that they had was that they continued cutting the creep wave after the Enchantress left the lane and went through the portal to gank the other lane. I think that's an issue.
Oh, I like this.
Because then the carry free farms.
I like the Brewmaster, even though Team Liquid, they didn't have much success with the hero. They are still 0 and 3. We've seen different builds on Brewmaster, and also I don't see any explosive damage on Falcon. So right now, Brew has a pretty guaranteed split in a team fight. Sure, they're still gonna pick, you know, some heavy damage coming out, but also in terms of control, you have Blink Lasso, you have Pangolider's Rolling Thunder, but you have an Ice Pad to follow it up, maybe a Requiem to try to save Brewmaster so that he can get the split off. And looking at the Falcons, the two supports on their side, they want to speed. They want to have speed. They want to be able. I see Batrider, I see Enchantress. These heroes want to rotate early on. They want to get on Shadowfiend on mid and just dive tower, get as many kills as possible. So Team Liquid, they need to be able to punch back. They need a hero that can easily join some of these earlier fights, and that's going to be Marcy for now.
And they, you know, TL take a page here out of OG's book. They love that Marcy Brew lane, but it also just fits their playstyle so well. Brew is just a great hero here to back up SF, give him that teamfight cushion. Also, Brew buying these auras is going to make it so that Shadow Fiend himself is extra protected. You also now have this sidekick damage amp that you can add to the Shadow Fiend later in the game if the flex to carry is there. And this is a heavy dive lane. Marcy plus Brew, I've seen it like dive carries like level 3 and just win those over and over again. So pretty scary coming out of Team Liquid, but I still think that this Enchantress will and can do a lot on that lane.
The way you play against Brew, you want to be able to kill the Brewlings, maybe Sven, maybe Gyrocopter again. I want to see some explosive damage. These are also BKB carries. I would prefer Sven probably, because you also want to have something to jump this. It's banned.
What about Ursa?
I was thinking Ursa too.
That works. Battle Fury
There's not
carrier.
much left that doesn't get owned by this lane that can burst.
And I feel like you want to pick your, I was going to say, you want to pick your carry here because I think the pool
really
is
good.
getting too small.
That is the perfect pick, in my opinion. It counters both of these heroes, and it's the burst we talked about.
Well, look, Jenkins, it's not just your opinion that we're getting here. We're going to head on back down to Purge and Moon for some more words from them.
All right, Moon, they didn't grab a Sand King to initiate with the SF. Do you think the Marcy or the Brew are going to be good enough?
The Marcy pick is against the Enchantress because you want to melee 4 against Enchantress because Enchantress just trades way too well. I'm a little worried for Team Liquid because their only initiation is a Marcy jump. After the nerf, Marcy needs like level 7 to have a reliable initiation. And with heroes like SF and Jakiro, those heroes really need setup.
How's the Falcons draft looking otherwise?
Falcons draft looks very solid. They have a solid initiation of Barrier Blink Lasso later in the game. They have strong teamfight of Pangolier. And this time their safe lane looks a lot better. Last game they had AA into Beastmaster. That's why the Gyrocopter died in lane, I felt. And this game is Enchantress Troll Warlord. Now this is a monster-ass lane.
All right, great. We'll send it back to the panel.
Thank you, guys. Moon also reminding us about this Sand King, that it's still in the pool. It could go for either side at the moment, because we really don't know if that SF is going to go mid, if it's going to go to the safe lane. And same with that Pango as well. It's still just as flexible. So now it feels like maybe a game of chicken. Have they lost faith in the Sand King? And what Liquid, or as we've seen as a counter, Tiny is also still in that pool. So both of them either going to be completely ignored or potentially picked up here in the last phase.
Yeah, last pick for Team Liquid in this one. They're still going to cover the bases, ban Io, because they think it's maybe Marcy as the carry, but there are two heroes that I'm looking forward to. That's either Wind Ranger or maybe Vengeful Spirit as a carry, just so that you have, you know, swap against this duel, against this Batrider Lasso as well. And you can also, like, because you get the Aghanim Scepter, you don't care too much about swapping yourself in. And Wind Ranger also good matchup against Troll, good against Bat. Pango rolls in with the BKB Focus Fire. You can bring some of these heroes relatively easy down.
I love this LC. So Amara is always busting out this LC, like, in games where you don't think about it or you don't remember it, but it does great here for the reason of killing this Brewmaster. This Brewmaster is currently the crux of TL's fight. And Moon mentioned, you know, from the audience that they're going to have good initiation in the Lasso, but the Lasso is too short duration, and like you mentioned, Lacoste, not enough explosive damage. But if you get the follow-up duel on the Brewmaster, that will be enough damage to kill this Brew.
It's 10 seconds.
And it's like one of the only offlanes you feel comfortable blind picking.
It's an interesting flex of the SF to carry against the Legion, because in lane, Legion is a melee hero. You can get the triple raise. It is very strong against the SF, or SF is strong against Legion in lane. But in the game, an SF carry will feed a Blade Mail Legion duel 100% of the time. So this means Liquid is confident that they can snowball the game to the point where that doesn't matter, or that they're going to win that lane so hard that the SF will have enough items that he can deal with that. I also think Troll against SF carry is good as well. This is a ballsy flex in my opinion.
Not just that, you're playing against Enchantress, who's going to go through that tower and through the Twin Gate and dive your carry, and SF cannot defend himself against the neutral creep diving him. That's very scary. That's a very bold flex by Liquid here.
It is a very scary looking draft from Falcons. I think they adjusted themselves what they needed after seeing what happened in game number 1. Much stronger lanes, especially the safe lane. Troll Enchantress, you don't lose that lane. There's not enough explosive damage. It is a strong off lane, but I don't think it's strong enough to beat this lane. And also LC, as Jenkins pointed out, I think if he's off to a good start, if they make a rotation to his lane, he's going to be able to get those Blink Duel, Blade Mail damage early on into the game and can easily snowball from that.
All eyes on Amar, as if that hasn't been said before.
Exactly. I like it storyline-wise as well. We've come full circle. He brought out the Legion Commander on day #1 of groups against Team Spirit. It wasn't successful there. He still tried it here or there, and there's been mixed results for himself, but they're on the verge of elimination. Whilst they've made it to top 3, I'm sure they want to make it to grand finals. We're going to see if this Legion Commander works out, if they're able to bounce back. But first, some words from Ari and Purge.
Hey, how are you feeling about the draft so far?
Decent. I guess like last game was pretty rough for us, so this game was mostly like recovery, and we had to like start coping it up because that game was pretty bad.
It didn't look the best. What's up with the Legion offlane? It's a hero that you guys are picking semi-consistently. No one else touches it.
I don't know. Like we just think like it has a place. It's like pretty good with Jakiro. They'll probably swap the lanes this game, but then they have Jakiro versus Ench, which hopefully we can pressure with Tro Ench. And if not, then like his spells don't really do much to Legion. I think Amar's one of the players that can like take over a game on this hero. So I think maybe it's a bit overvalued by us, maybe it's a bit undervalued by other teams. I don't really know, but we found decent games with this hero.
Is it difficult to force Amar to play conventional offlaners?
I don't think so.
I mean, he does them sometimes, but he is the Slark player, the Legion player. I'm seeing a pattern here.
I mean, he keeps telling us to pick him Ursa with Battle Fury and Sven offlane, so maybe it's a bit hard, but we just, you know, it's easy. Just say no.
All right, great. Rein him in. Nice job. Well, good luck in your match.
Thank you.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, getting into the action of Game 2 between Team Liquid and Team Falcons. And indeed, as discussed there and as we saw on the draft, this time Falcons opting to go for that Amar Legion Commander to end things up here. What do you make of this one?
I just find it funny how Curtis says, you know, sometimes you have to rein him in, but sometimes you do have to let Amar just let the Amar go, because he can just do these type of incredible stuff. It looks like a pretty interesting one. I'm not sure how strong it does look in particular overall. It is that hard lockdown I think that they did want versus the Brewmaster as the game does go down. But speaking of lockdown, this is a last pick puck versus some limited disables early on. Until they do itemize for something like an Orchid, which we probably will see from Malvine early. It'll be tough to catch this puck.
Crit. He's trying to fly away, but the slows are coming in.
He
the
ain't
damage
going
as
anywhere.
well. Can they give it to one of the cores? They can't. Boxy will take it, but it's first blood nonetheless here for Liquid.
Saw the Void stance even coming out there from the Brewmaster for the extra slow. Nisha trying to scout stuff out. We'll just jump away. So yeah, getting that first blood. Haven't seen Crit really play the Batrider too much. This is actually his first one this tournament. He used to play it a lot, even in earlier this year, but it did get some nerfs, and he hasn't touched it. And now he's at the skill Firefly level 1, which is usually not the thing you want to get. You usually want to either have Flame Break or have that sticky napalm to secure the lane. So see if that has any type of repercussion for how Amar is going to end up doing versus this SF and this Jakiro lane. And yeah, Liquid overall, they had a pretty explosive game. So let's see how Falcons kind of just adapt in that early game so they can make it to some of these later stages.
Get the jump over towards Mickey. They're going to try for this.
Got the speed up.
Indeed, Boxy able to buff Mickey up, get him the movement speed to keep his distance. Skeeter on the other side of the map. He's getting chased down. Liquid, they're going to get themselves a second kill, whilst the rest of Falcons were trying to chase for a kill themselves, but unsuccessfully. Falcons 2-0 to start this one off, going the way of Liquid.
Yep, and they are doing the switch up of the lanes. So Insania, he is avoiding that matchup of bottom. He is going up toward top versus the Enchantress with the Brew. It's a strong lane either way with the Brew and the Jakiro. Just we'll see how much the Ench snaking can do to just protect Skeeter in this one. And bottom, it's a strong lane too. It's a Marcy SF. This is not something to laugh at by any means. It's a hero that can provide quite a lot for Shadow Fiend.
Oh, for sure.
And something I was looking at perhaps with this Marcy pick also is just getting the sidekick buff up always for the SF could allow him to just fight back through some of these heroes that can sometimes be annoying. So yeah, we'll have to see how all that does kick off. And see, as also, the other thing we do have to mention is the priority of Pangolier. Last game, it made it all the way to the last pick. Malrine, they went back to just snap picking it for him.
Yeah, I mean, with the hero being shown off the way it was last game by Nisha, deservedly so, having this prioritized earlier in the draft. You know, Malrine can also give us a crazy game on it.
Yep. And right away, he's already off to a 3-3 start. Does get the deny onto that range creep there. Very nicely done, pulling the aggro. Now, something about the puck, you know, in the early game, your base damage is pretty low, in particular to be able to get these guaranteed CS versus these universal heroes who just go the stats.
Snaking. The slow coming in from Skeeter to hold back 33, and the heals are out from Snaking.
And we'll see how Nisha does in this matchup, because this does not feel easy for him at all. Malrine's really taking advantage of... He's doing something pretty cool. So I've seen a lot of these heroes picked lately versus the Pango to try to dodge the shield crashes and stuff like that. I've seen like the phase shift, even some Void Spirits. He's not doing the double jump. He's doing the single jumps just to connect the damage onto Nisha, which is pretty cool. There's little things to point out in the lane that maybe could give him that edge. Another range creep denied. That is quite a bit of them. I think that's 2 of them, at least 2.
Beautiful, beautiful start from him so far here. I mean, overall,
crit.
You get buffed up here by Amar. We'll allow him to get out. As you say, definitely big kill potential from Liquid if they are able to find the setup with the Marcy to line up the raises from Mickey.
Yeah, that's also why perhaps they did want this Legion Commander. Maybe they expected the flex that could come out and stuff. They do have the Dispel versus these raises and stuff on top of everything too. So even if they do get a couple stacks, you can't Dispel and perhaps go aggressive. So far, Amar farming very nicely down here. And Nisha struggling. Be a time for him to catch up once he starts getting some more stat items in particular versus the Pango. Yeah, Malrine. Gonna have a good start on the Pangolier. And he just keeps landing. I think he's landed every shield crash on him, actually. Another one where he does the single shield crash and hits him. He's at up.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing it in the CS, as you say, just how much Nisha's suffering in this matchup.
Yeah, although he's not playing versus the most of disables in the game, they can itemize, as I was mentioning. You know, the Orchid that we've seen popularized on these Pangos a lot when you play versus the Puck. Another range creep deny. How many was that? I think that was 4 or 5. I mean, I think he's gotten like at least 4 or 5 of these range creep denies. Like, crazy stuff already. Seeing the difference in levels already. He's got a half level advantage almost.
Top lane, 33. Continue to farm pretty well, but again, for this lane, you know, denies coming in from Skeeter.
Definitely quite a lot of them
10
there.
denies in this lane.
A lot of denies across the board. We have 26 denies just on the cores. Xenia?
Put the blood grenade down here, Snake. He's looking to try and chase for the kill, but stick charges are there for Insania. Don't quite have damage to take him out.
I have to keep I'm keeping my eyes on bottom because it feels like a kill could come out in pretty quickly in any moments if they do make some type of missteps. Mickey has prioritized boots nice and early on, so does have the way to reset away from the repositioning that comes out from the Bat Rider.
Yeah, difficult to get on top of this SF.
Grab Amar back.
Get some of the raises out.
Dispel.
And that will keep him safe. Now Crit trying to fight back. He's got the Firefly in onto Boxy. Boxy, he's got to
stick
pretty low, and they've got a few more raises ready to throw back out. So Boxy will be kept safe. Both teams falling pretty low though between the 2 of them. So 4 of them in that bottom lane.
Skitter now getting aggressive. They're going on him. 33. It's the clap. Is it enough healing?
It's like he's trying to do his best here to block them off. They're just taking a lot of damage in return. A stick charge.
Another seed shot.
Has he got enough damage here? Not quite. 33 will live.
But protecting is scary, getting those heals up onto him. Skeeter, they're out of regen up here for now. Yeah, they actually have no regen up here anymore for Skeeter. So Skeeter does have to be a little cautious of the next potential go since 33 is resetting. He's healing up with a healing salve. So eyes on the Troll Warlord's HP. Let's see, Snay does get another one of these Warpine Raiders to try to get this harassment again. Insania.
Far up. Maybe feeling that they can come towards snaking them. As soon as they're level 2 heal now.
Yep. And like he buys, I mean, we see a lot of this, of course. Just raindrop, just all stat into raindrop, just so you can tank through that burst damage that could potentially hurt the Enchantress. Skeeter's still staying very, very low, but getting this good CS. Insane amount of denies. 31 denies across the board here for the side of Falcons, and now at the moment it's what? 19, I think, if my math is quick, on the cores on the side of Team Liquid. So yeah, prioritizing on lane a lot here as Malrine glyphs the mid. He's got the 6, so Power Rune. See how they look to contest it versus this Pango.
It's been a much stronger opening from Falcons this time round. Insania is going to try and TP out. Make it Malrine not able to get him with enough burst before so. But yeah, much stronger performance here from Falcons in the lanes here. Game 2.
Yeah, you heard it from Aoi in particular, right? They went for something a little bit more standard, stuff that they have played before. Even though I said that Crit hasn't played it in this tournament, he has played the Bat quite a bit, you know, in comparison to... They did try that AA, which was a little bit of a reach that they wanted to go for here, and now just try to re-establish things in the lanes. 2 kills for Liquid, but the lanes, as we said, for Falcons, looking good.
Nisha and Malrine have hit the 6s. Definitely chance for plays to be made around the side lanes. I mean, would you imagine that's kind of where these mids are going to be looking, or could either team bring a support to the mid lane to try and gank?
I think Nisha more than likely wants to play around bottom, but there's definitely potential for something like Boxy getting a TP in. If they can break the coil, in particular with the Dispose, then maybe they have enough to be able to bring down Malrine. It's not easy, though, because these Pangos are quite tanky nowadays. They go for this Bracer into just treads, and they have like 1400 HP very early on. Snaking, making this rotation that he likes to do on the edge. Mikke has read it, but the heals, they're enough.
Mars able to keep Snaking safe. See him turning back over towards him. Gets the stun set up onto Mikke, and he's going to try for some body blocks, but Mikke's able to get round the Centaur and get out.
He'll get the Obs Ward, though, Snay, and he will look to continue pressuring this. Is zone the SF off from the wave. It's a nice move. Sometimes we do see even Skeeter make the move through that portal for Falcons at the 7-minute mark with Snaking. This time he is sticking himself up top. So they're trying to take advantage of that, trying to bully the troll. Can they get enough damage onto him, though?
See Skeeter. He's got one charges to play with. Up the turn with a slow one to 33. One charges out. Skeeter, he won't be dove here. A little bit worried about the threat of backup coming in for him.
Yeah, nicely done. The Skeeter even surviving the potential go. Liquid trying to take advantage of that movement that comes out from the edge. Malrine makes the move bottom. This tower, it's going to go down. So now they'll have easier ways to invade versus this SF. So this lane, it's definitely gone pretty well.
They're going to settle
nice
Dream Coil to just try and find some action here as they go for Crit. They'll try and Firefly away, but Foxy's got the control necessary. As they'll slowly but surely bring the Batrider down. So third kill to be found, but the slow start continues, and the farm for Falcons, it goes completely untouched.
Yeah, but Nisha has completely recovered after that. You know, Malrine made the move bottom, and now Nisha is actually 200 gold ahead of him with just that move and just getting these extra CS, plus working on that stack that he was doing just below him in that mid lane. So a pretty good recovery, even though they did lose that. Getting some kills.
Yep. And you like this build from 33, right, where he goes for the mech rush on the Brew?
I think we're going to see this more in pretty much every game of the Brews. As we saw from Gaming, this just seems like the winning strategy for it. Snake.
Driving in for Snaking. 33 does have the split if he wants to commit to the fight.
The
TP. Two of them, it's a tough one to take. In fact, he may be forced to use it to get out. We'll see how much he's ready to rely on the movement speed provided by Boxy.
He's way too fast.
Indeed, it's too much for Malrine to chase.
The Drunken Master.
Zooming around. Nisha is going to start to get a bit of pressure onto the mid tower. Mikke. The more awkward for him to find spots to farm here, indeed, with the early tier 1 being taken.
They have their ultis at the ready here. So even though Malrine makes the rotation top, doesn't find a successful rotation with the Rolling Thunder, Liquid can look to punish. And something we do definitely have to talk about for Liquid is they have some incredible wombo combo team fight. They've got the Dream Coil with the SF ulti to break it. They've got the Brewmaster as well, plus Jakiro to follow up. It's a lot of team fight. So sometimes in these fights, it could just be overwhelming for Falcons.
Looking for a fight round here. They're going to get the Dream Core down onto the two of them. Do they have to follow-up damage? Mars coming in from the side. He's ready to start the fight.
Falcons got the numbers.
Onto Insania. He's able to successfully win the duel. 33 is attempting to fight back, looking towards Crit. Crit's up the high ground with the Firefly. Boxy's able to jump up, throw him back over his shoulders. Crit, he continues to be stuck in a bit of an awkward spot. Mikke, he's going to be able to walk across. Crit, I don't think he's getting out of this. It's a good effort from Crit to try and survive.
Nice try.
But he will fall. They get the kill. 1 for 1. Falcons, they take that duel damage, though.
Yep. They bring, 4 heroes. Maybe even the 5th was rotating. No, just 4. 4 heroes to rotate over to counteract Liquid's there. Not quite having the levels on the Jakiro right now.
Yeah.
Actually didn't even check who got the Wisdoms this time around. Sorry about that.
We see him record has not been bad. And the Legion Commander, they're going to try for the setup into the Requiem here. A couple of raises to come in. Not quite enough to kill Amar off, though.
Big new catches Boxy, too. That actually almost brings him down. It's pretty huge.
And in terms of sort of the timings for the safe lane SF on Mikke, what part of the progress on the build are you really looking to get involved? Do you get this Mask of Madness, then the next time, and then are you fighting? Like, do you really try and fight with the Mask of Madness alone?
Because of the sidekick, maybe, but what level is it? It might only be level 1. You always want to max the rebound. Yeah, it's level 1, so... Like maybe when he gets Dragonlance with it, could be some type of timing. Okay. I mean, they're probably going to look to fight around whenever he has Requiem in particular.
Sure. Yeah, they've got a good setup for it.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see, though. Tower pressure mid.
Yeah, Falcons, they're getting away with a lot of this push. They took the very early tier 1 tower bottom, and indeed now in the mid lane, nearly being able to bring that one down as well.
Yeah, power of the Enchantress is Mar will tip 33. Wonder what that one was for. Maybe because he didn't show up for a kill yet with the Brewmaster split or something. Who knows? You know, the mind games always will be there. And I know you like this, that Mask of Madness on the SF.
I do, I like
it. It feels great to be able to farm from camp to camp, and even when you fight.
When we've been seeing safe lane SFs, have they been going for this build, or do you still get safe lane SFs doing the Yashikaya?
Have we had a safe lane?
In any games?
I mean, we probably had one. I could go back and look at all of it, but I can't remember if we have seen one. I think we've only really seen the Yashikaya or the Blink and even some duels and stuff from like the mids, but Power Rune. Nisha, there's a lasso.
Oh, they've got him grabbed with the lasso into the duel.
Nicely done.
Yeah, they're getting some nice wins here. Amar, couple of duels, couple of successes. He's getting the plus damage.
Yeah, getting the kills early on the puck are definitely important too to be able to get the itemization and stuff to catch him, since there could be some limited disables later. Insania.
He can't run away from this. Caught by the shield crash of Mallory. A double kill for the Panga.
Falcons playing fast this game.
Much better than game one.
And all in the meanwhile, it is Skitter just farming top, and he is going to go down the route of this Maelstrom build, so he wants to look to fight early. The Gleipnir, probably the choice, of course, too. So it does feel like Falcons have kind of switched the mold a little bit this game, just looking to pressure a lot more.
Yeah. I mean, I'm obviously a fan of the right-click SF, but I do have some doubts. I have some doubts.
I don't blame you. Sometimes it can be very vulnerable versus, especially something like a Pango who can just roll in on top of you. And if you don't have BKB, it can look weird. And sometimes if you pop the BKB, they just reset and then kind of dance on you. So,
and it's just, even when you're doing the right-click SF, you still don't put points in Feast of Souls then, I guess.
You can put 1 point sometimes, but...
Because it's a lot of attachment, but indeed losing the 5 souls at the end feels kind of bad.
Oh, yeah, it actually reminded me. I think we did see a Tomato Shadow Fiend. Now I gotta actually look it up.
Yeah, check it out.
I'm pretty sure I saw one. Let's see what it was.
I mean, when you're doing this sort of build, Mask of Madness, Dragonlance, they're kind of essential.
Sure.
And then it's kind of up to you where you want to go after that.
Probably BKB, even though sometimes it feels like it falls flat on its face. Like, it's just you're playing versus Pango, so you feel necessary to do it. Sometimes, like I said, it just, you do it, and then it's like, wow, this was a bad choice, but sometimes it's just necessary. So I'm going through all these games to see how many of... I think we actually had quite a bit of them, but it was quite a few days ago that we did see some of these.
It was earlier in the tournament, right?
Yeah. I think even maybe... Is this a game where I think even Beast Coast maybe ran one? Yeah, whatever.
Falcons are prepared for the fight around the 14-minute power rune.
Contesting every single one of these runes. Nisha does find the amp damage this time.
Just a coil onto one. They'll take it.
Here comes the roll.
Take it. Backup comes in. Snaking finally gets burst.
They have the mech on 33.
They might be able to find something in return. They're going to look over towards Boxy. Boxy's going to get caught by the Rolling Thunder into the duel. Another kill here for Amar.
Good move. Trade of supports, but yeah, those duels are starting to rack up. Blade Mail's now finished up too. So Amar. Definitely seen that this is working. Key problem.
Key problem?
Hotkeys.
Oh, okay. Yeah, this has been pretty flawless stuff from Amar so far. The last pick looking good. 2-0-1. 3 duels a success.
And we're getting, you know, a very nice, at least early, even start kind of going on here. Both teams are farming on their carries. The mid lanes are both doing pretty even. The off laners are pretty even. Same for the supports. So far, things are culminating nicely here. So you see that Mac, of course, from 33 was tried to be, you know, they tried to get a better fight out of it because of that, but you know, ended up just being that trade. Have to commit quite a bit to just kill the Enchantress.
Yeah.
And that was also Rolling Thunder with the Blink reveal. So Malrine did show that he's going to go Blink this game instead of going down that Orchid route that we have seen versus the puck a lot of times.
I think Blink's way better. I think you don't...
I like it too.
You don't care about the puck. You just care about making this Shadow Fiend's life miserable.
Yeah.
And there's going to be multiple ways that they can get on top of Mickey in the team fights. And obviously with this build-up, with the Master Madness Dragonlance and now looking for the Manta Hurricane fight, he doesn't want to get the BKB. That might be a problem, because if he gets jumped by this Rolling Thunder, you know, Legion's able to run up and get a duel on you with a Blade Mail.
I mean, it's a situation where you don't want to get the BKB because they can just reset off you, and then you can get dueled through it, and you can get lassoed through it. So there's answers for it. So you can understand why Mickey does want to go down green route.
For sure. It's the correct build. It's just it's definitely, I'd say, the more difficult position to play in this sort of game.
Absolutely.
And well, we'll see if Mickey can do it. So far, so good. He is yet to die on the Shadow Fiend,
and he does have protection, right? He does have. They don't actually have a point in Ice Path. That's a bit surprising from Insania. I guess he'll get it at 8. But they'll have Ice Path. They'll have the coverage of the Brew and stuff to potentially protect him. And Sidekick once there's more levels. So
absolutely. If he's able to hit, he's going to be healing.
He's going to be healing a lot.
Treat.
Yeah.
with the amount of damage, how high the damage output is going to be from the SF.
And that's probably kind of the idea that they're going for, why he skips BKB, because they'll have these auras and this buff up just so they can stand his ground.
Sure.
Eventually, maybe he'll have to get one, but yeah, wanting to stall it as long as possible because of those BKB piercing abilities. As Falcons smoked up, everything is ready. They've got that blink, and even he's done it again, Maureen. He goes for the shard. So I've seen this multiple times from him also, where he gets blink and just a shard to control people.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think it's cool. If Maureen's able to identify the SF in the team fights, it's going to be a very tough mid-game for Liquid.
Nisha.
Snaking is happy to tank through this. He's going to try and throw out some raises. Snaking's just sort of chilling in the pond here. I'll make the jump back over to him. He's going to get dispelled by Amar. Dreamcoat's going to get laid down. Amar's looking for a duel. He's going to be able to find it. Do they have the damage to bring it down?
It is.
They do. Again, every duel here being won by Amar on the Legion. That one only just, but he gets it.
Snay is just baiting them like crazy.
Absolutely.
This heal is insane. I mean, we've seen this a lot from these enches, but they don't have the way to burst him, and then he gets pressed, attacked, and 33 gets put in an awkward position. It's just a natural duel there for Amar. That blade mail, it's done, and he's getting closer and closer to blink.
Yeah, he's crushing it. We'll see this fight earlier over in the river.
Guess we're going to see the duels,
right?
We're
going to get to see some indecent duel highlights from Amar.
One.
Quick and easy one.
2, 3.
Oh, we got every single one of them. Beautiful. And are we going to get the one we just had? Now we are. And this was quite a bold duel, because you never know against the Brewers. Like, can we kill this guy?
Because sometimes they do get the Void stance off, right? And that duel lasts like a quarter of a second or something like that, or what, like half a second. So does catch him into that Earth Brawler. Wasn't able to get that status resistance onto himself. Yeah, perfect stuff so far from Amar. The last pick is working out so far here.
It is, it is.
And it's that one in particular is the most important one that they're able to do. If they can catch the Brew and burst him before the split, that's going to allow them to win most of those early team fights, even though they're versus Wombo combo team fight from Liquid.
They are. They are.
And yeah, we saw that healing.
It is a close game on the numbers. It was 5-5. Top lane, they're going to try for Snake. Maybe now he's on his own, they can burst him nice and cleanly. They can. They deal with the Enchantress very quickly in a position like that.
Boxy's, he tends to be that strongest one versus this Enchantress as Marcy, always wanted that fast attack speed, or just some super high magic damage to be able to bring this hero down. Crit, he's got the blink done, so very good timing that he's been able to find on it. Even though he's 0-3, he's been able to get a good amount out of it.
Straight to the Roshan here for Liquid. They do it pretty quick, of course, with the right-click SF. Mickey.
Yep.
So laying down the raises.
And it's maybe a bit on... I mean, they throw the scan, but I don't know if they make it there in time at all.
He can't get there in time. And Maureen, he's not really in a shape to get over there. He's not on the mana. I guess he's got the bottle in the arcane room, but yeah. Making this sort of move.
They're going to try to make it.
It's not going to come nearly fast enough. This Roshan's going down.
They can fight them outside of it, though, perhaps. If they see
I don't think they'd be scared about fighting into an Aegis.
Yeah,
I think they've got pretty strong Falcons. Even though, as I said, the gold lead's pretty close, their heroes are pretty strong right now with the timings that they've hit.
Skeeter's gone for the fighting build, which I love this game. Just that Gleipnir to be able to join his team and get aggressive.
Oh, they're going for 33. See if they can burst him. Excellent angle on the Rolling Thunder into the duel. A beautiful start to the fight from Falcons and Maureen. He's already onto the backlines. He's going to get the jump onto the two of them. Liquid, this could be a tough fight for them to turn without their Brew.
They're right on Mickey.
He's going to get the Requiem off. We'll get the pushback. Snakey, he's hit the Macropire. Is healing up, but he will get pulled back into the Macropire there by Boxy. They get something in return.
They used a lot. They did use all 3 ultis to make sure that they got the Brewmaster, and he is coming back soon. So Falcons have to be careful how they reset here. And I imagine they are just going to look to run since they did commit everything to kill Brew. And they will.
But yeah, great stuff from Falcons. Just being able to realize that they can kill this Brew. They can kill 33 at the start of the team fights. They get the chance to jump in every single time.
Nisha is getting a lot, though. I'm just watching how much he's farming, and you know, I will keep mentioning just because of the lack of control, that could potentially be problems. I've seen some of these pucks, if they get to late game, they also turn into carries, so just always have to watch that. And they did prioritize giving him the Aegis, too, so really trying to make sure that Nisha can get to that point, it seems like. Falcons. I mean, with this triple blink, they definitely want to look to play fast. Even if they're playing into Aegis, they want to look to just get on top of this SF and sandwich him.
Absolutely. I mean, I think that's what makes this game very exciting.
It's very exciting.
In terms of the SF, because it's really a sort of a make or break here in this position. Like, either Mickey doesn't get jumped, he's able to just tear through the team fights, get a Requiem off, and just slice through heroes with incredible physical damage he's going to be able to do. Or he gets jumped, fully controlled, and dies at the start of the fight, which absolutely can happen. His positioning and Liquid as a team, they have to be absolutely prepared to do everything to keep these heroes off the Shadow Field.
Yeah, and so far, so far not bad. You know, he hasn't died.
He hasn't.
And that's,
but he hasn't turned up to too many fights, right?
Sure.
Sort of that one up there where he requiems and runs away. We're yet to sort of see him really get stuck in and start to kill the heroes in the team fight.
Yeah. And also, they've not really gone for him fully as well, too, right? They want to get 33. They have to make sure the Bruce split doesn't go down,
Sure.
so yeah.
I think my concern is...
What's up?
The Falcons, when they had the BKB on Skeeter, he can just kind of pop BKB, glide near, run towards Mickey, pop his ult, and then what's Mickey going to do? It's going to be difficult, right?
He's got to try to stand his ground.
Yeah, but he's going to be missing. The axes are coming out. He's missing his attacks.
Sure, right? But that's kind of the concept.
You can't hit.
Sure. That's kind of the concept, though, right? It's like they want to be able to just brute force through those fights with the sustain, since they have quite a bit of auras and stuff, so... Coil at 2. Amar's been caught.
That's a very good start here from Nisha. And I get the jump onto Amar. Yeah, beautiful setup from Nisha to get them the Legion kill for what has been the first time this game they're finally able to take out Amar. So if they can get the close in onto Snaking, they get the drag back with the Waning Rift. Do they want to dive this? They
sure do.
Boxy's in with the Unleash. A double kill for Boxy.
Yeah, so, I mean, the thing is, Mickey's not squishy, and that's the one thing also.
Sure.
He's got a lot of stats.
And I'll tell you what the thing is as well. I feel this is a game as well. If the Shadow Fiend, if Mickey's getting jumped and he is put under pressure, they've kind of got the...
They've got other tools.
They've got the Boxy.
They've got Boxy, they've got Puck.
On the Marcy, he's ready to carry a game if some of his cores get punished.
He's close to BKB. Yeah. This is probably one of the earlier... We haven't been seeing the rush of the BKBs as much. They're even prioritizing it. Look at this. They're giving him the last hit. So really, I like it too. Because they're making sure that they have this like 3 different types of forms of carries. Because in some point, Mickey will probably die at least once in this game. And then they need to have the Puck and the Marcy to be able to bring things back. My concern really is that, the 33 is falling a little bit behind. But I think that's why they're giving Boxy that extra bit of farm.
Absolutely. Because 33, he's the aura buy this game. This isn't Radiance and scaling brew. It's the brews that you said, we kind of like to see. It's been working out with some of the other teams with this sort of approach. Just getting the Greaves, getting normally the Pipe or the Crimson. This game, of course, he's opted for the Crimson. It's going to be that more effective. Yep. The win rate's not been great for him.
Not for him, but for Ace in particular, who has been the one doing this build, it has been beautiful.
It's looked good. And it absolutely works when you do have a support and a player like Boxy on his Marcy.
Who can scale.
Indeed, that's ready to start doing the scaling himself.
I mean, whatever.
For good reason. Late game Marcy can be, you're killing the cores on your own sometimes.
Yeah. Especially like an Ench and even a Pango if you do find them in a good position there to be able to bring them down. Yeah, we'll have to see whose idea was right? I feel like we hear that a lot from these players nowadays. It's just like, which idea is going to be right? Is it going to be the troll that gets on the SF? Is it going to be the multi-scaling from Liquid and stuff like that? It's an interesting one to see.
Oh, Mallory.
He's in trouble.
Yeah, they do. Mickey's able to get the push back as well with the Requiem. An incredibly dead Pangolier caught out on his own there on the corner of the map.
And that's, Boxy been able to pretty much finish off that BKB this Aegis. It's been working really well versus the triple blinks. It seems like it slowed down Falcons' potential aggression that they wanted to do versus it, and they've gained a decent amount out of it. A 2K lead at least during that Aegis timing.
Absolutely. Getting these, the kills against these 2 cores, Amar, and then now onto Mallorini. We're yet to die this game.
And I just keep clicking on Mickey. He's got Hurricane. It's all these stat items. He's got 3,000 HP, and if he gets the Lincolns, then he has protection versus the Legion duel on the Bat Rider.
I mean, it just goes to show, Mickey, how fast he's farming. This is a game in which, Troll Skeeter did not get a bad timing on the Maelstrom. But already, there's a 3K gold difference between the 2 carries. I mean, as you say, maybe it's just he's going to be so far ahead that even if they do get on top of him,
he might be able to fight through it.
He's just going to be that tanky that he can survive long enough and indeed be able to fight back.
Definitely a possibility.
It's massive.
Because he's got the other thing we always have to talk about too is, I mean, it has to be talked about in this meta, is auras versus not auras. One draft is going to have pretty much all of them, and the other one might not have too many. I see that he's going for Crimson Guard on Amar.
He's got the catch here.
It's perfect timing.
The damage. Yes, he has. Another duel win for Amar. He's back in action.
Perfect timing for him to get.
They're going to try and punish him, though. Boxy gets the jump in. The Unleash out as well. Ready to start pummeling into Amar. He's going to get dragged back and taken out. Amar will fall. Mickey turns up, gets the kill. More money for him.
Extra soul.
Well, that's true with this flawless game. He's going to start extending that max cap.
And he's going to be, we have to talk about the 20 talent, since usually he's not at it just yet, but that 20 talent is going to add a ton of damage as well, on top of him having auras, lifesteal, etc. Perfect catch though for Falcons. That's a very ideal timing that they can catch it, because it was right after the Aegis gets reclaimed. It's right before this Puck is able to get that Lincoln's finished up. So it was a good catch. They do lose Amar for it, but it's good to slow down that momentum that's coming from the Puck too.
This is so far exactly what we hope to see from these two teams.
Both teams are hitting their timings that they probably do want to have, so we'll have to see who's is right as Skitter finds an amp damage with his BKB done. So this is a fight that Falcons wants to look for.
Absolutely, they want to try and find a fight. And yeah, especially with the amplified damage.
Yeah.
I kind of just want to see Skitter going straight for the SF if he sees Mickey at the start as well. Just get on top of him.
Absolutely agree.
Because I think despite the fact that Mickey does have a lot of farm, the troll in his face, especially with an amp damage, could still be an issue.
Yeah. During the BKB. I think once the BKB ends, definitely some concern.
Absolutely, yeah. He has to make sure that, that the BKB is off. Ooh, boxing.
Split second. That was close. 30 seconds. Roche.
And they're actually, honestly, as well, Boxy's going to have a pretty good answer for the troll, right? If he's able to get this basher on top of the BKB, if he BKBs, Boxy Unleashes just starts hitting the troll whilst, you know, Skeeter's trying to get on top of the cores.
There's definitely
it's just going to constantly be interrupting the troll's damage output during his BKB, which, as you say, is the crucial moment. It's crucial where Skeeter needs to be killing heroes, because as soon as that BKB's gone, he's going to have problems.
Yeah, there's going to be an unbelievable amount of disables. And if he doesn't get BKB off right at the start of these fights, the Brew, if he does get splits off also, will just throw him in the air in a lot of these situations. So, yeah. Now, this is going to be really interesting to see once those big fights do kick off, because as we said, wombo combo for the side of Liquid, but Falcons have good ways to just initiate and start and maybe pop a hero until Lincolns come out, which are almost doubled now on Liquid. So they'll have Lincoln's on Nisha, Lincoln's almost done on Mickey, and they have now the Crimson Guard on 33, and there's no Troll Axe. So there's no Dispel for this Crimson Guard this time around. Not yet, at least. It's going to take some time. Amp damage is popped.
Time to hit the high ground. Get some sort of reaction out of Liquid. Liquid, they're going to have to head over pretty quickly. Skeeter's going to be taking this down pretty fast. The fortification has to come out. Liquid, they've got the high ground.
Maureen.
Maureen's going to get caught first. They catch him with the silent. Dream Quarter follow up as well. Boxy straight in, and Maureen's having to get off to the side with the Rolling Thunder. He is away. Skeeter, he's in with the BKB. Popped the battle dance straight over towards Boxy. Boxy gets
they break the Lincolns. They're on Mickey.
Boxy still surviving. Finally falls. Maureen jumps over there off the cliff here. Mickey ready to turn.
In trouble.
And then Mickey can start hitting back now. Now the BKB and the battle chance to come to an end. Skeeter's got nothing to save himself. Mark will try and run, but Nisha jumps forward. They're going to be able to catch him as well. Liquid. More than ready for the fight there. Able to take it in a beautiful style there on the high ground. Maureen, he gets away.
But they caught him at the start of it. He gets pretty much nothing off.
Yeah, he has to run.
And it took them a long time to bring down Boxy, even though they got the duel. They broke the Lincolns and dueled Mickey. There was no follow-up whatsoever. It took too long in this fight, and we're seeing that Liquid lineup of everything coming together. You know, they have kind of like 3 cores in a way to be able to deal a ton of damage.
And it just took Skeeter so long to really threaten Boxy.
Yeah.
Boxy lived through this for a very long time. Absolutely. Crimson, as you said, purchased just before this fight, making it that much more difficult for Falcons to really find anything in return. They just get Boxy, and they're not able to do anything about the other cores.
And Owen Roche is up, and they can kill it incredibly fast.
Quickly, absolutely. They're going to check it out a little too early. It spawns afterwards.
They're making the play instead. They have a ward. They're trying to go for that. That ward is despawning. They're trying to make an aggressive play on top of it for a second, perhaps.
I think if they would have checked back, they would have gone for it, because they still have like 40 seconds to kill it before it moves. And with the damage that Mickey's team's doing, they would have had that. Oh, and if Falcons get it now,
they have 30 seconds to kill it, though.
They're coming. Oh, 33's gone in. Oh, he's gone in to start things. Boxy's going to put the BKB. I mean, Liquid, they're not afraid of fighting.
They're on Skeeter.
The super strong. The duel's going to come out. Put the ult here, Skeeter's
Crimson Guard.
Now, but indeed, slowly taking Boxy down. He's barely able to take Boxy down. He can't take Boxy down. Boxy survives. Skeeter goes down. Jump forward onto Snaking. Liquid, they're going to take the fight again.
They're smashing these fights. This Crimson is demolishing the troll. He doesn't do any damage.
He really isn't. He's falling behind massively now with the way the last few fights have gone. 9K lead now for Liquid.
Nisha wants more, but probably can't continue chasing forward here. They can go back for that Roche. Maureen trying to shove some lanes out, some lanes out, but these are two massive fight wins.
The high ground.
They're going high ground.
They know that Skeeter is not going to be in any sort of shape to buy back.
There's no glyph.
A beautiful couple of fights from
They're going tier 4s. They know there's no glyph.
Oh, they are.
And Mickey just hit 20, so his damage is through the roof.
I mean, they know that Skeeter's not going to have buyback likely.
They might just be able to end it.
They just might be able to do so.
I think they can end it.
They've got to do something now, because Crit's going to jump in. Amar's going to get right into the midst of the fight, but again, the Crimson is popped. They just don't have the damage to fight through this Crimson. The timing to the auras have been perfect for Liquid. The tier 4s have fallen. They'll look towards Amar. Amar's got the duel ready. Is he able to find any sort of target to take out Mickey? He's just too far. They can barely damage this SF right now. The buybacks, they're flying out here from Falcons. Falcons in a flurry of desperation to keep this game alive. They're going for the lasso attempt. They've got Mickey caught in the lasso. But Mickey's having to push himself out to the side with the Hurricane Pike. He's keeping his distance.
He's healing. The ice path.
The ice path down from Insania. Mickey surviving against it all. Finally, the duel comes in. They finally killed him off. It's a triple kill for Skeeter. Falcons. They will hold. They have to buy back on the two of them. But they force Liquid out of the base. Liquid, they do not get away. We're trying to go all in on the Ancient. At least not yet.
Not
the
yet.
Falls full.
Skeeter
The Ancient's
gets
exposed. But Falcons have defended.
How many, what was that, 2 buybacks at least there?
Crit and Amar.
Whew. I mean, Liquid, they go for the big play to go for this attempt to get anything. They get the disables. They are able to control Mickey long enough. Oh, man, Falcons.
What a hold. I mean, that was a point where you can absolutely see why Liquid went all in on that.
Absolutely. I mean,
there was an opportunity. There was a chance.
Yeah, especially with the Bruce play with the Crimson. We saw all the block damage. But, yeah, those buybacks coming in and the control. And now Skeeter, I think the most important thing is he gets every kill. So we were talking about the Crimson Guard.
So much money.
He almost has the Ags. So the Dispel is going to perhaps be there. And they can get the Roche. Liquid, they went for a ballsy play, but they could get punished for it here.
With that play as well, you got to remember, they didn't even get any racks.
No racks.
They didn't get any racks. They went straight for the tier 4, straight for the Ancient. They felt that they had it. They felt strong. They did not. Falcons, they hold, they get the Roshan, and this game, it ain't over yet.
It's gotten spicy, and now Snaking's getting some of these auras too. He's got the pipe, he's going for at least a Solar Crest for his team. Alrighty, and I think the AC is almost done for Malrine, so yeah, some timing's being hit now too, and the Ag Skeeter is definitely the most important one, because we saw this Crimson kind of just doing everything there in these last few ones. He'll have the Dispels. Oh boy. Did Liquid go a little too far? They still have a good lead. They still have Basher, still have a ton of items on everybody here.
Yeah, I mean, Mickey's still huge. You know, obviously did die the once. He's going to get some of his souls permanently taken away there, capped down towards 20. He'll have the Butterfly next time round, and of course, that's still going to come at a time where there won't be any direct answer to the evasion.
I mean, they are still absolutely massive, but Falcons has been given a chance in this game.
Quit. They're going to look to go again. Of course, they know. I mean, sure, whilst Crit also doesn't have buyback, the fact that Amar's is gone is going to be pretty huge. If they can find the Legion, there will be quite the window to push, and indeed, as we see, it's actually financial reasons. Some of the rest have not got buyback. Skeeter, despite that fight, did obviously go in on the Axe, because he needs to.
He absolutely
and he has the safety of the Aegis. They take him out twice in a fight. It could still be rough. Liquid, they're going to look for some action coming in with the smoke. Torment has taken Snake and grabbed the shard.
And yeah, we'll have to see Amar in particular. You know, you're mentioning him. He has no BKB or anything, so if they do catch him with... If they catch him in a coil or anything in particular, he is very likely to go down. They can also throw him up during the duel and stuff like that. So let's see the teamfight execution as Liquid went for a risky play, and Falcons have gotten an opportunity to get more scaling on Skeeter. Liquid playing around their vision here. Just Mickey still super strong, especially with that timing of Butterfly before any MKBs are even close to the horizon.
That's going to be sort of the next... The current window, right? If they can find a fight before this MKB is out on patrol, it's going to feel pretty good. But if Skeeter gets that MKB before Liquid are able to progress the game anymore, and Liquid are going to fall into more difficulties, then it's getting closer and closer to the point where Skeeter will be able to get on top of this SF.
Yeah, and then he'll
have a free chance to play the game. We saw even there, right, when they were going for the game and going for the throne, even with sort of all the kiting and control, Mickey did still eventually die.
Yes.
You know, with all this farm, he's not untouchable.
Liquid, I mean, still a bit afraid because of this Aegis, even though there is no MKB. They are expecting this type of movement that's coming out from Falcons. He bought the Javelin, so I mean, Skeeter is just going all in, and it does give him a little bit of Pierce. It's not MKB by any means, but it's a slight extra bit on top of the Maelstrom, which gives him some extra bit as well.
Yeah, I don't know what sort of the percentage ends up. It's what, a 25, and then if you miss that, you get another 25% chance. So
I don't remember. Yeah, I don't know.
I'd say it's probably like a 30 to 40% chance.
It's like 37.2, 37.5 or something. I don't remember.
Into account with the evasion. He's going to be getting some hits.
Some hits for sure. Yeah,
a decent amount, honestly. It is good to get the Javelin.
And Boxy, you do have to talk about him. He almost is level 18, so that level 3 Unleash is going to be online as well to be able to just flurry down these targets too. He could do quite a bit of damage in this next upcoming fight too.
They might jump the support. Nothing showing. Do they want to try and start things with a quick attempt and then Enchantress kill? They'll see what they can poke out.
He has a craggy code too, so he is unbelievably tanky now at this point too. Lane's also not in the best position here for Liquid. Probably want to go to split push these. Another, even more kind of, this isn't an aura, but it's a kind of pseudo-ish aura, I guess you could say. 33 goes for Halberd. So another thing that he can throw on into the Legion or onto this Troll Warlord once these BKBs are coming down, since it's undispellable, of course. So cool to see. First time this patch. 33 really taking, you know, the back foot here, just being that true support Brewmaster. Liquid just trying to play around these high grounds until that Aegis gets reclaimed before they look to push for a fight.
If an opportunity arises, they will still try, even though the Aegis is still there for a minute.
If they can get a big coil into like this Requiem, they still have this Wombo combo.
It does feel a bit risky though. Like, do they really have to push it before the Aegis goes?
I would imagine they wait for the timing, but they're still playing around Vision.
Try and fight into this Aegis. I mean, Skeeter's more than happy to turn and fight back. He's going to look towards 33.
Ice path.
Will get clipped by the Ice Path. See where he's ready to turn towards now. They're going to be able to go over towards Mickey. Mickey needs help. Skeeter's in on top of him. Skeeter will get caught for the step. He's able to put the BKB. The rolling thunder continues to control
They're on Mickey.
They're on top of the SF. Will get forced out to the side. Mickey puts the man to turn things around. He's beating into him hard. Mickey's getting solid, but he's surviving. The life still comes into play. Mickey will not fall quite yet. They've taken out the Troll the once. Can they do it a second time?
Mickey's still alive.
Ready for round 2. Impetus is flying over towards Mickey. Mickey backing up, relying on Boxy Niche to keep the others of Falcon held away from him so Mickey can stand his ground. Turn, start to get the right
trouble.
back in. Skeeter, he's getting focused down here by Mickey.
He's going down.
Mickey able to play from the distance. As
they fight through the Aegis.
They hold the fight in a beautiful position. Snaking. See if he's able to retreat from this. Either way, it's 3 dead on Falcons. Again, no buybacks on any of them. They get the jump on the Snaking inside of the base. He's healing up, but Mickey forces in a couple of raises, trying to get him. Snaking looks like he will live.
They want the throne, Owen.
They're going to jump in, and they will kill him off. And now, no buybacks. They don't have it. Skinner shot at 90. They've got a fortification, and just Malrine on his own in an attempt to hold on in this competition. And Malrine knows he can't do it. Amar's already called it. GG is called. Ladies and gentlemen, Liquid are going to the grand finals.
That was, I mean, such good plays coming out of them, and the auras definitely work out. They just buff up Mickey. He can stand his ground in between a Troll. Everyone's sandwiching. There's a lot of little plays that came into. 33 gets the throw up onto Crit's Batrider as he maybe gets a lasso onto him. But overall, Liquid, they came in with a strategy, and this strategy worked beautifully.
It did. Just Mickey, insanely fast. He was so far ahead. Even in those final moments when they were getting on top of him, he was just surviving throughout it all. Enough time for the rest of the team to give him the space to survive and play his hand in the team fights. The only time he died was when they went all in onto the tier 4s and trying to go for the game end a little bit earlier. Outside of that, it was perfect stuff.
It's such a cool kind of synergy of draft that they do with the auras, with the Brew, but then I think the crucial thing really is Boxy also on top of everything too, getting this sidekick so he has this extra lifesteal, extra mobility with these rebounds and stuff too. It all came together.
If he's able to attack, the amount he's healing up at that point,
it was insane.
They just don't have the damage to outdo it.
No.
They can bring him low, but that is it.
A treat to see. This was a really cool kind of plan that came together perfectly with, even the Nisha puck scaling as well too. And they went for that tier. They went for the throne. It was a little bit of a risk. It gave maybe a punch back there for Falcons, but it seemed like it didn't matter because Liquid.
No, and sort of the boldness as well there from Liquid to go for that final fight into the Aegis. That's how strong they knew that they were. They were like, well, we could wait a minute. But you know what? Maybe we're hungry. We want to get this game done. Get over towards lunch or something. They just went for it. Aegis was out. It didn't matter. They fight through Skeeter twice in the midst of the team fight.
That was cool. Very, very cool. There's definitely a lot of really little plays that came in, but overall, Liquid, it was a full team strategy. Great macro play movements. Like you said, they took a slight risk to be able to go for the throne and stuff like that, but in the end, they get the result that they wanted. Just great synergy from the draft.
It really was. And if they keep this up, they're absolutely going to be quite the formidable opponents for Gaimin Gladiators in that grand finals.
And in the past, it's been Gaming. Last year, I believe they won every single series versus Liquid in those finals that they played them. So it's going to be quite a reach and see what Liquid can do with these strategies versus them.
Absolutely. Well, with this win here, Liquid, they're looking more ready than ever to tackle Gaimin Gladiators in that grand finals. I cannot wait. But now we're going to head over to the stage to hear from Boxy after Liquid take the series 2-0 against Falcons.
Thank you very much. I am joined by Boxy of Team Liquid, who has now secured grand finals yet again at back-to-back Riyadh Masters. And you also get the privilege of your first key crushing, because you guys have been cruising through upper bracket, but now Team Falcon's journey has ended in snaking. If you don't mind, could you please bring your key to Liquid, the victors of this lower bracket final? A round of applause, please, Gladiators, ladies and gentlemen, for an amazing run from Team Falcons as they end here in the top 3. And Falcons have ended their journey, but Liquid continue onwards because, boy, you guys came in kind of angry this morning, it seems. After the 0-2 against Gaimin Gladiators yesterday, most teams, I imagine, would have gotten a little bit, thrown off balance, but what was the energy? This lower bracket final was insane. What a 2-0.
Yeah, there was a good 4 or 5 hours of moping, and then Coach William came in with a motivational Seb-esque speech, brought everyone's spirits up,
And I saw that he was doing some studying late into the night about plans for Falcons and Gaimin. How did you guys spend the night after hopefully having your spirits raised and being like, guys, tomorrow's a new day?
Playing overthrow. Maybe for me, I watch some replays, study some patterns, but usually you just try and get into a good mindset. Go to bed in time, eat some food, make sure everything is physically in place. And then you trust your coaches to do the rest.
And everything was mentally in place for you guys as well. As a team, as a unit, I saw Mickey was even graciously giving you some last hits on your Marcy to make sure that you could finish your BKB. How often are you able to convince him to be like, dude, come on, I'm this close?
Mickey doesn't take a lot of convincing.
Oh, really?
I think Netta would be a little harder to convince. It's like, how many back and forths do I need to go through before? Mickey is like 1 or 2, so it's not so bad.
How many back and forths are involved when your team decides to go tier 4s, though? Because that was one moment where maybe the communication had a little disconnect.
I mean, I think in theory it can be executed, but we need to focus their heroes instead of the towers. Personally, I would have preferred to maybe take a Rax and go Roshan, but it's a team game and you have to trust the calls that are being made. And I think if we go throne and then we kill their heroes as they come in 1 by 1, we might be able to do it. Of course, it's riskier, but sometimes you feel it and you go for it.
And the feeling didn't work out there, but in the end, the game ended up being in your pocket. Now, Boxy, we've been down this road before. For you, in 2 different circumstances at this event. Last year, you made it to Grand Finals against Team Spirit. This year, it's going to be Grand Finals against Gaimin Gladiators. For all the Liquid fans out there, why is this time going to be different? Not just in terms of the year's performances, but everything. This is a championship opportunity for you now. Why can we all believe in Liquid?
I think a lot of finals we've played, we've been a little bit scared, perhaps, because it takes a toll to lose 8 grand finals consecutively. And I think this time we already got destroyed by Gaimin once. So now we're like, okay, we've been there, done that. And now we have some confidence that we're going to do things different. And I think they are a scary team, but I think they were scarier before. I feel like now they're a bit like one-trick pony, and I don't know. If you don't lose in 15 minutes, you might win. Yeah.
I love the attitude, Boxy. Congratulations on another Grand Finals. What a feat from Team Liquid. Can't wait to see the Grand Finals. I will let you prepare for that as we send it back to the studio.
Thank you, Tsunami and Boxy there, giving us a lot of insight towards this very quick 2-0. But a 2-0 it was for Liquid. They see themselves going on to the grand final. Going to have that grudge rematch up against Gaimin Gladiators. But this game 2 did not go the way a lot of my analysts expected. You guys actually really liked the draft of Team Falcons. You thought that it was going to be able to come online. You liked the Legion Commander, especially towards the end there, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Liquid were just a step ahead of Falcons today. Every single move that Liquid made was just at the correct timing. Falcons is always just a little bit too late. And I gotta say, I completely underestimated Liquid going into today. I mean, I thought that after their loss yesterday versus Gaimin, they were exposed, how to break their lanes. No. Liquid showed us today that they can bring the tempo and they can completely crush. I mean, from all the way to that first Aegis that they took into all of the smokes that worked out afterwards, they found pickoffs on the map, they picked off LC mid, they picked off Pango on the side, and then Falcons actually took this initiative to push Liquid's high ground, and they got completely punished there. I mean, the net worth just swung to a 6K lead at that point, and it really did feel like Liquid had their number. They just understood them so well, Lacoste.
Yeah, the beautifully executed draft from Team Liquid. I really like how they were playing around Meke. He only had one death in that game, multiple 4-staffs, stacking Lincolns on top of him so that he can get his, because he's afraid of that Batrider, he's afraid of that LC duel, but they were grouping around playing as a team, and just as you said, one step ahead. Sometimes a couple of these seconds can make, you know, decision-making much more difficult, fighting into Roshan and stuff like that. But overall, Team Liquid, I loved also the itemization from the Brewmaster. I think that's the key one, because so far they didn't have any success with the Brewmaster with the Radiance build. So he goes for Aura, builds that Guardian Greaves, builds that Crimson Guard, which is like, okay, there's not going to be enough damage. Troll still doesn't have MKB, so doesn't have that extra magical damage coming out, and builds it to Halberd in the end, which is kind of a chef's kiss on top, just to be able to, you know, disable the troll and unable to deal any damage. But yeah, beautifully executed stuff from Team Liquid.
You know what Liquid reminded me of in this game?
What?
They reminded me of Prime OG, where they would protect Ana with all of these buffs, the Lincoln Spheres, the Lotus Orbs, the 4 stabs onto the high ground. Everything was just about buffing Mike. So we were viewing the draft on a lower level than they were, where we're like, okay, in a 1-to-1 direct counter, Legion Commander with the duel is going to be able to kill the SF, and if your entire draft is riding on this SF, then you're going to have some problems in the late game. But we didn't consider the Crimson, we didn't consider the 4 stabs, the Lincolns, the itemization on Mike. When they play together as this cohesive unit, they are clearly confident playing this SF into pretty much anything.
At first, I was worried that Mike was going too defensive with these items, and I was like, okay, where is the damage really going to come from? I was a bit worried, but the Postful Marcy, in my eyes, was what filled in that gap while he was able to get the Dragonlance for himself, get that Lincolns, and then he was able to go. I mean, I know he ended up going for Mask of Madness a little bit earlier on, but yeah, there was that lull.
It was like pretty much no damage items. Even the Mask of Madness, I would consider like a farming and sustain item.
True.
And I think, like you said, the Marcy, the fact that she gives base damage now instead of flat damage, all of the items that SF was building that were defensive were also items that gave stats, right? It's Butterfly, there was the Hurricane Pike, all of these things give stats. Lincoln Sphere even gives a bit of stats. So the damage comes from the heroes that are with the SF, not the SF himself.
Yeah, so it's great. They drafted for it, itemized for it. But Effie, let's have a look at some highlights here. Your one's going to come up first on our screen here. And it was earlier in the game where we thought, what on earth is Liquid doing? In fact, what is Falcons doing to initiate this fight?
Yeah, so basically Falcons kind of took a quest from PSG Questbook yesterday where they baited the Ancient Stack and then tried to take a fight, but I thought this was a cool highlight because it was such an odd choke point to take it, where Enchantress walks in, Jakiro and Puck are in that really odd place in the river, but because of Enchantress's tankiness, her facet, you can see the buff come out of the Legion Commander. She actually baited the fight and dragged the fight back into her team, where they got a successful duel off with the Macropyre. And even though Falcons lost, I thought this was a really cool move. Unfortunately for them, it was their last successful move versus Liquid in this game.
Yeah, pretty much. I remember in that game, we were watching all the replays of the great Legion Commander duels as well, and then unfortunately just it didn't come together like that yet again. But Jenkins, you've got a moment for yourself that you'd like to talk us through. I was going to say walk us through, but talk us through.
I do. I mean, this is the moment of the game. Boxy talked about it. The decision to go for the throne, to me, this is something that people are only going to make this call when you are in a lower bracket finals, back against the wall. You're feeling the momentum, you're feeling the emotion. And you can see that even though Falcons did end up winning this fight, they had to go in 1 by 1. They had to expend their buybacks. So even though this didn't end up with the throne falling and the game ending, it set Falcons back a lot. And it also gave this window of opportunity for Liquid to win the game by killing those heroes that didn't have buybacks. So for like the 10 minutes after this, before the game ended, Falcons had to play incredibly safe, even with an Aegis. They're like, well, our subs don't have buyback, right? So if they die, we lose the game regardless of the Aegis, especially with the Brew. You just throw up the troll, and then all of a sudden, what Aegis?
Yeah, you're in that weird zone where you want to be aggressive, you want to take advantage of that, but
can't really.
Yeah, how can you? And you're also panicking, because you're like, our throne's exposed now. What exactly are we going to do? And Lacoste, you're going to show us the very last key moment of this game number 2 that Liquid won to knock out Falcons.
Pretty much. The buybacks are down for 2 supports on Team Falcons, and I want to highlight how they're playing around Mike Shadow Fiend, who gets the Manta style. He's the pretty much focus of the whole fight. They know if he dies, they're not going to have enough damage, so he gets the Pike. You can see this play as well, and another Hurricane Pike coming out from him on the high ground. good positioning from Mickey and everybody around him, pretty much playing, understanding what they're going to go for, using that Lincoln Sphere from Pac on top of him, which is going to result in multiple kills, and this is how Team Liquid will go to the Grand Finals.
Yeah, when you see them play a game like this, it definitely shows a team worthy to make it to the Grand Finals, a team worthy to go up against Gaimin Gladiators, who secured that spot for themselves yesterday. But look, looking at that one, all of our highlights, you would think that Mickey would be our MVP of the series, but you got to look at both games, Game 1 and Game 2, and so our PlayStation MVP for this Falcons Liquid game was, in fact, Boxy. We were talking to him a little bit earlier on stage with Tsunami, but I think both the combination of the Morphling and the Marcy. So Game 1 and Game 2, what he was playing in a position for is exactly why we've decided to give him the PlayStation MVP. And Boxy, you're joining us here. You're doing all the interviews, just running around the whole boulevard.
Hello.
Hello.
You don't win a PlayStation for this.
That's too bad.
They told me to stop saying that.
Did you want one, though?
I don't know. I've never had one, actually. I've always been an Xbox kind of guy.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Now you're
what's your favorite game on Xbox?
But I will say that now nobody that I know has an Xbox.
That console that we can't
Everybody's
mention.
got a PlayStation.
Sorry.
PlayStation.
Should have told me.
Well, look, Boxy, let's talk about it. The post-sport morph, you weren't the first one to play it in this tournament, but we've been saying it for you that you are the one to pioneer it. Talk me about how it came about, how much you had to beg to let Blitz pick it for you in Game 1.
There wasn't so much begging. I think Free is a big believer also.
Oh, good.
But, I mean, I've grinded it a lot. Like 9 class started playing it, and some other people like tops on mid, and I watched some of the replays, but I lost like my first 10 games. So you know, it was a learning curve. But after I played like some more of them, I feel like now it's pretty fun. Good. I feel like sometimes I play it, it feels really bad. Still haven't quite figured it out, but. I don't know.
I'm going to hijack this whole interview and talk about the Pause 4 morph because I really I've been playing.
This guy knows. This guy knows.
I'm a huge Morphling fan. I want to ask you some questions about this. First off, I noticed in that game that you were sitting high strength morph a lot and then still morphing into the Sand King. When do you go full agi for the cooldown reduction versus staying high strength?
Okay, so there's an ability I like to call Ice Blast that like stops you from healing, morphing up. So I figured like if I just press the max strength button and I just leave it there, I don't know. It's
pretty good.
So you played Morph on easy mode because they picked AA. So what should have been the counter?
Kind of. I mean, I feel like it's a counter to carry morph, but on support morph, I don't know. I was kind of vibing on full
That's
HP.
what I was saying. Moonbander was like, oh, this counters the support morph. I was like, I feel like,
I mean, it was a bit annoying to not have cooldown reduction, I guess. But it was, I don't know. A is good or bad, but it was fine.
And you still... I got more Morphling.
You got more Morphling. So do I.
You got one. You got one.
You get one. One per Morphling.
What are your favorite guys to play against as Morphling when you have that cooldown reduction? Because I feel like Timber is a really good hero to play against, if not like the best, and they picked it into you.
I haven't really played against Timber before this. Favorite, I don't know. Weaver, Sand King, maybe.
Oh yeah, Perma Sakuchi.
That one can be good. I feel like sometimes I take over somebody and I do nothing.
Yeah, that's what happens for me.
And I don't even know, like, I don't know. It's just confusing to play.
Isn't it exciting, though? You just never know what you're going to get.
Kind of, yeah.
And I also noticed that you went for mech, even though you were playing against AA, and I noticed that you were kind of going in, soaking up the AA blast, so that both of your cores can kind of get the lifesteal. You had Beastmaster with Yagd, you had Monkey King. Is that something that you talk about, or do you say, like, I'm going to go in, or how does it work?
I mean, I guess I felt like because I'm playing on max HP, I should go in. I think the mech, maybe you can't heal on AA blast, but nobody will, your whole team won't be AA blasted.
Yes.
And it feels a bit bad to be like, oh, I don't want to buy the items I normally buy just because they have this or this, Sometimes you're gonna buy like Ghost Scepter even though they have a nullifier, because like, is he always gonna press it on me? Like, probably not. Yeah. Kind of like that, so.
Well, I want to talk about the Marcy as well. I want to know some more insight of how you feel you have to play a post-ball Marcy, or at least how you felt you had to have played it in that game against Falcons.
I mean, it's strong for the lane. I think it's strong later. It's a little awkward somewhere there in the mid game when you're like trying to get your BKB. But I was gracefully donated some creep waves by my carry, so that was nice. And it's really good with the turrets because you like give them lifesteal, and then when you get gone on, your HP like goes up. So I don't know if you guys saw, there was like 2 times I'm just bashing the troll.
Yep.
And he's just bashing me and I'm not dying. So that's kind of the perks of having it with a turret. I wasn't sure if it was like the best pick, but Falcons, I think I've had success with it before. So I was like, let's just send it.
Okay. When you say successful for, is that in officials, in scrims, in pubs?
I don't know. I just have the feeling.
Oh, okay. You're like,
I have the feeling like it's good against them.
definitely on positive win rate right now.
And whose call was to pick Marcy? Because you so far played 14 different heroes, and it you have by far the biggest hero pool of the whole team. So who makes the call?
I think I suggested it, and then I started like talking about some other heroes, and then William said like he just wants to play it, so let's just pick it or something like this. Sometimes like I give a lot of options, but I'm not so sure.
Yeah, I can see a lot of options.
Sometimes I give a lot of options that we've never played before, and then I think maybe we'd rather go with the one we've experienced before.
Yeah, going back to the pause for more here, I wonder if playing a generic unnamed guitar rhythm game that we can't mention helps you with pressing your buttons quicker on pause for Morphling.
I'm not sure. For me, I play drums on it.
So
yes.
Okay, and that does it help you at all with your Dota?
I mean,
position?
I feel like there's some correlation with like keeping your brain active and playing difficult heroes, but I'm sure Dota does that well enough.
It does that already? You just do it for fun?
Probably, yeah.
One more
I feel like we should mute Jenkins.
Yeah, I feel like it as well. So back to more, just kidding. So I wanted to ask you about knowing what your opponent is going to be in the grand finals. If you beat Falcons, do you guys also have some kind of a prep coming into, do you think forward? Do you think like, oh, we need to beat Falcons, but if we do, we're still doing prep for Gaimin because we're not going to have that much time?
I mean, the advantage of losing in the upper bracket is we've like already prepped and lost the Gaimin. So it's not like you're coming in and you're playing a whole new team. I mean, we just play them. I think it's kind of fresh in our minds. You don't forget those games very easily. And a lot of times we come in the lower bracket, and now during this time we're kind of like struggling. Like, oh, what are they doing? What do we want to do? Because you really want to focus on one thing at a time.
Prepping right now than doing this interview.
No, because now I feel like, okay, like we've done all the prep, and then plus two of our games, and we're like, wow, we learned so much from those games, you know?
Yeah.
So it's not so bad, I think, yeah.
I think either way, that's a fantastic question to end it on. So thank you, Lucas. Thank you, Boxy, as well. Congratulations on being our PlayStation MVP.
Thank you.
And also,
what do I win?
You don't get a PlayStation.
A controller.
I
win.
Chris handshake.
I was told to stop saying that.
Pleasure.
Well played, Boxy. You get that. And you get one more extra question about position 4. Morphin that Jacob's not going to ask right now, but he will DM you.
He will DM me.
He's going to DM you. Okay. We're going to go to our lower bracket. We're going to thank you so much, Boxy. I'll let you
thank you guys.
Prepare for the grand
heading
finals.
off.
Yep, you're walking off right foot, then left foot, then right foot. Then, all right.
Mike, as you're walking.
He's like, yep, I'm leaving.
Breaking the immersion.
Look, these guys, they're leaving to get ready for the grand finals, though. Team Liquid, a very quick, swift 2-0, fantastic from them. It does mean, though, that Falcons will be doing a leaving of their own, and that's this tournament. Let's hear some words from their captain, Snaking, in his exit interview.
Thank you very much. I am joined by Snaking of Team Falcons, which I imagine, despite all of the championships over the year, moments like this still hit. No levels of trophies can really diminish anytime a loss like this happens on a stage like this. So just wondering what's going through your mind right now.
I mean, obviously, there's definitely like flashbacks of the mistakes I feel like I made during the game, maybe draft blunders. Just obviously there's regrets, but I think the most important thing is like we need to learn from these mistakes and not let it like kill us, because what doesn't kill us makes us stronger, and then we need to evolve and be better at TI.
And there have been a lot of people trying to kill Team Falcons over the year, and the fact that it finally happened now, do you feel that this tournament was the culmination of the target being on your back for so long? Everyone has been scrutinizing what your team is capable of. You guys have been setting the benchmark, and perhaps this time it finally caught up?
I don't think it's so much about other people have the target on our back. I feel like we definitely have target on our back, but I think the main thing is we performed not as well as we should be able to, and I think our understanding of the meta of having all these auras was not as good, and like fighting on those timings once we, because both versus Gaimin and Liquid, once they got these Pipe Crimson Greaves, this combination of items, and then they forced this fight, and then we end up taking it, and it doesn't go well into our favor, and I think like it's partly of an understanding issue, that we actually cannot fight into this until we find a solution, of like the Troll Axe, for example, in the second game. And we just didn't have any solution after Gaimin rolled us over in the upper series as well.
Dude, I love the analytical mind. You just hit the ground running, immediately trying to reverse engineer what happened. So I have no doubt whatsoever you guys are going to be able to grow from this for the next month as you look forward towards Copenhagen. What's going to be your preparation, or rather maybe even what's even going to be your relaxation?
We're all gonna go home and just finally reset because we had a 2-3 week boot camp leading into Riyadh Masters. So we're gonna take a little break for a couple weeks, and then we're gonna go fly to boot camp, and then we're gonna train for TI again.
Can't wait to see it happen. Any parting words that you'd have for all the Falcons fans who have been cheering you on and have joined the flock over this year?
I appreciate you guys for supporting us. Our journey ends here, but it's only the beginning.
Snaking, I have no doubt that that's the case. Congratulations on an amazing run. Condolences that it ends here. Can't wait to see what you're capable of in Copenhagen as we send it back to the studio. Loved it.
We thought that the low bracket momentum of Falcons after yesterday could have been enough for them, but today it just wasn't their day. Liquid outclassed them, outplayed them, and outsmarted them in drafts, and because of that, they get to crush their key. The favorites coming into this, everyone was looking at them, and 33, he's definitely enjoying the crushing his ex-teammates.
Pretty much.
He's in this hydraulic press.
100 members, and let's see how it goes. It's going in.
We gotta rate it.
Let's see if it breaks.
Put enough pressure on it. He's really,
Honestly, it's very hyped.
He's unrelenting.
He just kept going. I thought he was gonna stop, but
he's putting more pressure on.
No, it's reversing.
Oh, he's reversing it. He's putting more pressure on the thing, which is reversing it.
I saw it backstage with Purge, and it looks way cooler in person than it does when you watch it. So I feel like when you're there, it's actually super hyped to actually do it. And every team had Falcons on their mind. They had that target that they wanted to take out. And to be the ones to do it, to be the ones to crush Falcons key, 3-3 has to feel good here.
I want to remind everyone as well that the team that wins the trophy here, the added bonus for themselves is they get to pick 3 keys of other teams to put in the base of that trophy. And so now I'm thinking with the Gaimin Gladiators and Team Liquid finals, how likely is it that the Team Falcons key will end up?
It's going to be there.
100%.
Yeah, it's definitely
100%.
Them being the best team of 2024, pretty much. And I think coming into like this tournament, everybody is going to doing extra prep for Falcons because this is the team to beat, and they managed to, snatch a couple of tournaments of other people. So it's going to be spicy, and it's going to be one of the grand finalists, of course, Team Falcons, and maybe something from the pubs, maybe some beef, depending who's going to be the one choosing it.
Yeah, I was going to say, if it was just Amar on the golden key, it would still be the one that every team chooses.
No, I do want to hear, though, from each one of you, what you expect Gaimin Gladiators, the 3 teams for them, and the 3 teams for Team Liquid. I know the answer, so I'll tell you right off.
Okay.
I have already asked both
Can I guess?
Twin and Blitz. Yeah. That's the whole point of
Liquid.
Yep.
Falcons.
So this is for Gaimin Gladiators?
For Gaimin, yeah. Liquid Falcons.
Yep.
BB team?
Yeah, 100%
okay.
I was going to guess that.
Every team is going to choose BB team.
Yeah. No, well, what do you think Liquid's ones will be if they win?
Gaimin, of course.
Yep.
Falcons.
Falcons.
And
not BB team.
Not BB team, apparently.
Okay.
OG.
Spirit? Not OG, it's Spirit.
Because I feel like you got to respect Spirit winning last year into TI.
Yes.
That's a respect.
I mean, they were reigning champions. They ended up falling down in the lower bracket to PSG Quest. Like, there's this momentum, and Liquid themselves knocked them down to that lower bracket. So it's very poetic. I would be interested to see, that's what at least one from each of the teams said, but I'll be interested to see who they do eventually.
Might have changed by now,
It could have, you never know. The meta changes in Heroes picked. The keys that they'll put in the trophy might also change. But either way, we've got a little bit of time before our grand final. And so I want to check in with Purge and see exactly what he's up to around the Esports World Cup.
Hey guys, we're backstage right now, just after the match between Team Liquid and Team Falcons, and a lot of stuff has happened. If you take a look around the room, it's very busy in here. There's tons of people. This is the room that Falcons are probably currently in, talking to each other and discussing what went wrong. But in the meantime, we have a ton of interviews going on at the same time. We've got Insania interviewing, we've got 3-3 interviewing. 3-3 just came off the main panel. There's so many moving pieces that happen to make all these things work. And these are interviews with different language sources and other journalists and things like that. Tons of crew on set prepping for the next stage because so many things need to happen before the next match. In fact, I believe the standard is that teams have about an hour off between lower bracket final and winner bracket final to gather themselves, relax a little bit, eat, and prepare for the grand final so we have a really good match. So they've got to fit all this stuff in addition to their prep before they can play matches. And if you're curious how this stuff works, usually it's just coordinate ahead of time with player managers and things like that to make sure expectations are all the same and that we're seeing and experiencing fair standards and things like that. So that's a little bit of the stuff that's happening. Oh, and I think I saw 3-3 crush the key over there as well. It's busy. Anyways, that's just a little picture of what's happening backstage in these chaotic times. We'll be back at some point with the Grand Finals.
Thank you, Fudge, who's given us that insight about all the moving parts behind the scenes there, and also that it is going to be a bit of an elongated break before the Grand Finals. We've got to give Team Liquid a little bit of time to reset, and so I want to fill it very briefly with the three of you to talk about the last 3 weeks that has been Riyadh Masters at Esports World Cup, and obviously get your prediction on that Grand Final. If you want to start us off, please, Effie.
I mean, it's been a fun 3 weeks. The Dota's been really good, but for me, the most exciting part was also seeing the other broadcasts going on at the same time, like right across from us, and seeing the excitement from other games too, because this isn't just about Dota, the EWC, it's about everything, and being a part of that was way cooler than I thought it would be. My finals predictions, I think probably Gaimin will take it, but Liquid looked really good just now, so I don't want to jinx anybody.
Look, that's totally fair. Sometimes we're a bit superstitious. What about yourself, Lacoste?
It's been great so far. You know, this is my 3rd time in Riyadh. Always a pleasure. And also, you know, talking to other analysts, talking to other casters from different games, of course. I might pick up, you know, some of the games as well. Maybe MLBB, maybe Honor of Kings, you know, we might get hooked on it. But overall, tournament has been great. We had some like great underdog stories. PSG Quest, a playing team that reached top 6, almost managed to get into top 4 as well. But overall, Dota has been good. I like the meta, how it shaped up after like the group stages. We have the playoff meta as well. And for the prediction, I would say that this is not going to be a 3-0.
Oh, I like that though. So, you know, I didn't say what sort of prediction. So great prediction.
That's actually a bold prediction, given how these tend to go. It's bold when you consider 2023, but not bold when you consider how these teams have looked in this tournament.
Yep.
I would personally mirror the same things that you guys said. I think having a tournament that is just a celebration of esports is extremely nice. I don't know how you guys felt growing up, but I feel like gamers, you're kind of a bunch of nerds. You know, sometimes you feel a little bit like an outcast or an escape element to playing these games. And we finally all get to come together as a community and just say, we love video games. This is here to stay. This is the new sports, you know? And every year it gets better. So I hope next year we see the production up. We got the trophy. We're doing some crazy key crushing stuff. I'm excited to see where the ideas go. And in terms of the Dota, we had, you know, Spirit got knocked down into the lower bracket. DB team had their story where they started performing really well, but through the lower bracket after having a terrible group stage. So there were a lot of really good storylines. And then finally we get a rehash of Gaimin Liquid, but in a different era. You couldn't write a better story than this, so I'm very happy with how things went.
You're right, it feels full circle, almost poetic, that we thought that it would have been Gaimin Liquid in the Grand Finals of Riyadh Masters last year, but after a whole 12 months, we do have Gaimin and Team Liquid in the Grand Finals here at Riyadh Masters 2024. We're going to head to a break, and if you want to fill it in, don't forget there is either PUBG Mobile going on some other streams or CS2 if that tickles your fancy, but make sure you stay tuned because we'll come back with our Grand Finals. Gaimin Gladiators or Team Liquid, who knows who'll take it.
Honor 200 series, the best portrait phone AI-empowered. Studio level, AI portrait camera, 3 hardcore portrait modes. Color, vibrant and classic to capture portraits that truly stand out. AI-empowered magic portal. Snapdragon 8S Gen 3 AI chipset. 5,200 milliampere per hours silicon carbon battery, 100 watt, Honor Supercharge. This is Honor 200 series.
Welcome to the Falcons HQ. That's where the Falcons players from all across all the different esports here at the Esports World Cup come home to meet their fans, look at their acquired trophies, play some games. We're going to explore the HQ a little bit. We're going to go around, we're going to see the sights and the sounds, maybe even talk to one of the Falcons. Probably not, though. I wouldn't get excited for that. We'll see what happens, all right? I'm not going to make any promises. I'm just taking you on a tour. Let's check it out. That one doesn't matter. Listen. There's a lot of trophies in this building. I count at least more than 6, I think. There's a whole other wall of trophies, but what really matters for Team Falcons is this bad boy. This is ESL 1 Birmingham, baby. Biggest trophy? Yeah, because hardest game. That's right, that's the Dota squad that got these people this trophy. So Falcons, yeah, you might have unlimited success in other games. You might be nearly unstoppable. Crowds of people gathering for everyone but the Dota people. But let me tell you, we got the biggest trophy, baby. So that's biggest game, baby. Woo! Hello, we are at the booth here. What is your name, sir?
Khalid.
My friend, what do we have here?
We have here Action Gate. We will see red, blue. We touch the red one, the blue one. And if you see the red one, we will jump.
All right, you show me. Here we go. Okay, what do we got there? That was impressive. How did you learn that? Score? Score alert? 40. You guys might not know this, but I am a Dance Dance Revolution expert. You might have heard of me before. My name was Quick. This will be the first time I've exercised in 6 years. Yeah, more than 40. I'm fine. I'm careful, bro. I'm careful. Boom. Oh, yeah. I'm careful. Stand back, children. Small children, get away. It's dangerous. Oh, no. Easy. Oh, I got long. Oh, you could just cheat at this. This is easy. I got long legs. I don't even have to move. I'm an alpha. Oh. It's fine. Look out, small children. What? I actually beat you? That's the first time I've moved in years. 43! That's long legs, baby! They call me Albatross! Look at these boys! Whoa! You ain't gotta move when you're tall!
This time is good, brother.
Thank you.
Slowly.
You have a good day. You're a good man. Guys, don't exercise. Don't exercise. Woo! Go around me, please, Falcon people. Oh, God. Oh. Falcons! That's right, baby. That's the Team Falcons area. What did we learn here today? We win big trophies. I probably have a cardiovascular issue. And you can have so much fun at Team Falcons. So go Falcon, punch your ticket, and we'll see you here. I have been Out of breath for 4 hours. Bye, guys. See ya. Punch! Hey everybody, welcome to another Riyadh Roundtable. I am Sir Actions Flex here with Insania and Boxy on Team Liquid. So good for you guys to join us here today. Welcome to the podcasty thing where we don't talk about Dota. So
thank you, Slax.
Oh, thank you, my friend. What have you been doing outside of Dota, Mr. Boxy?
I mean, I can tell you what I do.
Okay, let me just tell you.
Yeah.
The last 2 weeks, I've been at boot camp playing Dota.
What is that like?
And then before that,
yeah,
I mean, I'm just playing Dota.
Okay.
Like, wake up, you play Dota, you eat, you sleep, you go to bed.
How
and
many
then
hours per day?
Too many.
Too many.
And also not enough.
You don't.
But before that, it's like too long ago, so I don't remember.
What?
I can tell you what I did though.
Okay, what'd you
I went camping for the first time since I was like a kid.
That's crazy.
Okay.
Yeah. So neither my girlfriend or I are like big camper type people, you know.
Flexing.
Okay.
Flexing?
No problem.
We're
Continue.
not the camper type people.
No,
like,
but
I
you
mean,
have
like
a
we're
girlfriend,
like.
it's-
That's not flexing.
I don't know how
That's
that's
flexing.
flexing. I'm trying to like set up the set. The scene.
Just continue, continue.
That's
And
only
like,
flexing for depressed people. That's not a
I have no idea how that's flexing. But anyway, so we decided.
Someone loves me. That's flexing, bro. You need to flex.
I mean,
Wait,
that's
is
flexing.
that what you meant?
Yeah. And you have a girlfriend.
I thought you meant
That's
that,
not flexing,
I thought
bro,
you meant
that's
like the
just
camping
talking.
part is the flexing.
Are you okay?
No,
Like,
that's
like
okay.
you don't go camping.
No, okay.
You're like
No, it's
that you go like.
Let's just continue.
Okay.
I'm in love. That's flexing, bro. Don't say that.
No,
All right.
Anyway,
We went camping.
so we decided to go camping.
Yes.
In like a tent.
In like a tent.
That's
and
great.
So we like bought like the cheapest tent.
Oh no.
And it was like one of those you just like pull it out of the bag and it just pops up. You don't
Oh,
have to
is
do
that-
all the sticks
What are
and
you
stuff.
talking about?
It's like a pop-up tent.
What?
Yeah, those are real.
Okay, so
things.
it's like in a circle.
It's like those, you like,
you know, you go to like a festival.
when you like spin like a little wooden box and like springs out.
You unzip like a thing.
It's not
You pull the
Jack in
tent
the
out,
Box, is it?
and then you like take off the string that's holding it all together, and then it literally just pops up.
But how do you repackage it?
It has like a way that you package it
don't.
down. I can show you later.
You leave it.
It's
in
kind of
the
genius design.
Okay.
The bears take it. They live. They raise their family in there.
Okay, yes.
But you know, like normally, you know, I assume like experienced campers, they like look up the weather, they
Sure,
figure out like you know all this stuff. We didn't do any of that. We just sat in the car, put all the stuff in the back, drove. At some point, we like call up the camping place. We're like, can you guys hold this
Call the
place?
camping place.
Yeah, like we called like a camping. We didn't
What do
just
you
camp
mean?
in the woods.
I feel like you're going to like a hotel.
No, it's like a camping place.
Like, what
You
do
know,
mean?
but you don't listen to this.
If
He's
you
just
go to like
creeping.
a public park, you have to like tell people you're going.
No.
No, what?
Not in
No,
Sweden.
okay. You like
Wait,
pay
what?
somewhere to go to like a camping
pay
place.
to
You
a
pay.
camping.
I mean, last time I went camping,
You just went to
me
the
and my
woods.
friends just went into the
Yeah.
woods near a trail. I
can
didn't
do
bring
that
a
too.
sleeping bag. I almost like died from like freezing to death.
Yeah.
And we were just camping. No, they didn't call anyone. There was like a German guy with his kid like waking me up in the morning. He was like, hello. I was like, hello.
That was your camping experience?
Yeah, he had like a really big RV, that guy.
Who is the German?
There was actually, so the
There's
camping
a lot
spot we
of
did go
Germans in
to,
Sweden.
it was like legit only Germans.
Okay.
Every license
Yeah.
plate on every RV was like, it had a like, you know, German license plate.
Sure.
There's a lot of German RVs.
There's a lot to unpack here, but let's continue with your story first. I have a. So
You
guys,
called the camping place.
What's
So you
a
call the
camping
camping place.
And they like put up your tent.
Like-
they made you dinner.
Oh my god, dude. I can't, this is like a mockery
brush your
of like, no, what is this? So we went to the camping place, we set up our tent,
Yeah.
and it's like Sweden in
Yeah.
the middle of the summer. So the sun is up and it's like, you know, 1 a.m.
Uh-huh.
We go to sleep. It's pretty nice. We blow up these like air mattresses that we got from my parents. And they're like, my mom told me, like one of them leaks. We don't know which one, but one of them leaks, just so you guys know.
No.
So like about 3 hours after we fall asleep, I can feel like the ground on my back.
Oh no.
And like, it's like, there's zero air left.
Oh no.
My girlfriend's like in the car because she's freezing too much in the
She's
tent.
in the car.
She's like put on like the heater.
The
you know?
heater?
Yeah,
In the car?
She's ditched.
Isn't
it's
that, like, dangerous?
pouring down.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't know.
You didn't mention that. So it was raining.
It
too?
started raining in the middle of the
Okay.
night at some
Okay.
point. And it's
Did
like,
you call the camping people? I would have.
yeah, we called the
I
camping
would've-
people. The AC is not working
I
as
would have
it's
called them and
supposed.
been like, this camping experience is not up to par.
It says 5-star camping on the website, but this is not the weather we booked. We booked sunshine the
So it's
entire
just like
way.
it's just a location that like they keep track of, but there's no one
You
else
really hook
there.
up on these
There's a
camping.
bunch of other
Let's
people
finish the story first.
Okay.
So what
There
happened?
is no story. You just asked me what I did. This is what I did.
What? So she's
That's
in
a
the
good
car.
story.
It's
She's in
raining.
the
But how
car,
did it
it's
end?
raining.
How did it end?
It ended up with us like packing up our stuff and then leaving.
So it went to
all
shit.
camping. No, like we stayed the night.
Okay.
And then we
and you woke up, you had a nice breakfast.
We woke up, we sat in the car, we drove.
Did you stop
Norway.
Stop at McDonald's on the way?
No, okay, so we actually learned that if you go to Norwegian gas stations,
Yeah.
the hot dogs they serve are way nicer than the Swedish ones. And I never thought I would say anything good about Norway ever in my life.
Wow.
That came out of nowhere. That's a left field one. What's wrong with Norway?
But that's just like
It's just like a Sweden
that's a
Norway,
Swedish
it's
thing.
like banter, you know, like.
Okay. Sure, sure.
Mm-hmm.
All right. That's a lot to unpack. Congrats. I hope you had a lot of fun. It sounded not fun.
I enjoyed camping.
Okay.
It sounded like a better camping trip than the one I did.
I mean, I've done that kind of camping trip too, but I feel like there's like a lot of like camping places.
Yeah.
That's the thing in the
That's
US
not
too.
a thing, no.
I
It
don't
for
know.
sure is.
No.
A camping place, in my mind, is just there's like a fire.
Have you never been to like a camping place?
Yes,
There's
but
not a
there's like
camping
there's not
place.
other people there.
No, but like a camp, like where you like a. What do
You
you call
literally
it?
just drive into the wilderness and set
Kind
up.
of.
That is one way to
Kind
do
of.
it, and then there's like places in the wilderness that are like, you know, they take care of this area where people set up their tents.
So you're like,
And there's like a
other
bathroom
people?
in the middle of like the place.
That's like a commune. There's like a bunch of tents setting around.
No, you can go pay like $10
pay
to go
them.
there
You pay
and
them
set
to
up your
go
tent.
to
Yeah.
sit in the grass.
They were like mow the lawn and everything, so
What
it's like
is
nice
this? What are you
camping
talking
spot.
about? None of this is
I think
real.
Aiden just went on Airbnb.
Yeah, I think you got scammed.
I'm being professionally gaslit.
I'm
Or
not
good.
being
2 clouds.
professionally gaslit.
All good. I do remember what I did now during my break.
Oh.
I tried out like no. I can't say it.
What?
No, but it's like it's not good.
Oh.
Not good for me, not good for you. I went on a bicycle and it ended great.
Okay.
Okay, move on.
We'll
Move
just
on. Ask
leave
me
that,
something
whatever
else.
that dark disturbing tale
That
was.
means something you don't want to know.
I don't want to know any
Ask
of
me
it.
something else.
Okay, you got it. Why were there so many Germans on your camping trip?
Because Germany has a much higher population than Sweden on a much smaller area. So when they want to go and like hike or go buy a summer house or something, they go to Sweden or they go to Norway or something. Same with the Dutch.
Sure.
Because they're like concentrated, and Sweden has a lot of like area
Okay, thank you.
and nice nature, I guess.
All right. If you two were stuck in like a wilderness survival scenario
Mhm.
together,
Who would you eat first?
Yeah.
Okay, we've had this question in our team.
Sure.
Like, who would survive the longest?
Yeah, yeah.
And what I feel like most people don't know about Boxy is he would live like
I
forever.
don't know
if,
about that.
If like
The thing is,
all
I
of-
don't know. Like, I will look at a plant and I will be like, is this like the most common plant in Sweden, or is it like a rare toxic plant? And I have no idea.
That might be the case.
Unless there's a blueberry.
But I feel like okay.
Or like a strawberry, I would just die.
I feel like that's not true. I feel
don't
like you
know.
would fight your way to survival. Like if a bear attacked,
Yeah.
I mean,
you would look at William. You're like, he's pretty big and strong.
Sure. He'd be the first one out.
scared, so he'd die.
Yeah.
Boxy would like befriend the bear.
But William does I feel like he doesn't do well with like physical altercations. You know?
Sure.
Every time I
the kinda
punch
guy
him,
that-
every time I punch him, he's like, ow.
As one does.
Yeah.
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 He'd be the guy that would probably throw someone into the bear's path while he's running. I would.
He'd already like set up the deal with 3 other people on the team on like we're sacrificing Aiden when
Yeah,
the bear pulls
before
up. Yeah,
the bear's
yeah.
not
I mean,
even in
that's good.
danger yet.
That's
He
He's
just
like
thought there was
scheming
a
behind
bear.
everyone's back. He's that guy. Boxy's like the guy that would just run off into the woods, like somehow create his own house,
Yeah,
like have like these animals that like live alongside him.
I can see that.
He
Like a
is that
druid.
guy. Yeah.
I mean, when I was 8, we did learn how to make like a wind,
Were you a scout?
little wind. No, that was in school, like mandatory
I see, I
training.
see.
I wasn't a scout.
You made a what? A wind?
Like a wind shelter.
Wind shelter. You like take a bunch of sticks, you put them on the side, you put a little tarp. It rains,
you've
it's
done
like
this,
dry.
Stacks.
A wind shelter?
I mean,
You don't know what this is.
it's like sticks and a tarp.
Isn't that like a house or a?
No,
No,
a
it's
house.
like a you just like put.
So if you told someone you bought a house and then you showed them a picture of
My wind
sticks and a tarp.
shelter.
No, it's
No,
like
yeah,
if
yeah.
it starts raining
That's like
and
a-
you don't want to be wet and
Yeah,
cold,
dome,
you build like a little,
little camp, you know?
yeah, like a little wooden tent,
A
kind
little
of.
wooden tent,
Yeah.
yes. Wow, Sweden's crazy,
Just
man.
a curriculum.
This is wild, man. That's
Have you ever gone penguin sledding?
what is that?
Like you hop on the back of a penguin and then you go down like
In Dota?
slides. No,
Yeah.
Mm.
Like what do you
like
mean?
in Sweden.
Like with a physical penguin, like
Yeah.
a real penguin,
Yeah.
and screaming the
There's
whole
like
time?
a place in Stockholm. No,
There's-
they're really friendly.
No, you don't go on a.
It's like
penguin.
riding a horse.
Why are you trying to
but it's like a
gaslight
penguin.
me? This is insane. There's not a
Okay, next time you come for Dream League and we're knocked out in the group stage,
I'm not going to get gaslit by you about a giant penguin. That is the stupidest thing.
It's not giant. They're small. I mean, maybe you're too big.
That makes it even worse. That's not a. You don't want that little baby down penguins.
There. No, it's fine.
Have you seen the inside of a penguin's mouth?
No.
It's like 1,000 daggers.
But they don't bite. They're friendly penguins.
No. If I sat on a penguin, I'd definitely be grabbing at the first thing
but you're too big. They won't let you go.
Who could
it
possibly...
literally says no Americans.
The penguin's body is not big enough to support... I'm not going to be gaslit by this. It's the most unbelievable, stupid thing anyone's ever said.
Okay, if I told your son about this, would he not want to go?
He's an idiot. He's like 3. He doesn't know what it is. If I told him Pokemon exists, he'd be like, oh, yahoo! And he believes anything.
I mean, that's good.
Are we done with this? Or... Anyways, thank you guys for watching the podcast of Team
Cut out my own thing. I haven't got my hand signals yet.
Oh, sorry.
So, you guys gonna go on any Riyadh adventures? Did you go last time?
We went go-karting the first time.
Go-karting, that's cool.
I saw in the pamphlet you can go hiking.
Hiking?
Hiking.
From like 8 to 15 during the day. Like a 6-hour hike.
I love hiking.
You do, really?
Yeah.
You would go out.
American Eagle knows about how much I love hiking.
What was that a reference to?
I did an ad once.
You did an ad for American Eagle?
And they needed someone to like have an interest.
Wow.
And you know, Dota players don't have interest. So Joey, our like content guy for Liquid, he's like, Aiden, there's only one person I believe that could pull this off. So yeah, I went hiking and nature photography.
In jeans.
In jeans, and then they're like filming me while I'm doing it.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Did you, did it work out?
No, I think the video has like 200 views. And it's like unlisted now.
But you got some jeans.
Yeah, I got some jeans.
Yeah, so it worked out.
I mean, for me, it worked out. For me, it was great.
Well,
that was like the best 5 hours of my life.
I mean, I keep telling Liquid that we should do more outdoor stuff. I want to go snowboarding in the Alps.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get like the whole team to go.
Sure.
And then they're like, well, what if you break
Have you heard of Michael Schumacher?
No.
Do you know who he is?
Michael Schumacher.
Schumacher.
No.
It's like a driver.
Driver. Is it like a Formula 1 dude?
Yeah.
Did
he went like skiing.
And he broke his hand?
He's like in a coma now, basically.
Oh, that's dark.
Okay, great. Well, thank you guys so much. I sure hope this video gets more than 200 views and you were not in a coma after witnessing it. Thank you, Team Liquid. Always a pleasure. We'll see more of you guys at the Riyadh Masters. Thanks for watching.
What arc are you on in One Piece?
I finished, dude.
You finished? How?
What do you mean how?
How's that possible, dude?
It's not that. It's really not that long. I really would be down for another 1,000 episodes.
What people are complaining about the most recent stuff. I told you I spoiled myself. I know people are complaining about it. Do you agree with the complaints that are coming out?
I don't read the complaints. I did a tier list though recently. It's on my Twitter.
I saw that.
It's hashtag Esport World Cup.
I noticed that you, hashtag Esports World Cup. Of course, shoutouts to Riyadh Masters Esports World Cup. You rated Drum Island very low.
No, I didn't.
I think you did.
It's like, no, for sure it's like A or S tier.
Bro, I'm pretty sure you rated it like B or C tier.
You want proof?
Yeah.
So what do I get if you're wrong?
What do you want? I'm not gonna give you this. This cost me a lot of money. What do you want?
I want your guitar.
Okay, you can have the guitar.
Okay.
Is guitar copyrighted? Can we say guitar? Is that owned by someone?
Okay, Drum Island. A+.
Oh, it's because you have the pluses. So I saw in the small little thing, and I thought that was like B tier.
A+.
Okay, one second. Let me see this again.
There you go.
What do you have in S+?
Wano and NES Lobby.
Oh, I've not seen those ones. Wait, is Wano early? I forget.
It's really late.
It's really late?
Yeah, second last.
I heard Dressrosa is really good.
I like Dressrosa a lot.
I'm at the end of Arabasta, and that one's pretty good.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
Yeah.
You just started.
That's like 150 episodes in or something.
Like, last time I talked to you, which was like a year ago, you were like, oh, I'm at the start of Alabasta.
That's not true.
You like watch it slower than George R.R. Martin writes books.
No, that's not true. It's because I read the Reddits and then I spoil stuff and then I'm like, well, I can skip this arc and then I go back and watch it because spoiling it is not the same as watching because the pacing matters.
I see. Well, thank you guys for watching this boring interview, and back to you, Shiver.
That's gonna get bleeped. Thank you for watching this boring interview. Back to you, Shiver.
Welcome to another episode of Guess the Clip. That is right. We are playing a auditory game with two very auditory people. PCM and Tomato, wonderful. Welcome from OG Esports. Hello, welcome, welcome. Are you ready to play this game? Great. Let me explain how it goes. I will play you a sound clip. It will be from one of the games you are in on your road to Riyadh. Road to Riyadh events only. You have to guess what's happening in the clip, who you're against, and what event it was.
Whoa.
Are you ready?
Yes.
Yeah. How do you think you're gonna do? You guys don't seem that confident.
Terrible.
Think you're gonna do terrible?
Yeah.
Okay, well, we'll find out. Here we go.
Expectations are low.
Always set expectations low.
You get disappointed by low expectations. You can't, right?
No,
No, you get
It's
disappointed
perfect
by
mindset.
high expectations.
All right, here we go. Here comes a clip. Listen close.
I know this one. I know this one. I know this one.
Oh, okay, okay.
I know it. I know it.
You only heard a Pango roll. What is that?
I know it.
I heard dispose.
I know it.
I'm going to stop it here.
I know it.
What is it?
OG IG Birmingham Game 2.
How did you know that? What?
Because it's the only game Seps played Prophet in.
Yeah, I hit the Prophet too. That's really clutch. How did you get it?
Because of the Prophet.
Oh.
That's crazy.
That's it.
Yeah.
Why doesn't he play more Prophet?
Because nobody expected.
Okay. That was insane. You only heard like 2 seconds of that clip. Holy moly.
What a beast.
I'm sorry. That's
Expectations are set higher now.
a big hog, I have to say. All right,
I'm ready
coming
for
up next.
disappointment.
No disappointment, guys. Keep it on lock. Here it comes. Any second now.
Bukao.
Yeah, there's a Rasta, a Gyro, a Magnus, and Enigma is Ven. That's a Pango. Yeah, that's a Rasta. That's a Gyro Q.
I don't think it's
That's
Birmingham. Yeah.
What in the world?
I don't know.
Clock, CM, Magnus. When did we play? We play a Magnus against a Gyro. Oh, maybe it was Game 3 against Falcons?
No.
Because they play Gyro and we had Magnus. No, we had Mars. No, we had Magnus. I was Medusa, but I didn't hear Medusa.
Oh.
I heard a Sven.
Yeah,
Sven and Gyro. When did we play Sven and Gyro against each other?
Maybe it's Dream League.
Dream League, where I played.
But I don't know versus who.
I don't remember fighting as Sven. Do I remember being Sven?
I mean, there is a Pango.
Give us a hint. Give us a hint.
A hint. Okay, it was a Dream League.
Okay.
It was a Dream League.
It was Dream League Season 22. So the earlier Dream League this year.
It was where he was standing in.
Yes, right.
Because we didn't qualify for the
You were playing a Gyrocopter.
Yes. I was the Gyro.
Yeah.
And we were playing again.
Gladiators.
CM.
No.
Seb was not playing the CM. I was Gyro against a CM because Seb does not play CM.
That's correct. You were against the CM.
Who was a CM? Who was CM? Snaking.
Probably.
Yeah, who else plays CM?
Yeah, Pango in the game.
Pango, CM.
Sven.
There was an Enigma. Who the hell was Enigma?
Would you like another hint?
Oh, now Enigma.
You were playing Pango.
Yeah.
Of course.
Of course, but... Okay. Not Falcons. Not Gladiators, I think.
Heroic, maybe? No. I played Gyro. When I played Gyro, I remember we beat Gaimin, and we also beat... Oh, we lost. I definitely lane Gyro against
It doesn't
Enigma.
matter if you won or lost, right?
Who played Enigma?
Yeah, you did win this one.
We did win.
You win, and it was 24-32, and you guys still won.
Yeah, I was a Gyro. How did we win this game?
I think it's...
Recently.
VP.
No, I'm afraid it was Mouse.
Mouse?
In Dream League 2022.
Huh.
Yeah. Who would have thought? Would you like to see the game? Yeah, you remember this one?
I was not in that game.
Yeah, you were.
I was in that game?
There you are, right there.
12-9 Rapier, 110 Sep Striker.
Oh, this is the Ori smoke.
What?
Yeah, the Ori smoke. When he smoked, he got the middle. He was like, shut up, smoke right now. We're like, okay. And then we got him with a buyback and then we ended the game.
This guy lost.
Yeah, he knew. Okay. That was a cool story, but unfortunately incorrect.
That was the qualifier.
Well, I mean, we get what we get. You know, what can you do? All right, last one. Go out strong, boys.
Primal.
Mirana.
Hoodwink.
Primal.
Koro.
I had an OD.
Koro.
Bench.
No, that was Koro Chakra.
That's OD yesterday. This game,
Omni Knight.
This game we lost, and you said, I don't know why I'm getting last pick, and we're picking OG.
Maybe I'm the Primal.
Mech. Bench. You're the Primal, so we're playing against an OD. Gyro W. Man, what is this draft?
Mirana. Tiny.
This is not the Lunal game. Okay, that's OD taunt. Against a Chinese team for sure, like some Asure. Like it has to be like Ori OD.
I'm not laughing, guys. It's just funny. What is this draft?
So you wanna bet us with extreme gaming?
I mean, who else plays OD? It's either XM or Ori.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it was a Dream League.
Azure.
Sven, Gyro,
I think it's Azure. No, that was a Pango.
I was playing Morph against Surrey. We won the first one and then we lost the second one.
Probably it's Extreme.
Extreme play OD?
Yeah, I think so.
Ah.
You wanna bet?
I'm gonna go with a Surrey. Game
Extreme
1.
gaming.
Both wrong, I'm afraid. Both wrong, guys. I'm sorry.
What was the OD?
I'll give you some hints here. Okay, Whisper was on Omni Knight.
Oh, what? We lost this game. We lost this game 100%.
We lost, right?
Yeah, you lost this game hard. Not a great game.
This was an Omni patch. This was when Nier was playing Omni.
It's versus Shopify!
Gyro IO.
That is right. It was Gyro IO Omni Knight versus Shopify. Do you remember the event?
Yeah, the first Dream League we played.
That's right. Congratulations. This one bring any memories back to you guys?
Yeah, ones that I wish I didn't remember.
Yeah, a lot of memories. A lot of memories.
Oh, no. So I've been asking everybody, is it better to forget games that you lost? Or, you know, do you kind of remember them and think about what went wrong, or you just erase them from memory?
I wish I could erase them. They should make a machine that just like...
Yeah, I had erased this. You just brought it back, so thank you for that one.
I'm so sorry. Okay.
But yeah, 90% I would say it should erase.
Okay. Well, guys, you definitely remembered a lot. You did pretty good. What would you rate yourselves?
6, because we got 1.
Hmm.
And he did. I don't know why. I think you were cheating. I think he was cheating. I think he just...
Yeah, he told me before we got it. We got 1 out of 3, so... And we were close.
On the second one.
On the second one.
The third one was bad.
The third one, yeah, so 4.5. 4.5 equals 5 out of 10.
5 out of... I'll give you a 7, guys. I'll give you a 7 for the joy of being in the building. Thank you. Well done. A nice C. You still get the degree. That was OG. Coming up for that one. We'll see more of OG coming up. Thanks for watching.
Do you like interviews?
Yes.
You like interviews? That's the only question that I have. What are you doing?
Hello.
You're not part of this bit. I had a bit prepared for this.
You don't prepare for interviews.
Do you like interviews that are more prepared or less prepared?
You just go with the flow. So, what's up?
I wanted to do like a bottle flipping thing with you because I know you're like a Zoomer and you guys like the TikToks and stuff with the friggin' flipping bottles. Can we do that?
I did that for school once.
Okay, I'm going to hand you the bottle. Is this enough water that's in it or should I drink some?
I think it's a little too much water, I'd say. You kind of want it like here.
Okay, can you hold the mic and then just say interesting stuff into the camera while I drink this?
Yeah. Did you know that BCM stands for Bulgarian Sumer Much? Well, bro, you probably didn't, but now you do.
Is that fine? Is that better? A little bit more?
That's good.
You sure? Okay, you're going to do the bottle flip?
Yeah, a little bit. Okay, I'll try it.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Is it they give $50 if I do it?
$50 if you do it. $50. Nice job. Really well done. Really well done.
I'm quite good at it, but I don't like to brag, so.
Nice try. Nice try.
Give me 2 more tries.
We're gonna cut this. We're gonna edit it and make it look like you got it on the first try. Yeah, just keep doing it.
I'll just keep flipping.
Yeah, keep going. Yeah, keep going.
I haven't done this in like 10 years.
Does it help if I hold the mic right in front of your face while you're doing it?
No, but it's okay.
Oh, that was really close. That was really close. Okay, maybe BZM could do it. He's younger than you, right?
Yeah, he is.
Okay. BZM, come on, you can do it. You can do this.
Okay.
Does it help if I hold the mic in front of your face?
No.
You can't. It's gonna, yeah, that was worse. Try again. One more time. Yeah. One more try. One more try. He got a bunch of tries. One more try.
He's just trolling, not just him.
I think I can just do it if I want to.
Yep. Okay.
Okay, wait. I have an idea. I have an idea. Okay. Can you put the camera like here, and I'm just gonna drop it, and then we'll just make. Yeah. So get it off. Yeah. Okay. Everybody needs to go like, oh. That's even harder, actually.
Yeah.
Nice job. Really well done. Really well done.
I'm quite good at it, but I don't like to brag, so.
How did you do that on your first attempt?
I had a lot of practice back in the day, so some things stay in your mind, and you know.
That's good. Congratulations and good luck to OG.
You still owe me $50, by the way.
I said $50 hairs. He wasn't listening. Back to you.
Hello, everyone. You're back for another exciting adventure in Facet Ranking. That is right. This is the blind Facet Rank. This time with Mouse. Is that correct? The Mouse team? Is it Mouse or Mouse? You know?
Mouse.
Mouse. All right, we're here with Mouse, and of course we're here with Olmit and Bengen. Is that right? All right. He told me exactly how to say his name. I hope I did you justice, my man. This is a fun time. One of our first times together. I'm horrible at first impressions, so let's get it started. Today we'll be playing Rank That Facet. You have to put these facets in order 1 through 10. 1 is the best, 10 is the worst. You get 10 facets, but you only get 1 at a time. Do you guys know your facets?
No.
You have not memorized
by name, not all of them.
Not all of them. Do you know the facets?
The support ones, no clue.
Okay. Well, you know the ones of the heroes you play, though.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, all right. Well, let's see how you do. Our first one is Krill Eater. Tidehunter begins the game with a much smaller -50 attack range and -50 anchor smash, and then he grows as the game continues. What do you think? Out of 10.
Like 9 or 8.
Maybe 8.
8.
It's not the worst.
Yeah.
Not the worst, but that's pretty bad to start at 8.
I don't think Tide is that good.
Why isn't Tide good? I mean, you know, he's tanky, he got team fight. Why is he bad?
You know, his impact buys 1 pipe and just gives aura. That's his impact
true.
every game.
Yeah, he's a pipe boy. Okay. All right, well, I'll give it an 8. It's starting good. All right, the Quickening. I know this one. This one's for Abaddon. Dying units near Abaddon lower the cooldown of all of his spells. The Quickening. Have you seen Abaddon?
I have lost 1 pub with it. I didn't like it. What do you think, Benga?
I've never seen anyone play it. I have only seen the other one. So I don't know, it's only good into illusion heroes, I feel like. So.
Really?
I mean,
but this includes
it's
creeps.
Not the worst
and
one.
creeps, I guess.
Like in the laning phase, it's actually kind of crazy.
Maybe like a 6.
A 6?
I would say. What do you think?
I would rate it lower than the Tides. We can go with
lower.
Like 7. Go
okay, 7.
7. Okay. This is bad news for me. I am a ABBA spammer, so the way that you guys are disgusted by this makes me very concerned. Next up is Stoked. This is for, I believe, Bat Rider. Bat Rider gains move speed and spell amp when displacing enemies. Sounds broken. Is it? Out of 10.
It's decent.
Like 4, 3?
Maybe not 3. Let's say 4. It's not that impactful.
It was better, I think. I'm not sure if it got nerfed, but...
Yeah, well, his other one is hitting buildings, right?
Yeah.
So
that would be a 10.
Okay. So this one's like a 4 or a 3?
Yeah, 4.
This one's a 4. Okay. Solid. All right, next up is the Voodoo Festeration. We all know what this one does. Okay? Had some changes lately, but as you know, Witch Doctor can only heal himself and it does damage to enemies. This was a pub nightmare a little bit ago. How's it faring now?
Worse, for sure.
Worst?
Which Doctor expert?
No.
What do you think?
It's like probably like 3, maybe. I don't know. I don't play with it. I play the other one. I play Headhunter.
Which is wise, because, you know, the damage is very good.
Yeah.
But
I would think it's decent, because, you know, I would farm creeps with it. I would just supporting go jungle, so I'll put it like 2.
I would do that too also.
Damn.
That's true.
Yeah, rank it 3. What do you think?
3.
It's still that good? Top 3? Okay.
I like it.
Can be good.
I mean, you know, carries like it, mids like it, supports. We like the damage though, right? Yeah. I mean, you gotta farm. Yep. Sneaking farming is very important with
Very important.
Very, very.
Okay, next up is Caustic Bath, excuse me. For Corrosive Skin, they're increased while he's in Nether Toxin for Viper. How we
like
feel?
9.
Like, we already put 9, it's like 10.
Yes.
It's 10, I guess.
You think this is the worst one?
Not sure, but
maybe not the worst one.
Sounds really, really bad.
Which one did we put? 8, 7.
You have 8, 7, 4, 3, and I do believe 9.
No, did we? No, we didn't do 9. I think.
Let's put it 9.
No, 9.
Let's do a 9.
Yeah.
Okay.
9.
So 9 Corrosive Skin, Caustic Bath. You don't sit in Nether Toxin a lot, guys?
I've never seen anyone use this.
I've never seen it.
This hero...
I saw one lost with it, you know, our game.
Who even plays Viper?
It's a rough asset.
Sorry, Viper. Well, I'm not sorry, Viper players. Viper players don't deserve any sadness from us. All right. Thunderbolt. This is for Rolling Thunder for Pangolier. Rolling Thunder movement and turn speed increases, but duration is decreased. Very interesting. Pango, very popular hero, guys.
10.
Never seen 10.
Yes.
10.
This is
it. Why?
I've never seen anyone take this one instead of the other one.
What is the other one? I forget.
The shield
double jump.
Double.
Oh, the double jump.
That one's good.
Yeah. Damn. 10. Okay. Yeah. That's really interesting because Pango is such a popular hero. You really think it's that bad?
He's good,
huh?
but the other facet is good, and this one, I've never seen it.
Okay, all right. I won't ask you any questions. You guys are the experts. Soul Strike, passive effect for Venge. This is the one that lets her range attacks be melee attacks.
5?
Maybe 4. It's kind of good. You get the more attack speed from it, right? The base attack time. I'd say 4.
4? Okay.
Yep,
5 or 4?
Fine. No, 4.
Okay. We're getting down to the wire here, guys. Do you like, did you play Dota 1? Did you guys, or that's an old generation, no? You know how it used to look in Dota 1, that's why they put it in there, where the little Venge goes in. It's like a bug.
How did it look, actually?
It looked like if you take the passive, it looks like her model attacks the other person.
She just moves and attacks.
Yeah. I see. As I think it was a bug. It was cool, though. All right, the other one for Venge, this is the Avenging Missile. Every time that you get a last hit, it deals 0.75 bonus damage for every creep the enemy has last hit.
What's the lowest one we have left?
Yeah, what the lowest one we have left?
The lowest one? Come on, dudes. You've never seen
6? Did we put 6?
You still have 6 available.
Go 6.
6.
Wow, 6 on that one. That's right in the middle of the pack. You guys think that's pretty good then? Why isn't that one so good?
We messed up a bit our rankings.
It's not even that bad, honestly. I played some bench support with this, and I don't know. It's okay.
Do you see the difference, though?
Oh, yeah. If you go late and you play against, and you queue someone who has like a lot of lasts, of course, it's gonna deal like 600 damage.
Yeah. See, the saddest part, though, to me about that one is Lifestealer wants to get the most last hits, and this Venge one would counter it, but, you know, he has innate magic resist, so that's not really good.
I'm not sure that's how it works.
Fine, whatever. Okay, and our last 2 guys, we're getting close to number 1 here, so I hope you get focused up. Beast Mode, Inner Beast for Beastmaster, can be activated to increase his attack speed and allow him to apply the Wild Axe's debuff on his target.
1.
So we have 1, 2, and 4, right? Left.
No, you already used 4.
1 and 2.
You already used 2.
Then put it 1.
1. Yeah.
Just put it 1, yeah.
Really? This is the best one?
Out of the ones you've said so far, probably.
This is a great facet.
Yeah.
Really?
It is.
Yep.
We gonna see a lot of Beastmaster come out? Beastmaster good?
Yeah.
Why? Just because of this facet? Tell me about it. I'm a Beastmaster noob.
Aghanim facet,
yeah.
Take some stacks, gets fat, even if he loses lane, it's a lot of things.
The Drums of Sloan.
He can solo Roche also.
Yeah, he can solo Roche.
Solo Roche?
Like people don't know this.
With 1 item.
He can solo Roche.
Okay, this is some secret information. Now this actually has worth this content piece. Wonderful. Next up is Necrotic Webs from Broodmother. Reduces health regen of enemies in the webs.
This one's good. What's left?
I don't remember, but it's probably...
No, we didn't put 2.
We didn't put
You didn't
2.
put 2?
No. Then.
I thought you had 2.
I'll put 2 this one.
Yeah, this is 2.
It's like very good fast.
Actually, the list became really good with these 2 last ones.
Okay, I think we got it. You know, editor, I hope that they didn't pick 2. I thought they did, but perhaps they didn't. Whatever number it is, there it is, editor. Thank you so much. So the Broodmother is good, though.
Yeah.
What does
this one even... very nice.
Like, what does it do?
Reduce healing. And you put it on all the lanes at the start, and all the tangos, bottle, and all of this region gets weaker.
Yeah.
Okay, so you can buff your other lanes.
That's actually next level.
You don't need to do anything, Ombro. Just put it on the other lanes, and it annoys them so much.
Yeah.
So, could you play support Broodmother then? Pause 5 Brood, and go to each lane, just do that.
What do you think, Bengan?
It's not that good.
Okay. All right, well, we did our best. How did you think you did overall? Are you proud of what you've done?
I think it went pretty well.
Yeah, I think it's pretty good ranking.
You can, the last ones really clutched it up.
All right, well, fantastic. Much like you guys clutching it towards the end, so well done. Very proud of you, Mouse. Thank you for taking time. And we'll see you guys next time on some more Facet rating action. Bye-bye.
Just walk with me, dude. Don't do that.
Don't do what?
You were a professional at TI. Which TI was it?
Professional what?
Talent.
Oh, 7.
Oh yeah, because you were a player. I guess we started the interview, by the way.
Oh, I guess we did. Hello.
But you were a professional talent first before you're a professional player at TI, right?
I suppose that is technically true.
Why won't you go outside with me?
Because it's hot, and I like not being hot.
Can you sing the Electricity by that one guy who was at every Dream League?
No, I can't. It's overplayed.
What about Welcome to the Black Parade by My Chemical Romance?
It's not karaoke night either.
Could you sing that song if we were doing karaoke night?
Theoretically, sure.
What's your favorite song to do on karaoke night?
We'll say Welcome to the Black Parade.
Don't do weird noises with your mouth. That's going to have to get cut because it does things to the microphone. You're not a professional.
Sorry.
Okay, sing Welcome to the Black Parade with me.
I'm not singing it.
When I was a young boy.
Nice. What happened when you were a young boy?
My father took me into the city.
What did you see?
A marching band.
Okay.
Sing it, dude.
No.
It's for content.
I don't care about content.
This has been an interview with Quinn. This has been quite thought-provoking.
Provoked my thoughts.
And back to you. Where's your team?
The other guys, they're like right planting.
Okay, yeah, I'll go harass them. Yeah, thank you. Tofu, Seller, whoever that was. This is Jenkins Dota, and I am here behind the scenes at the Esports World Cup, Dota 2, Riyadh Masters. And we're going to go check out Gaimin Gladiators, the best team in the world. So, sorry, best team in the world. Can I show you some videos and get your reaction to them?
Okay.
That's good. Okay, so this one is this is a TikTok song. Do you know TikTok?
Yeah.
Yeah, big.
It's a cute vibe.
Can you not interrupt the video?
Okay, sorry, bro. I just thought you wanted me to talk since it's in my.
No, it's can you? I'm just trying to watch.
Why is the mic here if I'm not supposed to talk?
That's a 45-second clip, but that's 10 minutes long though. I'll send you. Can I get your Discord?
You're gonna spam me?
I'm not. I might send you an invite to a Counter-Strike tournament.
Okay, then I'm pretty good at Counter-Strike.
You like win free Arcanas.
Sounds boss.
Yeah, that's good. Do you like TikTok?
Nah, it's a bit too time-consuming. Don't have time for that.
Do you like try to stay off of social media because you think it's like a waste of time?
Exactly. Yeah.
I think playing Dota might be worse than going on TikTok. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been Jenkins Dota and behind the scenes with Gaimin Gladiators and with.
Yeah. Bye.
Thanks for checking us out.
You play?
Yeah, we're doing an interview now, I guess.
Okay.
He just turned it on, dude. I don't know. He just followed me turning it on.
You got any questions for me? Or should I ask you something?
You can ask me questions.
What is your outfit today?
I'm going for like a. They might censor this because of copyright, but Criminal Minds. You know the guy from Criminal Minds?
Yeah.
Which one? You don't know?
I don't know.
You know. Do you do that normally, where like somebody brings up a thing and you just want to continue the conversation? So you say you know the thing just so they continue, but then they ask about it, and then you're like, oh, I shouldn't have committed to that.
No, not really. If I don't know it, I'll like ask more about it.
because you're like high riz. Because somebody asked me about Shrek the other day, and I didn't know what it was. And then they bring up this character. There's apparently a donkey in it.
You don't know Shrek?
Not personally.
Well, I do.
He's not.
I don't even know the movie.
You know Shrek personally?
I do. Yeah.
I think that's Mike Myers.
Yeah.
Which was also a killer in
I don't know Mike Myers though.
In Halloween.
I don't know Mike Myers.
You know Shrek personally.
I only know Shrek personally.
Why are you slowly moving away from me?
I don't know, man. It's getting weird.
Who?
We need some other content boys over there. I guess someone switched with me. Do you have any question, or it's just like me pouring my feelings out?
Do you write poetry? You look like the type of guy that writes poetry.
Not recently, no. And probably also not before that, no. I haven't really gotten into it at all, actually.
That's a really good response. That's like a very you response.
Yes.
What's the most heartbreak that you've ever felt in your life?
That's deep. Real quick, I guess. Not sure, bro. It's hard to come up with that stuff on the spot in front of other people.
Do you think pain adds depth to people?
Yeah, I mean, probably, for sure. But it's also, when you go through stuff, then you can probably relate easier to others and also be more emphatic and like feeling with them.
And vulnerability is one of the best ways to deepen your friendships and relationships, right?
I guess, yeah, that's like an easy way to open up. Like, easy, so to say, but like to connect with others and open up and get to know other people better, or like letting other people get to know you better. Yeah.
I appreciate the insight. Thank you for sharing. This has been Jennings Dota behind the scenes. I'm gonna go to therapy now.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to another thrilling edition of Facet Blind Ranking. I am here with heroic best in the world here. We got Analog and KJ. How you doing, gents?
Hello, guys. I'm Analog. Hi.
This guy's introduced himself 3 times today. I know who you are, Analog. Are you worried about this?
Yeah, people have to know, you know. Every time you say Analog KJ, the Brazilians,
yeah.
Like, just so we don't be the same, you know.
I am Analog. Yeah, that is Analog. That is KJ. Today we'll be ranking some...
I mean, almost, you know, like, need more, some years of getting...
Oh, okay, yeah.
More Dota years, and I'll be like you.
Oh,
you know?
Thank you. I hope not. Don't end up like me, my friend. Enjoy the hair while you have it. Let's play our game here today. I'm going to give you guys facets. You're going to rank them from 1 to 10, 1 being the best, 10 being the worst. The trick is, I'm only giving you 1 at a time. Are you guys familiar with facets? Have you memorized all of them like good players?
I think we work with that. I think we know some of them.
You know some of them?
Part of our job.
All right, fantastic. Well, let us begin then with our first one, Quick Wit. This is Dark Seers.
I'll have to know by the name.
No, I'm going to tell you. Calm down. Relax.
Right.
I will tell you. Quick Wit, Dark Seers passive. He gains attack speed as he gets more intelligence. This is your first facet. You must rank it 1 through 10.
I know my offlaner always take this facet, so I would say it's
No, wait, it's just a facet, because like what makes it broken is a facet plus the innate. So it's just a facet, you know.
Well,
if you
assume the innate is good as well, you know. I mean,
I don't know the Dark Seer innate, but I think this facet is good. Like, I will rank 6.
Huh?
Yeah.
What do you mean? Like, 1 is the best.
1
right?
is the best. Yes.
It's like 3. If you count the innate together.
Ah, okay, 1 is the best one. Okay, I got it.
No, we have to decide that. So we're counting innate together.
Yes, of course.
Okay, so it's the 2 thing.
Yeah, for sure.
So it's like 2 if you count the innate together. 2 or 3?
I'll say 4. Okay,
we
can have different.
3 then.
You can't have different. You're a team. You gotta make a team.
We'll have 1.
Yes.
Not you, not me.
Look, it got nerfed. It got nerfed. So it's probably 4.
It got nerfed.
It did get nerfed.
Yeah. Okay, 4.
4.
I think it's a 3.
We're locked in on 4.
We're gonna regret that.
That's pretty high, but okay, 4 it is. All right, very good. So you guys don't have a lot of Dark Seer experience then, as I heard from this discussion?
No, we have. It's every game ban or pick. So
oh, okay. Well, all right, very well. So next up is One Man Army. This is from Axe. You know, Axe gains strength based on his armor as long as he's away from his allies.
9.
Super nerfed.
9.
Yeah, super nerfed. 9?
For me, it's 9.
Alright, it's a nice one as well, because...
Can I choose one? Because you chose the other one. So for
I'll go for 9. Okay,
Okay, 9 it is. All right, so this one is, you just don't get this one because it's way too nerfed now? Is that accurate?
We're doing the combo with the innate, and the hero is not that strong anymore after he got nerfed.
Sure, sure. We were seeing that in almost every game. Did you guys enjoy the axe time? Did you spam any of that in your pubs? Did you try any of that?
I just play my role,
I used to play it mid when the mental works and you can.
Oh my God, those were good
The shard,
times.
you know, your attack was a very.
That was not good times. Good times X was when you buy 2 stout shields in Dota 1.
Holy shit.
And then you go 2 vanguards.
The double stout shield meta, that was nasty stuff. Yeah, oh, that's only for the bald guys in the chat there. So yeah, for sure. Okay, next up is Enchantress's Spellbound. And cast range of enchant is increased if the enemy is a hero. Enchantress has increased attack range against that target.
You're the English expert. I'll live for you. I just trust you, you know. Just say the number, I'll trust you.
Damn.
I'll never even contest it.
How good is this one?
Oh my God. If you count the innate together, like the ranges are.
Why do you keep saying that? You have to count the innate. You don't get to deselect the innate.
No, I thought this was like an ability draft of fast you could put on any hero.
No, it's just like, how good are they in the world of Dota against each other?
9.
9? This is 9?
Wait, the X wasn't 9 the X?
No,
I think the
X was 8.
X was 8, yeah.
Ah, it was 8, okay.
But I hope there's not worse ones, you know, otherwise I don't have slot for them. But actually, we want Enchanted and then they ban my Enchanted because they think I only play this hero.
Yeah.
Okay, so this one's going for 9.
9.
9 it is. Okay, full trust. Is that
I'm not even contesting. He's the ancient expert.
Everyone
Everyone bans it, otherwise you're gonna lose. Even with the 9 faced, you know.
Damn. Even as an Ench expert, how do you think about her innate? What do you think about that one? The double neutral item. Is that a meme or is that actually good?
It's kind of meme, but in theory, I think what the big brains of Dota thought was like, you get the thing, you get super fast because you farm jungle, and then your team get like super fast because H is usually for tempo, right?
Sure.
You're gonna play fast. So if you get faster neutral items for everyone, in theory, you're gonna have a power spike for like the 8-minute rune. At 7, you get like lots of neutral items. And if you are good, you can catch them in the air. You know that?
What? You can catch it in the air?
Yeah, like when you have one, it goes to base, the other one, right?
Yeah.
But if you're fast enough, you can catch them in the air. So you can give to your mid.
Oh, so you like put yours in your backpack slot, then catch it while it's in mid-air?
No, you just catch the other one and you go to your backpack.
That's some crazy ass meta. Okay, got it. All right. Speaking of catching things in the air, this is Leeching Leash. This one, Pounce applies to stacks of Essence Shift when striking enemy heroes. So you get this for Slark. You pounce and you get an Essence stack.
I don't even know that was a face.
Yeah, me neither. This is my first time. What the hell is this? That sounds wild.
I don't even know the other, just know the Barracuda.
Yeah, there's a Barracuda.
The Barracuda, that's right. Well, this is not Barracuda. So this is.
Okay, that's.
No, but Barracuda is innate. It's not the other facet.
All right, and I don't even remember it's like exists, honestly.
Okay, so where are we putting it? 9 and 8 is already taken?
7.
Yeah, 7, not that bad.
It has to be 7.
Yeah, it has to be 7, right?
7? Okay.
I mean,
you think this is better
it's 7
than
or 10,
Axe?
right?
No,
It's 7 or 10. It's 7.
No, it's 7 because the Barracuda is OP.
Yeah, but that's not the Barracuda.
That's not the Barracuda, though.
The Barracuda is innate. Okay.
It is, right?
Yeah. No one else
You
in
work
this
with this
piece,
game, you have to know.
I understand. No one else in this game has ever talked about innates. This is all you're talking about. It is facet. It is facet. It is the facet game. What the? All right. So where do you want?
Okay, 7 is good. 7, yeah.
Oh, it's 10. No, I think it's 10 actually. Pounce and get edgy.
No, Pounce and get edgy is a good thing. I think probably people get this one.
That's true. So it's 7.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, coming up next. Unbreakable. This one is for Lone Druid. The Spirit Link, only damage dealt by Spirit Bearer heals Lone Druid. And Lone Druid's morph his Spirit Bearer into an enraged form that gains bonus armor, cooldown 75% on Entangling Claws.
We don't have a Lone Druid expert, but
we had one.
We had one, yeah.
Last year, our offlaner, he played like 25 pubs of Lone Druid and didn't lose a single one.
Holy!
Like in the TI, when we were playing TI. So we managed to not play Lone Druid a single game because everyone banned it.
Okay, that's fantastic.
PPP.
Yeah, so what I remember from it, and from his words in the new Lone Druid, is the hero's garbage.
Okay.
So I'm betting for a 10 more than a 6.
Wow.
It's 10. It's 10 for sure.
This is the 10? This is the worst one? Okay. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Are you guys sad you don't see Lone Druid these days? You like Lone Druid?
I like,
but not that much.
Okay. All right, next up is Rewards of Ruin. This is an innate, I think, or is this a fast? I don't remember. Pugna receives 1.5 spell amp per destroyed enemy tower.
Sorry, they saved the
Pugna.
They saved the trash ones for last now.
1.5 damn spell amp per tower.
That's good for Pugna mid. Kappa. It's not good. It's not good, but we don't have more.
11? Oh, no.
Top 11.
All right, guys. What are we putting it? The lowest you can go now, I believe, would be 6. Yes.
Yeah, for Pugna mid is very
good.
So yeah, 6 is fine. How good? 6 is fine. It's way better than the one-man army from X. Yeah.
Oh, the one-man army. That is true. Okay. Sounds good. Put that in there then.
Jesus, that's so bad.
What do you mean it's bad?
It's 2 amp for tower.
I think it's 1.5.
1.5?
Jesus.
That's
so
strong.
Bad.
No? Okay.
If you take 3 towers, which you can certainly do as Pugna, it's like a Kaya. How much spell amp is a Kaya?
Kaya, I think it's 8.
It's basically a Kaya.
It's a Kaya after 3 towers.
That's pretty good.
If the Pugna was pause 1, he would not get this 8 anyway. He would get the heal 1.
All right, next up. Frostbound. Chain Frost lingers on its target. If it fails to bounce, can bounce again to new target if available.
This one is OP.
Really?
This one is OP.
This one's OP.
Okay, where are we ranking that?
It's like 2. The hero itself may not be that good, but the facet, just the facet is good. It's like 2.
Okay, we don't have a 1 yet. We don't have a 3.
Yeah, so this is a solid 2.
It's going so like it's coming a lot of face it. So
no, but this one is good.
Yeah, I think 2 is fine. Like even the hero not being that good.
Okay, a 2.
I don't know. The next one gonna be like a super trash one, like Downbreaker.
Okay, take it easy.
Something like this.
We'll talk about the next one. The next one is Lunar Orbit. Moonglaves rotate and provide damage reductions while active on Luna.
This is good.
That's not the shard.
No.
No, the shard. I don't know what the shard does.
You were grilling me about not knowing. You don't know Luna Shard?
No, but I'm support.
Okay.
You have to know everything. You work at the game.
That's true. That's true. So where are we putting this one? Lunar Orbit, guys.
It's 4 or 5. It's not that bad. It's good for Luna jungle, so.
I don't know. I'm down for 5. I never see this hero in.
Yeah, 5 is fine.
5 is fine?
Since the faces come, I never saw this hero again.
Okay. All right. You think we're ever gonna get support?
A very good evening to everyone. You are watching Riyadh Masters, and today we are crowning our champion here at the Esports World Cup live from the Kidia Arena. Before we get to our grand finals though, I want to just recap the last 3 weeks that we've had, and to do that I've got a wonderful panel with me. Kezu, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. You know, there's a lot of Dota that has been played, more Dota that will be played today, and you know, a lot of dreams that will be shattered, but there's, you know, you always need the losers to get the winners, so I'm excited.
Effie, welcome back on the panel.
Hey.
You ready for grand finals?
I'm very excited. You know, I'm here while our boy BSJ is doing something very exciting.
Secret?
secret and exciting, but always looking forward to some action-packed Dota issues.
Yeah, and we've had a lot of action-packed Dota already, Fear. I want to take you back to the play-ins. It was a long time ago,
It was a long time
there
ago.
were a lot of teams that had a lot of hopes and dreams.
There was, and a couple of them came out of that plains looking pretty good as well, but unfortunately some had to go home as well as just like the group stage. So yeah, I believe, which team was doing the best? Was it?
I mean, Entity were doing
Entity,
really
yeah,
well.
Entity was the one that was really crushing it through the plains. They got it pretty far, but unfortunately none of the play-in teams did reach it to the final day, which is, you know, that's kind of how it goes. You are in the plains for a reason. No big upsets.
No big upsets. I think when I think about the play-ins and the road of some teams, the ones that stand out for me is Nouns not making it out of the play-ins, and LGD making it a lot further, Kezu, than I thought.
I mean, LGD just kind of had the power up. You always have the teams that like progress a lot throughout the tournament, which is also even the teams that lost in this tournament. Honestly, they're still here like in spirit, because the meta that develops in these tournaments is from all the teams playing and losing and helping each other. So, you know, you always have the losers, but they're still here today.
They are. I mean, there's always the teams that excel in situations where you don't expect them to. We already talked about Entity from the play-ins, but there's also Blacklist and Heroic, who fell off really hard by the time the group stages came out. During the group stages, we had Falcons going 0-4 on the first day, then crushing all the other days. We had teams that we expected to be at the top, at the bottom, and vice versa. So a lot of interesting things went on this entire tournament.
Yeah, I forgot to mention as well, PSG Quest was in the play-ins, and they did way better than all the other teams we mentioned, so sad to leave them out, but they far exceeded most people's expectations.
Yeah, no, I was going to mention them.
Yeah.
Don't worry. We were not going to forget that, because I think for PSG Quest, they probably left the most lasting impact of all the teams, other than, you know, the final 3 teams that people were expecting to do well. But PSG Quest is going home with a lot more fans and people rooting for them in the future.
Yeah, I mean, them being Spirit alone was just like, okay, this team is the real deal. They're beating the Goliath of land, Team Spirit, and then they went on and won 3 games with Falcons, so that was super impressive.
Incredibly impressive. We also had OG that didn't do as good as some other people were expecting, and now people are speculating, is Seb going for another retirement, now being a family man and all. We had a great skit about that. Actually, we've had fantastic skits and little videos about that, and that is all thanks to our content team that is very hard at work, always.
Content ideas, okay. Oh, okay, I got it. Arteezy has a sleep paralysis demon, Shadow Fiend, huh? Okay, right, too obvious, sure. Oh, Dota 2 award show! Dota 2's been around for like 18 years. How come we don't have an award show? It's perfect. Well, come on, bro, that's actually a good one, for real.
No, it's not a good one. Think about it. Actually, think about it. Imagine what a Dota 2 award show would actually look like.
Thank you, everyone. Welcome back to the Dota 2 Defense of the Award Show for the video game Dota 2 Defense of the Ancients, Dota. We are here now to announce the winner, but before we get into that, let me remind you one more time of your nominees. Fear, 23 Savage, FY, and ATF. And the award for most excited victory celebration goes to Fear! Come on up here, Fear. Come get your award, buddy. Excuse me, where is he? Hello? Fear? Oh, he's gone. Okay. Oh, this is a huge one. Let us now begin our induction into the Hall of Fame. This one is for those Dota players that have been around for so long, but are still here and kicking butt today. Ladies and gentlemen, you know him, you love him. Please welcome Puppy. Oh, he's not here. Okay, that's okay, because there's plenty of other good old players to be inducted in his stead. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Kuroki. Oh, the Hall of Fame inductee is Sumail. Oh, it's Miracle. Okay, Mind Control. He's actually good. He's not here. I thought, great. And best seating position, Boxy, 33, Ramses, and Blitz. And now it's time for a crowd favorite. We have Team Fight of the Year. Your first nominee is gonna be Heroic versus Gaimin Gladiators at ESL 1 Birmingham. Next up, BB Team versus the Tormentor at ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur. You know this one, it's Boxy's Lion Stun at ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur. And Gabi and Abed at the Blacklist International Team House. And the winner is, of course, Boxy's Lion Stun at ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur. Ah, look at that stun! Unbelievable! Put your hands together. Woo! Woo, God! And your final category of the night, thank goodness, is gonna be Least Retired Player of the Year. Your nominees are Crit, Ame. Oh.
Get Ame's name out of your mouth.
Hey, do you have something that you want to say about Ame, or I'm gonna give you a hug, or what are you doing up here?
So, sleep paralysis demon?
Yeah, sleep paralysis demon. Okay, let's go.
Every time, it cracks me up, Kazu.
There's just so much like originality, like to come up with these things. Slacks and whoever else is behind these, they're just S tier.
And working all the little nudges of memes, not just Dota 2 related, but
yeah, and also that all these players are here, like
yes,
for all these bits.
Well,
most of them, all of them, most of them.
All of them. No, it's been fantastic watching everything. It's gonna be fantastic watching a grand finals as well. So it is time to start talking about our grand finals.
It's a long road for us. Since the group stage we played many games. And in some games we struggle a lot. We find out how we want to play. And this is probably the reason like why we are here right now.
And they just keep on going. They just keep pushing forward, even at half HP.
This event could easily be the biggest event of the year for us. I think the journey for us to get to this point has been a bit of a mix of up and downs.
It's too much. They have to use the arena to try and bail him out. Push him back with the God's Rebuke. 33 runs him down all the way to the fountain and a power shot to finish him off.
We didn't feel like we win or lose, but we were feeling that we went to the finals like almost 100%. Like everyone is really confident and everyone is ready to own.
He's just hoping he has the damage to finish off Roshan. It's not even close. Meanwhile, Amar's going for the kill on the Brewmaster. This guy's gonna get off this ultimate. Actually, a little bit low on mana. They just call it. It's done. They're out. Falcons know they can't beat Gaimin Gladiators whenever they hit their peak.
You learn to adapt and overcome struggles. We've come so close so many times, and winning would mean everything.
They drew it back for all of that and got nothing out of the 2 lives on the Chaos Knight. Oh my, Liquid.
I think Team Liquid, for some reason, I don't know how it works, but they have some issues and they struggle a lot in the grand finals, and you can feel it in the games. So I hope we're gonna also smash them without struggling a lot.
I think Gaimin Gladiators is always a stronger team the further you get along in the tournament, and beating them in grand finals I feel like would be the icing on the cake. Got a little bit exposed going up against Gladiators, but now we're back and I cannot wait to defeat them. So I think coming into this we are more prepared than we are.
I don't know, we always beat them in the finals, and I think they're scared of us. Quick 3-0, 20 minutes, 30 minutes max.
Cannot wait to prove that the Rachu truly is a B-tier carry.
As we look at the Jamil Motorsport player arrival of our grand finalists here at this Riyadh Masters, it is good to remember that there is no beef between these players, but we do like to play it up a little bit. I love how confident that Racho was in that interview, Effie.
I love to hear it. I love to hear it. I mean, this is the El Clasico. You can't change the script. It seems like you know you can have a filler season. Maybe Falcons was the filler season of Dota 2, but we are back to what we've been seeing, the meat and bones of the last competitive year, which is just Gaimin versus Liquid Grand Finals.
Yeah, and it has not been ending well for Team Liquid. This will be the sixth Grand Finals they go up against each other, which is a lot of Grand Finals, but not a single one. Well, the 5 before this, not a single one was taken by Team Liquid. And Fear, we got some stats to look at regarding Grand Finals appearances.
Shocker.
And not this one. This one is a little bit ahead of its time.
Yeah, this is mine. Should I just roll with it?
Yeah, go roll with it.
Because we have Gaimin Gladiators, we know how good they are. They expose Liquid, like we also just heard in the video. And this is just some of the heroes that they play. You have the CK, you have the Chen, the Brew, and the Weaver. What do all these heroes do? They play aggressive. They have good lanes. They're going to stomp you. If they get ahead, they're going to end the game fast. They're going to take Roach, build auras. These are their recent game times in their last 2 matches against the best teams in the tournament. 33 minutes, 28 minutes, and 29 minutes. So I think if you're Liquid looking at this, obviously they lost very hard. They know how to adapt because they had a big drafting issue in their series. So looking at this, I hope that they adapt, but they already showed some better stuff against Falcons in the series just now.
They really did. The question is, will they survive those first 20 minutes? We're going to find out because as we can see in the records, and this time the sheet that I wanted to share with you, Fear, this is Grand Finals appearances and victories of all the players. We must remember that for the Racho, Tofu, and Celery, this was all last year. They have done fantastic, but these are high numbers.
Yeah, they definitely are, especially Ace. I didn't really expect that one to be that many.
Ninjas in pajamas.
Yeah,
Team
whenever he gets to
Secrets.
Grand Finals, all he does is win there. And whenever Gaimin Gladiators get into Grand Finals, all they do is win as well, if Liquid's on the enemy team at least. But we'll have to see in this one. We'll be able to bring it back, and we're going to see the opposite here, where we have just a couple. But, you know, Nisha on his probably Days of Secret, got most of those, right? And then we've got a couple there on 33 with Tundra, I believe, but not yet with Liquid.
No, and just as a reminder, the one finals that Boxy, Insania, and Mickey won was in 2019 when they were still Alliance, and it was the Summit. And that is a very long time ago, especially considering since then they've changed rosters quite a bit, and they've had some of the best players in the world is also on their roster as well. And it is about time, no?
It is. They have to be so hungry for this win, because not only would it be finally a Grand Finals win for these players, but revenge against Gaimin Gladiators, who basically dragged them down the entirety of the last year. I do wonder, though, how confident they are going up into it. After you beat the lower bracket team to go into Grand Finals, that does have to feel good, because it was Falcons. Falcons won everything this year, and they stomped them. It wasn't even close. That was one of the cleanest 2-0s that I've seen in this tournament, and that's got to be something that gives you confidence in a way nothing else does, because a lot of people had Falcons as the winner of this tournament.
Yeah, and I believe you were also here this morning when the stat was shared, Effie, that of all the Grand Finals this year, only once has the upper bracket team won. The rest was all lower bracket teams.
You can't underestimate that lower bracket momentum.
That's crazy, isn't it?
I was not aware of that. That is a pretty spicy
this year,
stat.
right?
This year, 2024, specifically.
Probably a different story from last year's.
Yeah, I would imagine so.
Yeah, but like it's something else as well that they can try to take away. They beat Gaimin Gladiators last year at Riyadh. It's like one of the few times where they did actually, you know, smack them, and like they played very well against them. So that's like something you can take. Of course, you can take the series you played the other day where you lost to them to try and adapt. And the momentum from this morning, I feel like out of all the Grand Finals they've played, I believe in Liquid today to not get 3-0 stomped, but show us like a very competitive series, and who knows, maybe even win.
I'd agree.
I am slightly concerned, though, because Falcons did not look like themselves today. They were playing too slow. They were playing disjointed from each other, and it felt like the fundamentals of theirs were shaken up, actually, after their series versus Quest yesterday. And I don't want to take away anything from Liquid's victory, because it was clean. They did everything almost perfectly, but the way that they lost to Gaimin yesterday, they lost to Chen and Enchantress. They lost because they picked Razor in a game where Razor wasn't good because their carry pool was limited. Those problems, they still have to exist, Kazu.
Yeah, I think it's like also, I mean, it's especially that, but there's also other stuff. Like I really dislike like some of the Ember pick. Like when you pick a hero to close a phase, you ban 2 heroes, and then still something like the Dazzle comes out, which makes it unplayable. It means that your pick on 18 was illegal, because no matter what great heroes you ban, you're still getting stomped. There's an issue there.
There is an issue there. Fear, I want to focus a little bit more on the matchups, and maybe if you want to take it to the draft, that's fine as well, but I want to talk about the support difference. We talk a lot about the tempo of play, and oftentimes that comes down to support play.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely can, and I think for right now we're talking a lot about Liquid and what they need to improve. It's because they're going against the Goliath right now. It's Gaimin Gladiators. They haven't had a single game in the playoffs that went to 40 minutes, so speed is going to be the name of the game. Celery, he's been playing a lot of fast-tempoed heroes, especially the Chen, and he's the only one that's even pulled out the Undying this tournament. So, like, this is definitely a team that's going to play fast. They're going to move very quickly. They're going to build all the auras. I really like Tofu as well. He's been adapting super well, but he's one of those position 4 players that will just, like, buy the auras, buy the Glimmer Cape as needed, when a lot of supports might be a bit more greedy. So they're all in on the idea of we're going to play fast and we're going to end the game around that 20-30 minute mark.
Now, how do Boxy and Insania compare to that, with that in mind?
They can. They definitely can. It's just, are they willing to? Because they have, like, in the upper bracket, showed a completely different play style from what we used to see them win with. And they went more for that team fight heavy, play a bit slower, pick the troll, and rely on that a bit more. But we've seen them play very quick. We've seen Boxy pull out, like, Dawnbreakers and stuff. Sure, they didn't win that game, but hopefully they didn't lose faith from that. Be like, oh, this is a little out of the box. Let's go back to the standard meta. Just keep picking the auras, keep playing fast, because I think that's what you have to do to beat Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, a lot of flexibility coming from the supports as well.
No, for sure. And also, like, if you're looking at Liquid, they need to be matching the speed, right? I don't want to see no Disruptors today with some kinetic wall. I want to see Insania's ET, like, also stuff like Hoodwink, Weaver. Weaver is a hero that owns in these games. You need to match Gaimin's tempo. Like, they know it, we know it, so they have to also show it with their type of hero picks and how they play the game.
And the support picks are going to be instrumental, because Gaimin Gladiators, you see them over and over again, and you talk about their auras and their 5-man, but you have to break it down to how they get to that point, right? And a huge chunk of why they can get to that point is the support rotations to the mid lane, the rune security for Quinn, the early rotations to get that mid tower early, and then aggressively enter the jungle or the triangle through that tower. So Liquid have to have supports that are able to match that pace instantly. It can't be something that loses in lane and then has to TP mid, refill a bottle, walks back to the lane, mid gets ganked. We can't see any of that today.
No, and with that in mind, if you want the supports to be freed up, that means our offlaners, they have to have something that is fine, even if, therefore leaves a little bit Fear.
Yeah, I mean, I think the offlaners to really look out for. I think we have a lot from Gaimin Gladiators. Of course, the Underlord and Brewmaster is going to be the big one going into this one. I think we struggled a little bit on 33 earlier on the tournament. The Brewmaster, he had like a 25% win rate. They scrapped it for a little while, and then once they lost the Gaimin with it, they pulled it out just earlier today, tried a different build, and now it's back. So I think he figured out what the problem was there. So we're going to see a lot of overlap in some of the heroes that 33 likes to play. Brew is going to be a big one for sure, and outside of that, it's going to be the Doom. This is a hero that Liquid have not lost with, and this is kind of the hero that builds auras, but also counters a lot of the healing strategy on top of it. So these are going to be big offlaners to look for.
Yeah, like for me, Dota right now is all about like the small things. Obviously the draft, but also your gameplay. How fast do you get to your timings? How do your lanes go? How can you rotate around the map? So every little pick and like every play in all these lanes, it matters so much that these two teams, they need to adapt and constantly like improve. Like even Gaimin Gladiators, they probably looked at what Liquid did just now. Falcons gave them the Monkey King. That's very likely something Gaimin will not do. But all the small things, they will matter more than ever in this series.
Yeah, and with that in mind, I mean, in terms of diversity, I would say actually the role that's been least diverse for both the squads has been the carry role for Mickey and the Retro.
Yeah, it feels like Dyrachyo in particular loves his CK, where he'll pick it in almost every game. If the Weaver's in it, he'll pick it too. But this kind of works even though the carry pool is limited, because the carries that he puts himself on are these really early game high tempo carries that can rotate through the gate early, get that top tower, but also sit on lane and do nothing so that the supports can move around. Because you talked about the offlaner needing to be self-sustaining so the supports can be freed. The same thing applies to carry sheaves. Whereas with Mickey, he's playing the more ranged carry archetype where we're seeing a lot of trolls, we're seeing a lot of TAs, a lot of razors, but we haven't actually seen him pivot to that melee self-sustaining type of carry the way Dyrachyo has.
Yeah, the way that you kind of want to, if you want Insania to go through a portal and make something happen there.
Well, unless you have like really good lanes, which of course that's something they can do. I feel like they're a little bit similar with like Dyrachyo and Mickey in terms of they want to like play fast. They play off of their lane. Maybe they can go through the gate and like help their team. But it is true, like what Mira was saying, that you're not going to see Mickey on like a Naga Siren. But I also don't think you're going to see Dyrachyo on like some tier 2000 Naga Siren like 1v5 a game. It's very much play for your team, play for the tempo, and when it comes together, you're going to win. And when something falls flat, it just doesn't look that great.
It just does not. And I think a lot of pressure is going to also be on the coaches of both teams, because there's a lot of data and a lot of what if and buts that can come into play with a series like that, especially when it comes to a best of 5. And I would love to hear some words from Blitz, who Purge was talking to earlier today.
Hey, I'm here with Blitz of Team Liquid. They won their series earlier today, which got them to this point, but I want to talk about how your journey was for the previous year, basically. Last year, you guys had an amazing year. You got a lot of second places. What's it feel like now to be back in the finals?
Honestly, I feel a little bit indifferent, because I feel as though I know what it's like to get second place. I don't know what it's like to win. It's been quite some time since we've had a big win. For me, I think like the last LAN that I was a part of that we won was like ESL when I was a part of DC. So it's been quite some time, and I think second or third, like who cares at this point? You know, it's the same thing.
So you talked a little bit about how you guys have different play styles in Gaimin Gladiators. Does that affect your confidence? And does all of that like collide with all of the stress of going into this tournament?
No, I mean, the thing is, I know people will say like we have no chance and stuff like that in past history, but that's on everybody else to think. Like, I believe in my team to be able to do it. You know, everyone's like, it's so obnoxious seeing them in the finals again, the same exact one. Well, then somebody else should have beat us. What can you do? It's not like I'm just gonna tell my team, let's lose to give somebody else a chance at this biscuit. No, we'll do it 100 times. And maybe on the 100th one, we'll beat Quinn and Gladiators. I don't care how many times. We'll keep coming for them.
Are you gonna do the tweet, nobody beats Liquid 99 times in a row?
Absolutely. If we win, I don't want to jinx it, obviously, but I'm really popping off because I feel like my team really deserves it. But I mean, this team is extremely good. If it was easy to beat them, somebody would have done it before in this tournament, but obviously it's a lot more complicated than that.
All right, well, good luck in your match, and I hope you guys do well.
Cheers, thank you.
A lot more complicated than that, indeed, and especially yesterday. I wonder, actually, Fair, you've probably been in situations like this where you get knocked down in the upper bracket, you got to go through the lower bracket to go further, you get to the grand finals, but you already played the team that you played. How much the impact that it has, even if it was a beatdown like that?
That's actually my exact TI5 run. We played PDC, we got 2-0'd really badly in the upper bracket. We went down and played LGD. It was like 2-0, I don't remember, 2-1, 2-0, doesn't matter. But we went into it the next game. It's really about the talk you have after you lost in the upper bracket. That's going to be everything. Because like either you die up there and you're just like a corpse floating down to that lower bracket, or you're reinvigorated and you're motivated, you win down there, then you go into that grand finals and you have that fire and you figured out your mistakes.
Which side do you think Team Liquid's on? Because it seems like they're invigorated.
He's got energy.
He does.
He's alive.
It's on fire.
No, it has to be fire. When you get owned the way they did in an upper bracket final, you better have a good talk, because people will be emotional, be like, guys, what the hell is this? We can't do this again. This is what needs to be changed. So I have a lot of faith in them, like coming in today, knowing what needs to be changed, and they're showing it with their gameplay too.
Easy enough. Maybe not a very fast grand finals then, Effie.
I would hope not. I want to see something incredibly competitive. But if Liquid... So it's hard to fix everything with one talk overnight, especially when there are multiple issues that were presented the day before. And I do believe there were multiple issues that were presented. Like, are they going to look at it and say, we lost to Enchantress and Chen, we lost to the Dazzle versus Ember, we lost to the CK. What do we fix here? Because there isn't enough time to do that. But if they can identify what they thought was the primary factor for their loss and work only on that, I believe in them.
I think a lot of people around the world are thinking this could be the one. There's a lot of fans for both teams. I think also for Gaimin Gladiators, we can't sell them short. They are the ultimate raid boss here in Riyadh Masters, and they have been looking solid. This year, they haven't gotten a first place title yet at a LAN. So we don't know how strong they'll be. They're hungry for this just as much as Liquid is. So let's get this final started as we're heading over to BSJ first.
Aiden, my man, this is not your first rodeo. We've seen you here before. What's going to be different about today against Gaimin Gladiators?
This time we're going to smash them.
What makes you say that, my man? Are you feeling confident?
Yeah, of course. Did you see our last series?
I did, but I also saw your series yesterday.
I don't remember this series. I don't know what you're talking about.
Short-term memory? Well, let's see what happens in the finals, or... excuse me. I'm as nervous as they are right now, apparently, but I'm actually way more nervous than you, and we're going to go ahead and let you walk out and show that you're not nervous.
Thank you.
Hello, turn this way. I'm here with Gaimin Gladiators, and Quinn, first off, I have a gift for you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Okay, and I got a question for you. What are you going to do when the crowd starts chanting, "Let's go Liquid," during your grand finals?
Win.
Okay, pretty based. Well, I'm going to let you do that, and you can enjoy the walkout here. Let's get into the grand finals.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for grand finals. 4 days of play-ins, 5 days of groups, and 6 days of playoffs have culminated in this moment. We brought 20 teams here, and now we're left to just 2.
2 powerhouse remain. Gaimin Gladiators crushing their opponents with speed throughout the whole upper bracket. But now, they've been waiting all day to see who's worthy enough to face them in this best of 5. And they are ready to claim their first LAN title of the year.
Last year, that would have seemed preposterous. They were dominating the scene, making every other team look like chumps. Specifically, one opponent in particular, Team Liquid.
Team Liquid has been having their run in the upper bracket, knocking down Riyadh Masters 2023 reigning champions, winning 2-1 against Tundra Esports, but then they fell short against Gaimin Gladiators. But now they have a chance to take revenge and claim this trophy.
A lesser team may have fallen faster, but Liquid dusted themselves off quickly as they dominated Falcons 2-0 just hours ago. And now we're ready to see if they have what it takes again a best of 5.
That's right, and we are ready to welcome the teams on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to welcome the first grand finalist of Riyadh Masters 2024. It is Team Liquid. Liquid mastermind, the tactical genius, one click away from victory, Insania! The jolly assassin, the friendly force of destruction, it's Ngày! One of the best in the world, never claimed a trophy of this magnitude, the uncrowned king, Nisha! A lot of threes in his name, but what's important is getting 3-0 in this best of 5. It's 33. No force, be it natural or biological, have stopped this man from winning. It's boisterous, fast, based, boxy.
And their eternal rivals coming to the stage, it's Gaimin Gladiators! All tournament long, he's been cool and calm, but now he's finally here to collect. It's Quinn! Sometimes it's a throw, sometimes it's a go, but no matter what facet this man chooses, he's gonna be making some dough. DiReggio! Don't let his diet fool you, because this man's a carnivore. Celery! The 4 position has never looked this good, and I'm talking about the gameplay. Tofu! And this man's responsible for shooting down so many enemies in his career, but now he's flying high after making it through the upper bracket. Ace! And for the last time, players, please take your seats and place your keys, as this may be your last chance to hold them. Nothing is granted, everything is earned. Riyadh, are you ready? Then let's get this grand final started!
The title for champion here at Riyadh Masters live from the Esports World Cup. We're gonna find out in the upcoming best of 5, but perhaps you already have a couple of ideas about who will do better in this series. Make sure you get your predictions in www.stcplay.gg. You know the drill, you know the track record and the history with these two teams, these 10 players on stage. And I want to get into the nitty-gritty of this because we talked a little bit about, Celery makes them ban Enchantress and Eng. It's a best of 5. Everything changes in a best of 5 because you might want to, again, let them through. Have a plan against it, Kezu.
The thing is, you need to, like we talked before, whichever talk they had yesterday after the series is very important because it needs to lead them to the right conclusions, what they want to do. Because yes, when you play the best teams, you need to choose at least a couple of heroes you have to play against. Whichever ones you have the best plan against, whichever makes the draft feels the best and makes your players feel the best. So I cannot tell you whether they're gonna ban Eng and Chen. They circled against it, last night. But maybe they feel like if we change something up, we can just play against it.
Yeah, I mean, I have a slightly different take for... There's always a weakness in the armor for every team, and I think for Gaimin Gladiators, it is Dyrachyo right now. He has played very few heroes successfully, mainly the CK. He's played pretty good on the Broodmother as well. And then what was one other hero he was playing as well?
He played Alchemist?
Ursa was the hero. So he has, and those heroes are not even close to a CK. So I think you really want to target Dyrachyo, put him out of his comfort zone, put him on a Dyrachyo moment type of hero right now. The CK is way too good on this team, and I feel like it should be auto-banned. See if you can get Dyrachyo to play something new for the team. When he played heroes like Wind Ranger and stuff like that in previous series, the team did not look nearly as good. So that would be my approach.
Yeah, the thing is, you don't want to overcorrect as well, and even though Dyrachyo's hero pool has been limited, I think it's very good in Nikkei's current hero pool too. We saw how he picked Ursa and Nikkei picked Razor anyway into the Ursa, where a lot of people would consider the Ursa a late game solution to Razor.
So what is the weakness in the armor of Team Liquid, or did Gaimin Gladiators already kind of, hit the mark there yesterday?
I mean,
yeah, go ahead.
I think they exposed them just hardcore when it comes to strategy and draft. I can't even tell you if they really had a lot of weaknesses in their gameplay because I feel like there wasn't actually that much gameplay to be had. At least that's my opinion when I watched this series they had yesterday.
Yeah, and I feel like they just went out of their comfort zone, and by that, more of they tried a different strategy that didn't fit the bill of what they like to do. I think Liquid has a lot of good heroes that they can play, like Sven, Doom, Beast, TA, even the Jakiro are very high win rate heroes for them right now. And they kind of went away from that and picking heroes like the Sand King. If 33 isn't playing an Aura hero, I don't know if I can believe in Liquid. I think that's pretty much what I boil it down to right now for them.
Yeah, but I think the Chen Enchantress bans can actually play to Liquid's favor if the Beastmaster doesn't get banned out by GG. Because we saw in the Falcons series, they did not ban out the Beastmaster after the Chen Ench bans, and they just take it. And honestly, it's by far 3-3's best hero this tournament. When he does get it, even if the lane is unfavorable, he will farm his way more efficiently than the other offlaner, regardless of the lane, and they'll play off of that timing so well.
I mean, there's Doom as well in the pool. Beast and Doom both made it through with Chen Ench.
I mean, there's obviously now, you will have a lot of damn good heroes that will be in the pool, so this is also where perhaps a lot of prep can play into it. GG will just open up with a Jakiro, which has looked good. Wouldn't say it's anything too spicy there, but for Liquid, other heroes that are open up that Gaimin did not allow them to have last time is, for instance, the Monkey King, later on maybe a Morphling. So it's I'm just looking for Liquid to make sure that they get off with a good start. Have the heroes that make you feel good, that you can lane into them and just play some good builds.
I would agree with that one. I think right now it's you cannot let Liquid have too much of a lead in the early game because they are one of the best teams in the world right now on Gaimin Gladiators. If you do manage to give Gaimin a good laning stage, they're going to take Roche, they're going to build every aura in the game, and then you have to somehow deal with that on the high ground, and that's not where you want to be. And Monkey King, this is great hero. It's very versatile. Mickey is incredibly good on this hero too, so it limits a lot of the options that you want to pick for just fitting your offlane right now, because most of the offlaners right now just don't enjoy playing versus Monkey. You want to be this strength, tanky guy that builds the auras, and Monkey definitely dissuades that.
It does, and it also kind of solves potential Sand Kings that are in the pool because it can follow Sand King to either the mid lane or the off lane, which really is valuable.
It's also the fact that Nisha plays a good Monkey King too. I'm sure they would be the most happiest if Mickey just gets to play it in a good matchup, but like Fear was mentioning, it's not that easy for Gaimin to like kind of craft an offlane where you feel really good about it. Beastmaster, of course, is a great hero, but can struggle against Monkey King. Maybe there's stuff like you can try to bust out some Visage combo in the offlane. It's not something that many people play, but Monkey King is a hero that needs to be addressed. This hero goes rampant in games where he has a good early game.
You know what addresses Monkey King? Just Enchantress. That's simple. I mean, Gaimin loves the pick anyway. She can enchant to dispel the Jingu stacks on Monkey King, can follow him to lane if he's position 4 as a position 5, and is overall a general nuisance for this hero. Another hero that I think should be looked at when you talk about Zoo lineups is and auras is pure damage. So we were theory crafting Timbersaw earlier in the first series. It didn't look good because it lost, obviously, but there's potential for something like that too.
I mean, that matchup is just so volatile, right? It can look really good, or it can look really bad. It just really just depends on how the laning stage goes there. And we'll see what the next ban into pick is going to be here. We still are waiting for supports.
Sen King gets banned out anyway because they have the Monkey King on Team Liquid, which means that their Sand King can essentially be protected. I also want to talk about the heroes we saw Nisha play yesterday, right? We saw him on the Tiny and the Pango.
Yep.
We saw the Pango today, and both of those heroes looked really good for him. Did TL give up on their Tiny idea because they lost with it yesterday, or are they potentially going to run it back here?
I could see them skip the Tiny, but Pango is too good. I think this hero, he's tanky, he's universal, you build a lot of stats, gives you a great team fight, minus armor, whatever you want. I really like, at least so far, what's happening for the Liquid in this draft.
Same.
You have your Monkey, you feel great. Boxy on his Morphling, I feel like this +4 Morphling is incredibly strong, perhaps even underrated. So, honestly, they must be feeling good right now.
Yeah, I mean, they could also flex this to carry if like some Gyrocopter comes out later, right? And I really like, as I said in the pre-show, this CK getting banned. I feel like if Gaimin Gladiators gets this hero, Dirachi doesn't care what he plays in. I saw him pick it into like 5 counters. He didn't care. So I think this is most likely going to be Dirachi's hero, but Ace also is really good on it. So both these teams are being very open with what they're picking right now. Monkey King could be 4, could be carry, morph. I mean, it's 2024, can be support, can be carry. So that's very interesting.
But the question is, the CK ban, that's an issue they clearly saw yesterday, but because of that, they give away the Brood. Now followed by the Chen too, which is something that they also struggled with yesterday. Do they have answers within the Monkey King plus Morphling? They don't, honestly. And now that the Brood is here, they need some form of AoE ground damage to either deal with the offlane Brood. But if you're building within your draft to deal with offlane Brood, you can just swap it to carry, and that hero is countered completely differently than an offlane Brood is.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to have to most likely put Morph. I mean, Morph can be played versus Brood. It does hit a weird spot where when you get Spiders, you get kicked out. Monkey could be their carry, and they could just pick something in the offlane now that can deal with it. I've seen Slardar get picked a lot, but that's also another hero that's very good against the Brood Mother. I'm sure Team Liquid has some answers here, but the real question is, are they going to be able to answer this Brood while still staying in the architect type of picking auras and being able to 5-man? Because Gaimin has shown you can try and stop them with a bunch of AoE team fight. Yeah. They just out-heal it.
Yeah, I mean, the Pango here, at least for now, is very good. I was looking for like some counter team fight. There's going to be a Jakiro Brood Chen running at you. What do you need against that? It's counter team fight, like Tide, Phoenix, Pangolier. So Pango already fits really well into that. I do now wonder if they're going to pick just maybe Insania's hero, then keep the rest like more open for later, like who's really what, give last pick to 3-3. His hero pool could be kind of low, because there's a lot of offlaners already banned out, but I do like to see Pango response here.
Yeah, they'll have to dig pretty deep. Like, there's still Underlord, there's still Tide, as you mentioned. A couple other heroes. What else has he played here? I mean, you don't want Visage at all.
Well, I love all these thoughts about the draft. Let's get some more in with Moon Meander, who's sitting down with Purge.
Hey, Moon. You called the CM pick. What do you think about this draft so far?
I think this is heavily flavored for Team Liquid because Chen right now is countered by Pangolier. And Team Liquid is doing the same strategy they did against Falcons, where they banned the Weaver, put Wing, and Snap, which means the last S tier 4 is Jakiro to win the lane for Ace, which is Gaimin's bread and butter, is to win the off lane. However, the CM Monkey is really good answer to this Jakiro Broodmother, in my opinion.
All right, who's got the advantage right now?
With the Invoker pick, I still think it's Team Liquid because Invoker is not a good hero to Pangolier mid, in my opinion. Pangolier is going to out-teamfight Gaimin Gladiators lineup right now, so not only are they going to have not a strong off-lane this patch, they're also going to get out-teamfight this game, which is like opposite of what's happening all tournament long for Gaimin Gladiators.
All right, thanks, Moon.
Thank you both. with the Invoker pickup. He feels that Gaimin Gladiators is lacking a little bit compared to Team Liquid Fear.
Yeah, I mean, I see that opinion being pretty valid. They're just, teamfight is going to be lacking, but they're definitely not lacking a bunch of damage mitigation heroes. Of course, Brood has own lifesteal, Chen buys all the auras. I'm sure they're waiting for this last pick to really decide how they want to wrap this up. As we mentioned earlier, this Brood could be their offlane, could be their carry. We don't really know. On the same side, I think we do have last pick on Team Liquid, right? So they will be able to choose, is this Morph the carry, is this Monkey a 4? And then that gives them a lot of options if they're already with that alone.
Well, I do think that, sure, the Invoker doesn't give you like the most teamfight, and I like Pango into Invoker as well, but he gives you a lot of like teamfight movability, right? He can go to this Brood lane with the Chen, he can get a Vessel, he can kind of like offset the matchup potentially if there's some offlane Brood into the Monkey. So I will agree with a lot of what was said before, of course, with the draft so far, but there's so much like gameplay that also goes into these matchups that, you know, I can definitely see this Quinn Invoker go kind of ham.
Yeah. I mean, you could also just, I don't mind putting Pango offlane this game if you know Brood is carried as well. I feel like that's something that 33 does play. He'd be pretty comfortable with. I would just be interested to see what he builds.
You know, it would be cool if you are actually worried about the Pango flex to offlane, is that you could just pick Bloodseeker and the flex between Brood and Bloodseeker could be open. I think that's a very cool concept. Not sure if it'll come out here on the Grand Finals day, but they have done it before on GG where they ran an offlane Bloodseeker versus Blacklist and won.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a possibility if they're really worried about the Pangolier. The only issue potentially would be, I don't know if Bloodseeker would just be good versus the Pango, so I guess you could take that out, but who's going to carry the game? I guess the Brood still could do it. Yeah, I actually kind of like that.
Yeah, I'm looking and thinking right now kind of what they want to go for, because the problem is you don't really know your matchup yet. Like, I'm thinking maybe there's like some... Slark is just such a bad hero and you have to pick a blind, so scrap that. Back to you, Fear.
I mean... Sure, Ace doesn't play, was it Mars at all? That's a hero that I thought could be okay against Monkey King, but they're not something Ace plays a lot. So I kind of feel like Ace might play this Brood unless they... I just don't know what Ace hero they're going to pick that's good versus Monkey King and Morph. It doesn't seem like it exists. Like, Brood might be the best pick there.
And there's still the Ace Underlord, even if it's playing against Monkey King on lane. Maybe they just value it so much as a hero. But there's also Wind Ranger, which they could just decide to run on Duraccio, and they could have it counter both the Pango and the Monkey King. Also the Bloodseeker idea that I'm pretty fond of, but...
That'd be really cool if they pulled the Bloodseeker. If it's not the Bloodseeker, then I think he's playing the Brood on Ace. Because, yeah, I'm not sure if Underlord is... It's probably okay. It fits what they want to do, but it's definitely not something you're going to crush a lane with, and that's why they're really thinking about this pick. Do we just go with what's good? And they're just going to go straight into the Beastmaster here. They don't really care about the CM Monkey King matchup, and I think if you're in this position now, this CM Monkey King should feel really happy in this lane.
Are we still sure that Monkey King is going to be the carry?
I feel like they should.
He has to be your carry now.
Okay.
If you're not willing to pick CM Monkey into this lane, you might as well give up. Like, this is going to be one of the better lanes that are going to be handed to you. Of course, for Gaimin, it will still give them what they want. Invoker can go there later. He's going to build auras. He's going to get the Ags and stuff like that. I mean, if I'm Liquid, I'm still looking. I don't know if there's any mid that like feels great. I feel like if I want to pick an offlane here, Tide still looks kind of cool. But they can also put the Pango offlane and look for like some Nisha.
Can they just play the Underlord? Is there a problem with that?
You could Puck versus Invoker, put Pango offlane.
Puck just got banned out. Gaming thought the exact same thing. They banned out 2 mid laners actually, so keeping the Pango on the offlane in their heads. Yeah. They will go for that Tidehunter, Kez, a good call.
I mean, I do think it just makes a lot of... They have like a very nice lineup so far. Like, you have Gaimin who generally just have to run into you. If I'm Liquid, I'm super happy with my draft. Tide owns a lot of these heroes. The lane matchup can... I'm not super knowledgeable nowadays how it goes, but Tide should be chill there. You have your Boxy, Morphling. I feel like Liquid got everything they needed in this game to have a good draft. Sure, Gaimin did too, but I actually favor Liquid in this draft.
Yeah, I mean, their drafts are really good. The one thing about the mid matchup you might not know is the double jump gets canceled by Tornado, so that's why then Invoker's picked against it, so that helps a lot. So the mid matchup should be good for Quinn, but I think Team Liquid has a very good lineup that responds to what Gaimin Gladiator has, and it does what it needs to do as far as have auras and stuff like that, but Gaimin has a Gaimin lineup. Will they just run them over? That's going to be the question for me.
I think this Tide pick pick is great because it kind of tanks a lot of things, right? It can stand in the middle of the Chen army. It can't get roared because it'll just dispel it, and it doesn't care about the Brood Orchid timing whatsoever. But I still think that Brood carry is incredibly powerful and has such a strong, like, 20-minute timing that even though TL's heroes can address it, they might not be able to address it fast enough because they're going to be very dependent on that Ravage to fight, which they really don't want in this game.
Yeah, to me, this game is a lot about like the first move. When Pango goes top, does Brood go through the gate? How does Liquid respond to this type of move? Who wins the first one? Because whoever wins that move is kind of going to have the whole tempo, but I believe in Liquid.
Will it be a high-tempo game then? Or
it has to be.
It has to be.
Gonna be.
From both teams.
Every game of the series
We know Gaimin wants to do it. Whoa!
Disrespect.
I will say those odds are pretty favorable for Gaimin Gladiators. And to be honest, they do have a good track record to go with it. Let's see how game 1 of this best of 5 is going to happen. But first, some words from Coach Blitz.
Hey Blitz, you guys got to open with the Monkey King. It gives you tons of flex potential and lane matchup advantages. Do you think it put Gladiators in a bad place during the draft?
Yeah, I mean, we like the hero personally. I'll always smash a monkey pick. I think they're aware of that too. They probably had some idea behind it, but yeah, we'll see if they're like giga geniuses or we have to readjust.
Do you think they adapted well enough, or do you think that the Monkey's just gonna have too good of a lane?
I mean, when you play against Gladiators, you're pretty much just trying to avoid hitting the death ball timing, and Monkey's pretty good at that. So I can't say for absolute certain, but I think we're much more early game centric than we were in the first series, at least.
What about the Tide pick? We saw Spirit pick it a little bit earlier in the tournament, but it's kind of on and off good. Is it just good because of the Brood?
Yeah, and I think it covered both angles. Neta wanted to play it. You know, it's one of the offlaners that I think he's really successful with just in general. It has a nice lane against most of their heroes.
Are you worried about their massive summons between Beastmaster, Chen, Brood, and Invoker? That's 4 out of 5. If they do get an advantage, is the game hard to hold back?
Yeah, I mean, every game against Gladiators in this tournament is kind of going to look the same. If you get overwhelmed at 20 minutes, you're just going to lose. Otherwise, their heroes slow down and it gets a little bit harder for them to kill. So we'll see what happens.
All right, good luck in the match.
Thank you. Cheers.
Gaimin Gladiators and Team Liquid, 2 teams who seem to be tied together through a thread of fate. Having met every major finals of last year, they both failed in the year-end finals to take down Team Spirit. And after a quiet year for both teams, they have powered up and reached a peak just at the right time to match up against each other once again. But there is one team who is decidedly unhappy with their lot in this bit of destiny, Avery, and that has got to be Liquid. Having lost every single finals against Gaimin Gladiators, their repeated nemesis, they just cannot seem to surmount. Are they going to be able to do it this time around?
I mean, it's maybe apropos that you are asking me that, as we have been there for many of those grand finals where they have fallen short.
We were there for the first one. The worst one, perhaps, where they got 3-0'd.
There have been a lot of ugly grand finals between these two teams, and all of them have gone one way in the end. Some would say second place consistently in Dota is a blessing. I think at this point for Liquid it is an absolute curse. They are hoping to overcome at this point. Second means nothing to them. It's just another notch on a belt of unsuccessful victories. So yet they find themselves here again at the summit of the challenge in Dota 2, which is Gaimin Gladiators for them, trying to overcome all of those past demons. And there are a lot to overcome here as they will venture forth once more into a grand finals best of 5 versus their nemesis.
It is certainly going to take a lot of mental strength to be able to go up against the same team again and again and still be confident and hope that you are the better team this time around, especially after they got trounced so hard in the upper bracket final. I mean, that was hardly a series. Gaimin Gladiators just had the freest walk to the grand finals that I think they've had the entirety of last year. They have made so many grand finals, but this one looked the easiest for them.
Yeah, that was one of those BO3s you play. There's 2 games and you got 3-0'd in it. That was a rough one. That's a loss that carried over to another series on another day. Liquid did strike back earlier today, found their groove again. This is a team that wants to play fast, wants to accelerate that early game, and they're up against the other team that has done it the most successfully in the tournament. That's going to be a real test again if they can adapt from that upper bracket final, learn from it, improve, adjust the drafts, adjust the laning. Because if we go back to that series, which, you know, we're going to maybe hype up the tension very quickly here, that series was about the lane phase. The first 10 minutes for Liquid, can you survive it?
Yep.
I don't want to start the series with can you destroy Gaimin in that, because you were nowhere close in those 2 games. In a lot of those games, you got outplayed on the side lanes on support level, and in some of them, you just got cheesed out in those lanes. I go back to like the Dazzle pick versus the Ember mid. That lane did not exist for Nisha. I don't care how good Nisha is. If you put him in a position like that, there's nothing he can do about it. So you have to adjust the drafts here if you're Liquid to be able to combat what Gaimin are throwing at you in the lane phase, and you have to up the quality of play so that you don't give away those free random support kills on the map. You know, you can't be 0-3, 0-4 on your 2 supports here if you're Liquid at 10 minutes and expect to combat that death ball that Blitz was talking about.
Yeah, and we heard the panel talk about, we heard the coach of Tundra, Moonmeander, talk about it, and we heard Blitz himself. It seemed like everybody is aligned that Team Liquid did draft themselves a better focus on the early game, a better focus on the lanes. In particular, it seems that this safe lane of theirs, people seem to think that it's going to go well. I'm not going to say it's going to go well just because, again, it's Gaimin Gladiators. But Monkey King, Crystal Maiden, are you happy with that setup against what Gaimin Gladiators have right now?
Before I talk about that, I just want to say we are at a point in Dota history where your 4 position can be a boots first Morphling and you're not going to get mass reported. Let's just take a moment to respect how far we've come in the Dota universe, that is a thing that does not get you put in low priority here. Instead, it puts you in a grand final.
That's right.
Never thought I'd see the day.
Dota truly is a beautiful game that is always changing, and you know.
In fact, I think I did do this a couple years ago, and I got reported for it. So maybe I was just ahead of the curve.
Sure, you can tell yourself that.
But I will say this Boxy Morphling has been a go-to for them over the course of this event, and I'm excited to see what he can do with it here because he has some really good spells to steal, particularly from that Jakiro, the Beastmaster, even Invoker can throw out some of these Quas-Wex spells early on in the game. He's my go-to player for Liquid to build the momentum and keep them in this early game. You were talking about the Monkey CM lane. I think Monkey is going to be a point of contention here between these 2 teams, particularly if the Monkey King is off to a good start in this game 1, because he is a hero that can dominate the laning phase. Very resilient against a lot of the meta offlaners that are these big bruisers. They're just melee heroes. Stacks of meat you can get the Jingu stacks up on. Great matchups for the Monkey King, and he's a hero that takes that lane advantage and translates it into early map control by making some of the fastest rotations available for any carry. Really good gate rotations. You can make it off the Jingu, so he just snowballs from kill to kill to kill. It is a really nice hero to have in this game 1 for Liquid, because in theory it gives you a lot of pace, guarantees a good lane for Mickey, and that's exactly what you're looking for out of this carry role.
Yeah, if Duracio's hero of this tournament anyway is Chaos Knight, I feel like Mickey has got to be Monkey King. So we'll see if he's able to put it to work here. 33 is always limping back to his tier 1 tower. Duracio is just non-stop when it comes to the pressure on this offlaner. We talked about the importance of being able to win your lanes. It's very interesting to me that 33 opted for the facet that is much weaker in the laning phase. He opts for Krill Leader, which is a Tidehunter start where you are much weaker as an offlaner, and by the time you get to level 10, you're then to even stats, and then from there on out, Tidehunter is stronger than normal. But I would have expected, much like other Tidehunters of this tournament, for him to have gone for the other facet that builds up your Kraken shell.
Maybe he's just that confident in his matchups in this game. I mean, in theory, Tide is very good with the Kraken shell versus the Brood, and some of the other summons that Gaimin are presenting through the Chen and the Beast. Though I will say Beast as a summons hero, I don't know about that one, right? Like, yeah, you have boars, but this hero is all about the axes, the roar, and the ags buildup. So I think that matchup is not nearly as good for Tide as it used to be, but it's definitely a hero that can slow the game down and defend your towers. And that's what you're going to look to do with it here. So if that Tide gets through the early game, then the extra scale from the Krill Leader could compound here. Plus, you scale the model size, and I mean, that just feels good, right?
That's true. Who doesn't love a big boy? Well, Quinn seems to be doing quite well for himself in the mid lane. Nisha really tried to put the screws to him early. We saw a lot of early harassment and chase down in lanes, but ultimately the Quas Invoker has been able to regen up and stay above and beating him now in CS. So could be adding another hero to the pool, and any counter to Pango at this point is going to be a godsend for a best of 5, right? If you're sitting in the drafting pool, you're thinking about, okay, what do you got to deal with Pango, especially after watching that lower bracket final.
Gaimin pulling ahead on 3 lanes here, doing quite well, and double Vool on this bottom lane. The Vool Assassins out in force today. Now, I would mention these for lore reasons, of course, Austin, but I would also mention them. This is some stacking regen reduction with the necrotic webs down here.
Yes, it is.
Like, there was a point where 33 had 0.9 regen on this lane, getting hit by the Vool and in the web. Just no extra sustain down here for this Tidehunter. He's getting his mana burned from the Satyr Creep, getting his regen reduced from the Vool and the necrotic web. This is not a fun lane for 33, just trying to survive it right now. And of course, the 4th position morph lane. I mean, he's a mid-game payoff hero, not really known for his lane prowess. Liquid just trying to get as much out of this as they can. As Gaimin make the first rotation, they're going to head mid with the Jakiro, secure the power rune, take it away from Nisha. We'll need a bottle refill off the Crystal Maiden neutral creep suicide. Insania, he already knew that they were not going to win that rune, so he preemptively killed himself.
Throw himself to the neutrals, and TP's mid refill Nisha's bottle. Yeah, I mean, if the safe lane, when it comes to the safe lane of Liquid, being, you know, trying to focus on making sure you don't lose lanes and some early aggression, the off lane is the antithesis of that for Liquid. A Krill Eater Tidehunter and a 4-position Morphling. They better hope this safe lane is able to pay out, and it's not right now. It was going well early. The rotation comes out from Celery, though, as the Chen, and they are going to take this tower very, very early. They cannot do anything to mirror this pressure. The Broodmother is still free farming.
An uncontested move off the Chen for Celery, and we saw this in a lot of those other games for Gaimin. If the Chen gets off a few of these rotations that work, suddenly he's level 5 or 6 earlier than you want, and the snowball just starts to escalate incredibly fast. That is a very fast tier 1 that just went completely uncontested. On a lane that Liquid, I think, we're hoping to dominate a bit more here. Didn't get any of the early kills out of it. You didn't get any extra XP for this Crystal Maiden, who invested a lot of resources on the lane. You're looking at that net worth for the Maiden right now on Insania. You know, that is regen investment to try and get a payoff on the Monkey King. Just didn't happen there. Now he is going to be a creep on the map. Gaimin can now look to make this rotation into mid whenever they want. Burn out some of the Pangalier's mana, maybe backstab with the Beastmaster Chen army. So the next move Liquid are going to have to think about in this game. We would love to have Rolling Thunder and Ravage up for these tower defenses. Those are long cooldowns, however, so you cannot waste them in a game like this, as Gaimin are going to up the tempo, up the pace. The scan will connect, so Liquid are going to bring reinforcements.
Morphling's going to be first one in. And they're going to go for the kill on Quinn, trying to hit him. Shield crash, burns out most of the mana. They still have some to go, but look at the stuns raining in from the Golem, stopping Nisha. He just cannot, between the Cold Snap and the Golems, get off that Rolling Thunder. So the team fight spell is missing.
Extra armor here on Quinn. He's getting Frost Armored plus Divine Favored. This Invoker is not squishy at all, and you are now committing in. Still have the Rolling Thunder.
Try it again. Cold Snap stopping him time and time again. Quinn keeps on rebuking Nisha's attempts to get aggressive. Nisha's in big time trouble. Turns around, gets off the shield crash. Now gets off the Rolling Thunder. He has the shield for a little bit. It's just a bit stronger. Maybe enough to be able to help get the kill onto Quinn, who goes invisible. Oh, a Primal Roar bounces over on Nisha, slowing him down. The axes cut him down. Ace gets the first blood and looks for second. As, yeah, he's going to get Insania as well. That is a well-timed show up there from Ace.
Absolutely on point there. That was a nice turnaround from Nisha using that extra shield, and Ace turns up exactly when Gaimin need him to turn the tide on this fight. And again, it points to how tanky this Invoker was in the early exchanges. He's getting extra lifesteal off the new Quas. You're getting armored up from these back-end supports. It just takes so long and so much for Liquid to commit on him there. And Ace is able to come in and collect 2 and that first blood. Suddenly this Beastmaster very far ahead of everybody else in this game.
Well, you didn't win the lane. Senior not winning the skirmishes. Nice pushback there with a Hurricane from Celery. He has been quite the nuisance with that neutral creep specifically. Now it feels like the next step for Liquid is, when are you going to be able to use your Ravage, and how successfully? Because 33 is not having fun in this bottom lane. He is getting some farm, but very little compared to what Dyrachyo is able to get out of it. And he's matched up against an Invoker, right? Which is a hero that can be really obnoxious for Tidehunter when it comes to that mana.
It's starting to look like that upper bracket series.
Just a tad bit.
Falling behind on the lanes, and there's no easy moves to make here. Your supports are too low damage to bring down Quinn.
I think it's scarier the fact that they're doing this, they're taking this pace while this game had the slowest first blood. You know, so it's not like they're doing it through kills. They're getting that kind of lead mostly through just lane attrition.
I mean, Gaimin don't need to get kills to win the early game. Their idea is about the longevity of the lane, how that favors your core matchups, and what your supports can do on the map in terms of rotations, right? What do these room clashes look like when they go 3v3 mid? What happens when the side laners get left in a vacuum in one-on-ones? Those are the instances where they win these early games and pull net worth advantage out of thin air. And right now, Liquid are facing some of those same issues. The Tide can't stand against the Brood with a single Jakiro rotation. This Monkey King was unable to stand top against the Beastmaster, and this just opens up all the rotations into mid, playing around a hero in the Invoker that Liquid don't have a lot of gap close for. The problems are mounting here, and this is another smoke to defend a tower that is already gone. Where do you go from here if you're Liquid? Down 6K, haven't even gotten a kill. And you know they're going to feel the pressure right now because they've been here before. They were here yesterday.
They know the next step for Gaimin Gladiators is getting the auras. So they better find a team fight soon. Otherwise, those team fights are just going to get harder and harder. As they do manage to hit a good Rolling Thunder. Set up for the kill on Tofu. Going to look for more as well. Celery being harassed here. Ace is going to cut over, though. Might be able to help out and get a kill on a Crystal Main. Shield Crash does manage to finish off the champ before the Tornado comes in. Nice Centaur Stomp, though. The Vessel used on to the Pango. Have to drop the Ravage to try and bail Nisha out. It still may not be enough. He has a Shield Crash. He has a Swashbuckle. He's going to jump, and the Axes not quite getting there, but he is running. Dyrachyo is chasing. A rock coming forward, more spiders, and Nisha's just going to die. There's nothing he can do about this anymore. Dyrachyo runs halfway across the map to chase down Nisha.
I mean, this man just did a net marathon from bottom jungle area to that fight through a Ravage and still finds his mark. I don't know if that was a net worth positive kill for the Brood, but he's certainly wealthy, so it doesn't matter here. And Nisha's game is just shot at this point.
Yeah.
He has no item progression. This is one of those things where you go team, like, this is a safe lane Brood, right?
Help up here,
please.
And also the first Ravage used to try and save Nisha.
Yeah, it did nothing there.
Didn't even work out. So the idea the panel had was this Tidehunter was going to be able to sit in front of these pushes coming in from Gaimin Gladiators. It is not protecting any towers. The first Ravage isn't working. Now Dyrachyo's tearing the Tidehunter a new one, man. The Kraken Shell doing nothing for you against the high damage of the Broodmother at this point.
This Tidehunter is turning into a big liability right now. If you cannot stand and defend your towers with the early Kraken Shell Anchor Smash, then he's just waiting for Ravage cooldown. And Ravage is not the spell it used to be. It's not dealing damage. It's just a minor slowdown here. A stone on the pathway to victory for Gaimin right now as they build a 7K net worth lead, and they're still farming up ancient stacks with Ace, who, by the way, already finished that Ags. So Roshan is completely open as well here, and I don't think there's any world you're contesting that if you're Liquid. You have to just look for some pickoffs right now. You just missed a big one as, I mean, Ace's game is just so fast. He just TP'd to go do Roshan. Like, this gang fails because the man is too wealthy.
I was going to say, I was like, is he going to wait for dire side Roshan? No, he's got the Axe. He's going to just do it right now. And I'm looking at this gank team of Crystal Maiden, Pango. Normally, there's plenty of damage between the two, but they are so underfarmed. And I question whether or not they'd be able to find a kill. They'll steal a Wisdom Rune with this.
It's worth something. I mean, that's really nice for Boxy. He gets some extra experience here. Hero needs the levels. But Nisha has been left alone.
Rolling Thunder does go off just in time. The Ice Path just a half a second too late. Nisha survives, but that's all he's doing, surviving. He is not gaining anything. Gaimin Gladiators is gaining a net worth lead that is growing, and now having Aegis to work with for the next 5 minutes.
I will say this has to be one of the more impressive Broodmother carry rotation-based games I've ever seen. Like, Dyrachyo has been in all 3 lanes pre-15 minutes and impacted all of them at certain points. He's just been everywhere, and his farm is insane right now. They've been unable to touch him.
And I feel like he's supposed to be countered a bit, right? With the Pango and Monkey King, you have some spells that can be thrown out to easily clear through spiders. 33, crawling back, trying to get back to his tier 2, gets met with 3 heroes from Gaimin Gladiators. So,
more souls for the Vessel here, as Quinn will happily collect them.
No lack of charges in this game for Quinn.
I mean, you gotta muster a fight soon if you're Liquid here, just to stabilize the map. Group up, make something happen.
And Quinn from bottom, TP's mid, and immediately goes for the gank on Foxy. Foxy trying to get into the Invoker and trying to ghost walk away, but the Sentry's already there in place.
Okay.
A 3-man gank does kill Dyrachyo, though. That is a much bigger kill than, honestly, the Tide and the Morphling combined.
Oh yeah, 100%. It is worth a lot of gold here early, almost 1,000.
Sad though, if Mickey just got that kill and dies immediately, the Sunstrike will add the extra bit of damage required. No chance of escape for Mickey.
That is not a super high damage Sunstrike, but the extra 200 is enough to push it over the edge.
Use the Rolling Thunder to make sure they get this pick off as it appears. Now, there is no ults here from... He's just like, sorry, bro, I can't even save you. I'm not even going to try. If I do stick around, decent chance that I'm going to get killed by a tornado.
Ace is just absolutely out of control in this game. Managed to find a really nice pickup on Dyrachyo, but he's just going to be straight back at it. You have to be able to stand alone for some of these heroes to control the map, and Liquid are struggling. Gaimin Smoke continue to just run back and forth, close out the lanes, find the ganks.
Well, the Tidehunter is level 10. This is the point where the Krill Eater starts paying off with the extra strength gain that you get. So from here on out, it is a bonus, but you're still down 10K. Delicious moments for Quinn, so he wants to make sure that they'll continue to scale up, though we'll see if that Midas actually comes to fruition here, because this could be a Gaimin Gladiators closing out game 25 minutes sort of deal.
I mean, Midas on Invoker's a lot about the levels, too.
Yeah.
Even if this gold never pays off, it'll pay off in terms of better spells in the fight. And he's not under a lot of pressure right now, as Liquid just don't have the gap close to get on top of the Invoker and start on him. Man, these cores have just been swarming the map.
Zania pops a healing salve. It's a slow hero, though. I imagine they'll catch him eventually. The Axes reveal his position.
Not a fun game to be a Crystal Maiden in anymore.
Nope, and while they're chasing you around, Jirachi's taking the mid-tier 2, and they could go high ground to force
They are
back.
going high ground. This is not a team that is afraid to poke and even commit for a Rax if you misstep here. They still have this Aegis up on the Beast. That is how fast this last 4 minutes have been.
Yeah, you normally see like second Aegis be the timing to hit high ground, take a lane of barracks. Gaimin Gladiators do it in one.
You're just playing so fast right now. Liquid have not had a single break this entire game. They're going to lose this tier 3 at 18 minutes, potentially.
Ace jumps forward, goes for the quick kill onto the Crystal Maiden. With Primal Roar used, they have the strength to push forward with the drum speeding Ace. Nobody can really get close to him for now, but maybe he's overextended himself. Blink in with the Rolling Thunder. Nisha gets stuck. That's not good. Roll up, goes back to the Beastmaster. 30 seconds left on the Aegis. They are all in, committed to kill this Beastmaster. Can they get him twice, though?
Go up Ravage.
Fire, and Mickey down to half HP. Hits the Ravage onto the Beastmaster. See if they can pop him. He gets off a round of actions. Wait for him through it. Still all not quite enough. A boundless strike. A little more damage is required, but they've ran out. Liquid have nothing left in the tank. They will lose 2 of their cores. They will lose a lane of barracks, and they will lose the kill on the Beastmaster.
Just too tanky. You have Chen with Divine Favor. You have the mech already up. You have Disruption coming through. The drums add up. And Blitz mentioned you have to get through this 20-minute death ball timing. Well, this was an 18-minute death ball timing, and Liquid did not pass the first test here.
I mean, how many times get stuck in the same 20-minute window here? Gaimin Gladiators is just so good at it, man. They've demolished every team at this tournament the same way. Nobody is able to do it quite like they do. And they're proving it once again in game 1 of the grand finals.
No reason to stop. Now you don't have the Ravage, you don't have the Wukong. Don't have Aegis. That's the one downside here for Gaimin.
Yeah.
Can't just bait that beast on the front line as much anymore, and no reason to throw a fight either.
4 buildings they took with that Aegis. That is a healthy, fast pace for Gaimin Gladiators. Just what they're known for.
It's just so much gold for the team overall. Like, these supports are insanely rich. This Chen is ahead of the Tide Hunter. He is gonna maybe have the... I mean, he's gonna have Pipe at almost the same time this Tide got it up.
Yeah, and that's
for what it's used for here. You get caught out. You get caught on some of these big cores, you're just going to lose another lane of racks.
33's inventory.
What a dodge.
He's got a 33's got Wraith Bands queued up.
Yeah,
he's trying to hit that 25-minute armor timing.
He did this in one of their other games too, just for the base defense. I mean, it is efficient when you're stuck in these situations, but it is not something you want to have to do here.
It is a Hail Mary for sure. Throw a lot of gold just to try and give you some base stats to survive a little longer. Tormentors, Roshans, Tier 3s, Barracks, Liquid's base. It's all free for Gaimin Gladiators, or at least that's what it feels like. A score of 13-4, an 18,000 net worth lead. They are topping out the board in all the metrics right now.
Amazing.
And Liquid can't really go out on the map anywhere. If they do, that's where the Invoker comes in. One of the heroes that is best at being able to hunt around the map. Twin going for the boots of travel for the extra bit of mobility, but it's not him who's going to find the opening. It's Ace. Got the Primal Roar killed for Nisha. Dyrachyo joins alongside to see if there's any other Liquid heroes lurking about.
Just too easy right now. Absolutely too easy here for Gaimin. The BKBs are just finishing up. The Broods arrives. The Beast was already done.
You have
waving
nothing to get through BKB. No. Not this early into the game. You don't have the physical damage.
These are as good as Aegis's.
Yeah.
I mean, you might just go high ground top lane here. You can get that wave to Liquid's base. You can also just keep crossing the map. I mean, every one of these cross map smokes has worked out for Gaimin so far.
Yeah, and they know
the monkey.
They know where Mickey is going to be right now. They've already pinged it out. They know he's playing on the opposite side of the map.
Wants to give him nothing. This man doesn't want to just end this game. He wants to make it miserable for Liquid right now.
Gonna hit the axe. Blinks forward. Oh, if he didn't blink forward, Mickey was actually through that little area of trees.
It still gets map control. It gets the lanes in.
Yeah,
it
it
prevents
gets
the
Mickey
monkey
back, right?
I mean, you finish up the BKB for the monkey. I mean, that is the best item Liquid are going to get here. Maybe ever in this game if you can't win a fight with it. And they will smoke out. Look for something. Look for that clutch pickoff.
I mean, it would be amazing if they find Dyrachyo here. Even just getting the BKB out of him would buy some time. Especially with Roshan up right now.
You have to start on him with Blink Rolling Thunder. It's your only initiation tool right now.
Yeah, and then you probably have to Ravage chain into another Rolling Thunder hit.
It's so awkward. You just don't have the Blink Tide Hunter. Makes all these plays feel impossible.
I would say missed opportunity, but there really wasn't one, as you said, without the blink. Not possible.
Going towards Roshan number 2 here at 23.5 minutes. Done so early.
And they still have their safe lane tower up, so it is extremely well protected. Not something Liquid really has a prayer of winning this fight. At best, you could say maybe if they were somehow in the perfect position, they could steal away the Aegis.
They do a lot of AoE for the pit.
Kills.
I mean, this might be your best chance to win a fight in this game as opposed to the high ground.
He's hopping around. Quinn sees him coming. Dyrachyo is going to stay alone inside the pit. Try and finish up the Roshan. And Liquid's going to be here too late. Aegis already picked up. They're in position. This is not good. Liquid has no way out of this one, so they just have to commit. They're going to go for Quinn here first. Hit him with the Rolling Thunder. Not too bad, but with the monkey gone, there goes most of their damage. They've thrown a Ravage and a Rolling Thunder and everything they have to be able to kill Quinn. They're struggling to get it. The pipe is keeping them alive. They run out of damage for the second time, and before the fight is even done, the fight is done in Liquid. They call it in game 1.
Well, the question of have they figured something out from those previous 2 games, I think has been answered here Not much, as the story continues to be the same. Just absolute domination. Something about this matchup plagues Liquid consistently. And man, Gaimin, they looked so confident, so crisp in this game. This might have been one of the faster, smoother games we've seen from them all tournament, which says something because they've been playing at quite a rapid pace. But the brood rotations out of Dyrachyo, the TP mid from Ace on the Beastmaster at the exact right point in time, the target prioritization, everything in this game was just exactly on point. You get the Ags on Beast, insta TP to Rose, dodge the smoke gank, you get an Aegis, you go high ground with it, you bait out your Aegis carrier, the formation is correct going high ground. There were almost no mistakes in this game one from Gaimin Gladiators, very little to take advantage of. And I still go back and back again to the two core problems in this matchup for Liquid, which are one, your cores need to be able to stand on the lanes. They were unable to do that. And two, your supports have to find some early game momentum, whether it's dual roaming, tri-laning, making their early game weird. Something needs to be shaken up here because this Morphling Maiden found absolutely nothing in the first 15 minutes.
The 10th win for Gaimin Gladiators against Liquid in LAN Finals. A great start to a best of 5 in one of the biggest tournaments of the year. And a really rough one for Liquid as they are now 0-3 in playoffs this tournament against Gaimin Gladiators. They are in a hole, no doubt about it. Strategically speaking, they have to have more. They have thought about this matchup a lot, but this was a poor first step for Liquid, no doubt. Looks the same as it was in the Game 1 of the upper bracket finals and Game 2 of the upper bracket finals. Just looking for a bit of difference.
And the issue is you don't have much to go on because, like, if you're Liquid, what do you learn from this game? Oh, they can beat us, you know, 10 times in a row. Like,
over and over again.
You don't learn anything. That's the problem. It's just all on you. Gaimin are not going to change. They're not going to suddenly pick different heroes. They're not going to play a different way.
All you're learning is you're not good enough. Like, when it comes to, this matchup, right? This Monkey King Crystal Maiden, we weren't good enough to be able to win that matchup. Liquid, they got to change something. Panel, maybe they have some ideas on what Liquid can do heading into Game 2.
I hope that Liquid can come up with some ideas, but let's see if Fear has some ideas, because Fear, I really thought this first game was not going to be a repeat of yesterday, but it kind of felt like it was.
Yeah, and I think it's going to go a lot to the first phase bans. They ended up banning the Weaver, the Hoodwink, the Snapfire, and then they took the Jakiro. And I was a little hesitant. I thought the CM Monkey King lane would be really good versus Beast. But it turns out those 4 position 4s right now are what's going to carry the laning stage. And if Liquid have a bad laning stage against Gaimin Gladiators, it's tough. And we saw that from the Morphling as well, playing position 4 versus Chen with a Tide. It did not go well. The counter pick to the Invoker on the mid lane as well against the Pango. All 3 lanes went really poorly. Moral of the story here, and that cannot happen versus Gaimin Gladiators.
Was that a draft issue, or do you feel like some lanes should have gone better, but Gaming just outplayed Liquid?
I think it's a draft issue, because I think you have absolutely no chances of Tide Morph against a Chen and the Brood. You have Necrotic Webs reducing, and then we saw the Vul Assassins, it's also reduced your regen. So his Tide, every time he got hit, he couldn't regen at all, and he just couldn't lane. And that's a big problem, because that Tide was supposed to be their frontliner.
All right, that seems like an easy fix. Ban Brood, because it seems like those webs kind of wrecked all the lanes.
I don't know if it's just the Brood. I think it's more so the supports, the Chen and the Jakiro seem like big problems.
Oh, we had yesterday a similar situation. I remember sitting on this exact stairs talking about, oh, maybe it's time to ban Chen and Enchantress in the second game of that series, and they ended up doing that, but it still didn't work out.
It's just too many bans at this point. You're going to have to start stealing heroes because, unfortunately, it just wasn't enough what they did. And you really have to have a better read on how the lanes are going to go against Gaimin Gladiators. And Liquid just wasn't able to get the laning stage down. And they really just have to focus on that. And it's going to come down to mainly the picks and bans.
A lot of emphasis on the draft here. We're, of course, going to see the draft of game number 2 very soon. But first, we're going to check in with Kazu and Purge.
Hello, Shiver. Yes, we're here in the crowd. There's a lot of people here. And I have a question to some of my neighbors here. Who is your favorite player in Dota 2?
FY.
You? Maybe. Okay, so we have 2 big Chinese fans aren't here, but they are very legendary players, so I think they're very good answers.
Those are actually my 2 favorite Chinese players too, so I'm into that. Do you want my overall favorite player?
Yes.
It's you, Kazu.
That's the false answer. The correct answer would have been Ame, Purge. Back to you. Now please ask the person next to you.
Are you comfortable? Who's your favorite player?
maybe Liquid is Misa.
Okay.
That's a good answer.
That's fair. What did you think about the game?
Woo, Nisha! Sorry, I had to bounce in. So I think about the game, it's just a bit of a... It's a big problem for Liquid. We heard also Fear talk about that there's maybe not enough bans like going around because their laning stage, they don't really get to even play any Dota. So they need to change up something and do it better because in the next game, if you don't get out of lanes, what are you supposed to do?
What did you think about 3-3's facet choice? Did you see? He went the growth one.
I mean, he probably thought that the lane would go better to then get a bigger like anchor smash later in the game, but with how the lanes are going, maybe it's not correct.
I don't know. If you're going to lose in 20 minutes, be strong early seems kind of valuable. Anyways, we will be right back after this. Thanks for checking in, Kazu.
Thank you, Purge.
Before I went pro, I was actually inspired by Dendi back at TI1, and it was that moment, that prestige of a tournament with that big of a prize pool, what dragged me into Dota.
A player that inspired me, it was Papi. I remember that how I watched his replays, his games. I was to be like him.
And the crowd goes wild!
A player who inspired me to start Dota, it was Sumail. He just diving under tier 3 on this tournament on Storm. And he was owning like a boss.
在我成为 Dota 的职业选手之前，我最喜欢的选手是 Miracle， 他是我一直以来的偶像。我对 Miracle 最深刻的高光时刻就是他在暴走了好几次的那个水人吧。
Before I went pro in Dota 2, I think for me at that time it was probably Saxa and Saves. I think were the strongest players at that time, at least mechanically. I mean, I actually decided to be pro before I even started playing the game.
It worked! Mischief! What a play!
I definitely looked up to some players. I think it was mostly Kuroki and Puppy. I always just really liked watching Puppy and the heroes he played. I guess I kind of copied his heroes a little bit. So I always looked up to them a lot.
Block the block. They get the block. They get the block. He's got a surge, but it might be too late. It will be.
Dendi 啊，特别厉害，然后 Papi 很有领导力，就觉得他们很牛逼。
Oh, there's the sleep, the surge, he catches everyone. Oh, this could be a total disaster. Vacuum in, Ravage on everyone. The black hole as well. Light of Heaven turns it around. Ravage as well. Stolen by Dendi. Are you kidding me?
I mean, obviously, yeah, I was inspired by Zhao 8. And he was playing these like team fight, tempo controller, like he was playing Enigma. Now that I'm speaking about it, I'm realizing that it might even have influenced me more than I realized.
Freaking huge, and they're all gonna drop. Zhao 8 holding in two.
I was very inspired by people like Seb. I was a huge fan of early OG. They had more like personality, I would say. It was very easy to cheer for them.
Get the combo, and with that S4 complete back, Noctel just comes in, goes for the Sunder, gets himself back to full health.
Our inspiration for me was like Topson and Nutail. I really like how Topson play on some heroes like Invoker. You can find a lot of things in his play style.
Black hole back up, yeah, but Anna with a big gun setting him back. Tornado, Thompson, he's in with the back of the Meteor. Deadly Blast coming down, Thompson wins the stage, gets both of them.
Just trust your instincts and follow your heart.
Team Spirit have done it.
Верь в себя, живи этим, и главное, хоти этого.
They will claim the championship.
You're worth a lot, and you're capable of a lot, so don't give up. Go the distance.
Can we hear it one more time for Newbie?
去追梦吧，少年。
1 was a little bit one-sided in favor of Gaimin Gladiators, and we know that they can do that. We know that they can play that style. We saw them literally yesterday in this same matchup crushing Team Liquid 2-0. Very clean, very fast, very smooth. We thought Team Liquid learned something from that series and would have adapted. They did adapt, they did change things up, but the result was still the same. They need bigger changes. BSJ, what needs to happen for Liquid to have a shot in this grand finals against these monsters of the players from Gaimin Gladiators?
I was combing through like yesterday's series, kind of confirming like what were the bans they chose. Like in game 2 yesterday, they didn't even ban the Brood, and so maybe they thought, okay, GG's not going to whip it out this far into the tournament. But I'm just like thinking, there's all these poisons that you have to pick from, and I feel like they thought they struck gold on the side of Team Liquid, that they got their Monkey King first round. Very few teams before Falcons today were giving them this hero, but they preemptively countered it with Jakiro. You think you have a really strong safe lane, the Monkey King CM, I can't think of a scarier safe lane, and it loses too. And the Necrotic Webs won both bottom lane and mid lane. Like, there's a lot of pieces of this puzzle that are missing for Liquid.
Because I kind of like what they were doing. Like, I would have absolutely, like, if the last game wasn't outdraft, if we just take away the gameplay, the same thing would have happened to me. I like what Liquid had going for them. I will now say, going into the next draft, if you ban 3+4s, and then the 4th one kind of destroys you in lane anyway, then kind of, what's the matter with the first bans? Then you might as well just leave all of them open. At least that would have been one takeaway for me going into this game, or like take out 2, then take 1 of yourselves, because overall, yeah, again, same story as in the upper bracket final. It's the laning stage. They don't have one.
Yeah, I mean, I'm having deja vu, like prime Gaimin Gladiators right now, where you know it's coming, but you just don't have the answers, right? And it's like very scary, because like they're going to try a different combination of bans this time, hoping the result will be different this time. And hopefully for Gaimin Gladiators it is. And I had an idea going into this what they should have done, and they kind of did that. But then they got stopped in a different area, which I think is the support diff. I think the Morphling Pos 4, it had its fun, it had its time in the sun, but against Gaimin Gladiators, that's not going to fly. So you're going to have to pick something stronger. I do like in this particular game, the Snap, the Hoodwink, the Jakiro, the Weaver, they're all gone. So those are all the A-listers for the position 4 right now that win the lanes. And that was kind of the issue that we had with 33 last game, is he didn't get a game because his Pos 4 was a Morphling, and he's laning versus a Chen and a Brood. He just couldn't play the game.
Yeah, compared to previous game, we had the Brewmaster making it through. It will be Team Liquid's first pick. Other than that, the Templar Assassin we saw banned first phase by Gaimin Gladiator last game is still in the pool, but the rest is all the same, other than the Jakiro now being a first phase ban. He got added to the list there by Gaimin. And it is Enchantress that got banned, and then the Brew picked up. It does mean that the Chen that we saw previous game from Celery is still in the pool.
I think there's a reason why historically the teams that are winning all year are not the ones that get first place at events like Riyadh and TI. You know, last year Team Spirit cleaned up these 2 big tournaments, and that last year Gaimin and Liquid were the 2 that were in the finals of all these tournaments. And what I'm trying to say is, you guys mentioned that Gaimin Gladiators, you know what's coming. You know what to expect, but all of last year, you had the target on your back. You were the team that was defining the meta, and everyone was having to learn how to play against you for months. And I feel like what we're missing here is that Gaimin Gladiators understands their strategy at its core, because it's what they do across any patch if it's possible. And these teams have only had 3 weeks or so of scrims, maybe even 2 weeks of this tournament, to figure out how to deal with it. And it's just so scary to think that they can do it with so many different heroes in so many different ways, so many combinations. You can't ban them all out. It's like, how do you avoid the train when you're, you know, tied to the tracks?
I mean, I will say 2 things. Like, first of all, it's obviously Liquid are on the back foot, right? Like, when you look at this draft, they're kind of forced to first pick Brew, because it's their only way to ban these 3 heroes and not also give them Brewmaster at the same time. But secondary, like, not just to look at only the draft. Last game, I think Monkey CM versus Jakiro Beast, I'm pretty sure you can debate which lane should win and how hard should they win. Liquid didn't have a laning stage in their safe lane after 4 minutes. And that's not just losing, that's getting destroyed. Like, Monkey King didn't touch that lane anymore, nor did CM. So it's not just the heroes that need to change. I hope they had like a small talk about maybe we need some different itemization, some different movement, contest to Lotus, whatever it is. Because it's not only the draft, you are being outplayed left, right, and center as well.
Yeah, you probably can't make those adjustments mid-series very easy, so I do like the fact that they just got rid of like the Jakiro this time around and the Hoodwink, the Snap. So they're going to have to find a new hero for their position 4 that can do that bullying. What I'm a little worried about, though, is I feel like you had a couple angles to take this. It's either you ban out Dyrachyo and you ban the Brood, you ban the CK. When you ban out one of them, he's just going to pick the other. And I feel like it doesn't really phase their draft at all in any type of direction. So they ban the Beast there. And now you still have the Chen to deal with. And you know some Brood is going to come as well. It's like Gaimin Gladiators. Anyone can see this. It's this Chen Brood. It was coming from 10 miles away. And I don't know what your plan is against this. Supports, I think. Pick better supports this game. CM's banned. What can we possibly do? Maybe a Nyx is a hero that's decent versus Chen. I think you need to contest this Chen because, yeah, that Chen destroyed his lane. And what did he do after, as Kezu mentioned? He went through the gate and then he destroyed top lane as well. So at least deal with one of your lanes right now.
Yeah, the problem with Nyx is even if it deals with the creep, I don't think you're ever pressuring the Broodmother if it is the carry. And despite what happens in the first 4 or 5 minutes, the Broodmother should have a perfectly good farm at 5 minutes and should be able to be independent and left alone. And so what we saw yesterday was Mickey's Razor in the safe lane getting camped 4 minutes in. And that's the story of these two teams playing against each other. Dyrachyo has all the space in the world, and the supports on Gaimin are allowed to move freely. So I like Techies a lot more than Nyx because you're not going to leave that lane as a 5. Like, you can't. Brewmaster plus Techie, so much slow, so much spell damage, so much chase potential that there will need to be multiple heroes from Gaimin in order to occupy that lane, and that's the part that I at least am happy to see Team Liquid addressing.
But it has an abysmal win rate, as we just saw. 1-7. That's also just saying it's not really a strong hero right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think the one positive side of it is the fact that, yeah, it's probably like a C-list type of hero, but all the best 4s are banned. So he probably was playing against one of those 4 that are banned right now and losing every game. But if they're all out of the pool, he suddenly becomes a bit stronger because he is one of the stronger laners in Dota. Just not as strong as Jakiro, the Weaver, the Snapfire, or the Hoodwink. I'm not sure if there's something stronger you could pick, so their idea is still there. They want to try and give 33 a game, because last game he didn't get to play Dota.
Oh, at least we see that the mood is definitely there for Team Liquid. High spirits, which is also incredibly important in a series like this. They got an Alchemist coming out for Gaimin Gladiators, so Flex still open, but that's another contender for carry.
Well, I do think, yeah, this has to be the carry, at least for now. Chen, Alk together. I mean, we all know what Gaimin will do with their draft. It's going to be good lanes into tempo. So far, this is a great Alchemist game. The damage you have on Liquid, it's very slow. I never see this Alchemist going to, like, to be bursted before his ult. He's going to heal through, like, all the Radiance or whatever stuff they're going to throw at him as well. So, very strong so far. It does mean that your Brood is offlane. Maybe there's something, you know, with the laning stage against the ET. But, yeah, just one of their kind of S-tier type of carries.
It's kind of an interesting pick on second pick because they could have technically flexed this Brood all the way to the end, right? But I wonder if they're just gonna pick another core here. That would make no sense to me. Just like slap a Pango down or something and just be like, yeah, or whatever, pick their mid and be like, we don't really care about taking second pick advantage here. We're just gonna pick our heroes. We're gonna pick them early, and we know what we want to do, and you just want to make sure we have the heroes we want for this game.
I mean, if you're Liquid, do you want to run back the Pango, or do you just take a completely different approach? Because, like, maybe if you're running... Because right now, okay, top lane could be a similar scenario. I feel like Brood Techies could lose this lane quite hard. Suddenly you have no lanes to rotate to. Like, would you rather have a hero that is going to try to rotate around, or just like, I'm going to destroy this Invoker mid, and I'm going to stay here, and you guys play around me?
Well,
like
I want a TA mid, because I want a hero that can lane versus Invoker, and also doesn't get owned by this necrotic web stuff in the mid lane.
Yeah.
And I feel like TA can kind of not really rely on regen, and also just lane versus Invoker. And it's still in the pool for some reason.
Yeah, but that makes me think that it's a trap.
It's a trap.
It's a trap.
TA has plenty of those.
Because the Gaimin banned TA in the first game just now, so it's very much on their radar. I mean, we're going to get a Monkey King out of Liquid. I'm wondering if there's any flex potential. It's very unusual for Gaimin to save Tofu's pick till last.
That's not going mid. Almost 100%, sure. So that's going to be a safe lane Monkey King. They're picking their mid last, and can Tofu play Alchemist? That is the question of the day. I'm sure he can.
I'm pretty sure he can.
Yeah.
Brian?
I would imagine Tofu can do it.
I was going to say, if they do play him on Alchemist, I think Mickey will have pretty solid free farm because of the fact that not only is Monkey King good against 2 melees, but you also have ET with the briefcase bringing the business. But like what I like about this Monkey King pick this game as opposed to last game is since it's picked later in the draft, I think it's based on the matchups, much more set up to actually rotate through the Twin Gate and punish the potential Alchemist safe lane. Like, something about this draft to me for Team Liquid at least boasts like they'll have some playmaking potential in the early to mid game, and they might be able to get active before these Broodmothers connect with like the auras of the Chen. So, you know, I do like the Monkey King a lot more this game. The concern is like if this Alchemist does get flexed, or if Broodmother Necrotic Webs is really that broken, you know?
I mean, I'm thinking it's because they're banning out Dazzle, which I don't know how much flexibility there's going. I thought this is just going to be like some +4 for Tofu that will help your Brood in the lane and like maybe offset some matchups. Like maybe, I don't know how much Phoenix they have played. I don't think they're necessarily a Phoenix team, but something that helps your Brood get through the lane against two dudes that like kind of want to right-click. Maybe some Dark Willow, some counter team fight.
Bring them back, yeah.
I don't know if you guys see anything else.
Maybe they're thinking that is a position 4 potential Dazzle as well. That hero is still strong in lane against certain matchups if you can just right-click him down.
Yeah.
Probably against Elder Titan might be annoying because you just want to get in there and right-click if you stack up too much. But yeah, I think we've gone to a position now where both these teams have realized by far the best supports in the game right now for winning lanes, and now we're just really digging down the list here to see what is left here. And I honestly I don't know what's left for Gaimin Gladiators as something that's like super strong here.
Muerta or something? I don't know.
Yeah, sure.
Something like
guess
that.
as good as mine.
Yeah.
Oh no, that sounds pretty grim. I'm sure that this is a puzzle that Liquid will attempt to deal with as best they can. Templar Assassin is still in the pool, but again, it's because it's also not banned. It just shouts trap. And I'm sure that's how Liquid feel.
It could also be overconfidence. I will say that even if they're the best, they can sometimes make an oversight. I mean, they're playing so good that they probably don't even really care all that much. Like, if they play a good hero, they will still know how to kind of counter it. So I feel like their bans are pretty on point.
What? Oh, they have Sand King still in the pool. I was thinking like Keeper of the Light or some heavy like spell damage nuker to defend towers. Sand King does it with his body, as I think they were planning to do last game with the Tidehunter. Sadly, he started the game really miniature because of his facets, so it was not big enough to do that in the mid game. Maybe Sand King from the mid lane will be able to hit that timing a bit better. Yeah, because he hits more solo priority, probably getting stacks. ET Techie's very good for stacking. You can use the Spirit, you can use the bombs. I like this a lot more. I think it deals with the Broodmother potential pressure. I think it's going to be absolutely crucial that Chen's going to come through the Twin Gate. Sand King needs to be there to save the tower that we saw go down super early for Mickey in game 1.
Okay, I mean, yeah, this +4 has to just be one of the 4 or 5 we threw out at this point. There aren't that many left. If it is going to be the +4, which I feel like it is.
I mean, if you're not going to try and win your lane, what about like a Spirit Breaker or something like that and just play the map? Because, like, I don't know what's going to just guarantee win you a lane with what's left. I just don't see it.
Could be a standard Rubik.
I feel like damage controlling would be fine, or like just some...
Rubik for Sand King makes sense.
Yeah.
And I still kind of like the Muerta and whatever else I mentioned before, which I have brain damage, so I forgot about it.
I like the Spirit Breaker. Just we all have a different idea, and I'm sure... Oh, that's the best support in the game right there.
No, we're going to have a Shadow Fiend, and we will see... the Invoker be played as a position 4.
It was right in front of us the whole time.
Should have known.
Should have known.
It's one of the options that we mentioned, I believe. I thought.
I feel like this is how Team Liquid beat Falcons earlier, was the surprise flex of the SF first pick into a carry, which allowed them to win mid. Now we're seeing the surprise mid pick again, the Invoker, then flexed to support, allowing you to get that favorable matchup.
I mean, this is an obvious Invoker support pick. He's laning versus ET, so he's going to use a Tornado to remove the Astral. Can't believe any of us got hired for this event.
That's true. We're pretty bad.
Yeah.
Nice last event working with you guys.
No, I mean, I think it's interesting. It might work, but I think more than anything, they just want to survive that bot lane, get Brood his levels, just dispel the ET. I don't think they're going to crush that lane until maybe when Brood gets higher level, right? Mid lane should be a definite stomp. I think Shadow Fiend versus SK is not a matchup in which you can even get creeps in, as we saw in the earlier tournament. I think Thompson was playing it mid lane versus, I believe, who was a noob or something. Either way, it doesn't really matter. But that matchup was very difficult and has been proven before. In the safe lane, we'll have to see about that one. Brewmaster should be fine versus Alchemist, so that is a lane that can hold tempo for them.
I'm favoring Gaming's draft, which I guess kind of goes without saying, but Liquid have a way better shot at fighting back. I'm looking at their supports. Maybe you can play through Nisha mid, right? Like you Burrow Strike Quinn when he plays over-aggressive, bring Boxy into the mid lane. If Mickey has a good game, he can rotate around. So this time around, I just want to see them have better lanes, go together, combine your heroes, and fight into Gaimin.
Mickey's the pace setter for Liquid here. I think he's going to have to get active really early. Either the Twin Gate, he might even be going mid to be like a 4-man gank because he offers the stun that the supports lack. That's what I'm keeping an eye on, mid lane, because Quinn's set up for the snowball, and we've seen SF punish these melee heroes pretty hard throughout this event.
Yeah, that was a very sad sign.
I'm just thinking, I'm like, man, okay, Broodmother, solo lane, that's hard to deal with. SF's now got the favorable 1v1. Duracio's a tempo hero. We've seen the script written out. This is the sequel. Will it play out the same as the original?
Well, let's find out what's going to happen. Game number 2 of this grand finals between Liquid and Gaimin Gladiators. First, some words from Coach CY.
Hey, I'm here with CY. What do you think about the drafts that you ended up with?
I like it. I'm a SF enjoyer, so I'm happy we finally got to pick it.
That's it. I mean, there's a lot of other interesting heroes we got to see. You're up against the techies. You worried about that hero? Not in the meta anymore?
I'm not worried about techies at all. Like, maybe he's cooking something on it, you know, but like, I don't know. I haven't seen much of the hero, to be honest.
I feel like they have better ways to kill the spiders, at least this game. That could slow down Duracio's laning stage, maybe?
Maybe, but the thing is, like, you can kill spiders, but he kind of also jungles, and it's not always easy to reach them anyways.
All right, well, good luck in the match.
Thank you so much.
Well, it was indeed a trap. The Invoker is not going to be going mid. They are playing a support Invoker, and they swerve to the Shadow Feed to keep the Nisha Sand King down. That was a deadly twist in the draft, Avery.
Deadly for somebody. That is the question. For who here? I mean, if history says anything, it's probably for Liquid, but I actually would have preferred the Invoker mid.
Okay.
I don't know what that says. Maybe I'm horribly wrong on that.
Why?
I don't know. I was feeling the core Invoker in this game. I think he actually has some decent core matchups, like the EMP burn on the Brewmaster is pretty nasty. The Dispels for the ET and the Monkey are both very good. Invoker kind of just owns Monkey King a lot of the game. It's a really rough core on core matchup. Even we saw, I think, Quinn play this Invoker into Tiny Mid a lot this tournament. And I think similar reasons work against the Sand King in terms of if you just keep Tornado EMPing this hero, you can't make rotations, you can't counter gank fights, it's kind of awkward, and you're a vessel buyer, so you remove the healing aspect of a Sand King rushing Bloodstone, as well as some of the monkey effects. I thought it was a great core Invoker game. Now, a lot of those...
Whoa, hold up. I heard a lot of things, but lanes, who wins harder against Sand King?
Well, Shadow Fiend.
Okay, well then I rest my case, Your Honor.
I mean, there is some merit there.
Does anything else matter in this series, Avery?
I mean, to me, it goes back to like that Dazzle Ember pick. It's a cheese lane pick that Quinn basically saying, I'm going to demolish Nisha so hard this guy doesn't get to play the game.
Yep.
That has happened a lot, so there's some fate to be had there.
And if the Sand King doesn't get to play the game, then you don't have anybody to stop this push that's going to be coming from Gaimin Gladiators, though a push from Liquid comes through to get first blood on Celery.
A sneaky move. Hiding back behind the trees. They get the first blood for their carry. Very happy about that if you're Liquid. And they do lose 3 runes. A little sad about that if you're Liquid, especially when there's an Alchemist on board.
Now this lane, last time around we had the situation where we were talking about how the off lane of Liquid was pretty passive. Now in their draft, they opted for a killing duo. I was not thrilled to see techies because, frankly, I think this hero got nerfed too much that I don't think it's as strong a laner. Holy cow, Insania just beat down Tofu. But they are already using that blast off with the facet to good extent here. Duraccio is going to suicide kill. Nicely done, holding on to the unstable concoction, and they get the kill on Boxy in return.
That was very close and a big deny to get. Still Liquid coming out swinging in this game too, and that is a good sign to see. This team needs some confidence boost going into this game. Need to just go out there and play for the win, not try and avoid the loss. So it's good to see them striking back here early, gain some confidence early on in this game, and get to actually play the game, because they did not get to do much of that in game 1. Going back for some similar things here with the Monkey King, but a support duo that should be stronger in the early game. I think that's the upside of the techies here.
Now the blast off. Again, this facet allowing extra damage combined with a Brewmaster who is already one of the stronger laners when it comes to kills thanks to this combination of burn and clap.
Now, Liquid supports. This was one of my big factors. You've got to get stuff done in the early game if you're Liquid supports. And I feel like they've already gotten more done here than in maybe some of these previous games combined.
Yeah, absolutely. And Insania is making really good work of this timing where there is no level 2 on Tofu. Therefore, there's no Tornado. Therefore, there's no Dispel to his Spirit and his extra damage. So he just keeps on taking it to Gaimin Gladiators in this window where he has the advantage before Tofu comes in with the counter.
And Nisha's doing fine mid. Not as low as I would have thought. Still has a bottle charge, picks up a water rune. he's cruising here, going even on the CS board early. Good sign for him. If it gets hard later, he can always go back to the stacks. And if you're Liquid, if you're winning the 2 side lanes, you almost don't care what happens mid because he's a Sand King. I mean, whatever. Just going to be a playmaker. Dyrachyo getting aggressive, trying to strike back.
He is going to get this kill, looks like, as he... Oh, it's not quite fast enough.
Didn't get the courier either. Foxy continuing the outplays. And double bracer already up for 33 means his rotation potential is there. You can leave this brew alone to a decent degree. Maybe look for the turnaround kill mid on the Shadow Fiend. Gank bottom. Really want this Techies to accelerate this game. That could be the strength of this pick here for Liquid, even if the hero's maybe not the strongest in the meta.
Nisha, Burrow strike away. Quinn's going to chase after him, though.
So slow.
The build-up movement speed slow is so obnoxious. Meanwhile, the aggression from 33 and Boxy pays out yet another kill, this time Celery.
And they are just demolishing this Chen Alk lane. Not a lane that Gaimin, I think, are used to losing. At least these Alk combinations usually go well for them. Especially with all the extra gold Dyrachyo had. He started this game with so much extra gold from the bounty runes plus seed money. Not able to translate it into a lane win here, and Ace in trouble.
Oh, the tornado just in time. Well played by Tofu. Well positioned to hit both heroes. Otherwise, Ace surely would have died there.
Yeah, that would have been such a big kill for Insania. Went for this boots investment, has been dominating the lane. That would have been the big payoff experience-wise. But good news is you burn out that mana from Tofu, and now you can just go back in swinging.
Yeah, it doesn't really make that much of a difference if Ace lives, but he's on no HP, therefore he can't challenge any CS whatsoever. And Insania almost gets the kill on Tofu. Once again, the tornado intercepts, but you're left in the same situation.
Yeah, they're struggling down here. Both side lanes for Gaimin.
Bomb land, Celery soon to blow up. They're going to try and get the counter kill on Boxy with the acid spray. Unstable concoction. That is enough.
I almost wish you had an urn on this Brewmaster.
Oh, Nisha, another ace, long range, and the raindrop is not enough. The buildup of damage. This matchup is just too rough.
Yeah, turned up the heat. The early portions of that lane were going okay. It just escalated very quick, and now Quinn has a 2-level advantage on this Sand King mid. Already level 6.
Tofu, tornado after tornado, right before the final hit can come in. And Ace is getting some decent damage on Mickey on the way back, but of course, Insania makes it much worse for Ace to keep trading.
These tornadoes have been clutch, but they're just damage control down here. Still a much better laning phase overall for Liquid. All 3 of their cores finding something, and the supports being a lot more active. In fact, Boxy smoked mid. Looking for a low Shadow Fiend or maybe just blocking some camps. Could get the connection with the Sand King.
They might be able to sandwich him here. Quinn. Oh no, what's happening? They had an opportunity. Burrow Strike, Sandstorm, Blast Off. Like, surely all of that combined would be close.
They just missed him.
Ooh.
Unfortunate. To be honest, I don't know if Quinn actually dies. He has Fairy Fire, Raindrop Wand, and he already has Requiem.
Yeah, it definitely would have been a close call if maybe he gets off the Requiem.
They're going to try again.
Them both. Okay, they bring Insania. They're like, we need more. We need 4 heroes to make sure that Quinn dies here, and he still gets off the Requiem. The deck Requiem goes out. It's not enough to kill Nisha.
Sub 100 HP on multiple heroes.
Jeez.
But Liquid walk it off. They get that big SF kill.
And they're securing the 6-minute power rune as well. So if it's something really good, like a regen, Nisha would be able to just stay in lane.
And I mean, there are clearly some adjustments Liquid have made going into this game, which is good to see. Like the fact that 33 rotated here early, kind of picking up on that game 1. Hey, these guys are going to bring numbers to plays. We just have to overcompensate and make sure the ones that we're committing to work, especially these big core-oriented ganks. I like that. Just bring the Brewmaster mid. It's not going to cost 33 too much here. You can just run back to top. It's not like you're solo pressuring the Alk anyway. Make sure some of these plays work so you can build some steam here on your supports.
That was sort of the MO at one point in time when Gaimin Gladiators was the most dominant team of the 2023 regular season. They kept on bringing both supports into mid lane all the time to help out Quinn. And at some point in time, it developed where it was like, okay, both teams bring both supports. And then all of a sudden, maybe a core is joining in. And then we got to some craziness where there were 5 people mid at 7-8 minutes.
I mean, it is the Quinn effect. You have a player that's going to try and dominate mid and perhaps do it with some of these cheese picks. It automatically creates a power imbalance. Whenever you have a power imbalance on the map in Dota 2, it kind of sucks everybody towards it. One team's looking to exploit it, the other's looking to defend against it. So a lot of time for Gaimin is around this mid lane, which is why they like these independent side laners. Heroes like Alk and Brood, who when you get left alone and you ignore them for 2 minutes, suddenly they're level 6, suddenly they're just flash farming jungle, become big problems here. So if you're Liquid, you really have to make sure those mid ganks work, because it's like that game 1. You get sucked into these skirmishes that are unfavorable against a ranged mid hero who's just outpacing you and you're in trouble. We'll contest the
bomb, miss the stomp, miss the blast off.
This is a good opportunity to learn.
Not Liquid's finest hour,
but they did learn. They've got that going for them.
What do you think they learned there?
They're learning a lot. I think they've been learning a lot recently against Gaimin.
Mickey, meanwhile, going to receive a similar gank here, but this time it's paired up with 2 cores as Quinn made his way across the map. Not that he was needed for the kill, but he is helpful when it comes to tower pressure, because Liquid's already taken the top tower, so Gaimin Gladiators want to be able to mirror that.
So open up the tower for Ace. Ice armor online for Celery, going to buff everybody up here. And good news for Liquid is at least you're able to trade out that top tower on the Brew. 33, having a pretty good game here on one of his better heroes in the Brewmaster. It's why they first picked it. I think Liquid felt like a lot of these offlaners were getting banned out towards the end of the draft and just wanted to secure one they felt very confident with early. Can't blame them there.
Quinn gets a regen rune. Big pickup.
You have some levels between the Sand King and Brewmaster if you can combine them here. You'd particularly love to bring down the Shadow Fiend 1 or 2 more times in this early game. He's very susceptible to the numbers right now. I don't think Gaimin would actually mind farming up a bit here. All 3 of their cores love the flash farm the jungle right now.
And Celery is taking over more real estate in your jungle. So it's not just the cores that are going to be farming, but also Celery himself is going to try and take some camps away from you. Nice use of the Hurricane to make sure his hero is outside of Burrow Strike range. Nisha's still looking for something with his phase boots, but does not have the superior movement speed against an Invoker or Broodmother.
Failed move for Liquid. Buying time for Gaimin's cores as Durachu gets top lane in. Quinn finishes up some Ancients. These heroes are finding the levels. Now, downside for Gaimin right now is you're missing a lot of levels on this support Invoker. Tofu kind of just doesn't exist right now. Another reason I feel if you're Liquid, you really want to ramp up the pressure or fight around this tier 1 mid, get something going. You just have such a good spell advantage right now, and these cores on Gaimin don't want to have to go to fights.
It's going to be hard kill, but he doesn't have chemical range. And it's possible if they hit the blast off the right time. Never mind, the Brewmaster is here, Tornado comes in, but they've already got the burn damage on. Cloud's going to be used, and they're going to use the Primal Split just to make sure that Durachu is dead and maybe look for a little bit more. Meanwhile, Nisha holding their jungle with the Sandstorm as Celery continues to be an obnoxious presence around this area.
He's finding some decent farm on this Chen. Almost level 6 as well. Still haven't seen a Brewmaster ult or Epicenter be put to use around this mid tower, which I think is the biggest place you'd want to get them done. That kill you'll definitely take for the Brew ult. But now you're going to have to wait a little bit if you want to make this move.
Last time the rune was bottom, and they're both going to bank on it being bottom. It's top amp damage, and that'll be secured for Nisha, it looks like.
Nice little rune pickup for him. I mean, better to take it away from the Shadow Fiend here for sure.
Yeah.
Game slows down a little bit. I mean, Liquid stabilized. So the big question coming into this game, you do not want to go down 0-2 in this series, especially 2 games where you just get decimated by 20 minutes. It's very important to stabilize this early game. And the supports have done their job here. So Liquid will go back for some stacks, try and get this blink on the Sand King, give them the initiation power.
I like
really
that Boxy's
sets up the supports.
Joining in on this, because he needs the experience to be able to get to his level 6, but it does leave nobody up here with 33 who gets ganked by the Tofu Quinn duo.
And collect his soul, +1 on the board.
And he's going to go straight for Yasha Kaya. What do you make of these different SF builds? We've seen some that just flat out just do not go Yasha Kaya. Do you think it's necessary to always have that item? Ace, Boxy didn't have the right position for the blast off. Now that he's out here, though, they can still probably catch up to him with the Boundless Strike, really helping things out. Leads to the Burrow Strike. They've got him. Oh, what? How did that happen? 1 troll versus 4 heroes, and somehow he nabs the last hit.
That's not for the likes of you.
That is unbelievably bad luck.
small hill troll attack for 9 physical.
Was it actually the small hill troll?
I think so. No, it was the big one.
Oh, okay.
But it needed the small one as well. Well, I mean, sometimes you're just cursed, man. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, we have the line of Destiny and Fate and Gaimin Gladiators and Liquid. Liquid would call this a curse.
That felt very cursed right there. Absolutely. As that was a big kill to snag, and it gets denied from you. Just feels bad here. Good news is Ace's game is way slower than last time. So you're still doing your job at shutting down this Brood, which, I mean, that Brood went absolutely rampant in that game one. Of course, it was from a different position, but, you know, Gaimin are going to try and do similar things with it. That was a swing around move to try and kind of backstab this jungle area that was unsuccessful. Slows down Ace's game, slows down those auras, gives you more time to operate here. You're Liquid. Get that team fight together.
Dyrachyo staying ahead of the gank from Liquid. Still working towards his Radiance.
These 2 carries are farmed for Gaimin. That they have for sure, but they're still susceptible. You can find connections with this Sand King Blink. It is online for Nisha. He has Shield Rune as well. So it'd be a really good time to smoke it up on the side of Liquid. Blink in. The Blink Burrow Strike pretty much sets up your Stomp Earth Splitter. It sets up your Techie spells. It's a guaranteed kill on almost anybody.
Going for it. Oh, Hurricane pushes them farther away outside of all of it. No Burrow Strike, no epicenter damage. Celery just baited out a play. Liquid didn't have the smoke ready to go. Boxy bought one up. They obviously wanted to make a move with this, but Celery, through pressure on the mid lane, got Liquid to make a mistake.
I mean, Celery honestly has been owning this game with this Hurricane, just playing up in Liquid's face, scouting areas, forcing responses, and always getting out, which is a tough line to walk with this Chen. When you're fairly slow and you have some greedy cores who need time to farm, you're not pushing Liquid down here. You're trying to scale a bit more. Bit of a different play style from Gaimin, despite it having a similar feel in the draft. Radiance will be done here for Dyrachyo. Still at a very decent timing. But I don't think you really want to just run in the fight without a BKB. Or at least maybe the aura up on the Broodmother. You're looking for Pipe here. First for Ace, as Pipe first for 33 will be there as well. Though it does feel like the Pipe for Gaimin is a bit more valuable. Liquid seem a lot more reliant on magic damage. It's also a very strong item versus the ET Aura and the Sand King.
Dispel from the Invoker, right? So
cannot Dispel Pipe.
Ah, that's true.
Plus they have Dispel from Brewmaster as well, so it's even here in terms of Dispel power. I just think Gaimin are not as reliant on the magical damage this game. Like SF, Alk, Broodmother, kind of mostly physical cores, to be honest. Like, they have some spell power early, but they kind of just want to get into the fight and start right-clicking you down with like a drum buff up and some extra attack speed. Brood Shard later on. Yeah, you can start off with auras on this Brood, but we've seen Ace do hybrid builds on this hero before. Will still make the 5-man very strong here for Liquid, and I think it is an absolute fine item choice here for 33. Just want to get something done with it early, maybe threaten Roshan. That's another big question mark here for Liquid. We talked about some of the Rosh killers they've used over the course of the tournament. The 2 biggest ones for them, I think, have been the Beastmaster and the Templar Assassin. They don't really have a good hero to take down early Roshan, which might be giving Gaimin some breathing room here in terms of, all right, we're not going to be too pressured to force a contest here anytime soon.
Yeah.
Which leaves a big question mark right now. Gaimin, you're actually getting to play Dota here, or Liquid are getting to play Dota.
For now, Gaimin Gladiators are still going to hit some window at like 25 minutes and try and mow you down.
Right, so that's the question. What do you do in this next 5-minute period if you're Liquid to try and slow down that pace or ramp up your own tempo? I don't think Roche is fast enough, and the tier 1's are already dead, so you kind of have a smoke to the triangle, a smoke to try and find the Alchemist.
You're running Taze. Good pickup if they can get it. Who's going to make the jump? Nisha does not fish for it.
That
does. He could have had an opportunity to blink up to the high ground there and get vision for his team. Doesn't do any of that.
Maybe he felt like the terrain was an awkward position, but I think you have to kind of just go on these plays. Like, you're making them because you feel like you're stronger, and if you're going to group 4 team fighters or something like that, I mean, just blink blind and see what you find.
Maybe giving Gaimin Gladiators too much credit that they're set up there. Doesn't want to stumble into an ambush.
Yeah, but I mean, look at their lineup.
Yeah, yeah.
Alchemist, Shadow Fiend are not ambushing you. Like, these guys are just farming the whole map right now, and they're getting away with it. This game is almost some psychological warfare, it's starting to feel like. Like, Liquid keep expecting Gaimin to group up and push them, and it's not coming. They did it to him in 20 series in a row. Now all of a sudden, they're just farming.
20-minute death push is coming.
I think
about
they're
to lose the game.
Like, guys, it's 17 minutes. Our base isn't getting sieged. Like, what's happening?
Gaimin Gladiators, their lineup requires a different kind of timing. And we'll see if they're as proficient at hitting this one as they were with so many other teams with their 20-minute death ball push that they kept on reaching. 33 holds the mid tower, but the Broodmother and that free push across will just head up to the top tower instead. Take over that triangle.
Part of me wonders if this game has almost been annoying for Liquid in the sense of they built this lineup to fight them early and often and take the 5-man fights and defend the towers, and like it just hasn't been there.
Boxy?
There's another poke that gets reactions out of Liquid and isn't actually a move, or is it?
Nisha jumps forward, only hits the Burrow Strike on one. So how Tofu does not get landed by that one, and the EMP pulls him out.
What a stomp.
Nice stomp, though. That's going to sit up Nikkei for the Wukong's command with the blast off on top of that one. Now the Gaimin Gladiators core. Oh, there it is, the jump in from the Requiem to try and blow up the Sand King as well as the +1. They got him, and Nikkei is fighting for his life against a horde of spiders and won't be able to do much there. Primal split plus a stomp. And Sania is going to make a run for it, but Dyrachyo and Ace will hunt him down. They all in on the supports, but it's the cores of Gaimin Gladiators who have come online and are ready to fight, and they're going to team wipe Liquid if they can find 33 here. They've got the vision for the stun. No, they don't. No, they don't. Okay, well, he's still stuck in a corner here. He's going to make it cost Gaimin Gladiators as much time as possible. But surely
could deny himself to Roche.
Gonna try.
Big clap.
The clap goes out, and it's not.
And now you're in Roche.
And now they're in Roche.
Oh,
like, okay.
Should have ran the other way, maybe.
I was thinking the exact same thing.
This
I was like,
is not what you wanted.
Run away from Roshan at this point.
This is not a good ending to the fight for Liquid, as they're going to lose Roche after all of this. I mean, it's a beautiful stomp. You have to take that there. But you end up committing a lot, and Quinn just has no fear. No stuns left. Goes in massive Requiem. Takes out Nisha, and the other two cores are playing outside that Wukong. Really nice positioning here from Gaimin's
the Hand of God saves him. Nisha, though, slips in from behind, and a stinger to the backside will finish him off.
I mean, that's just brutal that that fight happens in that way, where Gaimin are literally in the pit at the end. With all three cores who are pretty good at doing Roshan with the minus armor from the Alchemist.
Yep.
Now you're suddenly down 10k. Off of what looked like a good setup. By the way, this Alk, he went the Manta before the BKB. So Dyrachyo ends up winning that fight without needing BKB. And now this Manta is going to pay off because he can just push out lanes a bit better, farm up faster, get into the BKB even sooner here.
Nikkei needing the BKB next. We saw that with the Requiem Fear, he was pushed out of his ultimate last time.
Not a fun interaction for him. Neither is this incapacitating bite. The Frost Armor is once again up for the Chen. Another very obnoxious spell for the Monkey King. The whole time you're getting some of your armor reduced. If you're not in the Wukong, you just get bursted from Acid Spray plus Presence.
Looks like they're going to stick around on this side of the map. Try and take Wisdom Rune on both sides. Liquid are very clearly set up.
There's a lot of vision here. Sentry Ops trap for the Invoker. Should grab him.
Light Air into Blast Off into Double Mine. Explosion will do the kill. Surprised we dropped the Wukong's command there. They got a reaction out of Gaimin Gladiators, so they'll call quits on trying to steal the Wisdom Rune. Just say that the kill on Ancients and an Invoker is good enough.
So we see Drum Vlad's out of the Chen. Greaves done on the Brood. Gaimin have 4 big auras, which are all really nice for their big right clickers here. Liquid are trying to match it. Drum on the Elder Titan with Pipe on the Brew. And Shiva's being built by the Sand King. Actually, they have double Drum on the side of Liquid.
Got him on the Gleipnir. Quick Dispel, but they have the follow-up with the Stomp, the Blast Off, the Burrow Strike. There's no lacking in stuns for Liquid, that's for sure.
Those types of kills are very efficient for their lineup. They would love a lot more of them in this game.
It's kind of the idea of that whole like 10 to 15 minute window, right? Where they were struggling to find kills.
Yeah, but I mean, if you look at these net worths, this has arguably been the best position Liquid's been in versus Gaimin this entire event.
Yeah, they're down by 7K. It's an Alchemist lineup, so...
I mean, down 7K in this, you may as well be pushing Gaimin's base.
Shiva's complete for Nisha. And
they can taste victory right now. Guys, we have tier 2s up.
Gaimin Gladiators, by the way, have, I believe, 10 wins in under 35 minutes at this event.
I think Liquid are probably close to that too, though, to be fair.
Yeah, Quinn gets the timing perfectly, man. Well set up. Tornado from Tofu. You don't need Blink Yules for this SF.
That was just crisp. Absolutely beautiful combination here. Even at Illusion Room. Just doesn't even get anything off here.
And there's some variable timings there too. Like
that's not
got the Kaya Yasha Kaya, and the tornado lift is only for various amounts of times depending on levels. Mickey,
pure feel.
He's got to use his ult for fear of what else is coming, and it's Quinn who tries to back up Tofu's play there, but Liquid have the backup for Mickey. Mickey's already killed Tofu, so Gaimin Gladiators get on out.
Still have this Aegis for a minute. You got the BKB on the Shadow Fiend, Wukong down. Gaimin don't really have interest in pushing. Maybe don't want to give this big fight to a lot of the AoE control that Liquid have. Like when you push into them, you do have to be careful. There's Stomp, Earth Splitter, Sandstorm, Epicenter, Brewmaster, Ulti Haze, Grease Pipe. Liquid have definitely built themselves up to combat what Gaimin are trying to do against them. And it is working a little bit here. They're a lot more confident to take these fights, go look for plays.
They have this ward in the corner. It is very well set up for them to go for another kill. Not just on Ace, but maybe Celery as well, as they're going to find that Burrow Strike. Lead open on the Broodmother. The blast off follow-up. Trying to get a Hurricane away, but he's still stomped. A mine goes off. Gleitner catches them, bound the Strike. They're stretching out, trying to get this kill, and they do manage to get it this time around, but Mickey is committed in so deep. One raise, two raise, pops a BKB. Can he get the life steals off? Life steal is not going to be good enough as a pure damage Sunstrike cuts through that. Now 33 on the run. Has a Primal Split. Are they going to try and turn this around? Is he going to have to use a Primal Split just to be able to escape here? Gaimin Gladiators are going to force it out of him. And he'll use the split.
They can chase him here.
They've got the Fire Panda. Okay, push up. Go through the gate on all of the pandas. The Earth one managed to make it through. How far can he make it? 5 more seconds.
What a next level play. He forced his own Earth Panda up the hill.
And he's spotted. Oh, after all that, I mean, it was a sick move. He'll buy more time, but a blink from Quinn puts him right on 33 as he went for the TP. And they'll finally catch him.
That was kind of a sick escape, though. Honestly, I thought he had almost no way out of there. 33 showing off some sick micro here, but it is all for naught as Gaimin eventually find their prey. And this team fight struggles for Liquid continue. Just can't find their footing in these full-on exchanges in terms of winning that long fight.
I mean, how many times have we seen Liquid just all in for a kill that they can't quite get easily? I mean, they got Ace in the end, but it committed Mickey to death.
Very hard for Mickey to stand there and just deliver when he's up against Radiance, Incapacitating Bite. The second his BKB is out, he's just food. You haven't won the fight by that point. This Monkey King just needs more scale right now.
He's trying to get it through an Aghanim Scepter. Almost gets caught, slipping back into his base off of a very deep ward placed by Tofu.
Now the Broodlings are also just being microed out the scout here from Ace. Lets these advanced parties feel a bit more secure, and well, they do not need Aegis to hit these buildings, confident in their BKBs.
You see off their ward positioning. One behind the tier 2 bottom, another one leaning around that tier 2 mid. They are trying to lock Liquid in right now.
You need to start to build the damage here if you're Liquid to defend these towers. Quick pickoff attempt.
A little pickoff here from Duraccio with his Blink Dagger reveal.
Pretty tanky, man. There's no help.
Yeah, nobody can punish the Alchemist diving tier 2s, I think.
Celery's just going to make sure this bottom lane stays in, which is going to allow Gaimin to rotate across the map here, set up on something else. Easy pickings here with the Ghost Walk.
You have any detection here? Boxy's just sitting under a Ghost Walk. He knows it. And there is Nisha nearby, but on the other side, Quinn.
Man, dropped the Requiem on him.
Yeah. Assuming that I guess there were more heroes around, which he wasn't wrong. Nisha was in the neighborhood. And Celery continues to live on your side of the map. His Chen Enchantress. It's just his MO.
I mean, look at the Dire Wards right now compared to Radiant.
Yeah.
Like, the value's not even close. Gaimin see almost everything they want to right now, whereas Liquid, they have one Radiant Ward on this bottom lane, and they can't really get back to it here. Just taken over the map here in the last 3 minutes.
Team fight item picked up. Nisha gets the BKB. Will
Very big
Liquid
item.
try and use that timing? Do they have a smoke to be able to take advantage of it?
I think you have to if you're Liquid. You can't just keep waiting in this game for them to go into you and find that crazy turnaround. Got to use the Sand King offensively. You do pick up a Basher for Monkey King at the same time, so you're synchronizing some fighting power here. If you can get some clutch bashes on this Monkey King, could make all the difference.
You get real lucky. You stop SF, Requiem from going off.
But this is the problem. That warding difference. You just see so little right now. It's very hard to judge where you should smoke if you're Liquid.
Yeah.
And of course, Gaimin, they see so far in a lot of these lanes. It's like, okay, well, no one's farming mid, no one's farming top. I mean, they're probably making a move, guys. And they just clump.
That Crimson Guard is going to block so much of the damage of the Monkey King now.
Now, it's a very strong item here. Crimson and Greaves to back up this Alk and SF, who are already creating an armor differential here with the Present/Acid Spray.
Between the wards and the spiders. So much vision from Gaimin Gladiators and Liquid. Probably right not to push into that jungle area. Gaimin Gladiators going to push back into you, though. Nisha.
Left him behind.
He's going to break the smoke. He gets Orchided. Now, he has a shield rune. He's very tanky, but is he tanky enough to deal with a Requiem? An Axe Requiem at that? Not at all.
No BKB Sand King. This fight is already on the back foot for Liquid.
And Duracio's going to force it. Nikkei's forced to use his Wukong's command and hope that the Gleipnir can lock him in long enough. It is not. Now, can he find any room to hop away? Orchided, Force Staff up to the high ground. The silence is wearing out. Good stomp from Insania. The Force Staffs might have just bailed them out here, but not everybody. Insania. Duracio's just done a really great job of, like, these fights. They know they're won, and Duracio always finds an extra hero. Going back for it. Chemical Rage. Oh, Duracio pushed too far this time around. Just daring into the tier 2s like that, but they can't quite get the kill. The Force Staff comes out. Again, Liquid baited into an idea that they can have the damage, but they just do not. And Gaimin Gladiators, just like that, have wiped you, maybe? 33, making a run. Oh, there's going to be another Unstable Concoction, another Orchid, another round of spells, and that's a team wipe. Gaimin Gladiators, do you think anything else was going to happen in 30 minutes?
I mean, they were looking for a Duracia throw, but there is no such thing in this series. Absolutely nothing has been free for Liquid. Overcommittal on an Alchemist that seemed out of position. Nah, we have the ability to bail him out here, say Gaimin. And once more, it's a fight lost on the wrong part of the map for Liquid.
Bloodthorn, lots of damage. Nisha, BKB has to be used.
I mean, what?
Now you have
9 seconds.
Nothing to defend the base. With 20 seconds left on the Monkey King, that is a full lane. Call it 30 minutes if you want. Gaimin Gladiators. They do it again, man.
They're just unstoppable. When this team is in form, you cannot make mistakes. You just cannot slip up on the map. You can't give them breathing room because they take so much away from you.
They demand perfection out of their opponents, or else they will end the game early. They've done it not just to Liquid. They've done it to so many other teams. They did it to Falcons. That game 2 and 3, both 30-minute victories. They've proven they can do this to anyone.
It's a nice setup from Liquid. Maybe not expected, but
Spider's giving them a little bit of vision. Shivas goes out, Burrow Strike leading on to Ace. Blast off, following it up, but they're separating targets here as Mickey jumps in. What is he going to do with this one? Pops his BKB and starts backing away. And backing away, retreat is death for Liquid. Death for at least one. Boxy's got the first one down. Wukong's span goes out, and I assume we're hopping away from this one. Liquid trying to retreat, but got him on the Bloodthorn in Unstable Concoction. Drop the Requiem. No, wait, gets tossed up in the air by the Storm Panda. Mickey will eventually get burned out, though, and now back on solid ground. Quinn drops that Requiem for the final touch in this team fight. Liquid. A stomp from Insania, but he'll be run down eventually by something. He tries to go for the neutral creep deny. It'll be 3 dead on the side of Liquid at the end of it.
They just cannot sync the control up with the damage. There's nothing to drop a Wukong on here. Gaimin are able to kite it out. There's no threat to the BKBs early, so they can just hold on to them. Didn't even need a Requiem really to win that exchange.
And a second time, the Gaimin Gladiators may win the game off of 1 Aegis because they're not going back for the second.
I mean, why waste time killing Roche when you can not waste time ending the game? This push has come together at the 30-minute mark. Maybe a little slower of a death ball, but it got there in the end. And now you're just lacking the damage. Monkey King did not find the momentum he was looking for in this game. He did not find it at game 1 either. And this was supposed to be one of your better tools against Gaimin. Supposed to be one of the faster carries who can fight early, make rotations, and match that speed. It's been a struggle.
2 lanes of barracks down. Gaimin Gladiators will now back up to take Roshan. And Abyssal Blade next for Dyrachyo. We've got so many items on Gaimin Gladiators with a 30,000 net worth lead.
I just don't know how you control these heroes. Double 4 staffs up on the supports. Boots of Bearing for Celery as well. There's so much disengage. Like, you have to find the chain stun here under an ET Spear. That is your
Liquid's desperate to try and contest Roshan here. Gaimin Gladiators isn't doing it. They're setting up for the team fight, and they found that opportunity. They burned the mana out of the Brewmaster. That is trouble. Still has 10 seconds left until he has split anyway, but he doesn't have mana right now.
Has to use the Greaves here just to get it back.
And look at the illusions. They're just getting full read of everything Liquid's doing right now and burning away on him.
I mean, you have an amp damage rune for Mickey. It's wearing out. You got 10 seconds left. You couldn't take the fight with this. Doesn't get better for you now.
He just cannot find the initiation. They're read every step of the way by Ace, who spreads his spiders all over.
And by the way, Gaimin, they do not have to force anything here because that top wave is hitting tier 4s. Liquid are the ones under pressure to make the move.
The war goes off. Tofu blocking. Sits up on the high ground. Liquid running into him, but they sweep around the side here. Mickey's going to try and go up the corner to get a good Wukong's command inside of the Roshan pit. Gaimin Gladiators concede that ground, though.
Mickey on the backside.
They're going to look for Mickey. Doesn't show himself. Dyrachyo stunning himself. Chemical Rage.
Again, pressure's on Liquid
Lockdown
to start the fight, though.
He's going to start on Mickey. See if he can get out that BKB. Mickey's going to hold on to it. Epicenter's going to be used right as Dyrachyo comes into it. But Dyrachyo is very tanky. He shrugs off the damage rather easily. The Wukong's command goes out, but look at it, already outside of it. No real damage whatsoever from that Wukong's command. And if you don't have the Wukong's command, where is the damage going to come from if you're Liquid?
I did just have to get out. No Wukong, no Earth Splitter, no Epicenter. And you traded it all for some BKBs and a tier 4 damage.
It's full concession from Liquid. You can have the Roshan, Gaimin Gladiators.
And you just cheese. By the way, there's already a refresher up on this Shadow Fiend, so you got to deal with double Ags Requiem here with the bonus souls. And
we have so many
decent amount of them. Yeah, I was going to mention
33.
This SF Requiem is hitting incredibly hard right now. I mean, hey, 33 souls he collected from 33 here. Everything fitting in a cursed world for Liquid right now. They cannot escape their fate, it would seem.
No, they can't. 33 is hoping that 4 Radiances will change the game for him somehow. Meanwhile, Ace finds more auras to buy. Bought the first Crimson Guard of Broodmother. Now gets an AC, so if the damage block wasn't enough, there you've got some extra armor. So, again, they can't seem to keep the heroes inside of the Wukong's command, but even if they did, much of the damage would be shrugged off by the many auras of Gaimin Gladiators.
By the way, that's a amp damage rune on the Shadow Fiend. So,
okay,
have fun with that one.
We're gonna watch a hero disappear here. Oh wait, no. A little off the mark there.
It's okay, he's got a second one.
That's true, that's true. Maybe they don't know. Well, I've got a refresher, guys.
Alacrity Catapult
okay, maybe off the tornado. No. Quinn's not going to go for it. And gets burned out. 33. Now they go for it, but a boundless strike hit him with the burrow strike. Blast off. So many stuns. Can they do this? Earth Splitter cuts down the SF. Now for Dyrachyo. Dyrachyo with his BKB walking back. Gets bashed up. They want Quinn, but Quinn already got out with the Ogre Seal Totem and a BKB. He's out of the Wukong's command. And Liquid. Do they dare to pursue?
It's
with
so
the
scary to chase.
Trying to.
There's still a Requiem up.
Dyrachyo comes back in, force staff up to the high ground. Nice play by Boxy. Gets the initiation out of Dyrachyo without dying.
I thought Quinn was going to go back in there. Gaimin are respecting the team fight of Liquid here. Maybe just don't want to play the fight without the BKB on the Shadow Fiend to guarantee that Requiem pop. Very fast stuns from Liquid salvage that fight, but Dyrachyo, this man does not care.
Nope, you used a bunch of spells, and you couldn't kill Dyrachyo the first time around. He doesn't think you have it in you to be able to do a second go without Wukong's command, that epicenter, and he may be right about this one. As he starts chipping away at the melee barracks, the only thing remaining between Liquid and Mega Creeps.
Have to defend this rack, so you have to be careful about when you go in with the stuns. If you go in with Boundless / Burrow, it opens up opportunity for that Requiem to come out. Liquid on a knife's edge, trying to make something magical happen here.
Tofu just being a nuisance. Will chip away a little bit more at that melee barracks.
I mean, if they want to slow siege this, they can.
They absolutely can, yeah.
Just do it with every alcohol. Every time he gets stunned, force staff him out. You will eventually get Megas here, so Liquid are going to have to do something offensive.
Dyrachyo could also just full in commit with his BKB.
Also possible, yeah. And it looks like he's going to go for it.
They have a glyph. Liquid hit the stomp. The glyph not going to be used. Liquid are just saying have Megas. We're in it for the long haul, and they have made it to 39 minutes.
I guess that's the long haul?
Yeah, I guess, you know, just try and stretch this game out to 60 and turn it around.
Even checking for the little uphill wards here with Sunstrike. Everything on point.
But of course, Gaimin Gladiators, not one to stretch things out. They got Megas. They can chill if they wanted to, but they won't.
I don't think Dyrachyo knows what the word chill means.
No, certainly not.
This man is trying to speedrun another grand final here.
On to another objective. Tier 4s.
BKBs are back up. They could look for aggressive jumps. Only person out of the map right now is Mickey on this monkey, desperately trying to find some neutral tokens and some more gold.
Yeah, you got tier 4s to get. Those are big upgrades.
The Alacrity Forge Spirits continue to whittle down these towers.
Mickey is...
lost his courier, actually.
Aghanim's on the Elder Titan, but there's also a Divine Rapier about to be purchased by Mickey. If his team could just hold on for like a minute or two, but it's coming fast, man. Dyrachyo has already chopped down one of these tier 4s, and the second one is falling fast. 33, he's trying to draw some attention. You're going to have to pop that Primal Split. A Stomp, Insania starts punching him. There goes the ult. Requiem not really doing too much, but clearing out some Brew Links. An Epicenter that also doesn't do too much as Nisha fails the initiation.
They're going to wait out these ults. Maybe recognize Divine Rapier on this Monkey King.
Yeah, he's surely spotted now.
Still a refresher on this Shadow Fiend. If you chase on the side of Liquid, you have to keep it in mind.
He's got the level 20 talent as well, the Boundless Strike critical damage. So with this Divine Rapier, it is a significant upgrade in damage. But can one spell change the fate of Liquid?
Especially if Gaimin just decide to wait for another Roshan here.
Yeah.
They are not exactly under too much pressure to end this game. Maybe just Dyrachyo telling them I want to, but they can play it safe, get some tier 4 neutral tokens of their own.
Yeah, get level 25 on Alchemist with overwhelming blink.
I mean, this is just your human sentry here as well, right?
Yeah.
Like, Liquid can never make a move through this Ghost Walk Invoker.
If it's not Celery in the early game, it's Tofu in the late game. One of these Gaimin Gladiators supports is always getting information off you.
And it's like the old school patrol key, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
Look at the Tormentor.
I'm not sure if there's an Aghanim Shard in the game that will help Liquid enough, but it's the same games. A little bit of extra Epicenter Pulse with his 20 talent as well. Mickey is going to try and pick up his shard, so then he can use that Boundless Strike to close the gap on... I don't know, what, you going for SF? Is that the best target?
I mean, that's the best one for sure if you can snag him. He's got all these bonus souls and everything. It's very difficult to get on top of the Shadow Fiend.
Good time to get a little recap of what Gaimin Gladiators have been up to since the last 5 minutes. And it's been living inside a Liquid space. That's what they've been up to.
Very little openings.
It does look like a patrol.
I'll tell you, just hit the patrol key, go back and forth on the ramp. Well, you did get to your auras on the Brewmaster. I mean...
Yeah, apparently he's abandoned the Radiance.
Auras are broken, right?
Yeah, well, you know, when you're one aura item behind at all times. Gaimin Gladiators, aura maxing to the core. Get that lead. It's 2 or 3K. They get that first aura item. They use that to get a bigger lead. They get another aura item, and it extends and extends. And there is no shortage of aura items to buy.
No shortage of camps to farm. Getting level 25s now between the SF and the Alchemist. Some nice late game talents here.
All right, so we got the insta-cast Requiem now.
Yep.
If he uses Feast of Souls.
And the movement speed here means you sell the boots, just fully 6-slot yourself, Nullifier and Strength Link now up for this Alchemist, so there's very little you can do to save the targets he jumps. He wants to commit in. And Roche is back. Will be instantly scouted by a Broodling.
The hard part is, I feel like nowadays teams are so disciplined that nobody just... nobody gets caught inside the Roshan pit anymore. Maybe it's a difference in where the pit is, you know, being in the corner as opposed to the older days of being closer to the middle of the map, but it just feels like the winning team is pretty much guaranteed to be either taking Roshan or they take a fight outside of the Roshan pit, where they're sitting in some trees or some high ground. The enemy team has to walk into them.
Very difficult to go up the ramp unless you can get vision there. Very hard to get vision there unless you have someone who's an insane frontliner. Most of the times, if you're behind in the current meta, you don't have those things. So this will be Aegis on the Shadow Fiend.
Wait, Ace is going to get a BKB?
Yeah, he went
Where's that 6th aura?
I mean, what is the Exodia of auras? He's missing something. I don't know. Chen already bought all the other ones.
Yeah, exactly. That's the problem. Wraith Pact is the missing one. Tier 4 down, throne exposed. Gaimin Gladiators have every advantage you could possibly hope for to close out this game. They're going to lead off. Trying to get it. No, Old still got off the Requiem thanks to the BKB, despite that quick jump in from Nisha. The Burrow Strike hit at the same time as Quinn went in, but Quinn went in safely with a BKB. They got one buyback out of Liquid. And many more ults to go.
Do lose the banner. Massive blow here for the push.
True, true.
Very disciplined exchange from Gaimin. Take a 5 buyback and reset with 40K net worth lead.
Mickey is going to have Abyssal Blade, so if he can get the jump on somebody with this Divine Rapier, maybe he can pop them. Force Staff trying to get him out of the way, but 33 just Nullifier can't let him get away. No buy. It's a 4 versus 5 now with an Aegis on Gaimin Gladiators on a 40,000 net worth lead, and the throne at half HP. A jump onto Dyrachyo. Dyrachyo is forcing the attention of Liquid onto him. Mickey, when's he gonna hit this bound? The Shrike goes for it, but got hit by the Requiem at the same time. Quinn's back up to full health, and they'll chase after Insania for the dieback. Now it's 2. Nisha with the BKB, bro, striking out of the base, but your throne is dead. 2-0 now for Gaimin Gladiators in the grand finals.
They have been here before as well. We saw only one team come back in the history of Gaimin Gladiator grand finals from this position. It was Azure Ray at KL.
Earlier this year, yep.
They reverse swept it.
And I'll just say, Dyrachyo did call that he was going to 3-0 this final.
That is true.
And he did say that against Azure Ray.
That is true.
So we'll see if he jinxed himself.
However, these are very different circumstances.
Yeah, how so? What do you mean?
You know, I think Liquid has also been here before and are maybe starting to get some flashbacks, some very unpleasant flashbacks right now about watching another team lift the trophy that they have longed for a very long time. This would be another crushing defeat for them to be this close once more and lose it to the same team again in the same way. At some point, you have to question what your reality is and whether you're going insane. I feel like I'm going insane watching this play out.
The story of Sisyphus continues.
Do something
for Liquid. As the boulder is just about to roll back down the hill for them in their attempt to win another grand finals, down 0-2 against Gaimin Gladiators.
Gaimin Gladiators, can we just take a moment, Kazu, to appreciate how insane these guys are?
Yeah, I think we can and we have to, because it's not just about the draft and what they do with like their auras and going to get a minute 10 or 15. It's like you make the first move on them, they dodge it. They make the first move on you, they succeed. You get your Blink Dagger and Celery does some play mid where like he baits it, pushes himself away. It's like all the small little things, which ultimately is what gives them the lead later on.
This game was looking a little bit more competitive, at least for the first, like, what, 10 minutes?
Yeah, like they weren't even that. They were behind like 1k gold against an Alk lineup, like minute 10, 11, 12. That's not a big problem, but the problem is when they dodge your moves, they get their auras, they go together and they hit their timings. I just feel like there's a little bit of maybe the clutchness factor missing for Liquid to like succeed with their moves. I don't know if it's Gaimin or they just out moving you so hard that you can't make any of those moves, but they need to find an answer for the next game.
And they did also got gamed a little bit in the draft with Shadow Fiend last pick coming out.
Yeah, I think I didn't see it coming. I don't think they saw it coming either. I think going to the next game, maybe you have to remove the Chen or pick something where instead of taking these long fights, you can be like, boom, we're gonna take a fast fight. Bad Rider with a Timber Saw, pure damage. I don't know what it is. It's up to them to figure it out.
Okay, quick question. Why doesn't Liquid play Chen or Enchantress if it's so good?
Apparently they don't want to play it. I don't know.
Seems like they're missing out.
They are missing out, but then you need to find a different answer, because sometimes play to your strengths. I feel like right now they're trying to match Gaimin. Maybe they can find a way to stick to their comfort while finding the answer against what they need to do.
So is it just that simple? Like, it starts from the draft, but it's not, because the thing is, it's not just draft, and we say this every time. It's like, oh, all they need to do is deal with this hero in the draft and be prepared for that hero in the draft and have that hero on their radar. But then the game comes along, and we actually think, like, oh, maybe, you know, they have a shot, and they start off really strong. But the gameplay itself.
Yeah, it is not just a draft. There's gameplay. It's all the small things, like we're saying, where they dodge your move. Like, there's something on stage or in the grand finals when you go against Gaimin. It just looks like your moves are harder to do. You need to be faster, more decisive, have better setup, and they're missing out on that right now.
Yeah, we did see quite a few couple of clutches. Of course, the stun from Dyrachyo as the Alchemist as he was about to potentially die when his Chemical Rage ended. And of course, very early on, there was another cool play by Dyrachyo, and it is BSJ that would like to tell us more about that.
Thank you, Shiver. As the story of this tournament for Gaimin has been the laning phase and teams struggling to get past it, in this game, I wanted to break down something that befuddled me a little bit as the casters were befuddled themselves of how Dyrachyo was having such a seemingly tough early game, but how they managed to come back, partially due to the mistakes of Liquid. So we're going to start off my first clip by showing a nice casual self-stun to secure the range creep for Dyrachyo, and you're going to see that he's already died once, And once he dies here, as we pause, we're going to see that his TP is on a 50-second cooldown. So you're like, okay, this guy's 0-2, started the lane. How does he end up being the #1 net worth so convincingly later? So as we see, Dyrachyo has actually smoked his way back to lane. So he's going to be here a little bit earlier than Liquid is expecting because they knew his TP was on cooldown. And they're going to decide to commit onto Celery here, 33, and Boxy. And notice how Celery is level 3 and Alchemist is only level 1. But look at what happens after this. Dyrachyo is going to take most of Boxy's HP, and Boxy is going to barely escape. But this is something that you really shouldn't feel like should be happening if Dyrachyo is only level 1. So this is barely 30 seconds later. Boxy has salved up. You'd think, okay, maybe we can pressure Dyrachyo a little bit more. Celery gets the pull off over here, but they're going to go on Celery again. And I want to highlight that Boxy and 33, who have control of this lane so far, they're both sitting at full HP right now, and Dyrachyo is barely level 2. So what happens here is they're going to go on Celery, and they're going to get the kill, which seems great for Liquid and all, but look at the results after the play. We see Boxy that's going to drop below half, no mana from the tower, and 33, who's below half with no mana, and Dyrachyo, full HP, half mana. Suddenly, this lane's looking a little bit better for Dyrachyo. Then we pull up the next clip. Has Liquid learned their lesson yet? Let's find out. Dyrachyo and Celery, you see them actually setting up on Boxy for the blast off. Actually, they go on Celery again, and there's going to be virtually no investment from Dyrachyo, who out of all of these engagements has taken virtually no damage. So suddenly, after being 0-2 at a minute and a half into the game, Dyrachyo is the #1 net worth only 4 minutes in. And this is a crucial part of what gets Gaimin off the ground. They have such a tempo-based lineup. Liquid perhaps choosing the wrong hero to be aggressive on. Will they mix up that approach in Game 3? Because they had a lot of things going for them in the first 3 minutes, but it's got to be more than good first 3 minutes to take a game off of Gaimin. Let's check in with Purge and Fear to see what they're doing out in the audience.
Thanks, BSJ. Yeah, I'm hanging out with Fear, and we're looking at this club champion trophy and the wall. I'm really excited to see what happens. But so far, it's looking a little one-sided.
Yeah, Gaimin's 1 game away from getting their name on there, and Liquid really have to pull together. As Brian did say, they had a good 3 minutes, but they got to last longer on that against Gaimin Gladiators, as this is a team that will run you over. And a good 4-stat plays, they had a bunch of good team fight items, and Liquid just can't answer it.
I really had more hope at the start of the game, though, because they were pressuring Dyrachyo, like Brian pointed out, and the mid lane wasn't looking so good. Quinn got 2 solo kills, I believe, so it was like there was hope. But why did the net worth not change? Like, they were getting kills on the Gladiators heroes, and I'm just staring at the net worth. It didn't bug.
They just kept farming with the Alchemist, right? And they made that 1 rotation through the portal to the bot lane, and that changed everything. It opened up the lane for Dyrachyo. He got top net worth of the game. Quinn continued to have top net worth. And then Ace, yeah, he didn't have a great game, but those 2 cores just carried him through the mid game.
Yeah, and then they just kept buying aura items, which solidified the game. So we'll see if the same thing happens in the next game. We're going to jump to a break, and when we come back, game number 3.
Look, I will boob it. No.
I go. Hello? Connecting. I'm connecting. Yeah, I'll catch him. Stunning him. I'm Giga slowing him.
What?
Oh. What?
Unlucky. It's all good, guys. But shit happens.
It's the EWC and you want to play like a pro. Well, we've got a lesson for you. Axe on. You're fresh, ready to fight and grind those long hours. It's how it should be. Axe off. You're slow, unfocused, and lagging. Do you get it? Let's go again. To unleash your best game, you must freshen up first. Get your axe on. Spray, play, repeat. Axe and Esports World Cup.
Welcome to the Esports District of the Riyadh Boulevard. My name is Slax, and I'm going to take you guys on a exciting, adrenaline-fueled journey to go see the top 5 wonders of Le Boulevard. Follow me. Don't get lost. There will be no breaks. Come, come. Welcome to another one of our wonders, the Boulevard Studio Water Tower, baby. That is right. This is where the art happens. This is where the films are made. You're watching a film made at the studio right now. It's Inception. You're watching it happen. Not only delicious, nutritious water from there, you also get the juice, the power. Look at those cords, powering up those stoplights, powering up those cameras. Our camera is connected to the tower, which goes to all of the broadcasts at once, all other games. So it's the epicenter of all creativity in the Boulevard, and you are part of it. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another wonder of Riyadh here. This is a beautiful area that's quite reminiscent of another little area you might know. Maybe in New York, geography majors, and tell everybody what it looks like. Yes, from this angle, it looks like an incredible American landmark, but it is not. In fact, it is in Riyadh. You're still there, and you're seeing all the wonders and glory that the Esports World Cup has to offer. Truly is an incredible experience to walk down these streets. It's a wonder. Oh! That's right, my friends. We got our own sphere over here in Riyadh. This is the Riyadh sphere right here. You've seen other lesser spheres, but do they have the moon? A celestial object? No, because this one goes across the stars. In fact, look, perhaps that's the sun, or not. It is a decoration of some sort. I don't know what it is, but I do know that if it is spherical, it will appearical on this circle, okay? I come out here sometimes and contemplate my life. I look upon the sphere and I ask for answers. Great sphere, who will win Dota 2's event? The sphere knows, but will it share? No, for it is a wonder. And now, dear viewers, I take you somewhere away from the techno music, the gamers, and the cringe to a serene moment. Welcome to the large waterfall fountain. It is truly a beautiful sight that is so serene and a nice break away from all the excitement of the Boulevard, one of my most favorite spots. And this is why it is a wonder of the Riyadh Boulevard. Now, you might be asking yourselves, what is the last wonder that is here today? And that, my friends, is you, dear viewer. You are the final wonder of the Riyadh Boulevard. You always have been. Stupid, you didn't figure that out yet. It was one of those pieces. Duh! It was always you, dear viewer. So thank you for joining me on this incredible journey to discover all the wonders of the Riyadh Boulevard. And don't forget how special you are. Thanks for joining me. So, goodbye!
Only only one more game stands between Gaimin Gladiators and winning the title, the championship here at Riyadh Masters, live from the Esports World Cup. And that comes paired with $1.5 million. It also comes paired with extra points for Gaimin Gladiators for the club championship, for which they still have a shot at making it very far as well over the next 5 weeks. But Team Liquid, they really prepared for this, but we have yet to see this preparation really pay off potentially in this game number 3. We'll see it. I will say though, Gaimin is looking incredibly strong. Will Team Liquid be able to force out a next game in this best-of-5 series? It is very much dependent on the draft that we're going to break down with Kezu, BSJ, and Fear. For game number 3, we'll have Team Liquid on the Dire side. We'll have Gaimin Gladiators on the Radiant side. We have a change up, a big one. Snapfire and Hoodwink still in the pool, and we got 3 new bans, well, new-ish, I should say, in Chen Enchantress and the Broodmother. Brewmaster there as well, TA and Sven banned out, but so far the one left in, Kezu, is the one you asked me about earlier. It's Doom.
I feel like they're either gonna first pick that or ban it away. I do like at least the change up for Team Liquid. I will say that I don't think they're losing only on draft. There's no way that that is the fact, but you always want to make it more simple. And I feel like when they didn't ban the Chen Ench, they never got trades. At least when you leave in the Weaver, Hoodwink, Snapfire, whatever, you can trade. Then play your lanes and just let the skill kind of speak for itself. Because in the last games, their laning stages, in my opinion, have not been on par. I think, Brian, you showed that also in your segment, because something needs to change.
You know, I'm gonna huff some copium here as last team to get reverse sweeped in a grand final was Gaimin Gladiators themselves in Kuala Lumpur against Azure Ray. And if anybody recalls, Game 3, Gaimin Gladiators had a commanding lead, and then one play turned that game and I feel like shifted the entire momentum of that series. And based on what I saw from Team Liquid in Game 1 during my analysis and also when I was combing through the early game, it just felt like they're forcing a lot of things. They feel panicked. They're making uncharacteristic mistakes. And I almost feel like they've lost faith that they can trust that they can just play their own game and it'll be enough. And I think one play in the mid game of this game could shift the tides of that entire dynamic. So that's my copium for the series.
Well, they do go back to some of their ideas, Fear, that they started with Tiny on the first pick for Team Liquid. Or
yeah, I mean,
second overall.
This is definitely their last chance here. Luckily, it is a best of 5. They're trying multiple different angles here on how to crack the Gaimin Gladiators code. This time they decided it's going to be the Chen, Brood, and Enchantress. We're going to ban out these heroes. We're going to leave in the OP supports that we lost to in game number 1 here. That is fine, and we're just going to probably make a trade. So they're going for what I see is the last angle here to try and beat Gaimin Gladiators. Will it work? We'll have to see here, and this is where things can be either very promising for you if you take this game like, hey, they're winning because of these heroes. I think we figured out the formula, or it's going to be very demoralizing and be like, we just can't crack this code. We cannot crack Gaimin Gladiators. And this is going to be an interesting matchup already. Weaver's a very strong hero right now. One of the big position 4s and carries that are strong in the lane, but Team Liquid has shown this Tiny has been very impressive for them, and it is very good versus Weaver as well. So far, so good. Fingers crossed.
I will say that I like the follow-up bans from Gaimin Gladiators. I feel like Weaver is just an incredible support, and they're also like taking out the ones that I feel like they threaten you more. If I play Weaver into a Snapfire, which is what they left open, I don't really care. Like being called by a cookie is really hard. Dying to Mortimer's Kisses as well. So their bans kind of on point there. But if I'm like Team Liquid, you still need to look for like a similar combo. You need to have your Tiny be enabled with follow-up damage if they're gonna look to have Nisha played, which I feel like generally has been the case for them, right? You just play for the crash landing, whatever. Good mid lane, have some combos, because they're gonna need supports that can play with their bro Tiny.
Yeah, I mean, the bad news is, though, is Weaver is one of Team Liquid's most banned heroes, and they have not beat it yet. Yeah. So that's obviously not great, but they do have the Tiny this time. This is a first pick Weaver, and I don't think Darachu has played this Weaver yet, which I think could be good news for them.
I mean, it definitely fits into his arsenal of heroes, but if there's other heroes open, which obviously they are, right? Their Alchemist, even the CK, that's a hero that was banned out, I believe, in the last 2 games. This is the first time that he is going through.
They'll almost certainly pick it up, as against Beastmaster, one of the best things to do is just be aggressive consistently, close the gap on him, pressure him so he doesn't have the ability to send the board, to stack the Ancients, and play for efficiency. I can't fathom any other pick than CK coming out for Gaimin Gladiators. You know, I remember in Pure's interview when Tundra's in the upper bracket, if it ain't broke, why would I bother fixing it? Yep. I'm sure Gaimin Gladiators is thinking something similar, as this is the first time that Team Liquid on second pick, because second pick gets 4 first-round bans, that they've elected to just eliminate all the summons Auras buyers that Gaimin has used as their staple to their strategy. So it is a completely different approach than we've seen in any of the 4 games from Team Liquid, as they've been first pick in 3 of those. Yep. There's the CK. What pairs with it to help punish this Beastmaster in lane?
I mean, if we go back an hour ago to the pre-game of this one, I talked about Duracio's 2 heroes I don't want to see him play to shut down. One was Brood, the other one was CK. Try to make them in a position where they feel like Duracio has to expand to something else that, honestly, he hasn't been very successful outside of 3 heroes right now, but he's getting those 3 heroes, in fact, his top 2 heroes every single time. So Team Liquid are taking a completely different route. I do like the fact that they're not giving Chen away, at least. So that is one good thing, but they'll grab another Aura buyer here in the Enigma. Not entirely sure where this one's going to go. It can go into the off lane. Could also be a position 5 for them if they want to go that route. But yeah, I don't know if any of us could have called the Enigma on this particular one. Doesn't stand out like a super good Enigma game by any means, but buys Auras, I suppose.
Yeah, they haven't picked it yet on either Celery or Ace. So this is a completely new hero for GG, and that's kind of based on what Liquid's forced to be done by the Auras, like you said.
Yeah. I mean, I guess one of the nice things is that they can kind of mask it until later, because your Weaver could be the 4, where the Enigma can go into the offlane, or right, otherwise if they feel like, okay, fine, we'll just put the Enigma 5 pick on your offlaner, they can do that after these next 2 picks. But for Liquid, this support pool is kind of starved, at least from the ones that you would want to take and want to play. You need to help your Beast in the lane against a CK Enigma. So what does my bro Boxy want to cook here?
Snapfire in the pool?
He is in the pool still.
Yeah. Yeah, that's one of the ones he could go for if he wants to focus on trying to win laning stage here. And that's going to be a very early pick Shadow Fiend here. One good thing about this hero, though, for Liquid is we saw earlier they're willing to play it on multiple roles. So they could play carry on Mickey. I'm sure Nisha would love to play it as well if he has a good lane matchup.
I guess it's still the question is like what support they want to pick up. You said the Snap, which probably makes the most sense.
Marcy maybe, just to enable the SF flex. Okay, Rubik for the Black Hole.
Yeah, I mean, I think
as well.
Shadow Fiend is kind of like a specialty counter to the Enigma. Some people like to play it there just because you can double raise the Eidolons. Add a Rubik Blast on top of it. We do know Insania loves to play Rubik in position 5. So this lane should be good if it is an Enigma off lane. Really good at Rubik game, though. You got Weaver and Enigma to steal spells from.
Are we still going for any flex potential on the Tiny? Because I once again look at this and
yes,
I'm surprised that there might be a position 5 coming out last on the side of Team Liquid.
I mean, he can. Tiny could be a 4 with the Beast, but I feel like this lane is not necessarily great. If I'm playing Beast, I just prefer range 4s that help me like through the lane a little bit, because laning against CK is not easy. Like even, sure, Rubik is fine there, but Rubik also doesn't like to kind of have heroes like really run over him. So I'm a little worried for that lane. But Gaimin will be, needless to say, quite happy with this closing pick of a Darkseer in this phase. Builds your auras, he's good in lane. I can't really say anything bad about it.
Hear me out, the Shadow Demon for Boxy. Last overall pick, 5 position Rubik, carry SF, mid Tiny. Shadow Demon Dispel against the Darkseer, Iron Shell Surge, the save against Black Hole, create illusions of CK. It's the dream.
The dream.
Anything else or critiques?
Well, while you guys are thinking about that, let's get some words out from the coach of Entity. It's Estini with Purge.
Hey Estini, what do you think about the draft so far?
I see GG, they have a position 5 that can build auras as Enigma. They have a position 3 that can build auras. They have a really strong laner on CK, on carry. And Weaver, also really strong laner. So they have what they had game 1, game 2. We've seen what happened game 1, game 2. So really good draft from GG. But this time I see Team Liquid, maybe they can set the tempo of the game. Because with Beastmaster, they can do an early Roche. They can take objectives with this SF. So if they somehow get an early lead, they can actually capitalize in this early lead. So I like this draft from Liquid. better than the ones I've seen on the previous games.
What about the Tiny? They had a lot of success with that in group stage, just getting kills across the map consistently. I don't know what position it's going to be at this point, still flexible, but surely the toss facet, the most OP fast in the game, can do something, right?
It's definitely broken, and the good thing about Tiny, as you said, you don't know the role, because also GG cannot know the role, because it's a flex hero. So you can always choose to go position 4 on the hero, and you're gonna be a position 4 that cut waves. So if you have a melee 4, you don't need to full commit on playing the lane, and you can cut waves against a team that always wants to play a very strong lane, as this CK Enigma.
All right, well, thanks for joining me.
Thank you, Estini and Purge. He feels like Team Liquid's got a better draft than the previous 2 games, but still very much liking what Gaimin Gladiators is cooking up as well.
I mean, it just kind of seems hard to get Gaimin out of their comfort zone. I will say that it is an absolute good point that, of course, they have the beast. They can look to get the first Aegis with like the Axe timing and then play like through their SF. Like also before this game, I was looking, maybe they want to play some SF Marcy, just some Liquid strat. You know, set the tempo yourself and try. So I do like that they have that going for them, but I will say Gaimin have a very nasty draft, at least for now, to deal with that.
They end up banning Wind Ranger at the very last second they had available, and they pick up that Sand King.
Yeah, I mean, they don't really play that a lot. Most likely gonna be Gwen playing that one. I'd really like to see the SF go mid. Sure, bot lane might be a little bit hard, and you just like last pick a Gyrocopter or something that can lane against this Darkseer or Faceless Void would be okay with me. I'd like to see them get a new carry, because I really think that Shadow Fiend with Ags really hard counters the CK. And from the carry position, not so good. So that could be really good for them, but it looks like they're just going to go for a Clockwork instead, throwing the most likely Tiny mid and carry SF. This one, not as big of a fan of. Obviously, Sand King can get out of that pretty easily, but it is a black hole cancel if you have the right angle, which is nice. You also have Roar for that. And the laning stage, I think their plan is to potentially shut down Celery there.
Okay, I'm also a bit confused. I would have liked the pivot that Fear was talking about with their type of core heroes, put the SF mid, but so they're going with the clock. I wonder if there's also anything I'm not seeing that they want to rotate early on or do something funky with their lanes, because at least for now, I think Gaimin again have stronger lanes. The only thing I can see for Liquid is that with the Beast Axe, they help him a lot early, that they get this timing to get the Aegis. But if Beast doesn't have a good lane and they stack for him, and then Gaimin bring the Sand King over there, I feel like that could be really, really bad for Team Liquid.
I'm just nervous for that CK lane. You said they're going to try to pressure Celery with the Clockwork, but he's got Eidolons to protect himself against the Battery Assault. I'm looking forward to a little bit of pinball action with the new Cog facet, but at the end of the day, as we heard from the coach in the interview, I think it's the same story being told here. We're already about 2/3 of the way through the chapters, and I think we all know the conclusion.
Whew. Fear, final words?
Well, it's not going to be the easiest game for them, but they do have potential with Shadow Fiend and the Beastmaster just to snowball up. Hopefully Boxy hits some great holes. If they can start the fights on the Enigma and the Shadow Fiend can win his lane, I think that's their best chance.
Seems like Team Liquid has got quite the job to do here in this 3rd game of this best of 5 grand finals. Gaimin Gladiators can, if they win this, take the title here of champions at Riyadh Masters. This is the 6th grand finals they play against Team Liquid, and at the moment it might just look like it's the same result as the previous 5 times. This one maybe even feeling a little bit more dominant than the rest. Let's find out what's gonna happen in this 3rd game of this best of 5 together with Cap and SVG.
That's right, it may be the worst position that Liquid has ever been in their history, their long history against Gaimin Gladiators. But Avery, when the night is darkest, what's just around the corner?
More curseness?
The dawn, the light. Surely the light is just around the corner, you know? Maybe this is the start of something beautiful. I mean, it would be a beautiful story if they manage reverse sweep. Reverse sweeps come few and far between in Dota.
I'll say this, Austin. When you go to me to be, the panel had their discussions. We heard the words of the panelists. We saw which way they were leaning. We saw how they felt about the situation. I've heard what you had to say about it. When you're looking to me to bring the hope in the situation, I feel like we've gone off the rails somewhere. I don't know if that's what my brand is known for. but I assume it's not. But is there hope here? Is there a way back from the bottom of this pit of despair that Liquid find themselves in? Let me tell you something. Let me tell you a little story that I think a lot of people can relate to, Austin. I think every Dota player has been in that pit of darkness.
Oh, everyone.
They have been at the bottom. Many of these players have gone through the ups and downs, and they have been at the down, and they know how bad that feeling is, and they have all gotten through it to get back to this moment. And that is proof, if you are Liquid right now, that you can reverse sweep this series. Because there is always a way back, and there's always a way back to the top, and nobody is ever out until you retire. And even then, you can come back and do it 8 more times, like Seb.
It's true.
Dota can always pull you back in. It's just a question of whether you're able to push back. And I want to see the pushback right now from Liquid. Because I think I and everybody else watching this series who has watched all the other series between these two teams combined over the last 2 years, well, it would make things a bit more interesting. It would make it a bit more spicy, and it would surely be a twist on a tale that has become as old as time.
Yeah, it certainly has. It doesn't seem to matter what the patch is, what the draft is. Something about Gaimin Gladiators has just been a stonewall to Team Liquid. But different draft in this game 3. They get some very important heroes for them, right? They get the Tiny, which has done really good work for them throughout this tournament. This matchup in particular, the Tiny versus Sand King, was something that got them into this upper bracket position in the upper bracket finals against Gaimin Gladiators. Their previous series, they played that Tiny against Sand King a couple times around, got them some good wins. They've got their Beastmaster for 33. You could always seem to rely on that one. And then some twists. We got Rubik, Clockwork. Wasn't expecting to be seeing a Clockwork. Where did he come from?
I feel like it's just Boxy trying to find something that he can build some morale for on the team. Be an initiator, be a playmaker. This is a hero that he's won many matches on before. And it can be a nice interruption tool here. A nice, easy source of initiation that they've lacked in some of the previous team fights. They were having trouble finding it. Yeah, it's difficult when you're kind of like, okay, Nisha, you got to start every fight and go in, and then he's just immediately in the middle of all this garbage and can't get back out. I don't think they want that type of situation for the Tiny, so they get another very consistent initiator on the support role.
Particularly if he's going to be losing another lane against Quinn, who seems to just have Nisha's number in this matchup.
Quinn has gotten the better of him, but to be fair, I think Quinn has also gotten a number of cheese picks against Nisha.
Yeah, that last SF versus Sand King was certainly not a fun matchup.
I think this mid lane should go a lot more even, and I do like Tiny versus Sand King. I think it is, you're on the better end of this exchange if you have the Tiny. At least my personal preference. I mean, this is a very close matchup, and they do different things. So it's not an end-all, be-all, but in theory, Tiny does a lot of burst damage, can build a lot of hybrid damage, and can cut through Sand King on that front line. Can also displace him out of some of his Sandstorm, stuff like that, so I think Liquid, I mean, if you can't win with, this Shadow Fiend Tiny Beast that I feel like have been 3 of your best cores the entire event, you're just getting outplayed.
Yeah, and that has been part of the matchup of Gaimin Gladiators versus Liquid. Nisha, oh, is he going to die in this matchup? Not quite. The bottle will help keep him alive, but Quinn is destroying him in CS now.
And he gets the range deny, yeah, I mean.
15 and 8 compared to 5 and 3. He's tripling up on him.
A very rough start for the Tiny, actually. Yeah,
Nisha destroyed this matchup against other mid laners, but Quinn is something different when it comes to mid lane.
I mean, at least they get first blood eventually on that Weaver top. It took a couple of tries. I feel like the side lanes for Liquid have been going better in this game 2 and 3. They've definitely stepped it up. This is also going to be a support swap. Something worth mentioning here, does usually make your laning a little weaker, but it makes the player stronger on the heroes. Quinn gets caught on a burrow strike.
Yeah, nice toss back there from Nisha, and the tree is not going to be enough damage, but it puts him super low. He's going to be there for the water rune for a bit of recovery.
All right, that is
Tofu going to make a rotation through the gate very early.
Yeah, looking to punish 33 up far in the lane.
Pull him back into the Shiguchi, get the bugs on him, and they have so much physical damage between this trio.
Even got the boar. Plus 28 here. Big swing for Dyrachyo. Puts the CK in a much better position. It's still Mickey leading the pack, which is exactly what you want for this safe lane. Shadow Queen we saw Liquid do a lot of work with this hero earlier. Cannot underestimate how strong it is. He has some buffs to play behind him, not as much as he had in that game, but still Beastmaster can help him out, and they're going to get another one on Ace, so extra build-up for the SF here. Take advantage of the Weaver being bottom.
Telekinesis throw back into the Eidolons, trying to stall out some of the damage. Dyrachyo a bit low on mana, so may not be able to have another kill attempt for him for a little while. Meanwhile, Nisha, low health Quinn. Man, look at that. That Stinger just does so much damage to a no armor Tiny.
I think if Quinn hadn't lost all that HP on the tower, this lane might have been completely one-sided. At least Nisha's getting something here, but it
still is one-sided. He's still doubling him up in CS.
This is not how Liquid wanted this lane to go. And it's going to have to be made up for here in the two side lanes. Now this SF is pulling ahead by a decent amount. Free farming the lane. There's not a lot you can do to go on Mickey here as long as Boxy's protecting him. You can maybe try and all-in him with a Swarm and a support rotation. We are seeing the Enigma go through the gate. So Gaimin are going to try and push him with this catapult, get the big SF kill, or at least threaten it. You can shell the Weaver and push him in here.
It's going to be up to Boxy.
Get scanned.
To keep these two, Ace and Tofu, from overwhelming Mickey when the play comes. The Cogs goes out. Batteries all push them back in. Not too bad. They get a kill before the Enigma even shows up. Still, though, the Enigma is here with the Eidolons and Dyrachyo. Now, the TP's coming in for the Rubik. Can he stop this telekinesis throw back? Good stun. One raise goes off. A second brings a hero low. That's going to be Celery going down. And Dyrachyo limping across the jungle. Almost dying to the tower there. Cogs actually managed to nab Ace with the battery assault out. Dyrachyo's trying to help, but he cannot do anything to get Ace out of that sticky situation. Liquid manages to stop the aggression of Gaimin Gladiators and turn it back on them.
Big swing in this early game. A lot of experience for the supports. The Beastmaster gets the free farm bottom uncontested, and you shut down some of that Weaver who Tofu's just found nothing on this lane, really. It takes 4 heroes to bring down that SF. Cost Dyrachyo a lot of time.
See, he's gonna...
No,
he thought about it.
He's not.
He baited him a little bit.
So this SF is
he's going
big.
for the Wisdom Rune on Boxy. He's not going to make it in time.
He's already level 5 on this clock.
Yeah, if he got Wisdom Rune, man, Liquid would be actually so far up in experience of their supports compared to
Please run up the ramp.
He still tries for it. Cogs doesn't pull him in.
That's a level 3 battery. Would have just been instant death for Ace.
Yeah.
So Boxy making this clockwork work. Looking pretty good so far. Still has a lot of regen to play with on the map here with full stick Lotus.
And with Boots coming in, he is going to be a menace, and they need a menace right now. Not just because of the fact they're down 0-2, but also because, you know, this mid lane, there's going to be a Sand King that is extremely farmed. It's not quite as farm as the SF, but...
No, Quinn, he did his job mid.
Certainly did. I mean, I feel like there's not really a time you say Quinn didn't do his job when it comes to the first 10 minutes of the game against kind of no matter who he's laning against.
Yeah, it is nice when your mid laner wins mid every time. I'll tell you that much. 8-minute rune was bottom. It's Illusion.
Not the biggest deal, but phase boots for Quinn is
the resources right now. That's what's winning this mid lane. This Tiny is going to have to go to base again here. Second time before 10-minute mark. Just costing Nisha a lot of time, and they're going to scout this huge set of stacks.
Oh, Burrow Strike. Oh, barely off the mark there.
This is not a stack you can afford to give up in this game for Liquid. I don't think Gaimin have the best means of taking it.
Yeah, Beastmaster is going to cut over. See if he can get any of these last hits. Nisha, he's going to run at him. Throws a nice toss avalanche with the axes to be able to cut down the Enigma, and Dyrachyo is already at half.
They just caught him in the river.
Boxy hit him with the Cogs, knocks him up the cliff, but now the battery assault is on top of him. Toss to finish him off and get the kill on Quinn. Liquid put the numbers together in the river. And Gaimin Gladiators underestimating the power of this Tiny.
Things starting to come together here, and it feels very solid. These are heroes that are going to scale well for Liquid and play well together with the Beast buffing them all up. Nisha, he just got exactly what he needed in this game. An injection of gold, some big core kills. And man, when that toss starts to add up, it feels good here. Liquid can continue to play around it.
Almost got him with the blood grenade, but not quite. Boxy almost bursted by the Stinger. Stolen Burrow Strike, though, will halt Quinn. He's running after him with the bugs on him, but a hook shot, a toss. Oh, look. Got some of that damage. Meanwhile, Nisha, he's still got the bug on him as well. The Burrow Strike and a punch to the backside. Ace is able to finish him off, but Quinn is in deep. He managed to hit the Stinger, got another kill. Now on the run. Celery trying to cover him. Mickey, black hole on 2. 33 misses the axes. Quinn comes back in with the Stinger and kills them both and stays alive. Beautiful stuff from the Sand King, and 33 caught from behind by Duraccio. Quinn lives through it all, breaking the ankles of Liquid.
I mean, CC and see you later here. Quinn just dancing over Liquid. This man is absolutely putting on an early game clinic, dragging Gaimin through a laning phase that looked like it was going to go Liquid's way. Just every single move in this fight is on point. Sometimes those illusion runes make a difference. Just got off so many stingers here. The power of phase boots on this hero from mid.
Just as it was going well for Liquid, Quinn breaks that lead in half.
And you have to worry about how strong this Sand gets because he's backed up by a lot of team fight. This Darkseer is going to turn him into a beast. If he gets the frontline items on top of the Blink Dagger here. You know, every one of these Burrow Strike Stingers can be on multiple heroes if you clump up and get back. That could have been such a nice end to the laning phase for Liquid if they collected Quinn there. Instead, it's just a disaster. Pushes all of them back down the board.
It pushes all of the Gaimin Gladiator cores up, catching up to Mickey, who has had a free game for himself for the most part after that first move from Gaimin Gladiators failed. They're going to try again, but Foxy there for the interception. Will this be enough, though? Trying to get out the Requiem. Vacuum goes off. He just cannot seem to get it off, and Celery won't die either.
Outnumbered and outgunned again. Liquid just finding themselves on the back foot in all these little skirmishes as Gaimin bring the numbers. And Ace, I mean, he's just smiling all the way to the bank because Mech just bailed out his 5, got him a double kill, uses the cogs against him, straight into a tower last hit. All of a sudden, you blink and you miss it. This Darkseer is the most farmed hero in the game after getting killed by the Shadow Fiend during the laning phase.
33 doesn't get there in time.
You know, this is the type of game setup where you can look at the draft all you want. You can talk about how the laning phase was going okay, but these little gameplay maneuvers are what is winning this series right now.
Yes, it's simply put, Gaimin Gladiators, they kind of do what Liquid does, just better.
Yeah, they're just faster.
Give them a different draft, it doesn't change the things that Gaimin Gladiators, inside of the game, they're just faster than Liquid, and it seems to catch Liquid off guard too many times.
Like, they have slow elements in their lineup. Enigma 5 can be slow. It can have a rough laning phase. This Weaver had a really slow start, and Tofu was behind, but they make the necessary moves. They find the openings, they bring the numbers, and they make sure they help each other find games here. And once more, Liquid are on a significant back foot, suddenly down 5K net worth.
It happened so fast.
2.5 minutes.
Sania moving around with Shukuchi.
I mean, you're going to have some good Rubik plays this game. There are a lot of good spells to steal. Darkseer spells are great. Tsukuchi can set all of it up. Sandstorm spells are magnificent. And of course, the Black Hole would be the ultimate steal here.
A smoke up from Gaimin Gladiators, and they have a Blink Dagger on Quinn. So looking to connect these pieces somewhere on the map.
They have a lot of firepower right now. Armlet Chaos Knight easily joins a fight. Drum Enigma, pretty strong. Always the threat with the Black Hole. You have the Mech Darkseer who can back all of it together. And of course, the Blink Sand King can bring that fight to you with strong initiation power. Gaimin are not lacking anything. It's just a matter of where they want to strike.
Going for the epicenter kill, perhaps. Just waiting for Tofu to set it up with just a little bit of slow. Would have gone a long ways. Insania sees a push coming his way. They'll get the heads up. What does Liquid do with this bit of information, knowing all these heroes are going to come in and they just give up the tower? Looks like that's the case.
Tough tower to give up, man.
But do they really have a choice in the matter?
It's going to be a lot of space to operate around.
9-9, 5,000 net worth lead, and it's 14-minute Wisdom Rune time. 14 minutes. And there we go. We're back into it. 9-9. 14 minutes. Wisdom Rune picked up. So Liquid do not give up that big. Gaimin Gladiators were trying to get a little aggressive. Then they thought better of it. Backed up. Farmed 5 different parts of the map. You could see them all spread over the map, trying to just efficiently get to their next round of items.
Liquid going to group bottom off the smoke. Try to use the Sakuchi to start a good team fight.
Got the roar on him. So they'll get the pick off. And 33 has his Aghanim Scepter. It's still Radiant side Roshan. Are they? I don't think they could do Roshan right now, which then puts it onto the Dire side, which may make things awkward for Liquid. Part of this Beastmaster, right, is securing that early Roshan in the first place. This Liquid really need this.
You can gate here, though, after this tier 1. I'm curious if Gaimin are going to try and read this and just set up.
Yeah, I was about to say, Gaimin Gladiators is already set up on that side of the map, so you are
it gets rocket
stumbling into something bad here. Good rocket from Boxy.
Yeah, you do want to do this Roach, though. Don't want to just sit on your side of the map with this Beastmaster Ags and let Gaimin farm up here, especially with the lead they have on these supports. Still the point in the game where the Sakuchi Rubik's very strong as well.
Got him on the Burrow Strike, still on Sakuchi, trying to get away outside of the vision, and they will be able to nab him, and the Rubik goes down. Now they put damage onto the tier 2. Meanwhile, Nisha is trying to push in mid. Gaimin Gladiators sticking around. Yeah, they're just going to commit to taking this tier 2. That's going to make things even harder for Liquid when it comes to taking a Dire side Roshan. They're going to have no objectives on this side of the map outside of the outpost.
Oh, their moves have been really good this game. All to the right areas of the map. That moved. The gate moves top, got that tier 1. The move mid, backstab that tower, ended up securing it. Now this move to top, you get a little Rubik kill, take this tier 2, and deny the Roshan during this Beastmaster Ags period.
Dodging the cogs, covering the power root. Do manage to get that haste rune, but it'll cost Boxy his life, it looks like, is underneath the sandstorm with Tofu on the other side. They'll get the kill. Now the chase. With Duraccio closing in, has to blink away on Nisha. He does manage to get out. Blink Dagger's done for the Beastmaster as well, so double initiation tools for Liquid. But is that going to be able to surmount the 5,000 net worth lead the Gaimin Gladiators have built up with the aura items being achieved? Got the pipe mech done for Ace.
Game is still very even here. There's still some strong team fight on the side of Liquid if you can put it together. Your Tiny, his recovery's been slow, and he's behind, but this crash landing can still do some massive work, even if you're missing 1 or 2K. Especially if you can find a support at the start and just get that free pick off, make it into a 5-on-4, particularly before this Sand King starts to tank up. He's also susceptible, and Haste Rune on Nisha should open up some moves. They're splitting the
blow up
target.
Ace. He's the aura guy. He's going to be able to get out the pipe mech. Not the fastest kill. Might still be able to run him down. The tree, it is enough. Ever so barely. They do manage to get it. Hook shot back in. Duraccio was trying to still force this one. Requiem goes out. That'll put him under fear. Unable to put some damage on a box. He tries to slip away through the cogs. Tofu's able to finish him off while Duraccio gets the armor toggle to stay alive. They don't want to walk into a black hole epicenter, so Liquid are forced to give up on the chase, at least initially.
4 canceled the epicenter blink there from Quinn. Super heads up play by 33. Or Gaimin would have committed to that fight with the Sand King strength. Then we'll have to settle for losing their offlaner here. Narrowly escaping with the Chaos Knight. Felt like Liquid would have wanted a little more out of that, considering how good the start was. They had a hasted Tiny. But they'll take it. Their cores are still farming very well. They now, you know, Blink Ags Beastmaster to start fights, Blink Tiny to start fights, Clockwork to start fights, Sakuchi Rubik who can start fights. Everybody on this lineup can pick a target and make it easy for the rest of the team. It's a very nice element to have here, but you have to pick that target well. Ideally, you burst that Darkseer, you take the ores out, you're super happy. You find Enigma, might make it easier for the Shadow Fiend to commit in. Gaimin are continuing to defend this upper part of the map.
Surrounded. He doesn't know it. He throws out the axes. They ping where he's at. Tofu spots him. Nope, blink. That blink was crucial. Otherwise, Duraccio might be able to catch up to him. He's going to turn around Primal Roar, see if he can kill Tofu. It's not good enough. And now Duraccio gets him in his clutches with the Orchid to pick off there. And now Boxy Yeah, he's going to be pulled in by another Reality Rift. Telekinesis tries to save him. The Vessel's taking him. Dyrachyo diving into the tier 3s. A Shukuchi to slow him down. Dyrachyo's crazy for this one. He's already half HP underneath tier 3s, but Liquid are nowhere to be found right now. Insania gets a good steal on the Burrow Strike.
Just lost after tier 3 at 19 minutes again.
Nisha's refusing to come back.
These are the little mistakes that cost you so much against this team. They play for the win. They play for blood. You cannot show signs of weakness here. Giving up these little kills in odd areas of the map.
And they're going to go back.
Liquid a lot.
They're going to take Roche.
You can't lose Roche in this game if you're Liquid.
Well, that's what's about to go.
You had like a 14-minute Beast Ags, and you couldn't even contest this?
Nope. They have
brutal.
A lot of different physical damage and minus armor to make this pretty easy for them.
Right, at least your cores are still on even footing. It's better than the previous games, but this is an objective that it should have gone your way. At least you would have wanted it to.
It was part of the game plan, but it seems like the game plan has changed. With Liquid not TPing back to that tier 3, it really looked to me like they just made the call that they're staying out of the map and farming no matter what. And maybe that's because the next round of items are particularly crucial.
They want the BKBs.
Trying to get to BKBs, but those are still a ways away. You got the Manta done for Mickey and the Echo Saber complete for Nisha. He'll break that apart at some point for BKB, of course, but it's going to be a bit. In Gaimin Gladiators, they have 4 minutes and some change with an Aegis and a Blink Dagger on Dyrachyo for full aggression.
If you can get the BKBs up on your cores and just end up in a fight where you stand your ground, that's where this lineup comes together the most. You have some decent chain stunning potential. You have the inner beast aura for these right clickers. You're going to get multiple tosses off. You can keep the Tiny alive. That's what Liquid are going to look for here, but you're probably going to have to wear out this Aegis duration and just look for a much later timing now.
Yeah, it sounds like you're saying to me, if you're Liquid, don't lose the game in the next 5 minutes?
Yeah, or don't lose a fight or give huge pickoffs, right? Which has been a struggle. And there's another cross-map smoke. Gaimin are showing Heroes bottom and looking for somebody in the triangle. Has a decent chance of working here.
33, yeah. Quick Burrow. Nisha can try and cover him with an avalanche, but 33 stuck. He knows it too.
Almost caught the Tiny on the tail end. But early Vessel for the Weaver, dealing with this Beastmaster heal. Yule's already up for Tofu as well. He's completely recovered in this game. Very tanky, very annoying on this front line. Gotta keep split pushing. And it's another big core pickoff that, again, you're just bleeding heroes on the map. It's been the story all series. And every time you give up one of these kills, Gaimin turn it into objectives. Turn it into a bigger lead.
It would have been fine if it was some support, but it's the core BKBs that Liquid are trying to build to. So any core death the Gaimin Gladiators gets out of this is worth its weight in gold. Insania sees the movement coming.
They're just trying to catch everything. Once more, Liquid corralled to one part of the map. It's not where their vision is. I feel like they have to smoke to get something else out. They have one observer on the clock.
Yeah, they showed some heroes up at top, so they think that they could do something in this mid area.
I mean, they're correct. This Sand King Weaver cannot get to this fight.
They are going to be fighting into an Aegis, but if they clump like this one, they get the hook shot onto the Darkseer. First target, Orchid already going off. Primal Roar trying to follow it up in this aura damage dealer. Nisha goes for the toss together. Avalanche, but they don't have the follow-up damage to kill these guys. And now Mickey gets grabbed by the Reality Rift. Phantasm, Chaos Knight trying to get him away, trying to get off the Requiem. Vacuum interrupts that one. A second Glimmer disappearing into the night, but now he's revealed. Now he's caught by the Burrow Strike. Nisha couldn't get him out. Tried to go for the toss. Now he's dead as well. Boxy's caught in it. Dyrachyo blinks forward, looking for more. Good steal from Insania with the Burrow Strike, stalling up Dyrachyo. Otherwise, 33 might have been the third core killed in this, and Gaimin Gladiators are hitting high ground once again, though they are chasing after 33, who had the bug on his Hawk, so they know where he's at. Relentless.
Boxy had a choice there. I don't know if he saw the Enigma at the last second, but you're hookshotting Enigma or Darkseer, and he took the Darkseer. Instant Orchid from Dyrachyo completely bails out that initiation, and then Glimmer Cape on the Enigma. There's just no way to take that Darkseer down at the start of the fight like that. Liquid did not have their BKBs to commit. And Gaimin able to survive long enough with the heals. The other two heals can come in. Once more, a misstep by Liquid leads to objective taking by Gaimin as they take a Rax at 23.5 in this game. The troubles do not stop for Liquid. The nightmare only continues here. Nikkei just TPing bottom.
He's got to hit some creeps. He's a long ways away from that BKB.
Heroes are just tanking up. The team gold is what's winning game in these games. Time and time again, there's no easy targets for Liquid to jump. This is a 5 Enigma just showing. If you're not willing to jump this, like, what are we doing here?
They're afraid to jump him. Oh, man. They are truly mind screwed at this point in time. If they can't go for it, and by the time they go for it, yeah, it is a trap now. Vacuum. Cogs will keep them out of the way for a little bit. Try to hit the reality rifts. Nisha gets the blink backwards before he's caught, but it's a second tier 3 down. Glyph will hold it for a while longer. 10 seconds left on the Aegis. Dyrachyo is just going to commit.
I mean, you have to call it like it is, right? I feel as though Gaimin have just completely broken Liquid. Across these 5 games, they have broken their drafts, broken their lanes, broken their gameplay, and now it seems like they've broken their mentality as well. There's just nothing left. Hesitation, misplays, pickoffs on the map. Nowhere near clean enough to combat what Gaimin are doing right now as they are firing on all cylinders. This is absolutely one of the best teams in the world when they are hitting their peak form, and they have come into stride at the right time, in the right place, in the right meta.
That's right. They found their meta. They are playing it to perfection, and they are forcing errors out of every team they've run across for clean games. They could be looking at 1 loss in the playoffs for a full championship.
Very dominant run.
Extremely. 19-11, 16,000 net worth lead. A lane of barracks, 2 lanes of barracks. All that's left is a tier 2, tier 3. A second Roshan, perhaps. And by the time Liquid gets these BKBs, you have to wonder if the network deficit is going to be too much for them to be able to surmount with just debuff immunity.
At least you're preventing a lot of the damage coming out from some of these spellcasters, but there are still things like Black Hole to worry about. Dyrachyo going in, maybe you get a wall off at the start. A lot of sustain on this game in lineup. And of course, you don't have a Blink SF here. It's not like you could instant follow up with Requiem on some Roar. It's just all about the Tiny. Find tossbacks or win the fight off the damage. Dyrachyo looking for a solo play. This is ambitious.
Yeah, well, I mean, with no Orchid, Primal Roar turnaround. Yeah, Tofu's going to come in with the ace. They've got the backup. So Dyrachyo knows all he has to do is just make sure that 33 can't retreat. And the rest of his team will follow it up. And they're going to try and go for the epicenter burst on Mickey at the same time. Boxy, can he do anything to stop this one? He's trying with the battery saw, tries to pull him away from Mickey. That Cogs may have just done it with the Glimmer Cape from Insania. They do manage to keep their carry alive.
I mean, Celery could have just blinked Black Hole there. He didn't want to get hook shot.
Yeah.
Maybe not give it to Rubik.
There's Dyrachyo, the ever-aggressive carry. And when he is on point, it looks so good.
Nah, he has just been,
the map.
He has decimated Liquid across these 5 games. Like the Brood performance, especially his Chaos Knight, absolutely one of the best in the world.
The first of 3 has been achieved.
They don't want to wait for backdoor. They know what is ahead of them right now on this last lane of Rax.
Roshan, potential spawn time. It's coming in. Gaimin Gladiators.
That's Enigma's going to have BKB before you have it on some of these Liquid heroes.
Yeah.
I don't think 33 has gained gold in the last 3 or 4 minutes here. SF is honestly still 600 off his. No, he should have it. Never mind. He will have it in 100. So you will have the SFs. Doesn't prevent him getting Black Hole. And you do have the Tinies. Nisha was debating the BKB or the Ags and opted for the BKB. So all that's left is the Beastmasters here, which is the farthest away, but they're giving him farm priority. Liquid just trying to get triple BKB up here, take the next fight, and see what happens. Could be the last one here of their tournament lives.
They are definitely all in. And if they were to get this fast enough, they might even be able to get on the map and contest Roshan. And Gaimin Gladiators, it's up for the taking. It was a very early Roshan spawn. Ags on Weaver. Oh!
There's just so much to get through here. And you don't have enough firepower to do it. Like, if you commit on somebody, they get Weaver Ags, I feel like that team fight's over.
Probably, yeah. Because you Primal Roar somebody, and it's...
And by the way, this bottle on Quinn right now holds a shield rune, which could also just be huge in this next fight, considering how tanky he is on the front line. Crimson Guard completed for the Darkseer.
Shiva's Bloodstone and a shield rune. If he's the target, you don't see how he dies. Tofu gets a little information, knows that Liquid is outside of the map. They also have a big wave pushing in mid. Nisha, he's going to try for it. Quinn starts the initiation. Trying to make himself the target, activating that shield. And Nisha gets the toss into the Requiem, trying to combo onto Ace. They go for the Primal Roar. So many ultimates being used to try and kill him, and there's the time lapse. They saved Ace. Now they've got the Black Hole on the SF, and they are going to demolish Liquid. Triple BKB does nothing for you when you are flat out, outgunned, outplayed. 4 dead. GG is called. The cleanest series of your life. Gaimin Gladiators take it 3-0 away from Liquid.
There's not much left to say about this series between these two teams. We have seen it before. We see it again here, but this felt maybe one of the more one-sided of all of these matchups in their long history. Just absolute decimation. Clinical outplays across all 3 games from everybody on Gaimin stepping up. Going back to the Brood game on Dyrachyo to this game with Quinn on that Sand King mid, he just snapped Liquid's back with those plays around the runes, with the Stinger and the Phase Boots. And Liquid are left once more wondering how they can overcome the ultimate nightmare of a team, the ultimate nightmare they find themselves in. Their glory will once more be denied from this squad as Gaimin claim another huge title, maybe the biggest of this team's lifetime, as they were denied at TI, but they find an Esports World Cup championship.
That's right, they were working with their own curse. So many times a team that dominates the regular season ends up failing when it comes to the finish line and does not do well at the finals at the end of the year. Gaimin Gladiators had that happen to them last year. And while the regular season definitely was not great for them, they showed up at the right time of the year this go around and look at the most dominant form, maybe more dominant than they did the entirety of last year. Just this tournament alone, one of the cleanest you've ever seen.
They have had their struggles, but as you said, Dota's about figuring out what to do in the moment, adapting, finding your strengths, remembering what made you as good a team as you were, and they have definitely remembered it here and refound a lot of their strength.
Quinn, he'll take that key. Looks like he took that mid lane away from Liquid. They will approach the trophy that they worked so hard for last year, but this year is the year of Gaimin Gladiators, the absolute kings of the early game, an extremely dominant tournament throughout. And there you have it. Give it up for your champions, Gaimin Gladiators.
Riyadh Masters 2024 champions, Gaimin Gladiators! Quinn, my man, I've heard you
remark yourself as more of a hard worker than a natural talent. And I can tell that you've been putting in the hours these past few months, trying to return to the glory that was that 2023 run. Do you think that this moment is a representation of all the effort you've been putting in? I'm seeing you go up against these Huskars, these Tinies, these Sand Kings, and not breaking a sweat at all.
Yeah, I think hard work does pay off, and we put a lot of time into boot camp, into this tournament, and the time before that, going from being really bad to being good again. So I'm just glad that we were able to make that rise again.
And it is proof positive with this event. Tofu, I spoke with you just a couple of days ago where you were telling me about the trials and tribulations of maintaining consistency both within in-game and out of game. Do you feel like this is now reflecting that the effort was worth it and everything that you had gone through, the difficulties are making up for the rewards?
We had a lot of difficulties before, and I feel like we've been trying for weeks and months, honestly, and especially this last stretch, we've been putting so much time, effort, and passion into this whole project, and I'm just super proud that it paid off and we could show what we're actually capable of.
And what you're capable of is championships. And for Dyrachyo specifically, not just a championship, but a 3-0, one that you have claimed multiple times in the past. I remember during Kuala Lumpur, you thought it was going to be a 3-0, and yet you were not shaken. Once again, you show up here and you're like, it's going to be a 3-0. Are you just saying it, or do you actually have a read?
I mean, they asked me to say it, but to be honest, like I expect us to play well against Liquid because we have a really nice matchup. We also show it like yesterday, we kind of smacked them, so today it happens again.
Which brings me to Celery. What is it about Liquid? Is it them, or was this just your tournament? It didn't matter who was going to show up in grand finals. You knew you had their number.
Yeah, it didn't matter. We were ready.
It's just that easy.
I had a dream like a week ago we were going to win, so dreams come true sometimes.
And the dream has come true. Ace, any closing thoughts for all of the Gaimin Gladiators fans who have been waiting for your rise and your return to prominence and have been patiently rewarded?
Yeah, like there was some games, there was a lot of other crowd cheering for other teams, but we could always hear some gaming fans out there. So I want to thank you all for that. You guys are the best.
And it seems to me that the Gaimin fans are here in full effect. For one last time, please, a round of applause for your champions! And there is one more order of business, Celery. This trophy that you're holding and the key that you have put into it. You've been walking by the totem every single morning, and it's time to immortalize you in Esports World Cup history. So shall we? And join me as we make our way over.
An absolute dominating run here in the upper bracket from Gaimin Gladiators. They are your Riyadh Masters 2024 champions. And I think as we saw the writing on the wall.
I mean, these guys are they're just too good. They're just better. Like they're the ones that are setting the meta of the tournament, like what to do with the auras. And every time a team played them, it just feels like every single time that enemy team, they're just a step behind. They can't match them in the pace. They can't match them in how fast you can move around the map, what items you can do. But it's all these small things with like the team fighting that to me is what really sets this team apart. They do all these things that other teams don't, that just allows them to win.
Yeah, and I think when there is a patch where the auras are strong, this is when Gaimin Gladiators is always at the top. No team knows how to play these, not going to say death ball, but these like high tempo, fast early game type of strategies better than them. Like no team can even go to 40 minutes against this team. It's impossible. They just beat you before that. And I think especially for this tournament, it's a bit of a blessing in disguise that earlier they didn't do so well. They just came out this patch swinging with pretty much no data on them, or like how good they are right now. And no team has even had any time to figure it out. And Quinn, he gets to immortalize Gaimin Gladiators here.
I'll just say I feel like this tournament, especially the lower bracket, was characterized by teams making uncharacteristic mistakes. And the one team that I can confidently say never did that the entire tournament, or at least the playoffs, was Gaimin Gladiators. Like, there's a lot of pressure, there's a lot of stakes. Dota's a mental game. How many times have you guys at home or us even just like played bad in a pub or in a tournament match because we're nervous because we're having a bad day? How do you have a team like that that just never has a bad day? They're having such confidence about the meta, about their strategy, about their identity as a team. We talked about their dynamic as a unit when we interviewed Dyrachyo. He just said, we've been together for so long, we understand each other so well. He just seems so happy with the rest of them. They're all smiley in a game that causes so many of us so much stress when we're thinking about all these moments that they could be in that mean so much at each pivotal time. A teammate makes a mistake, you have to lift them up.
Sorry, Brian. I just realized what they're doing.
Oh, are they choosing their three
They have
keys?
to choose.
It has, okay.
It has to be Liquid, right? You gotta, for one more time for the road.
Liquid, Falcons, Bibbidi Bobbidi.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Quinn promised me a Bibbidi Bobbidi team if they win it all. He promised it. But
right.
how much does Quinn have to say here?
Quinn, listen up.
Is Falcons actually, for sure, Liquid. Just, I don't know why.
I think maybe Liquid's key, is it because obviously their key was still alive until just, maybe 10 minutes ago. So maybe it's not there yet because it's still
that's
crushed.
true.
But I would imagine, how arrogant would it be to just not put Liquid? Because, they get them anyway. The only team they dropped a game to in the upper bracket was Falcons.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to put Falcons. You have to put Falcons. I feel like
they made their choices.
B-Blobs and Falcons, the third one, I don't know.
Are we going to be able to tell?
We're going to be. I think we're gonna get some words in just a second. So we're gonna find out. The rest of the keys will all be dropped under the totem. They will all be encased in resin, as you've heard multiple times throughout this Riyadh Masters. This totem will be immortalized on the boulevard, and next year around there's just another totem, and this totem will forever feature Gaimin Gladiators as the champion here of Dota 2. Did we see any names? I couldn't read fast enough.
Quinn, hold them in the camera.
Quinn, please.
Don't drop them, Quinn.
No, it's
Oh, he thought about it. He hears you.
Oh, he might actually hear you.
Probably
This
does.
is a good point. This is a good point.
Well, I'm waiting for the grand reveal.
We're gonna get that grand reveal with Tsunami.
Quinn, you have gathered up 3 keys. You mind sharing with me your choices?
Yes, we selected Liquid, Falcons, and Spirit.
Okay, pretty reasonable options. Let's take it with Spirit. Team Spirit, pretty understandable. Last year's champions, TI 2-time winners. Anything beyond that or just their legacy?
I mean, they crushed our dreams last year, so we get to crush a piece of metal, I guess.
The revenge for Seattle. I love to see it. How about your second choice, Falcons?
I mean, they beat everybody all year, so you got to put them in there out of respect,
And maybe somewhat trying to take away from your legacy of last year, 2023, most dominant team, 2024. You got to win Riyadh Masters, maybe. And your last one, Team Liquid. I feel like I don't even need to ask about this one, but just for the people, why'd you choose Team Liquid?
To be honest, it's just kind of funny. That's the main reason.
The man's doing it for the memes, but you are all business when it comes to the game. And in regards to that, I would like to congratulate you, as not only are you the champions of Riyadh Masters, you are the PlayStation MVP for this event. That's exactly the reaction I was hoping for. And as a result of that, you also are a winner of a $50,000 cash prize.
What on earth? I didn't even know that was a thing. I thought it was just like a PlayStation. That's pretty dope.
You can get many, many PlayStations with that. But if we could reflect on the tournament as a whole and your mid-performance, like I said on stage, you've been working really hard for your entire career as a professional player. Were there any moments during this past year where you felt like the glory that you had achieved in all of 2023 would be difficult or possibly even impossible to return to? Or did you have faith that a moment like this would happen?
I mean, I don't think I ever lost faith that it was possible for us to win. We were, we had a rough year in terms of, like, if you compare it to our prior year, but I mean, I believe in everyone on the team, and, I think we just had to figure stuff out. Dota's a game of problems and fixing problems, and I think it just took a while for us to fix those problems.
And as for the mid lane in general during this competition, how have you felt? Were you pushed to the limit? Are we returning to peak Quinn, or is peak Quinn going to show up maybe even in Copenhagen?
I think I've always got room to go. There were some games I ruined. There's that Ember game against Falcons that was not pretty. So, always room to go up.
Well, we can't wait to see the path, Quinn. Congratulations on a stellar performance, and I'll let you enjoy the moment with your team.
Well deserved. well-deserved MVP. I think especially that game 3 we witnessed, that mid lane fear. Woo! Nisha is not going to be happy with that one.
Yeah, I mean, that will keep him up for a few nights for sure, because he has played that matchup multiple times, and he was the one bullying the Sand King. This is the first time where he just got absolutely, no other way to say, he got dumpstered by Quinn mid in a matchup where he should have felt confident winning.
Yeah. It's also something that Brian was talking about before, this confidence. You can see it in that gameplay, and Quinn told me a week ago, he's like, I'm going to be in the finals. Doesn't matter what's going to happen, I'll be in the finals. And a few days ago, he's telling me, you know, Sand King is supposed to dumpster tiny mid. Every time he walks up, you stinker him, you stun him. He showed that here in this series too. I didn't know this matchup is supposed to work this way, but when you know things that others don't and you can play to your ability, then you get a team and a player like Quinn and Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, there's something about this team where they have the confidence, but it doesn't feel like cockiness. They are willing to acknowledge their own mistakes. It feels like they're holding each other accountable and themselves accountable, which is super important whenever things go south. And I think that's a part of why they were able to come back this year. Like you said, rally the troops, really figure out our problems. So much of Dota is just problem after problem after problem. New metas present new problems once you figured it all out. And I think that process for them is what is going to land them here consistently, whether there's going to be down periods in their performances, but they'll always be one of the championship teams as long as this is a roster that sticks together.
Yeah, I feel like we should just quickly touch upon the gum.
Shall we reveal?
We should reveal.
Okay, so Quinn had something going where he would listen to music before games to get himself in the zone.
People knew that.
Exactly.
They saw him walking around with their headphones. He was like, don't talk. You know, he's getting in the zone.
Right, but apparently that wore off. So the new thing, what Ace was telling him, you should chew gum. So apparently him chewing gum, opening his mouth all the time and looking like a moron is what really gets him in the zone and like gets him all pumped up. So if it makes you win a tournament, maybe I should start doing it.
Yeah, I mean, he said that if it makes me look like a madman, it's all the more power to him because he feels like then people go up against the madman. You know, it's only the best that you don't know what's going. Truly a character. But I will also say scientifically proven that your brain activity increases with gum chewing. So maybe there's some science to it as well.
Man's a scientist, what can you do?
What can you do? What can you do? Gaimin Gladiators, I mean, Team Liquid couldn't do anything against Gaimin Gladiators. I kind of am sad that we didn't get a really competitive game, even if Gaimin won 3-0. But I think it goes to show, Brian, that this team is just something else.
Yeah, let's just consider the fact that Team Liquid has been showing that they're top 3, top 2 teams in the world consistently across the last 2 years, and yet they look like a bunch of scrubs against Gaimin in the finals for some reason. And that's just a crazy part about Dota, is you're only as good as you are compared to your opponent. And even if like outside of this series these teams are somewhat equal, Gaimin has their number. It feels like a self-fulfilling prophecy at this point. I don't know if it's more Gaimin's confidence or Liquid just seems completely demoralized with no faith in themselves. Every time we watch them it gets a little bit worse, so maybe it's combination of both.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think it is very common when a team will lose against another team repetitively. Yeah. It's in your head, and it's very hard to get rid of that. And I don't even know if you can. It's not as bad as just you think you're going to lose at some point because you're playing against them. But the guys you're playing against feels like they can't lose against you. Yeah. So they're playing even better. So it's like a double whammy there where games get like this, where this matchup happens. It happens over and over again. I don't know how you combat that, but it's going to be very hard for Liquid to overcome this against Gaimin Gladiators. But luckily for Gaimin Gladiators, they have another potential championship team that they just have their number on.
Yep, for sure. As we get a big wave to the high camera up there from Quinn. I will also say, I mean, Gaimin Gladiators, they take home $1.5 million, which is an insane amount. And yeah, they absolutely smashed Team Liquid, both in the upper bracket finals and in the grand finals just now. But coming second is still very good, and it also still nets you $800,000. So it's not like, you know, they're bad. They're just always second place, Kazu.
Yeah, I mean, at least I will say for this iteration, it's still a huge improvement. Yeah. I did not see them getting second place at this tournament. I will still say that they've improved a lot and they have looked good. It's just not against this team. Like Fear saying, when you keep losing to the same players, the same team, it's in your head. You need to win like 50 small engagements against this team, and they're just not capable. They need to improve, learn, talk about it, whatever it is. I'm not sure what it is, but they will have to improve to, you know, for example, at TI. If it happens again, you better show a better game.
I definitely have a theory on these two teams. Like, these two teams, when they're both doing, they both either are doing poorly or they're both doing well.
That's true.
And I think it comes into the fast meta. Whenever the fast metas around these teams really shine, and Gaimin's just the faster team, right? And Liquid seems to be the second fastest team in the metas that do really promote this type of play style. So I don't really put a lot of blame on Liquid. Gaimin are just better.
That seems. I mean,
there's not much to follow that one up.
No, it really is not. I'm like, wow, that actually seems like a very good closing statement. We're not closing just yet, though. As I do also want to touch on some of the other favorite teams that we saw coming and going this Riyadh Masters. The two teams that come to mind are, of course, the two other keys that Team Gaimin Gladiators just now chose to have in their trophy. Because I think if you were to ask anyone at the start of Riyadh Masters who was going to win this 2024 Riyadh Masters, I think it would be one of these four teams, Gaimin Liquid. But the two that would probably be mentioned more often, BSJ, is Falcons and Spirit.
Yeah, Falcons pulled their Gaimin impression from last year, win every tournament up until now, and then get 3rd through 6th or so in the final 2. So I would have to say that I wonder what's going to happen with the patch and the meta between now and TI. Is it going to remain the same? If these teams have more time to figure it out, will they be able to crack the code, as you mentioned Team Liquid was struggling to do here during that series? All these teams, though, like, there's a reason they put those 3 in there. That's quite the notch to add to your belt when you consider winning this tournament.
Yeah, just put the other teams that have won championships while you were watching. Now you're finally on top, and you just throw them in your trophy. You're the king now.
You are the king now. I believe, I mean, we just watched a fairly one-sided series, but it still had some good plays to watch. And I believe we still have some plays of the day that we would like to show you. It's not just of the last game we watched, but I think there's going to be a couple that are featured in there. I think Celery's Black Hole, for example, one of them. But let's take a look at this one. This is in game number 2 of this series.
Yeah, this one was mine. I just really wanted to highlight Quinn here sitting on the side lane there. And it looks like a good initiation. You end up killing both supports there, but Quinn blinks in with the nice Requiem, kills the Sand King there as well. Dyrachyo coming from the back line as well with Ace. I want to just highlight again, this fight looked completely over for Gaimin, but that one Requiem just completely turned the tides of this fight. And they ended up chasing down every single one of those heroes afterwards and getting the reverse wipe, pretty much.
Yeah, and then there was another Kidia play of the day. BSJ, this one is yours.
Yeah, thanks for the spoil, Shees. As going to be a pretty sick positioning from Celery as he tucks himself within those trees. Not very often do you see hype black holes from a support Enigma, let alone like so early in the game he doesn't have a blink yet. Just impeccable positioning, foresight, a little bit of baiting coming out from game. And these are the type of plays I feel like happening when the dynamic that we were talking about. One team's feeling themselves, the other team gets a little bit overeager, chases after. Celery, just presence of mind, on point, seals the deal of the entire tournament.
And it was also very important timing because that happened right after a fight where we thought if anything is gonna turn this series, it would have been the fight that happened just before that. But then Celery's like, nah.
No, but that's also the problem, like, against these teams that are the best at the moment, you need to do everything right. You make one small mistake, Quinn had like some illusion rune, he dodges the toss damage, they keep chasing sometimes, and suddenly you're on the high ground, there's Celery. Oh well, I guess we lost anyway.
During the entire Riyadh Masters and during the entire Esports World Cup, there's also been player bounties happening. And for Dota 2, we had the Escape player bounty. And for this Escape player bounty, we go to a series that happened yesterday to Omar, where he was playing Rubik up against Team Falcons. Because you happen to remember this moment? We're about to watch the clip where, I mean, spoiler, Omar escaped.
I'm pretty sure I don't. Let's have a look. So, because I remember the different one here. Let's see. Okay, my friend has Blink Force. Okay,
yeah, Blink Force uses both.
Quick on the fingers.
Crystal clones. Is that Crystal clone?
It is, and he's going to go whoop the wrong way.
Okay,
Nobody
nice. He drops it.
Whoop, no.
Nice. Dodging.
Dodging.
This man's the Matrix.
He's got the fancy footwork.
Yeah.
And the sick TP out.
Teleporting
Keeping in. He's going to Roche.
Teleporting in? Yeah, he's going top.
And he's out.
And he's out.
Crystal clone out of there.
That is good.
Yeah, he's out of there. And I know there was a lot of jokes made during this Riyadh Masters about because we have the PlayStation MVP, and nobody that wins the MVP wins a PlayStation. However, the Escape play does award a PlayStation. Woo! So congratulations
Let's
to
go,
Omar.
Omar.
He indeed takes home the PlayStation. I believe it's even PlayStation 5, so that is...
I hope it is.
Not the PlayStation 2 that Jenkins was promising.
Not the PlayStation 2, the PlayStation 5. Also, you might have seen this little box underneath me. Make sure to give any feedback you have about Riyadh Masters and the Esports World Cup, you can scan the QR code. If you zoom in, you got to put it on the big screen, zoom us in on your mobile device, and yeah, share your feedback. Do you have any feedback?
For Brian.
I was going to say nothing I feel comfortable sharing with Kezu here.
Yeah, thank you, Brian. Back to you, Fear.
Taking it to HR.
Do you have any? Wow, that escalated very quickly. No, I mean we've had a fantastic event. It was 3 weeks filled with amazing Dota. I know our grand finals was over pretty fast, but don't let that distract you from the fact that we did have the best teams here and played the best Dota that they had in store for us. And I think we can all be pretty happy with the last 3 weeks, Kezu.
Oh, I mean, absolutely. You had the best teams coming to play. That kind of shapes the meta and lets people get better and show all their strategies so that we get a finals, which, you know, could have been better, but if one team is this much better than the rest, what can you do? Gaimin are too good.
One thing I'd like to highlight was the play-in stage. We were seeing heroes like CK getting like overall first picked early on in the draft and losing every game, and we were all like, why are all these teams picking CK and losing? It got explained to you by some of these top teams, like Gaimin especially. Like, they must have been getting crushed in scrims by the top teams in the world, and I think it's funny to think that the teams that weren't even here yet were still dictating the meta that we were seeing in the first week of this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like there's a lot of crazy good storylines at this event. PSG Quest coming into this tournament, taking out Spirit. Nobody expected that. Then going into Falcons. Falcons losing to Liquid, who Falcons won every single tournament of the year pretty much, and Liquid take them out, and then Gaimin back to the top again. So a lot of good storylines. So it was a really good tournament.
It was a really good tournament. I think also a lot of the teams that we saw here that fell short early, we'll definitely hear more from them later on, because I feel like there's I feel like this is also an event that happened fairly soon after a patch where things were still not yet figured out. I say that fairly soon, it's still a month or two ago, but it's still not enough time to figure it out, and I feel like a lot of teams have started to figure it out, and they still learn so much from this that I'm sure that they're going to come back stronger in the future. This was the first 3 weeks, by the way, of the Esports World Cup. It's an event of total 8 weeks. Dota 2 might end here, but... well, actually, Counter-Strike also ends here. But coming week, there's PUBG Mobile, there's Overwatch 2, there's Mobile Legends Bang Bang for the women tournament, and there's going to be a lot more games, a whole lot more games coming over the next 5 weeks. So make sure you bookmark the right channels to keep your eye on your favorite game. There's a total of 22 games live here from Riyadh, and I'm sure that there's going to be some banger games being played. It might not be Dota 2, but it definitely will be good stuff for sure. From all of us here, thank you. But for our final words, we are going to head over to Tsunami.
For one last thing, I've been grilling all of your players, CY, but you and I have not gotten a chance to chat very much, and while normally that may not be a big deal, I know we had a lot of opportunities to chat last year. I vividly recall every single draft would end at Riyadh Masters 2023. I would see you backstage, and you would share like some thoughts about the tournament as a whole, the drafts, and this year you've been a little bit more of a recluse to me. What's up with that? Why are you hiding from me?
Oh, I don't think I'm hiding. Like, I'm by nature very introverted, so I kind of just do my thing, you know. Like, last year, I'm not sure why actually. There was just more to tell now. It's also a bit more like every day for me now. But it feels good to win. Honestly, it feels really good.
But originally, when you started coaching, it was nothing but wins. I vividly recall we would talk about you had a rare 100% success rate as a coach. And as we've all mentioned for over the past 8 months or so, the win rate became more normal. You are mortal, it seems. So you returning back to form, what has this journey for the past 8 months been like for you?
I mean, it's been very difficult. I think last year it's not like something only to do with me or anything. Like, the team was a really good click, and like we found out some good stuff that works for us. Like, obviously knew the players were very good. That's why I also wanted to like work with them in any way that I could. I think for the last 8 months or whatever, it's been really rough. We've been we have come to realize that we need to put in way more hard work, and that's what we have done. And it's working out for now. Who knows if it'll work out in the future, but I think the most important thing is to keep it going. And the moment that people don't want to do that anymore, I think they should do something else. So I hope that they all want to keep doing that.
So then how about for you as a coach? I see obviously for players, grind out pubs, figure out matchups, things like that. But as a coach, it's a little bit more nebulous. I know you definitely grind out pubs, but beyond that, what would you consider your responsibilities, and if they've changed as the team has kind of started to suffer a little bit, or did you stay focused with what always brought you success in the first place?
Like for this tournament, for example, I took over like drafting. Like I've been doing the drafting. This is the first tournament I just like drafted. So I did that to take some responsibility. Most to take, like I always was involved with drafting and like always been doing the prep and stuff like that. But like I felt that it took some responsibility off my players' shoulders, like in the games, and I think it worked pretty well. And I think it's also worked in terms of drafts. So that's the thing I've changed. Other than that, I do play a lot of pubs. I'm not like high rank or by any means, but like I do think it helps me stay in touch with the game and understand the hero dynamics and like what is good versus what and so on. Like I do also put a lot of time into Dota, demo mode, testing heroes, thinking about heroes, reading, whatever it takes, talking with the players, of course. Like there's always frustrations with yourself or other teammates. Like it's very natural also in our team. So we talk it through, and I try to be as diplomatic and like as efficient. How to put it, like pulling the team together, basically, like a facilitator. So I try to put on many hats and take as much responsibility as I can on the team, basically.
So then you taking the, as we see it in the game, the crown for who's drafting, what was the discussion like for you to finally take control of that? Was it the players coming to you, or you suggesting, hey guys, things aren't working out, maybe we need to mix things up a little bit?
It was working like fine. Like I think our draft was fine. Also, Celery was always doing it.
If you don't mind me asking, what was the event, if you remember, when it finally started to swap?
Like, I'm not sure. At just some point, I think Celery, it was nice for him to just focus on game and not think too much about it. And then Tofu took over for the last Dream League we had, and we got second place, so it wasn't like bad or anything. But then at bootcamp, like me and Ace also talked about it, that maybe I should do it just to take the burden off the shoulders. So, because you play the best when you just have to think about your hero, your game mostly, and like how it interacts and so on. So the conversation was more like I just went to Tofu with Ace and was like, I think I should draft. And then Tofu was like, you sure, bro? And I was like, yeah. And then we tried it. We just tried to see how it went, and it went fine. And then we just continued. And I can't say that's why Tofu's playing better or people are playing better. It's like, it's hard to pinpoint things, but I think it's a nice structure for us right now.
I mean, there are a million different variables in every single Dota game. The fact that you guys were willing to shift around the pieces and egos didn't get bruised. No one was like, no, man, I'm the drafter, okay? But you were very communal about it.
Yeah, no egos were bruised in that regard. I think I was also always a big part of it anyways, so it wasn't like unnatural. It's also not something new I had to learn or something like that. I basically just have to get used to having like the hero grid that I like and click the button, like, you know where the heroes are and like searching all and stuff. It's more like like kind of down to earth thing to get used to.
Well, as someone like yourself, I'm glad that this is a moment of vindication to prove that you still have much to show the Dota community. CY, it's been an amazing run. I always love getting the chance to speak to you. I'm glad that we're able to do it again in a championship form, and I would just like you to enjoy the moment with your team, and any last words that you have for the people.
Thank you, Neil, and yeah, shout out to all the fans. Thank you for supporting us. I hope you will continue, and I hope we can continue to play well.
Much love, man. Enjoy.
set, go.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا، كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس، نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده. الله عليك على اليد سود.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا، عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.